Chapter 231. When Shang Fifan returned to the statue square, Dai had indeed woken up. But unlike before, the whirlwind pattern between the little guy's eyebrows and the free light inside became clearer, and there was more in his eyes. Well, the child seemed to have grown up a little suddenly. Dad? Dai's voice was a little choked, and he jumped up and threw himself into Shang Fifan's arms. I saw my mother. I know she is my mother. Shang Fifan gently patted the cub's back, and did not rush to ask. He could feel Dai's body trembling slightly, and his little paws tightly grasped his clothes, as if he was afraid that if he let go, his cheap dad would run away. Speak slowly, don't rush. Shang Fifan also had some understanding of Dai's life experience. Dad, why would someone not want his own children and kill his wife? Dai raised his face, his eyes were red, and his emotions seemed to be still trapped in the message his mother left him. Shang Fifan looked at Dai's painful expression and rubbed his head, because not every father and mother is a good person, and not every father and mother will love their children deeply, nor will they love their partners and family much. Most of these people are extremely selfish, and only care about themselves. This is called human diversity. Dai asked stupidly, so he was originally a bad guy? That's right. Shang Fifan said firmly. Then why did Mom still like him and marry him? Dai murmured. Because bad people can pretend. Just like if a liar wants to abduct you, will he pretend to be kind and gentle, so that he doesn't look like a bad person? If a liar wants to cheat you of your money, will he also say something wonderful to you to make you fall in love with him? And the more you want and the greater the benefit you get from fraud, the more cost you have to pay, and the better your acting skills are. This is not something that ordinary people can defend against. Even a smart man like your father Lang Mu was once deceived of an important treasure. Shang Fifan couldn't help but grind his teeth when he mentioned this, and at the same time, he hated it so much that his heart was bleeding. Why didn't he also travel to the magic continent at that time? He had obviously suffered several fatal injuries. Dai was surprised. Dad was also deceived. Shang Fifan looked at his cheap son with a look that said, let's not continue talking about this matter, and you can't ask your father Lang Mu. Dai understood immediately. Dads also have to save face. Dai raised his paw and drew a big cross on his mouth, with a serious expression. With this interruption, Dai's emotions were mostly pulled out of the dark pit. Dai lay in his father Shang's arms, and whispered, Mom left me a bloodline inheritance and a message. My mother's name is Shermingwe, yes. She is the daughter of the mayor of Puncture City, the only daughter. Shang Fifan, I guessed it. Then Dai relayed to his father Shang a piece of information he received from the inheritance light ball. It was basically the same as Shang Fifan's inference, that is, a son-in-law who used the nourishment of the Yu family to fatten himself, then killed his wife and the Yu family, and then swallowed up everything in the Yu family. At the beginning, Sherhoiwe didn't know that the adventurer Ebenezer, who was beautifully called Melancholy Prince, was approaching her intentionally, including the heroic rescue of the beauty was specially arranged by the other party. The heir of Puncture City naturally cannot be a weak person, so Sherhoiwe came out to train, and concealed her identity, pretending to be a newly debuted adventurer to escort her caravan to another city. But Ebenezer had seen her, and had been eyeing her for a long time. After knowing that she went out to train, he followed her, deliberately revealed her whereabouts to nearby robbers, and made up false news that she was carrying a treasure. When the bandits attacked the caravan and Sherhoiwe. At that time, the caravan and Sherhoiwe could actually deal with the bandits, but Ebenezer jumped out in time to help deal with the bandits, and finally wiped out all the bandits. Ebenezer got to know Sherhoiwe and joined the caravan. Afterwards, he expressed his admiration for Sherhoiwe and hoped that she would join his adventurer team. Sherhoiwe was deceived by Ebenezer's good looks and those seemingly affectionate deep eyes. Thinking that he also needed experience, he happily joined Ebenezer's team. Ebenezer took Sherhoiwe to do a few not-so-dangerous tasks. He took special care of Sherhoiwe in daily life, and often sneaked a peek at Sherhoiwe when Sherhoiwe was not paying attention. The members of the adventure team intentionally or unintentionally reminded Sherhoiwe that Ebenezer loved her more deeply. Another female adventurer was jealous and envious, and other team members started to make trouble. Ebenezer came out to protect her at the right time. The young lady with little experience fell into the trap of love. After half a year of training, Sherhoiwe took Ebenezer back to Puncture City, and told her father that she would not marry anyone but Ebenezer. The former lord of Puncture City doted on his only daughter, and tested Ebenezer for a while, but Ebenezer was very good at disguising himself, and even the former lord of Puncture City could not see the wolf heart hidden under the affectionate face. When Grandpa was seriously injured, my mother had not found that the bad guy had any problems. But Grandpa began to suspect, because his enemy came to him very strangely, saying that he secretly killed his child, and said that he had evidence. Grandpa asked the other party to bring out the evidence, but the other party said that he wanted to protect the witness, and did not listen to Grandpa's explanation, and attacked Grandpa. And that man was originally Grandpa's enemy. Grandpa didn't like him, and was too lazy to explain to him. In addition, the other party took the initiative to attack, so he fought back. Mom said that the man was not Grandpa's opponent. Grandpa didn't take that enemy seriously. He was seriously injured only because someone attacked him during the fight with that man. In the end, Grandpa beat his enemy half to death, and came back seriously injured. After Grandpa came back, he said he wanted to investigate the matter. Ebenezer wanted to help, but Grandpa didn't let him be responsible for the investigation, but found his trusted subordinates. Ebenezer recommended a pharmacist to Mom. But Grandpa had his own senior pharmacist, so he declined the kindness of his daughter and son-in-law. But within 2 days, Grandpa, who had recovered, suddenly died of his injuries. Mom rushed to Grandpa and found that Grandpa's eyes were wide open. Mom was hit hard and fainted. It was at that time that Mom found out that she was pregnant. Mom wanted to avenge Grandpa, so she ran to find the enemy who attacked Grandpa and fought with the enemy's men. When Ebenezer and his men arrived, Mom was already injured. And the enemy seemed to have noticed something wrong in the last fight with Grandpa. He mocked Mom, but did not kill Mom. He let Ebenezer take Mom back. Mom learned from Grandpa's enemy that someone attacked Grandpa during the competition, but she was injured and had a miscarriage, so she needed to recuperate. She could only entrust her husband Ebenezer to investigate the matter, and to hold a funeral for her father. After Grandpa's funeral, Mom was too sad, and a minor injury turned into a lingering illness. Mom didn't doubt her husband at that time, and she felt sorry for her husband because she couldn't handle the affairs of Puncture City because of her illness. Ebenezer was very good at pretending. He told Mom to let Grandpa's trusted subordinates manage Puncture City, and he would help to check for deficiencies. Mom was very confident in her husband, so she called Grandpa's trusted subordinates and told them to let Ebenezer be the acting city lord. At that time, Grandpa's trusted subordinates didn't have much defense against his son-in-law, and thought that it would be okay to let him take over for a while. After the young lady gave birth to a child and recovered, she could inherit the position of city lord. No one, including my mother, expected that after Mom handed over the jurisdiction of Puncture City, she would never be able to walk out of the room again. Oh, Mom did walk out, and was dragged to a secret dungeon. Adai seemed a little stiff when retelling these contents, as if trying to stand in the perspective of an observer, but he couldn't hide the hatred between the lines. Then when did your mother realize Ebenezer's conspiracy? Shang Fifan patted his son's head, and absorbed some of his excessive negative energy. It's better for children not to be immersed in too much negative energy. Hate you should hate. Revenge should also be retaliated. But you can't immerse yourself in hatred from now on. There is nothing else but revenge. Dai raised his square little face, and asked his father Shang to wipe his tears and snot. Mom didn't say when. She only said that Ebenezer had set his sights on her from the beginning. The other party not only wanted the position of Puncture City Lord, but also wanted the accumulated wealth of my mother's Shermao tribe, and even more wanted the unique blood talent of my mother's Shermao tribe. Teleport? Yes. Adai nodded seriously. He wanted to steal Mom's blood talent. Mom also said that he had a way to plunder, saying that Grandpa's death was related to Ebenezer, and Ebenezer plundered Grandpa's blood talent. Grandpa was not too wary of him, and the other party was unintentional, so Grandpa didn't have time to use his talent before he was killed. Shang Fifan frowned. So Ebenezer can also teleport? Adai raised his little paw and gestured, a little bit. Mom said that this kind of talent that was forcibly plundered is very low, so Ebenezer wanted to trick Mom into willingly transferring her talent to him. Shang Fifan inexplicably thought of Lang Mu. Loren Milton wanted to steal Lang Mu's luck, but he also needed the other party to be willing. Dai added, Mom also said that Ebenezer is also a stone mandarin, but that branch can only turn the body into stone, and very few can manipulate stone. Moreover, as the blood weakens from generation to generation, it can't even turn the whole body into stone, let alone manipulate stone. It can only petrify part of the body. Shang Fifan's mind moved. Is it easier to plunder and transfer bloodline abilities among the same tribe? Mom said that's it. Adai nodded. Since Ebenezer wanted to trick your mother into transferring abilities, how did your mother know the other party's true face? Adai repeated the message her mother left him, Mom said that the bad guy lied to her that he was dying and acted very affectionate, saying that he wanted to live and die with her, but because he couldn't bear to part with the crystallization of the two of them, he wanted to leave something for the child. The bad guy said that he knew a way to extract bloodline abilities and transfer them to his cubs, and said that he would use this method to leave all his abilities to his children before he died. Dai's eyes were raised. Now he looked not stupid at all, but a little fierce. That bad guy told Mom the method. He did it on purpose. Shang Fifan was thinking, what a smart guy, he completely took advantage of Shirmayu's love for his son. But that bad guy didn't know that Mom also knew a method of blood inheritance. In fact, the reason why Mom's branch can still guarantee the strength of blood talent is not only because of her excellent qualifications, but also because of this blood inheritance method. Dai said heavily. Shang Fifan raised his eyebrows. So the light ball your mother left you is a unique inheritance skill of your family? Yes. Mom was suspicious of that bad guy at that time, because other stone macaques did not know this inheritance method, and the method, he said, was different from that of Mom's branch. But Mom did not really think that the other party murdered Grandpa. She pretended to wait until the child was born before leaving her own inheritance. But she began to secretly contact confidants, trying to find out what happened on the night Grandpa died. Mom had already begun to doubt the results of the investigation of that bad guy. But Mom found out that the servants who served Grandpa that night were not in the mansion, and she didn't know whether they were alive or dead. She wanted to contact the confidants left by Grandpa, but she couldn't contact them. However, in just 3 or 4 months, Grandpa's confidants died or disappeared for various reasons, and some went on a long journey and didn't know when they would come back. Mom wanted to let the people around her pass on messages and do things, but she found that the mansion had changed a group of servants and guards, and these people all found various reasons to stop the confidants around Mom. What's more frightening is that my mother found that there were fewer and fewer people around her, until all the servants who served her were replaced. Shang Fifan heard this and said with disdain, this scumbag doesn't even play his part to the end. He is so impatient. It won't be too late to cheat the inheritance light ball, and then move on to the old man in the city lord's mansion. Dai didn't know how to answer. Shang Fifan thought about it, and figured it out. Maybe the scumbag has found out that your mother has noticed something wrong and started to investigate him. He is guilty, and dare not let your mother open up the investigation. In addition, he has already started to eliminate the confidants left by the former city lord. He simply went all out, and cut off your mother's hands and feet to explore the outside world. I think that during that time, he must have found a lot of excuses, and kept instilling in your mother that she was in poor health and was going to die, so she should leave something for her son as soon as possible. He thought your mother could not escape from his palm, and thought your mother was a silly girl who was easy to deceive and coax. He was wary of her and looked down on her. Adai had never had contact with his parents, so he felt that his mother had been deceived. Later, my mother gave birth to me, but she did not immediately strip me of her innate abilities. She wanted to hold back that bad guy. Because my mother said that when I was born, I was a stone egg with a whirlwind mark on it. This is the characteristic of my grandfather and mother. Only children with this characteristic are qualified to inherit Puncture City, and have the possibility of awakening the blood talent of my mother's branch of the Stone Macaque tribe. This message was dictated by Shirmayu, specifically for her son. When she left this message, she didn't know whether her son could find and get this inheritance light ball, or even whether her son could survive. She just left herself a little hope, and left her last and best things to her children. Although this child has the blood of scum, he is also her child, and has inherited the characteristics of their branch. Mom was afraid that Ebenezer would murder me for the gift of teleportation, forcibly strip it from me, or trick me into teleporting. On the day I hatched, he asked the only remaining confidant to secretly send me to a distant place where no one knew my background. When Dai said this, he looked a little sad and a little relieved. It turned out that he was not abandoned. Mom sent him away just to let him survive. This was Mom's deepest love for him, and the only thing she could do for him at that time. Shang Fifan looked at Dai's expression like an old man, and couldn't help laughing. Dai didn't notice his father Shang's expression, and continued with red eyes. Mom said she didn't know whether the confidant could send me out, and didn't know whether the other party would listen to her instructions. She said she used all her vitality to bless me to survive. Tears rolled down Dai's eyes. Shang Fifan rubbed his son's square head, hugged him, and waited for the little guy to calm down. When the uncle sent me away, he was discovered by the bad guy's men. He finally broke through the siege and escaped. The bad guy also knew my mother's plan, and ran to my mother angrily to settle the score. My mother asked him if he targeted her and her family for the ability of teleportation and the power and wealth of Ping Shiching. The bad guy probably found that he couldn't lie anymore, so he admitted it and laughed at my mother's appearance, saying that if it wasn't for the things behind her, he wouldn't even look at her for a second. My mother acted very sad, but suddenly teleported and stabbed the bad guy. It was a pity that the bad guy was not stabbed to death on the spot. The other party could also teleport. Although his speed was not as fast as my mother's, and the distance was not as far as my mother's, he avoided the vital points, so that my mother's fatal knife became just a stab. Adai was really sorry, and sighed a little. The bad guy injured my mother, and sealed my mother's innate ability with a potion, and locked my mother in a dungeon, saying that he would release her when she transferred her innate ability to him. The bad guy also wanted to catch me to threaten my mother, but he couldn't find me, and the child he brought over couldn't deceive my mother. The bad guy tortured my mother in every way. This was Adai's own guess. Sure, Mingwei didn't describe how he was abused. After that, the bad guy saw that my mother was unwilling to transfer her innate ability, so he wanted to plunder it by force. When plundering, he found that my mother's innate ability had disappeared. The bad guy was furious, thinking that my mother had transferred her innate ability to me, and almost killed my mother on the spot. But in order to torture my mother, he deliberately did not kill her, but forgot her in the dungeon, wanting to catch me, and then bring me to kill for my mother. After a long silence, "Dad, I want revenge," Adai said seriously. His voice was light, but with unquestionable determination. Shang Fifan smiled. "Coincidentally, I just sent an appetizer to that scumbag. As for the main course, you decide." Adai's eyes lit up. "Dad, what is the appetizer? Can I send him the main course now? But I definitely can't beat that bad guy now, Dad. Can you help me control him? I will move him and throw him into the pile of undead corpses." Shang Fifan laughed, and threw the still little Adai. "Sure. Our family should repay kindness with kindness, and grievances with grievances. Especially revenge should not be delayed overnight." Adai hugged Shang Fifan's neck tightly, and finally showed a child's smile on his square face. After going through so much, he knew how lucky he was. Although he lost his biological mother, he got two fathers who loved him so much. At this moment, in the study of the mayor of Puncture City, Ebenezer Sure was tortured by endless nightmares. He didn't want to sleep, but he felt very sleepy, yawning constantly, and his eyelids would close together if he didn't pay attention. But every time he closed his eyes, he would see the dead former mayor, Sure Mingwei, and those who were killed by him, asking for his life one after another. Chapter 232. Shang Fifan was about to take Adai away from the statue square, when a reminder sounded in his head. It was Fu Xiangjuan, who was contacting him urgently. Shang Fifan opened the communication page to check. And Adai didn't notice until then that something was wrong with where he was. Is this a square in Puncture City? What is that statue? Why are he and his father standing in a blue halo? Boss, inside information. The owner of Tianqin Valley has just secretly issued an elite task for high-level players, offering a reward for high-level players to sneak attack Raphael Lungmu and take the stone ear from him. 12 high-level players have already accepted the task and are about to go there through the summoning skills of the players in Jimai City. It is estimated that they will arrive in Moyo Town in no time. This is just the first batch. The above information is sincere and favorable to hardware. Fuck. Shang Fifan's face turned black in an instant. Is this because he wants to get close to them and fails, so he turns to sneak attack? How can this Loren Milton be so mean? Doesn't he dare to confront them openly? And he hides himself behind the scenes, and only dares to let the players come. Adai keenly noticed the change in Shang Fifan's mood, and raised his little face. Shang, Dad? The plan has changed. Shang Fifan took a deep breath to suppress his anger. Let's go back to Moyo Town first. Although he is very confident in Lang Mu's strength, Shang Fifan feels irritated when he thinks of the immortality of players, and their willingness to sacrifice everything for the task rewards. This is a disgusting tactic of pure harassment. I can't beat you, but I will annoy you to death. If I can be lucky enough to kill Lang Mu, it will be a big profit. If I can't kill him, then the dead are all players. Anyway, as a player, you can be a hero again after 3 days, by spending some materials and energy. It seems that you have to kill Loren Milton first before you kill anyone, otherwise the two of them may not be able to do anything with peace of mind. Originally, they wanted to go to Tianqin Valley to cause trouble, but they had to pass through the Blackwater Wasteland on the way, so they thought about choosing a development base for the Lang family first. It happened that they encountered a large number of undead corpses, so they could only spare some time to deal with the magma eruption in the Blackwater wasteland. But now Shang Fifan doesn't want to wait anymore. Loren Milton is a bitch, and must be dealt with first. Dad, is there something wrong with Moyo Town or AMU's father? Adai stood up anxiously. Nothing has happened yet, but it will soon. Shang Fifan made a quick decision in his mind. Lang Mu can protect himself, but if the players go crazy, they are afraid that it will affect the innocent people of Moyo Town. After all, in the eyes of players, those are yellow-named NPCs and can fight. Son, let's go back to Moyo Town to support your father Lang Mu and him. Okay. Adai did not hesitate. Compared to revenge, he cares more about his two fathers and the people who are still alive and good to him. And his father has already told him what the appetizer that bad guy enjoys is. Instead of running to kill him now, it is better to let him enjoy for a few more days. Don't rush to deal with that Ebenezer. Shang Fifan sneered. Believe me, he is definitely more uncomfortable alive than dead now. Unable to get enough sleep, he will have nightmares as soon as he falls asleep. No matter how powerful a person is, he can't stand such torture. Well, Adai doesn't want the other party to die too easily. Thinking about how his mother has suffered for so many years. He can't think about it anymore, and Adai shook his head vigorously. Shang Fifan asked Adai to stay in the statue square, and told him not to walk out of the blue light circle. Then he came out of the statue square, and used the invisibility props to walk out of the study in front of the city lord Puncture, who was dozing and having a nightmare. Shang Fifan came to the sewer, and found the level 8 undead corpse. He patted its shoulder and said, "You follow us?" The level 8 undead corpse can't speak, and can't understand too complicated things. It only knows that it has received an order to follow the leader. Shang Fifan directly sent a voice to Adai in the statue square, asking him how heavy and how big the dead things can be transferred with him now. Adai didn't have a clear answer either. He only knew that his innate ability had become stronger. But he didn't know how much stronger it was. Shang Fifan took Adai out and wrapped him with dark energy. Smelling the breath of the living, the level 8 undead corpse that had just raised its head became quiet again. Shang Fifan pointed at the level 8 undead corpse. "Can you teleport with it and your dad?" Adai stared at the undead corpse for a long time, as if he was trying to gauge its strength. "It's a dead thing, not very big. Should it be possible to take it with you?" Adai, who was not sure, did not dare to give a full stop guarantee. "Try it. Just give it a try." Adai moved his little paws, stood up a little excitedly, and asked his father Shang to grab the level 8 undead corpse. He nestled in his father's arms, and began to activate his innate ability. The blue-black lines on Adai's forehead flowed faster and faster. "Dad, hold on tight." But in a blink of an eye, the two people and the corpse were already standing on the main road outside Moyo Town. This teleportation was faster than any previous one, and reached the destination in one go. "Good boy." Shang Fifan rubbed Adai's head in surprise. "You have made great progress." Adai proudly puffed up his chest. The people in charge of the alert in Moyo Town also found them. Shang Fifan signaled the level 8 undead corpses to enter Moyo Mountain first, and they were not allowed to come out without his order, and then he took Adai into Moyo Town. Half a day later, a large hot air balloon flew in from outside Moyo Town. The militia captain waved his hand without hesitation. "Shoot them down. Force them to fall into Moyo Mountain." In the sky, the players who were looking down with telescopes always felt that they seemed to have seen something extraordinary. Fuck. How come there are so many people in this mountain? Is someone going to attack Moyo Town? Let me see. This is Moyo Town? The target person is here? Wait. Is that really a warrior? Why do I look at it? Looks like a zombie, right? Ahaha. How can there be zombies in this world? Isn't our game a healthy game about orcs building infrastructure and fighting for power for Tian Can? What's unhealthy about zombie games? Stop making noise. The NPCs below are shooting at us. Open the defense. Get ready to attack. Attacking the townspeople? Are you crazy? Our mission is to launch a sneak attack, and our target is Raphael Longmu, not to attack someone else's town. We were attacked first. Let's land first, and then find a chance to sneak into this town. Damn this broken map. We have to find the target person ourselves, and they won't give us detailed coordinates. This is an elite level mission that rewards a space backpack. It would be strange if it was easy to do. Longmu, who was hiding in the dark, saw that the militiamen's bows and arrows could not shoot down the hot air balloon, and raised his bone staff. After the spell, the originally strong hot air balloon suddenly deflated. The huge hot air balloon and the big basket below fell into the Moyo Mountain. Ah! Crash. Emergency. Put down the life-saving mat. What a bullshit life-saving mat. The gravity-playing hero, hurry up and take action. I don't want to be unable to go online for 3 days because of falling to death. Fuck. We are going to fall into a pile of zombies. Why is this mission so difficult? This is not elite level, this is simply the beginning of hell. Boom. The hot air balloon fell into the Moyo Mountain and hit the numbly standing undead below. Shang Fifan ordered, go. Snacks are coming. The level 8 undead corpse did not move, but the undead corpses around the hot air balloon moved together, looking at the big basket from which the breath of living creatures came. The players who finally survived the falling balloon saw that they were surrounded by a large group of zombies preparing to eat as soon as they showed their heads. The 12 high-level players are elites in the player rankings, and they won't die from a fall of more than 50 meters. Some people were injured, so they quickly took out the potion and poured it into their mouths. Get ready for battle. The leader looked serious. Strangely, the undead corpses didn't have a strong desire to eat when they saw these players. They even just surrounded the players and didn't pounce on them immediately. Shang Fifan was feeling strange and suddenly thought of something Ah Dai had told him. The players had a corpse odor. This is also the reason why the villagers of Xinjiang suspected that the players were related to the undead corpses. This is probably one of the biggest advantages of the players. The undead corpses regard the players as their own kind and will not attack the players easily. Shang Fifan raised his left hand, and the dark energy surged towards the group of undead corpses, and ordered with mental power, attack! Don't let any of them go. The undead corpses finally obeyed Shang Fifan's orders, and rushed towards the players one by one as if they were alive. After a fierce battle, the number of surviving players was reduced by 2/3, and only 4 people escaped the encirclement of the undead corpses. These 4 people all have their own secret weapons or special abilities. They fled separately and disappeared as soon as they fled, making it difficult for Shang Fifan, who was monitoring the battle situation, to send undead corpses to chase and kill them. For the time being, the whereabouts of the 4 players could not be found. Do you need help marking the coordinates of the red-named players? 1 contribution point per hour. The system suddenly appeared. Open! The 4 players who escaped did not know that their coordinates had been exposed by another game system, and were using the team function to quickly gather. Only 4 of us? We can't give up now, can we? Of course not. The leader of the surviving players clapped his hands. Remember, our mission target is Raphael Lungmu. Everything else is secondary. Our next focus is to find a way to sneak into Moyo Town and find the target. It is said that the opponent is extremely powerful, and it is recommended to use the kite tactic to grind the opponent to death. At the same time, in order to avoid alerting the Moyo Town residents and his helpers, it is best to lure him out alone. Even our Valley Master is not his opponent. Can the 4 of us beat him? The one who tied with our Valley Master was not Raphael Lungmu, but that Aries Shang. Didn't our Valley Master want to poach Aries Shang's corner, so Aries Shang and him fought? That corner is Raphael Lungmu, right? TSK, this is what it means to love someone, but cannot get him her, and would rather destroy him her than leave him her to his her love rival. Hey, don't make our Valley Master sound like a vicious supporting character, okay? Then what are we? The lackeys of the vicious supporting character? Space backpack. The leader reminded faintly. The other 3 came back to their senses. Yes, it's just a game, so why make a big deal out of it? The most important thing now is to get the backpack. The leader began to give tactical instructions again. If it doesn't work, lead him her here and let these zombies deal with him her. We can hide and take advantage of him. That's also a method. Everyone followed suit, then try to lead people here. Or we can lead these zombies to attack the target. Are we going to lead the zombies into the town? That's not good, it makes us look more like a vicious supporting character. Maybe these zombies are raised by the people of Moyo Town? How is that possible? Would you raise a group of zombies that only drool at living things at your doorstep? This is a game world, who knows? Maybe the townspeople in Moyo have already started to turn into zombies. One person's eyes lit up. Do you think we have entered an important node? Will this Moyo Town become a copy in the future? Don't you think it is very likely? For some reason, the townspeople in the whole town have mysteriously turned into zombies. We will fight the zombies first, and then explore the origin of the townspeople's zombies, and the zombies in the mountains outside the town, and help the townspeople return to normal. In fact, no matter how we save and help, this town will be turned into zombies, and the reason and the real culprit is Raphael Lungmu, who has stone ears. Wow, it makes sense right away. This is probably the legendary dungeon background. It's really possible. The team leader suddenly raised his hand and poked the player who was talking next to him. What? The dungeon is open. Finally, there is a place to level up, get equipment, and skill books. It's so damn hard to level up and learn skills in this crappy game. If it weren't for the hologram, I wouldn't have, The team leader poked another player again. Why are you poking me? The 3-day death penalty should really be cancelled. Otherwise, we would open a new dungeon with full players now, and maybe we could clear it in one go if we're lucky. The rewards for clearing it for the first time are very generous. Damn! The 4 players turned their heads together. A very thin one-eyed undead corpse wearing tattered armor stood behind them. The black eye sockets without eyeballs stared at them, and no one knew how long it had been standing behind them. The 4 players subconsciously ran away. That's the one! The team leader reacted the fastest, shouting, "Let's go together and kill it!" The 4 players stopped running and surrounded the weird one-eyed undead. Why do I feel that this zombie brother is very much like a master? The player brother was not wrong, and gave them the answer 1 minute later. The remaining 4 players were all killed. The level 8 undead sniffed the 4 corpses and refused to eat. It only eats living flesh and blood, not dead ones. Even if the 4 corpses are still rich in energy, it doesn't want them. The first battle between Moyo Town and the players ended here. In the first battle, the players were completely defeated. Through the player's notebook system, although thousands of miles away, Tionkin Valley Master still received the latest news quickly. Although he didn't really expect that a group of 12 players, who were not even level 5, could kill Raphael Longmu and get the stone ear, seeing that they died so quickly, Tionkin Valley Master still felt that these players were a bit useless. Maybe the death penalty time should be reduced. If possible, Tionkin Valley Master didn't want to delay the players' resurrection at all. He wished that the players could get up immediately after they died. However, death in the game will make the game system judge that the player must go offline. This is to protect the player's brain and prevent the player from really thinking that he is dead, and then the brain also thinks that he is really dead. So once there is death damage, the player has not actually realized it, and the game system has already thought that the player is dead and should go offline. Once the player goes offline, it takes more energy to contact his player body again. If the player's body is still damaged, it takes a lot of energy and materials to repair and regenerate that body. The 3-day death penalty is already the minimum standard he has set after bargaining with the system. In other words, if the player dies and goes offline, it takes 3 days to accumulate mental power before he can connect to the game system again. Similarly, it takes 3 days for the player's new body to be regenerated. Is it a coincidence or a deliberate arrangement for the player to encounter an undead corpse? The owner of Tionkin Valley was originally a member of Eidos, and he thought about it for a long time. Whether it is a coincidence or a deliberate arrangement, the owner of Tionkin Valley suddenly showed a beautiful smile. A new task was immediately issued. Task content: in order for all orcs in the world to live a stable life and not fall into a new dark era, please investigate the reasons for the appearance of tens of thousands of undead corpses near Moyo Town, and at the same time investigate whether the appearance of undead corpses is related to Raphael Longmu and Aries Shang. If you find any evidence, please contact the Gossip newspaper immediately and publish this news. In addition to this task, the previous task of using Raphael Longmu as a boss will continue. Chapter 233. Shang Fifan was talking to Lang Mu, mainly talking about Ah Dai's life experience. Lang Mu hugged Ah Dai and subconsciously stroked his back. He liked Ah Dai very much, and now he felt pity for Ah Dai after hearing about his miserable life experience. Ah Dai buried his head in Lang Mu's arms. Woo Dad. Shang Fifan, did he absorb too much negative energy from this kid? This kid was obviously crying fake tears, but when it came to Shermengwe, Ah Dai was really sad. Although he had never seen the mother who gave birth to him, he still felt the love she had for him. His mother was really deceived by the bad guys. He hated that big bad guy. The light ball appeared, signaling Shang Fifan to check the system. The system was slightly updated again. Now as long as there are tasks about Shang and Lang, it will be received immediately. Looking at the latest task notifications on the player system forwarded by the light ball, Shang Fifan sneered. Lang Mu looked at him and asked, "What?" Shang Fifan directly relayed the task content to Lang Mu. Is Loren Milton trying to make you and me the villains? He not only wants the players to deal with us, but also wants to push us to the opposite side of the entire works? Lang Mu immediately came to his senses. Shang Fifan, don't doubt the bottom line of scum. If they were not on guard and Loren Milton's conspiracy really succeeded, not to mention all the orcs in the orc continent, even if he and Lang Mu had reached the level of magic gods, they would be exhausted to death by the immortal characteristics of the players. At that time, they would not be able to do anything, and would only entangle with the players. Dai lay in Lang Mu's arms and asked curiously, "Dad, who is Loren Milton?" The little guy didn't notice that a ball of light was floating just above his head. "A scumbag. The one who cheated your father Mu of the treasure, and almost killed him," Shang Fifan said first. Lang Mu, Dai was angry and stood up and waved his claws. "Dad, kill him. That's for sure." Shang Fifan pinched Dai's little claws. "Son, run with your father again. We can't be beaten passively like this." "Okay. Where to?" "Places I haven't been to, I might." "It's a place you've been to, Tianqin Valley." "Are we going back to Tianqin Village?" Dai was excited. He wished he could help his two fathers. He also had a strong urge to return home in glory. "Look, how well I am living with my two fathers now. I, Dai, am also loved and treated as a treasure." Shang Fifan was happy. The little guy's expression was too easy to understand. "Do you remember the number 1 camp I took you to? It's the gathering place of the Tianqin orcs outside the Tianqin Valley after you came out of Tianqin Village. You said they smelled like corpses. Remember? Let's go there." Dai was about to agree, but hesitated a little. "Dad, I don't know if I can teleport there in one go." "It's okay, go wherever you can, I show you the map." Lang Mu saw that the father and son had made a decision, and hesitated. He also wanted to go with Shang Fifan to meet Loren Milton and end this feud as soon as possible. But the magma issue had to be resolved as soon as possible, and there was also the issue of the Lang family's site selection. Shang Fifan's eyes met Lang Mu's. He didn't want to separate from Amu either, but what he said was, "Time is urgent. Let's split up first. Amu, you stay and explore the Blackwater Wasteland where it is suitable to be used as a drainage pool and drainage channel for magma. Once you are sure, I can order those undead corpses to dig. Here, I will take a Dai to cause some trouble over there to divert their attention. As for the battlefield, of course, it should be put in the enemy's home." Lang Mu knew that Shang Fifan wanted to retaliate immediately. This guy was very vindictive, and could not bear the slightest loss. He would not wait until the next day to take revenge. If you want to make Lao Shang suffer, it depends on who it is. Even if it was him, Lao Shang seemed to give in to him in everything, but in fact he was still. Serious business. They were talking about serious business now. Lang Mu blushed and shook off the mess from his mind. Shang Fifan suddenly scratched his palm. Lang Mu, Dai looked at the two fathers, and put his square head on the palm of his father Mu's hand. Lang Mu's attention was diverted, and he gently rubbed Dai's square head with love. Shang Fifan stared at a little idiot. "Dai, what's wrong with you feeling a little cold? It's time to go without further delay." Shang Fifan grabbed Dai. Lang Mu nodded and stood up. The two agreed that Lang Mu would explain the situation to the mayor, and Shang Fifan would take Dai with him. No, it was Dai who took his father's Shang and teleported away on the spot. Before that, Shang Fifan specifically asked the light ball whether the undead corpse could be put into the statue square. The light ball seemed to have predicted that Shang Fifan would do this, and answered in seconds, "Please put it in the designated location." Shang Fifan did not intentionally cause trouble. He sensed that the open space farthest from the statue was surrounded by blue light, and immediately entered Moyo Mountain, and put all the undead corpses hidden in Moyo Mountain into the square, including the level 8 undead corpse. Didn't Loren Milton send players to investigate the undead? He took all the undead away, and he wanted to see what the players could find out. Oh, he still left some clues for the players. If there are really good players, who are good at investigation, they may be able to find Puncture City by following the clues. Puncture City is too close to the outside world, so players should go there to liven them up and help them advance their tasks. He is really a good man. On the way, Dai only rested once. Dai was impressed by Tianqin Village, and didn't consider that he would go in the wrong direction. When Shang Fifan landed at the transfer point, he looked around carefully and found that it looked a little familiar. This place seems to be close to Moro City, but it is still hundreds of miles away from Moro City. Shang Fifan saw the familiar village, and remembered that he started his career as a herbalist here. Herbalists and pharmacists are different. According to the technical classification of the orc world, herbalists are only the most basic pharmacists, that is, they can only perform preliminary processing on some herbs and items that can be used as medicine, and then make them into plasters, medicinal soups, and powders. Pharmacists are more sophisticated and scientific. According to Shang Fifan's understanding, they have evolved to chemical molecular extraction, and can make the essence of medicinal materials. After various combinations, they can be developed into better and more magical medicines. Why not refine them into pills and tablets? Maybe they think that liquids are easier to absorb? The medicinal properties and efficacy can also be maintained at the best. Xiang Fifan has also been exposed to a little pharmacy now. He has a subtle feeling that liquid medicines may be more suitable for the deepening of mental power. And pharmacists do need good mental power to assist when making medicines. Without further ado, Xiang Fifan gave Dai a potion to restore his health, and asked him if he was hungry or thirsty. Dai felt that he had not used much energy, but his father Xiang insisted that he drink, so he drank it. Anyway, in his father Xiang's words, their family could afford it. Teleported again, this time directly to Tianqin Valley. It's a pity that Master Zhe couldn't come with us this time. Xiang Fifan saw a big crabworm in the woods inside. Dad, are you going to use those undead corpses to deal with the bad guys and his thugs who deceived Dad? Dai suddenly asked. Xiang Fifan lowered his head. Yes. Dai was a little worried, and said hesitantly, Dad, can you make those undead corpses not hurt the people in the village? Xiang Fifan smiled. Of course. But we need to say hello to the people in the village first, and ask them not to leave the village for the time being. And the crabworms and other creatures here. Dai added. Xiang Fifan slapped his son. What do you think of your dad? Okay, I know your dad. Soon, Dai's goal of returning home in glory was perfectly achieved. His father took him into Tianqin village. In fact, as soon as they appeared in the woods, someone discovered them. The giant insects here have a good relationship with the villagers of Tianqin village, which is equivalent to the first line of defense in Tianqin village. The giant insects first discovered the two, and quickly notified the villagers on defense. One of the defending villagers was the scaly orc, who sent Xiang Fifan and the others away. When the other party saw Xiang Fifan and Dai, he was stunned for 2 seconds and exclaimed, Dai? Norman brothers? Dai's square head is too obvious, coupled with his iconic silly look. Although Dai is very different from when he left the village, the scaly orc still recognized him. Dai raised his little paw. Why are you back again? The scaly orc came over with a sickle. Could it be that this repairman named Norman doesn't want Dai anymore? The scaly orc saw Dai's current appearance, the small clothes he was wearing, and the accessories he was wearing, and swallowed the words that slipped to his lips. Brother, long time no see. I just happened to pass by here to do something. Dai missed you, so I brought him over to visit the villagers. Xiang Fifan smiled. The scaly orc also laughed. It seems that Dai is doing well. Did you bring him with you? Well, my wife likes him very much, and now Dai is the child of me and my wife. Xiang Fifan replied calmly. Dai proudly puffed up his chest. See? My little clothes were made by my great-grandmother. Now not only the scaly beastman, but also another strong beastman with a strange face smiled. Dai is so lucky. Dai is considered a native of the village. Xiang Fifan has also made useful tools for the village. Thinking of Xiang Fifan's identity as a repairman, the scaly beastman enthusiastically brought the big and small into the village, and kept asking Dai how he was doing outside. Asking a child how he was doing outside in front of his adoptive father was a bit too straightforward. But Xiang Fifan didn't care. Although he didn't always bring Dai with him, and didn't raise him carefully, he thought he was treating Dai well. Dai originally came back with the intention of showing off. Not only did he change into the new clothes made by his great-grandmother before he set off, he also wore various alchemical props given by his father. On the surface, these alchemical items are just accessories. At this moment, the scaly beastman asked him how he was doing, and he didn't say much. He just said very reservedly that he ate meat every day and went to school, and the people in the town treated him very well. The scaly beastman was very happy for the little guy. There were also some little guys in their village, who were lucky enough to be taken away, but because these little guys basically would never come back, they didn't know how the taken away cubs were doing. Dai was the only cub who was taken away and came back in recent years. In fact, there was no need to ask too much. Just looking at the little cub's plump and smooth fur, you can know that he is doing very well. The most important thing is that Dai and his repairman father are very close, and anyone with eyes can see it. The little guy is obviously very attached to him, and likes his repairman father very much. His whole body is full of dependence and trust. This kind of affection from the heart cannot be deceived or faked. The repairman was also used to holding Dai, and his expression was casual and natural, just like his own child. They, the orcs, don't like to hold cubs all the time. As long as the cubs can stand up, walk and run, most adults will not hold them. The scaly orcs even thought, this little Adai has been raised a little pampered, and he needs to tell his repairman father, and they, the orcs, need to be rough with him. Adai jumped onto his father's shoulder and swaggered, he thought, into Tionkin village. It was still broad daylight, and it was early winter, so the villagers didn't have to work on the fields. Many people were repairing houses and equipment before the ice froze. Many villagers saw the arrival of Adai and Shang Fifan. The adults were fine, and the children followed them all the way. There were too few strangers in the village, and the cubs were particularly curious. Hearing the cubs' cries and curious inquiries, Adai raised his square head high and looked at the cubs with disdain. A bunch of scum, now they can only look up to me. Adai also has a grudge. These cubs have bullied him, and he remembers it. Although he won't retaliate against them, he can be greedy for these enemies. Adai calmly raised a paw and swept it across the front leg of another bracelet. Adai took out a piece of candy and slowly put it into his mouth. Oops. The candy is too small and can't spread its flavor. It's a wrong choice. But the candy is really delicious. Adai smacked the candy, reluctant to swallow it immediately. The group of cubs following him were so curious. Who is this square-headed cub? Why do they seem to know each other, but not know each other? What are these two doing in the village? And why does the clothes on the square-headed cub look so good? He has fur on his body, but he wears fur clothes. And what did he eat just now? It looks delicious. Who are you? Why did you come to our village? One of the cubs couldn't help asking. Adai didn't answer, and let the cubs chase him and his father. The adult beastmen who saw the scene said, Adai swallowed the candy. In order to show off, he could only swallow it with pain without savoring it. His little paws shook, and this time he took out a big chicken leg. It's a pity that the space bracelet made by his father can't keep warm. Otherwise it would be so fragrant when it was just made, but it's okay now. Anyway, most of them orcs have excellent sense of smell. Adai sat on his father's shoulder, holding the big chicken leg with his two little paws, and bit it. Shang Fifan didn't know that he had made a profit by performing a food show, and just thought that the little guy was hungry after teleporting for such a long distance, so he just turned his head and glanced at him. Don't get oil on me. Adai nodded, secretly pulled out a small bib that his grandmother had sewn, put the chicken leg back into the space bracelet, tied the small bib on himself first, and then took out the big chicken leg and continued to chew. The little cubs who ran after him. Saliva is dripping. This square head is eating so deliciously. Look at that expression, intoxicated. He took out another bottle of milk. Is that milk? They all smelled a particularly strong milky aroma, and it was sweet. Adai raised his head and gulped down the milk in a very bold manner, and a circle of milk beards formed on his lips. Shang Fifan came to his senses. Son, you are acting a little too much. Puff, a villager on the roadside laughed. Hey! Is this Adai? Is that tall orc the repairman who came last time? A repairman is here? That's great. I just have something I can't fix myself. The repairman brought Adai back? Could it be? No. Look at Adai's bastard look. He has a rich dad, and he's here to show off on purpose. Adult beastmen can see it. When the cubs heard that the square head was the skinny little fool with alopecia back then, they were all shocked. This is Adai? How is it possible? Adai was not satisfied with eating a big chicken leg, and dragged out a piece of milk cake made by his great-grandmother. This is his favorite recently. It is so fragrant and delicious. He wants to savor this milk cake slowly. The cubs who ran after him. Adai actually has so many delicious things? Wow. Dad and Mom, I also want to eat meat, drink milk, and eat cakes. Grab him. One of the biggest cubs jumped up. Adai's figure flashed, and the big cub pounced on nothing. Shang Fifan grabbed the skin of the big cub's neck. The big cub was pinched in the vitals, and his limbs shrank, and he could only shout, "Put me down." Shang Fifan threw it casually. The big cub rolled on the ground and stood up steadily, pretending to pounce again. Ouch! The big cub suddenly screamed. A little cub next to him shouted, Damao, there's a piece of hair missing from your head. Adai reappeared on his father Shang's shoulder, baring his teeth at the cubs on the ground. I'm so powerful now. He also threatened by shaking the hair in his little paw. Come on, I pluck out all your hair. Adai blew. A few hairs fell slowly. The big cub, wow! You dare to pluck my hair, I fight you. A bunch of villagers. Oh my god, little Adai seems to have awakened an incredible ability. Wait, didn't you notice where Adai got all the food from? It can't be what we guessed, right? Impossible. If it was that thing, how could it be worn by a little cub? But the village chief heard the noise and walked out of the house. You? The village chief was also very surprised to see Shang Fifan. He thought that this person would never come back after he left last time. Shang Fifan ignored A Dai, who ran to play with the cubs, fighting together, raised his hand and greeted the village chief. Brother village chief, I won't say any more polite words. I happened to get some important news when I passed by here. A Dai thought of you, so I came to tell you. The village chief heard it and immediately said, Please come in, let's talk inside. Chapter 234. The lights in player number 1's camp were bright, and players were coming and going. Some were repairing equipment, some were trading supplies, and some were sitting around the campfire bragging about today's achievements. They didn't realize that death was about to come. Outside the camp, a warrior player named Iron Shield was leaning against the fence smoking, and suddenly, he heard a strange sound of footsteps. What the hell is going on? He frowned and turned his head, and the next second, his pupil shrank suddenly. Fuck. Zombies? Enemy attack. Zombies are attacking the city. However, it was too late. An undead corpse with festering bodies rushed over, and its rotten claws directly tore open his throat, and blood spurted. Iron Shield didn't even have time to draw his sword before the second undead corpse bit off his arm. Aw. Fuck. What's going on? The mage said, I burn you to death. As soon as he raised his staff, he was pounced on by 3 undead corpses, and their rotten teeth bit his flesh fiercely. Quickly form a formation. Shield guards go up. The archers pulled their bows and shot arrows frantically, but the arrows shot through the chests of the undead corpses, but they felt no pain and continued to rush forward. Healing. Where's the healing? Here it comes. Holy light like liquid. He tried his best to perform healing, but a player's head had been torn off by the undead corpse, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Hey, did you hear any sound? The Iron Fortress, who was on night watch, put down the wine jug in his hand and pricked up his ears alertly. His special ability is Metal Skin, and at this moment his whole body is glowing with a dark luster. Before he finished speaking, the ground suddenly shook violently. Dozens of rotten arms broke out of the ground and instantly grabbed his ankles. Enemy attack. As soon as he shouted, he was dragged underground. Then, dense undead corpses came from all directions like a tide. The camp was in chaos. Ice barrier. The ice-type mutant polar storm pressed his hands on the ground, and a 3-meter-high ice wall rose instantly. But the next second, a level 6 undead corpse flashed from the shadows, and his dry palm directly penetrated the ice wall and grabbed his neck. Crack. With a crisp sound, Polar Storm's head drooped softly. The whole camp fell into complete chaos. The players were panicked, some tried to fight back, and some ran away directly, but there were undead corpses everywhere. They crawled out of the ground, jumped down from the trees, and even drilled out from the shadows of the players. Enter the castle. Fire. Hurry up and use the cannon to bombard. The players were running wildly towards the castle standing to the north of the camp. Boom, boom, boom. The cannons installed on the castle began to work, aiming at the undead corpses running around in the camp. The players who had not yet escaped into the castle cursed, "Who fired the cannon? My parents haven't even entered the door yet. Are you guys going to fire at us too? Sorry, brother. I can't take care of you at this time. See you in 3 days? Fuck." In the center of the camp, in the Valley Master's elegant residence, Tionkin Valley Master Loren Milton was drinking tea elegantly when he heard screams and cannon bombardments coming from outside. Huh? He frowned slightly and was about to go out to check when the door was suddenly pushed open. A bloody player Shadow Blade, who was also one of his guards, stumbled in. Valley Master. Zombies. Countless zombies are attacking. Loren Milton's pupil shrank. Zombies? What zombies? Before he finished speaking, the window of Yaju was shattered. An extremely skinny undead corpse wearing tattered armor fell from the sky, with black eye sockets and a shriveled eyeball staring directly at the master of Tionkin Valley. What is this? Loren Milton reacted instantly. The hateful undead corpse was too close, and he didn't have time to draw out his staff. A cold light flashed in his sleeve, and a silver dagger had already stabbed at the undead corpse's brow. Dang! The undead corpse's head tilted back slightly, and the dagger only left a shallow scratch on its dry skin. It can't even break the defense? The strength of this undead corpse. Loren Milton was shocked. The next second, the level 8 undead corpse suddenly raised his hand, and the dry fingers stabbed at his throat like a sharp blade. Loren Milton dodged and barely avoided it, but his skin was still cut by the fingertips, and blood oozed out. Fortunately, Loren Milton was finally able to distance himself and took out his staff. Fire explosion. A huge fireball was shot out. The undead corpse did not dodge or avoid, allowing the fireball to explode in his chest. But it just shook its body and continued to approach. There was no damage on its body, only the armor looked a little more broken. Such terrible defense? Loren Milton's face changed. He retreated quickly and waved his staff at the same time. Frost seal. The extremely cold ice ring burst out, and the ground froze instantly. The legs of the undead corpse were frozen, but the upper body was still leaning forward, and the rotten arms stretched out suddenly, almost grabbing Loren Milton's robe. Damn it! Loren Milton's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He activated his staff again. Thunder of heavenly punishment. A bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket fell from the sky, but was dodged by the undead. With a loud bang, a 3-meter-deep pit was blown out of the ground. The smoke and dust dispersed, and the undead rushed towards him again. Loren Milton quickly raised his staff, and a silver light curtain suddenly unfolded. Light binding? Countless silver threads sprang out from the ground, instantly entangled the undead's limbs, trying to imprison it. However, the undead just tilted his head slightly, and his bones cracked all over his body, and he actually broke the bondage. It's just a pity that his light magic is SOSO, and he is best at spiritual magic. But what kind of mental power does the undead have to control him? The other party doesn't even have a soul. Loren Milton had to grit his teeth and cast the light magic he was not good at again, and a silver light ball condensed at the front of the staff. Holy light destruction. The light ball burst out and hit the undead's chest directly. Boom! The shock wave of the explosion shattered most of the elegant house, and smoke and dust filled the air. Loren Milton panted slightly, but suddenly realized something was wrong. A black shadow slowly walked out of the smoke and dust. A big hole was blown out of the chest of the level 8 undead corpse, but it still stood, its head slowly raised, and its dark eye sockets seemed to laugh at his powerlessness. How is it possible that even the holy light destruction can't kill it? Loren Milton's pupils contracted. If he was right, the level of this undead corpse might have exceeded level 7 and reached level 8, which is the realm of the sage. This is the same realm as he used to be, and he has only recovered to the peak of level 7 now, and there is still a gap from the sage. Just give him a little more time. Originally, according to his calculations, he should have recovered to the sage realm long ago, but because of the fight with Aries Shang, he didn't know what conspiracy he was hit by, which caused his injuries to be unable to heal completely, and this injury also greatly delayed his recovery progress. Damn Aries Shang! Loren Milton hated the male orc for a moment. Unfortunately, the undead corpse did not give him too much time to think, and rushed over suddenly, so fast that it almost turned into an afterimage. Loren Milton hastily blocked, but its claws slashed across his arm like a blade, and blood splattered. Ah! He gritted his teeth and endured the pain, and the staff burst out with a strong light again. Thousands of phantoms. In an instant, dozens of Loren Milton's clones appeared on the battlefield, and it was difficult to tell the real from the fake. The undead corpse stopped, as if judging which one was the real one. Hee, dead things are dead things after all. Loren Milton sneered, and his real body quietly went behind the undead corpse, and a holy light dagger appeared and stabbed its back neck. However, click! The undead corpse's head suddenly turned 180 degrees, and the dry palm accurately clasped his wrist. Shang Feifan in the dark sneered, "The undead corpse is not looking with its eyes." Using phantom clones to deal with undead corpses is probably one of the most useless magic. How could it be? Loren Milton's pupils shrank suddenly. The next second, the undead corpse exerted force suddenly. Crack! A crisp bone-breaking sound was heard, and Loren Milton's wrist was directly crushed. Ugh! Loren Milton forced himself to hold back the desire to scream in pain, and his body quickly got rid of it, but the undead corpse's other hand had already grabbed his throat and slowly lifted him up. Hurry up and save the Valley Master! The player shouted outside. A group of players rushed towards Yaju in a mess. No, there are too many zombies. How can there be so many? What happened to the Valley Master? I don't want the Valley Master to die. Ah, my beautiful Valley Master, I'm here to save you. All zombies get out of here. Boom. Fuck. Who is bombing the Valley Master Yaju with a cannon? Is he crazy? Inside Yaju. No. Impossible. How could I? His face flushed, and despair finally appeared in his eyes. Just when the undead corpse was about to crush the throat of the Valley Master Tiancan, a silver light exploded from the top of the staff, and Loren Milton's figure disappeared from the hands of the undead corpse. Not disappeared, but exploded into pieces. The 8th level undead corpse reacted quickly. At the moment when the silver light exploded, it instinctively threw Loren Milton out. The 8th level undead corpse suffered a little injury. But Loren Milton also escaped. TSK slippery. Shang Feifan, who was observing in secret, was also very sure that Loren Milton was not dead. Loren Milton was indeed not dead. Since he was injured in the last fight with Aries Shang, he hid his original body, focusing on healing and restoring his realm. It was his clone who was active outside on weekdays. That was also his last clone. But now this last clone was also destroyed. On the bright side, he also managed to escape. But Loren Milton still hated them. Aries Shang. Raphael Langmu. It must be them. This must be their revenge. But how could they come so quickly? Also, what is the relationship between these undead and those two? Could it be that one of them could really control the undead, and control so many, even the undead at the level of the Mage Saint? Loren Milton was jealous. His game players consumed so much of his energy and time, but it has not yet formed a real scale. Well, now it's almost time to use it. But he hasn't let the players show their power yet, and someone has manipulated tens of thousands of undead corpses to trouble him. The immortal players against the undead corpses that can't be killed and have no consciousness. This is really a match made in heaven. Loren Milton is so angry. Why? Why does he always encounter troubles that give him a headache when his great cause is about to begin? Has his luck started to get bad? When Loren Milton thought of luck, his face changed slightly. He thought of a possibility. Raphael Langmu. Could it be? No, it's impossible. He was sure that Langmu had died a long time ago, and died very thoroughly. And Langmu's luck had been almost taken away by him. With such bad luck, he couldn't survive at all, and he couldn't live smoothly. That is, he met the son of luck in this Orc continent? Who is it? Aries Shang? Or Raphael Langmu? Loren Milton even laughed uncontrollably. Could it be that a person named Langmu must be the son of luck? The handsome man stood still, with a fierce and determined light in his eyes. No matter who is the son of luck among the two, and no matter whether there is a son of luck on this continent, no one can stop his path to becoming a god, and don't think that someone can use luck to suppress him. If his luck is not as good as the other party, then he will take it away. The road is made by people. Luck can also be plundered. There has never been a destiny that remains unchanged. He only believes that man can conquer nature. If he wants to become a god, he will definitely become a god. Outside the number 1 player camp, Shang Feifan was drawing a huge spell array. The spell array that placed the entire number 1 player camp in the sacrifice position. In the name of darkness, I curse the Tionkin Valley Master Loren Milton. All beings that share the dark energy accept my sacrifice, and respond to my call. I curse Loren Milton to have everything go against his wishes within a year. 1 year is enough for him to completely deal with Loren Milton. This is also the limit time he gave himself. He will never let Loren Milton live for more than a year. Passing by the already built Valley Master Castle, Shang Feifan threw another curse. It's so cold, and so many cannons have just been fired. I think the newly built Valley Master Castle will collapse due to heat expansion and cold contraction. The quality of this castle was originally problematic. Boom boom boom. The cannons rumbled, and the undead corpses were killed and injured in large numbers under the heavy bombardment. Shang Feifan gave an order. The undead corpses that were still chasing the players suddenly turned around and fled, and some even burrowed directly into the ground. Boom! Another huge sound. But this time it wasn't the sound of artillery fire. The players hiding in the castle screamed frantically. Fuck! How could the castle collapse? Is it made of paper? The zombies are retreating. Everyone, leave the castle. Well, the players who just rushed in to hide rushed out of the castle again. Construction team, come here. Who the hell built this shoddy project? Valley Master? Yes, it was the drawings given by the Valley Master, and we built it according to the drawings given by the Valley Master. There was a problem with the design. The construction team leader did not admit that there was a problem with their construction. The zombies retreated, but the entire number 1 player camp was in a mess. The Valley Master's castle, which had just been built, also collapsed. Poor Valley Master hasn't moved in yet. Loren Milton looked at the chaotic player camp, and the players, who fought without any rules, and were like headless flies, and he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. A mob. Is there no one who is good at commanding? There are players who are good at commanding large-scale battles, but they all have other tasks. Those who don't have tasks, such as Fu Xiangyuan, coincidentally left camp number 1 at night, and went to other player camps to do business. Loren Milton took a deep breath, tidied his clothes, and prepared to go out to clean up the mess. He held the staff in his hand, flew over camp number 1, pointed the staff downward, and planned to perform a large-scale recovery magic to reassure the players and let them see his skills. At this moment, the entire camp number 1 was suddenly shrouded by some terrible power. All the players, and so-called NPCs, who were still in camp number 1 seemed to have sensed something at this moment. The black fog enveloped camp number 1. When the black fog disappeared, camp number 1, which was just bustling, suddenly became silent. The entire camp became dead silent. All the players and NPCs disappeared. Loren Milton was just floating in the air, and he noticed it early and escaped quickly. He ran away the moment the black fog enveloped the camp. At that time, he felt great fear. That was a force he could not resist. From the original law of power, puff, the blood that had been blocked in his chest was sprayed out. Loren Milton did not feel better because of the blood. Instead, he fell from the air as if he was seriously injured. His realm began to decline as the blood sprayed out. Loren Milton was going crazy. Who was against him? He didn't believe Ari Shang and Raphael Longmu could do this. He didn't believe it. Chapter 235. That night, Shang Fifan visited all the medium and large player camps, first using the undead corpses to charge, and then using the large spell array to sacrifice. Except for the players who did not go online and did not stay in the camp that night, all other players were wiped out. The offline camp exploded that night. The dog planner is here to get beaten. What kind of a shitty activity is this server-wide massacre? Original poster, straight man, I was repairing my equipment when I was suddenly flooded by zombies. This crappy game doesn't even have a trailer? 1 SD floor, Frost Queen add 1, I'm in camp 3, those zombies are like cheats, my ice wall was broken in a second. 2 ND floor, irritable brother, who of you knows how hard I've been through? I was sleeping well in camp 3 last night, and suddenly I was pinned to the ground and gnawed by a group of zombies. The resurrection CD is 3 days. Is the planner out of his mind? What kind of a shitty activity warm-up is this? 3 RD floor, Flash, did you see that armored boss? I hit it with a 100,000 volt lightning, and it just stood up after dusting off. 4th floor, my toothache is killing me, that's right. This game is crazy. It is said that all camps were bloodbath by zombies last night. I just finished repairing my equipment in camp 2, and suddenly I saw a black mass of zombies pouring in. I was fighting, and suddenly I was gone. The resurrection CD will take 3 days. The idiot planner must give an explanation. 5th floor, my good boy asked me to finish off the enemy, me too. But I didn't see any zombies, I was just talking to my friends, and I was killed and offline for no reason. I thought it was a bug, but I couldn't log into the game and was told I was dead. Does anyone know what happened? 9th floor, Emperor of Truth, this is definitely the pre-plot of the new expansion pack. I bet 50 cents that a faction war will start next. 12th floor, Rookie 007 newbies are trembling. Is this a server-wide event? I was killed again just after I was resurrected. 13th floor, Amen. The most outrageous thing is that the NPC Tionkan Valley Master was actually beaten away. I saw him being chased and beaten by a high-level zombie with my own eyes, and I was killed in the end. 24th floor, melon-eating crowd, so this is the pre-plot of the new expansion pack? Zombie disaster. Is it coming? 29th floor, Emperor of Data, it should not be a bug. According to statistics, about 78% of the entire server, or nearly 40,000 players, died and went offline at the same time. This scale is definitely a premeditated expansion pack plot. Maybe a faction war will start next. There are countless similar posts. Players and cloud players are eating melons and breathing heavily. They read one post after another. They love to see players scolding game developers and bad planners. The more they scold, the happier they are, especially cloud players, who always fail to get the qualification to draw games. Just when the players were making a fuss and shouting for the game company to come out and explain, a post quietly appeared at the top of the forum. Shock! Tie and Hexing Online is not a game. Players' souls are kidnapped. At first, this post was not particularly eye-catching, because there were many similar title posts before. But someone carefully noticed the name of the poster. And I Huang retired. Several players felt familiar with this name at first sight, and then shouted wildly, "Fuck!" It turned out to be this guy. If you want to say that the most powerful and mysterious player in this holographic game is definitely an I Huang, it must be this person. So far, the first place in the player ranking list is still this person, and his level has now become, which is completely invisible. Many players thought that Ai Huang was a dog planner or an internal tester of the game company. Who would have thought that this person, who never showed up among the players, would actually post on the forum? Everyone was curious and naturally clicked in. The first sentence of the post was, "This world is real. We are not playing a holographic game, but our spirits have traveled to the Tianhe star or continent. This is a scam aimed at stealing the souls and spiritual power of the Earthlings." The second sentence, Loren Milton, the owner of Tianquan Valley in the game, was originally a magician from the Tianhe star Fidel continent. He was eager to become a god. Because he stole other people's luck and practiced in the magician continent, everyone shouted and beat him. He failed to become a god, so he secretly came to the distant Or continent and wanted to collect faith to become a god. The players are his tools and thugs to conquer and defraud the natives, and they are also the nutrients for him to repair and improve his spiritual power. The third paragraph. Every time we die in the game, 2/3 of the spiritual power consumed will be stolen by Tianquan Valley Master. So the death penalty takes 3 days. It is not that Tianquan Valley Master wants players to be online 3 days after death, but that players need 3 days to recover the extra spiritual power consumed. The fourth paragraph. Do you want to know what the player's body is made of? It is a mixture of zombie corpses and some materials. That is why Tianquan Valley Master requires everyone to bring back their own corpses as much as possible after death, because there are not many materials, and it is not easy to make. Otherwise, he would have developed 500,000 or even 1 million players in the past 6 months, instead of just 50,000. The fifth paragraph. Players are not the chosen ones. You were selected only because your information and mental strength satisfied Loren Milton. There are almost no police, teachers, soldiers, judges and other professions among the 50,000 players. Instead, there are more unemployed vagrants, special professions, technical professions and students. Do you think it is a coincidence? Why did the game developer make such a choice? Please think carefully. The sixth paragraph. There is no time hexing game company on our planet. There is no such company in any country or region, and there is no information about the relevant legal person and developer. If you don't believe it, you can check it carefully. In fact, governments of various countries are also investigating this company, and know that there is something wrong with this company. They can only choose to observe because they can't find anyone. If you still don't believe it, you can call the police to ask. Finally, please think carefully. How can we develop a holographic game with a near 100% realistic body since, with the current level of technology, holographic games are not just about sticking a chip on the brain to directly read and transmit data. This will be a great leap forward in mathematics, quantum science, computer science, informatics, medicine, and many other disciplines. But who of us has heard of the relevant news before? Who knows the details of this game company? Finally, although the game is fun, life is more important. Even if you are not afraid, please wait and see. Players read it. Fuck. I have goosebumps. If this post is true, wouldn't it be terrifying to think about it? Fuck. My body is made of corpses. You? Let me vomit for a while. Same. Collapse. Whispering, 6 or 7 of us brothers drew the game qualification together, and in the end, only my cousin won except me and my cousin. Cough, just got out of prison. I don't think my cousin is bad, he is reformed, but he told me that someone he knows also won the lottery, and the other party is a strong criminal. Of course, they can't write about what they have done. I think there may be something wrong with the psychological test questions in the application materials. The forum exploded instantly. The number of replies under the post changed almost every few seconds, and it was a mess. Fengchuapiplian. I was wondering why I felt dizzy every time I went offline, and I thought it was because I played too long. Professional leveling for 20 years. Bullshit. I have never had any problems in the game for so long. The OP is exaggerating. He must be an undercover sent by other game companies. Rookie 007, that. My brother works in a certain bureau, he said that this game is indeed not registered. Frankenstein. The OP has read too many science fiction novels. Internal test veteran. I was one of the first to play. Home, in fact, I have long felt something is wrong. This is a 100% real holographic game. I really don't think that current technology can do this. Little sheep. I have always thought that aliens are doing experiments on Earth, but I didn't expect it to be true. Krypton Gold don't know what money is. Fuck. I just exchanged 100,000 yuan for game coins. If this is true, I will sue this broken game company until it goes bankrupt. Don't ask what I teach. From a neurological perspective, the theory of mental stealing mentioned by the OP is indeed possible. At the same time, major social platforms also began to spread the news. Topic: the mental power of players in the real world and holographic games on Tien Star was stolen, which became the first and second hot searches respectively within half an hour. Countless players left messages on the forum to force the game officials to stop hiding and come out to answer questions. But the game officials were dead and had no response. Loren Milton could not see the comments on the official forum of the game at all. He just arranged for the people who made the game helmet to make such a forum, by the way, so that the game would look more like that. Usually, he would let the people arranged by the Star post some content about the game on the forum. The forum was separated from the game system, so naturally he could not see the discussion content in this forum on Earth. Every time there was an update or any other notification, Loren Milton used the game system. Only when necessary, such as collecting players' personal information and selecting players, would he contact people on Earth to help him collect relevant information and send it to him through the game system. But Loren Milton could not see the game forum, but he could see the actual data of the players on the game. On the night when the players were killed in large numbers, Loren Milton was extremely angry, but he was still able to hold his head. He even thought that the guy who killed nearly 40,000 players must have used incredible strength, and this kind of strength is probably not enough. If the other party found out that 3 days later, so many players, who he had killed with great effort and even spent a lot of resources, came back again, he would definitely be so angry that he would vomit blood. Thinking of this, Loren Milton felt much better. Including those NPCs in the camp can also come back. Their status is different from that of the players. The players still have bodies on Earth, but these camp NPCs have lost their own bodies and cannot take over the bodies of local orcs. They can only rely on him to provide bodies similar to players to store their spiritual bodies. Although this is not conducive to the cultivation of those unlucky magicians, they should thank him 10,000 times for ensuring that their spiritual bodies are immortal. Those guys dare not ask for too much. This is also the reason why they agreed to be camp NPCs. How could he save them without making them pay a price? So Loren Milton carefully calculated and found that his losses were not great, so his anger also decreased a lot. He even looked forward to letting the guy who troubled him see the scene of a large number of players returning in person in 3 days. Because nearly 40,000 players died almost on the same night, this caused the next time players went online to be concentrated in 3 days. During these 3 days, Loren Milton found that many players who did not die also went offline, and he didn't pay much attention at first. He was busy recovering from his injuries and thinking about how to retaliate, until he saw what a player shouted in the world channel through the system. "Brothers and sisters, have you seen your emperor's post on the forum? Is it true or false? Should we also log off immediately? I'm a little scared." The replies after that were mostly, "Are you crazy? Asking this here? Can't you just log off? Idiot! Shut up. I originally wanted to complete this task before logging off, but now that this idiot has exposed it, I have no choice but to log off immediately." Loren Milton saw that the player data counted by the game system dropped all the way from 2356, and in less than a few minutes, it was only in the single digits. Blink again, and the single digits are directly reset to 0. In other words, now all players have disappeared from the Orc continent. Loren Milton, shock. What's going on? Loren Milton couldn't believe it, and was so angry that his chest hurt and stuffy. For this reason, Loren Milton specially contacted his control person on Earth, and the other party was put into his dream and controlled by his mind. But Loren Milton didn't know that when he contacted that person, the person was sitting in a very futuristic room, being stared at by several cameras at the same time, and his body and brain were covered with chips. Several computers were monitoring his physical condition at the same time, especially his brain wave changes. Loren Milton didn't care what environment the other party was in now, and directly ordered the other party to check the situation on the forum, and then tell him. When the person was contacted, the brain wave graph shook wildly, and his expression looked wrong, as if he was in a dream state. The monitors watched the man open his computer to check the content of the game forum, and saw with their own eyes that man put on a game helmet to play the game and relayed what he saw on the game forum. Not to mention the reaction of the monitors on Earth, Loren Milton on the Tien Star Orc continent felt a black screen in front of his eyes when he saw the forum content transferred from Earth. Exposed. Why was it exposed? How did it get exposed? Who is that? Your emperor retired. Why can't he delete the other party? Loren Milton panted, and his handsome face became distorted. Not going well, too bad. Since the battle with Aries Shang in the Tiger King City, he has not been very happy, and he has been in trouble recently. He had prepared the player plan for so long, He spent so much time and energy, and a lot of resources to come up with a game system and player birth pool. Is it just going to be scrapped? Why did it suddenly become like this? Who is secretly messing with him? Loren Milton's face was hideous, and he was so angry that he was about to explode. At this moment, he did not doubt Aries Shang and Raphael Longmu, because in his opinion, they were two real residents of the Orc continent. Yu Huang retired. This guy was abnormal from the beginning. It was all him. Maybe the person who used the undead corpse to sneak attack him and all the player camps 3 days ago was also this Yu Huang. But where is this Yu Huang after he retired? Who is he? What does he look like? Loren Milton looked at the gray name in the system that could not be deleted, and his eyes were gloomy and terrifying. He must find the other party. Once he finds this guy, he must torture him with the most cruel and brutal means. Loren Milton began to look for the records of Yu Huang when he first appeared. In fact, he had already searched for the relevant records, but he didn't find them. What a pity that it was not him who was in charge of the player camp at that time, but his clone. Although the clone is also himself, he will not tell him all the information in detail, but only pass on the information he thinks is important. For small things like players doing tasks, he basically won't say much. No matter how hard you look, there is no record. There is no record in the game system, neither the record of Yu Huang doing tasks, nor the record of his death and rebirth. This guy is like a ghost in the game system. You can't find him, but he exists. Unfortunately, all his clones were sacrificed, so even if he wanted to search and check the clones' memories, he couldn't. Finally, Loren Milton thought of a possibility, that is, there was a loophole in his game system, and something had penetrated the loophole, which deleted and modified all the information of Yu Emperor, making it impossible for him to find it. At this thought, Loren Milton suddenly felt a chill. But soon, he calmed down again. He speculated that even if that thing could penetrate the loophole of the game system, it should not be able to seize the control of the game system, otherwise Yu Emperor would not have to go to the trouble of revealing the so-called truth of the game on the forum. 3 days later, Loren Milton looked at the empty player camp. His face was so dark that black water could drip out. At this time, he was no longer a refined and noble young man, and his whole temperament became sinister and gloomy. Shang Fifan was in a good mood, so good that even if he didn't find where Loren Milton was hiding, it didn't affect him too much. He had once injured Loren Milton with the cursed fire. If the damage caused by the cursed fire had not yet healed, he could use the breath of the cursed fire to find the other party. But the other party seemed to have sensed something and blocked all the breath. But it's okay. The monk can run away, but the temple cannot. It doesn't matter if Loren Milton can't be found for the time being. Isn't there a temple and a player birth pool? Shang Fifan put away all the undead corpses. He doesn't need this killer weapon for the time being. Although he, the light ball, can't take over the control of the game system, he can make the players go offline. Originally, he didn't want to do this. After all, the appearance of players in the Orc continent is not completely a bad thing for the Orcs. But Loren Milton used the players to brush him and Langmu as bosses, which exceeded his tolerance limit and was equivalent to trampling on his bottom line. He and Langmu still have a lot of things to do, so it's impossible to waste time on constantly dealing with players. Using undead corpses to deal with players is not the same thing. It's okay to use it once in a while, but the side effects are unknown if it is used every time. If the corpse poison spreads, he will not be able to face Langmu and the elders of Moyo Town, right? He can only cut off the firewood from the bottom. For the Orc continent, it doesn't matter whether there are players or not. It is still empty to expect others to save the world. The only way is to develop oneself. Of course, if he can take the game system from Loren Milton, it is okay to let the players continue to play online, as long as everyone can benefit and help each other. Chapter 236. Shang Fifan stood at the entrance of the old and dilapidated temple behind the village. Under his feet were bluestone steps that had gone through countless years. Many of the stone slabs had been broken, and unknown wild grasses grew out from the gaps and edges of the stone slabs. The weather was cold, and the wild grasses had faded from green to withered and yellow. Perhaps countless believers had worshipped here devoutly, but the appearance of the temple was not magnificent, and the solemnity was not determined by the size of the temple. The gray-black stone walls of the temple were covered with verdant vines, and tiny yellow stamen white flowers were dotted in between, proudly blooming in the cold wind. The door of the temple had long been decayed and half hidden under thick moss, but stepping into it was as if traveling back to a distant era. The sun shone from the broken dome, forming golden light beams in the dust, illuminating the neatly arranged stone pillars in the temple, each of which was carved with complex patterns. Although worn, it still exuded ancient mystery. There was no musty smell in the air, but a faint fragrance, perhaps from the yellow stamen climbing white flowers, which made people feel peaceful. So many players came in and out, but this old and dilapidated temple did not become more popular, and even the weeds on the wall were not removed. Shang Feifan was surprised. If he was the controller of the game system, he would definitely issue tasks to clean up and rebuild the temple to the players. But Loren Milton did not do so. Why? Because he could not completely control this place. A ball of light appeared. This temple seems to be just an ordinary building? Ordinary building? The ball of light did not laugh at Shang Feifan, but only said, "You are still immortal now. Although you have 2 fragments of the Godhead, it is not surprising that you cannot see the specialness here without absorbing them." Shang Feifan's mind moved, and he connected his mental power to the ring on his left index finger. The ring's surface lit up with a dark red light. This time, Shang Feifan looked at the old and dilapidated temple again, as if he had peeled off a layer of disguise, and saw the skeleton and true inner part of the temple. The tough but stable light woven into a net, which supported the muscles, bones, and membranes of the entire temple, reducing the effect of the time-grinding wheel to the minimum. So even if many years have passed, this temple still exists, but the appearance is a little broken. "Is this a refined magic weapon?" Shang Feifan exclaimed. "No, this is not specially refined, but it was built brick by the 9th-level magic god himself. This temple incorporates the power of the magic god. You could also call it divine power. But this kind of divine power is different from the divine power of a real god, right? The magic god is only 9th level." The light ball said meaningfully. Shang Feifan understood. To become a real god, the magic god is just the entry level. Which god was this temple built for? Haven't you figured it out yet? Shang Feifan, I've already felt the power of the god of nature. There must be a missing part of the statue of the god of nature here. So this temple was originally a temple for worshipping the god of nature? Not just worship, but also communication. The god of law who built this temple recognized the god of nature as his master, hoping that the god of nature would recognize him. Only in this way could he embark on the path of true gods and be granted divinity. That is to say, in ancient times, gods could actually contact and communicate? Yes. Shang Feifan then asked. Later, there were too many people who wanted to contact the gods, and the gods became aloof because they were annoyed? Light ball, Shang Feifan got the answer from the silence of the light ball, nodded, and stepped into the temple for the 2nd time in his life. Last time he came out directly from the temple. The temple doesn't look big, but Shang Feifan suspects that it has a certain spatial power. That is, it looks small, but it can actually accommodate a lot. There are no statues or murals in the temple, only walls and stone pillars, and pools. People who don't know it think it's a bathhouse or hot spring pool. Small pools are quietly embedded in the stone ground. He didn't look carefully last time, but now he found that the pool wall seems to be carved from pure white jade. The surface is as smooth as a mirror, without a crack, as if time has never left a mark on it. The water in the pool is clear and bottom-seeing, but it is unfathomable. There is no ripple on the water surface, reflecting the skylight leaking from the dome. Shang Feifan still remembered the feeling from last time. This seemingly clear pool water was actually a viscous liquid. Walking a few steps closer, Shang Feifan could feel an inexplicable attraction, as if the pool water was silently calling him. There seemed to be some secret hidden under the water, which made people unconsciously want to reach out and touch it, or even want to step into it. Shang Feifan squatted down and stared at the pool of water. It was neither cold nor warm. Instead, there was an indescribable sense of comfort when touching it, as if the soul was gently wrapped. Some ancient patterns could be vaguely seen at the bottom of the pool, like some long-lost ritual formation diagram, or like naturally formed veins. The last time he came here, he was in a cocoon with a tube inserted behind his head. He pulled out the tube and tore open the cocoon skin before climbing out of the pool. Later he asked Fu Xiangjuan that after the player died and was reborn, he would open his eyes and be in the pool, without cocoons, and without tubes behind his head, and his clothes were all well worn. Shang Feifan speculated that what he saw was probably the process of the player's body rebirth. He woke up early because he had another game system, and saw the process of his own rebirth. But the players did not have another system, nor did they have such a strong mental power as him. When they woke up, the rebirth process was completely over, and naturally they would not see those things that lost value. I thought I would see tens of thousands of cocoons waiting to be reborn this time. Shang Feifan murmured. The light ball knew that this was asking it, and automatically answered, there are so many cocoons, and this number of pools cannot be placed. If they are placed here, other players will see them. This place is so important, But Loren Milton did not send anyone to guard it. The reason is, this is not the real missing part of the statue, or is it just a part of the missing part of the statue? Yes. This is just a birthing pool. The uterus that gave birth to the player's body is not here. If I take this birthing pool, will it affect Loren Milton? Yes. But ordinary people can't take it away. This is connected to the missing lower abdomen. It's like you see a corner of the crystal exposed, and want to pry it away, but you find that there is a whole piece of boulder underneath that you can't see the end. Only other gods, or the god of nature, can dig it out. I am now connected to the statue square. Does it count as the god of nature coming in person? The light ball was silent for a moment, as if it was asking, and then it answered after a while. Use your spiritual sea as a channel to open the statue square, and now the god of nature can take back these pools on his own initiative. Shang Fifan asked directly, "Is it harmful to me?" The light ball seemed to know that he would ask this, and quickly answered, "No. The reward is the same as before." It also added, "If you did this before, your spiritual body would be damaged, but now it won't. Your spiritual body is now several times stronger and tougher than before." In the past, the god of nature had no way to directly collect his power from the alien space, but now that he has collected several parts of power, he can barely do this. It just needs you as a medium to touch the pool directly. Shang Fifan squatted down by the pool without saying a word, and pressed his palm directly on the edge of the pool, and opened the statue square at the same time. Usually, he opened the statue square to enter and exit or take and put items, and the speed was very fast, but this time he deliberately extended the opening time. An indescribable strange power poured into his spiritual sea, and extended along his arm. The process was very fast. Before he could experience it carefully, dozens of small pools in the small temple disappeared. The amazing thing was that there were no dozens of pits on the ground of the temple. It was flat and smooth, as if there were no small pools in the first place. On the other side, a palace was hidden in a secret cave under the rift. The whole palace was like the bulging belly of a female orc, showing a soft oval outline. On the translucent amber palace wall, the naturally formed golden lines flowed like blood, emitting a warm and sacred glow. However, this sacred feeling was completely overturned by the scene inside. Tens of thousands of human-shaped cocoons hang under the dome, each wrapped in a translucent membrane. Through the membrane, you can clearly see the bodies that are taking shape inside. Some have just outlined the skeleton, some have grown complete muscle fibers, and the ones that are closest to completion can even see the eyelashes trembling slightly. When a corresponding spirit enters the cocoon will automatically be transferred to the temple birth pool, and the player will also be born there. A dark red catheter extends from the back of each player's body. These catheters are not connected to the palace wall, but all converge on a futuristic machine in the center of the palace that has gone to the wrong place. Standing in the center of the palace of incubation is a giant mechanical structure with a futuristic sense of technology. The whole is cylindrical, and the surface is covered with silver-gray alloy plates. From time to time, blue light traces, like data streams, flow through the gaps between the plates. This cylindrical machine is the game mastermind. The main brain base is composed of 5 layers of concentric rings. Each layer is slowly rotating at a different speed, and blue light is constantly shuttling between the rings, displaying the neural activity data of tens of thousands of players in real time. The most eye-catching thing is the transparent spherical container suspended at the end of the columnar structure. It is like an additional attachment, and the workmanship and material are different from the whole machine. It is a transparent spherical container with a diameter of 2 meters, just like the crystal ball commonly used by magicians, filled with liquid energy, slowly swirling like a bound nebula. Thousands of slender nerve conduits are connected to the middle of the container, and each conduit is linked to the consciousness port of a certain player. As the machine operated, drops of pure spiritual power in the container were precipitated. The spiritual power was so concentrated that it liquefied, and slowly dripped into the transparent potion bottle at the bottom. This was obviously a spiritual power extraction instrument. The operation of the entire machine was accompanied by a precise beauty that was almost like a religious ritual, and it seemed like a combination of technological power, divine power, and magic. But in a corner of this palace full of divinity and futuristic style, a large number of corpses were piled up. Those corpses were either broken or had shriveled limbs, and none of them looked like normal corpses. These were all sleeping undead corpses. The huge mechanical clamps picked up the undead corpses one by one and threw them into the processing chamber, and then added other materials. Loren Milton, who was hiding in a corner of the palace, spurted out a mouthful of blood. He really spat out a mouthful of blood, even with fragments of internal organs mixed in it, Loren Milton's face was extremely pale. He walked to the side of the mental power extraction ball, took out a bottle of mental power supplement that had been dripped before, tilted his head back and poured it into his mouth, raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were extremely gloomy. Just now, someone abruptly cut off part of his connection with the mysterious item, the Palace of Breeding, that is, the connection with the birthing pool. He has established a sole connection with the Palace of Breeding. To hurt and take away the Palace of Breeding is equivalent to hurting him. The Palace of Breeding is still on his side, and he is now staying in the Palace of Breeding. The birthing pool was originally connected to the Palace of Breeding, and it was a complete whole. But he was suspicious by nature, and was also worried that some players would discover the secret of the Palace of Breeding, so he used the secret method to separate the Palace of Breeding from the birthing pool. There is one disadvantage after the two are separated, that is, he can only guard one of them. He weighed the pros and cons, and naturally chose to guard the more important Palace of Breeding. In this way, the birthing pool can be used as a smoke screen to confuse those who are interested. In order to settle the birthing pool, he also spent a lot of effort to find the temple that worships the god of nature and has residual divine power. It was also because he found the temple behind Tionkan village that he had an idea to design the players' bodies to be Tionkan and gave himself the title of Tionkan Valley Master. The person who did it must be Yu Huang. He is a player, so he naturally knows where the temple and the birthing pool are. Before, the players walked through Tionkan village. Later, because the Tionkan villagers rejected the players, he found another passage for the players to bypass Tionkan village and walk out of Tionkan Valley from another road to reach the number 1 player camp. Loren Milton never worried that someone would take away the birthing pool. Even if someone found out, it would be nothing. Besides, the place where players go in and out, no matter how hard he hides, he will be discovered, so it is better to leave it there openly. He had done experiments, and non-players couldn't even see the pool in the temple, let alone take it away. That was the power of the gods, and only gods could move it. Or like him, he got some of the gods' items by chance, and used secret methods to merge with the gods' items. Although he hadn't been able to completely merge the Palace of Fertility and the game system main brain, he made the two items recognize the master, so he could at least control them. But why could Yu Huang take away the birth pool? Who is he? Loren Milton couldn't figure it out. He originally wanted to rush to the temple to check the situation, but now he hesitated. If Yu Huang was related to the gods, would he be sent food if he rushed over? He still has 2 divine items on him. What if your majesty also wants to take them away? Rarely, Loren Milton felt panic in addition to anger. There must be something wrong with his luck. No, he can't go on like this. He has to find the Son of Luck in the Orc continent and take his luck away. Lang Mu's luck may only be useful to the Fade continent. Maybe Lang Mu's luck has been almost consumed after he came to the Orc continent and had some adventures repeatedly. He has to replenish new luck. He has to find a new Son of Luck. Loren Milton stood up. He didn't want to make any more calculations in related aspects, which would cost him a lot of materials and energy, and would cause him a lot of damage. But now it's time for him to make calculations. He doesn't want the great cause he just started to stop. It's a pity that there are not many players online today, otherwise he can use the mental power of tens of thousands of players to help him. By then, the backlash will be evenly distributed, and his loss will not be too great. Hateful, Your Majesty. On the other side, Shang Fifan in the temple was still asking the light ball. We have only recovered the pool, and the missing lower abdomen part has not been recovered. So this main task is not yet completed? Not yet. But if you really want to settle, you can settle it according to 1/5 of the contribution points. Then settle it. Even if the contribution points are sufficient now, Shang Fifan does not want to miss the 2,000 point reward. The things are his only when they're in hand. Who knows what will happen in the future? Maybe he wants to buy something, and he is just short of 2,000. It is better to get it now than not be able to pay it when needed. The light ball was silent for a moment, settled. Shang Fifan was satisfied when he saw his contribution points changed from 46,701 to 48701. How can a man not have savings? Without savings, he can't even stand up straight in front of his lover. By the way, if Loren Milton loses these pools, can he still let the players give birth? Yes, it's just that there are no birth pools. But the birth pool is also very important. It can remove the corpse poison of the undead corpse, and ensure that the player's body has a certain degree of activity. Otherwise, the player's body created by Loren Milton using the power of the god of nature is just a new undead corpse. The light ball refused to say the word breeding. This is not just that. With birth pools, it is alive. Without birth pools, It is dead. This difference is the difference between life and death. Shang Feifan thought. I don't know where that scum is hiding. Shang Feifan sighed that he couldn't kill them all at once. He wanted to get rid of Loren Milton in one go. But scum is scum. He will never shout like a hero, jump out to seek death, and he will not challenge him openly. On the contrary, the more the other party finds out that he is weak, the more he will hide and accumulate strength, and then secretly seek opportunities for revenge. Shang Feifan did not hesitate. He is now equivalent to cutting off Loren Milton's biggest arm. As long as that guy can stay at home for a while, he and Lang Mu will have time to solve the magma eruption in the Blackwater Wasteland, and then they can free up their hands and concentrate on dealing with this scum. Shang Feifan, who has figured it out, plans to return to Tianqin village and pick up Odd Dai. Don't you want to put away this temple? The light ball blocked Shang Feifan, who wanted to leave. Shang Feifan blinked his eyes. What's the benefit of putting away this temple? It actually made the light ball take the initiative to mention it. Light ball? This is a temple dedicated to the god of nature. You follow the path of dark energy, and you can't use this temple. But if you can't use it, you can give it to Lang Mu. If his portable flower garden is added to this temple, it can be upgraded to another level after refining, which is also of great benefit to Lang Mu's perception and control of natural forces. Shang Feifan heard it, and rolled up his sleeves without saying a word and asked, How can I take this temple away? Half a day later, Shang Feifan, who was in a particularly good mood and brought rich local specialties to his family, came to Tianqin village. Odd Dai rushed over when he saw his father Shang. Dad, the village chief uncle has something to tell you. The little guy has obviously been doing very well in Tianqin village these days. Not to mention that he is rosy-cheeked, he is also full of energy. He severely punished all the cubs who bullied him. Don't ask what means he used, anyway, now all the cubs in the village are envious of him. Shang Feifan thought of the village chief's expression when he told him not to leave the village during this period, and he didn't want to listen to what the village chief wanted to say to him. His intuition told him that what the village chief was about to tell him would most likely be troublesome. But he was in a good mood today, so he listened. Chapter 237. What I'm going to tell you this time, Odd Dai may have mentioned to you. The village chief of Tianqin village sighed before he spoke. Shang Feifan was about to recall what Odd Dai had told him about the village, but Odd Dai whispered beside him. I said there was something wrong with the cubs in the village being taken away. Shang Feifan pinched Odd Dai's mouth and motioned the village chief to tell him in detail. The village chief smiled bitterly. Odd Dai is right. There is indeed a problem with the cubs in our village that cannot be raised being taken away, but we have to do this. This time, not only the village chief was present, but also 3 old beastmen who looked very old. One of the male old beastmen twisted the straw rope and said to Shang Feifan, This is not the village chief's fault, it is the decision of all our villagers. Don't judge us first. Listen to the whole story first. Shang Feifan nodded patiently. Please speak. When the village chief asked Odd Dai to invite Shang Feifan, he had already made up his mind to tell everything. He discussed with the village elders, and they could not find anyone else who could help them. If Shang Feifan was just an ordinary wealthy repairman, they would not even mention him. But they secretly saw a large number of undead corpses attacking the large camp where strange beast men gathered outside Tianqin Valley. In addition, Shang Feifan had warned them in advance. Doesn't it show that the people who attacked the camp and the castle are related to Shang Feifan? Tianqin village is secluded and interpersonal communication is even more barren. There are not many capable people they can know, let alone big people with ability, power and money. Now they finally found a seemingly extraordinary person, and the other party has a little friendship with them. The village chief and the elders began to get excited. As for the fact that the other party might be able to manipulate the undead, and that he was not following the normal path of innate bloodline, was that important? The important thing was that Odd Dai believed in him. Odd Dai was a special child in the village. Although he was young, he was very good at judging people. He seemed to know who he could trust, and who he could not approach. He was able to avoid adoption. A little cub could grow up to that size without the special care of the elders, and wait until Shang Feifan came. This was enough to show that he was much more capable of survival than other cubs. Odd Dai could bring this person back to show off, which showed that this person had absolutely no problem with his character. The main reason was that the incident was like a thorn in their hearts. They knew there was a problem, but had no ability to deal with it, which made them sleep uneasy. They just wanted to give it a try. Fortunately, Shang Feifan showed an attitude of willingness to listen. This is a good start. Regardless of whether Shang will agree to their request in the end, at least they can share this secret with others. Once something happens in Tianqin village, this secret will not be buried. Then the village chief told Shang Fifan about the difficult situation and difficulties of their village. Because Tianqin village has limited capacity and insufficient blood recovery ability, it is impossible to raise too many children. In addition, the nearby orcs discriminate against them, making it impossible for them to expand their gathering and hunting territories, and they can't compete for fields suitable for farming. In this case, outsiders always throw Tianqin cubs to Tianqin Valley. At least there are 10 a year, and at most there can be as many as 20 or 30. Tianqin village really couldn't raise so many cubs, but they couldn't just ignore them, so they had to tighten their belts. But over time, the orcs in the village married each other and had children. Everyone would love their children more. When the village forced everyone to squeeze out food and living resources to feed the abandoned strange cubs, which caused their own children to cry out with hunger, the villagers exploded. The villagers could understand the village chief and the elders' willingness to accept the abandoned Tianqin cubs. They themselves were raised in this way, but everything should have a limit. When they and their children couldn't survive, they still wanted them to help others. That was not embarrassing, but killing people. The village chief and the elders also knew that things couldn't continue like this. They wanted to earn more food and living resources, but because the surroundings were too barren, no one wanted them to do hard labor. Just when they were in great trouble, a team of adventurers appeared. The members of this team are all very powerful and wealthy. After they accidentally discovered our village and found out about our plight, they said they would help us. The way they helped us was not to provide us with living supplies and food, nor to hire us as workers, but to adopt the children that our village could not support. At first we hesitated, fearing that these children would encounter bad things after being taken away, but the team promised us that we could visit the children who were taken away regularly. If we felt that the children were not doing well, or the children wanted to go with us, we could take the children away. We were in a really difficult situation at that time, and it was winter when food was the most scarce. If we didn't agree, many cubs in the village might have starved to death. Later, the village collectively discussed and finally agreed to let the adventure team take away the cubs that our village couldn't support. But the adventure team didn't want all the cubs. They would go through a certain selection process. We don't know what the selection criteria are. Anyway, some of the stronger ones were selected, and some of the sick ones were selected. The village chief suddenly added, they took the cubs away and originally wanted to give us a maintenance fee, but our village didn't want it. We just hope that those children can survive. If it weren't for the fact that the village was really in a difficult situation and couldn't support so many children, we wouldn't have let outsiders take away those abandoned cubs. Shang Fifan listened. At this point, he interrupted and asked, does that team come every year to select cubs? Yes. They come almost every year, and every winter. The village chief paused. According to the time of previous years, they will come here recently. Shang Fifan nodded. Then have you visited the children who were taken away regularly? Of course. The village chief quickly answered. Every year when they come to select people, we will follow them to their territory to visit the cubs who were taken away to see how they are doing. Shang Fifan understood. You saw with your own eyes that the cubs who were taken away seemed to be doing well, but you still noticed that something was wrong, right? The village chief smiled bitterly again. Yes. The village chief went there once and told me about the situation when he came back. I went there twice with him. This time, it was another old man who looked stronger and stronger who spoke. His voice was hoarse, as if he had not spoken for a long time. As you said, on the surface, it seems that those children are living well. They have warm and solid houses. Although there are more than 10 children sleeping in one room, each child has his own bed and warm and clean bedding. The clothes they wear are clean and not damaged, and the size is suitable, although they are uniform clothes. The food they eat is not too bad. Although it is all porridge with unknown raw materials, at least they can eat enough. They also have classes, and someone teaches them knowledge and hunting skills. The old man paused when he said this. Orcs must learn how to hunt, but hunting skills are often also the ability to fight with others. Those children are trained like soldiers, obey orders, and are not afraid of pain and injury at all. I suspect that they have suppressed their fear of death to the lowest level. The village chief licked his lips and said bitterly, although our village is poor and cannot afford to raise too many children, those children were real cubs in the village, each with their own personality, and most of them were very naughty, unless they were so hungry that they could not move. But those children were all like a mold, and there was no light in their eyes. Only numbness and obedience. Those people actually tried to cover up, but maybe obedience has penetrated into the bones of those cubs, causing traces to be seen in their every move. And those children were obviously afraid of those adult orcs. But when I quietly asked them how they were doing and whether they wanted to go back to the village with me, those children said that they were doing well and did not want to go back to the village. The village chief covered his face. This psychological burden was too heavy for him. But the conditions in the village were like that. He could only take care of one side and not the other. Old orc, we asked the other party why they trained the children like this. They said it was for the good of the cubs, so that they could learn certain survival and combat skills from an early age. They also said that they adopted military-style management for the cubs, which was also to polish the cubs' bad temper of playing and making trouble, and it was also convenient for them to manage. I said it was wrong to raise cubs like this, and they smiled and said, "Are we spending a lot of resources and food just to do good things? You actually know that we raise so many children, and we must use them. This is the way our adventure group trains team members. If you don't like it, you don't have to hand over those abandoned and disabled cubs to us in the future." Then someone who seemed to be in charge of the group came out to smooth things over, and said that if we handed these cubs over to our village, we couldn't raise them well, or even keep them alive. Sending the cubs to their regiment would at least ensure that they could survive. They said that obeying orders and observing discipline was just a team requirement, not child abuse. Then they took us to visit the children's dormitory, training ground, and canteen, and let a few cubs talk to us. Shang Fifan raised his hand and interrupted the village chief and the old orc. "Have you checked the children's bodies? Did you find any obvious scars? For example, signs of punishment?" The village chief and the old orc shook their heads. "We did check secretly, but we only came into contact with a few children that those people asked us to contact. Those children had no other serious scars except for the injuries from training. We can only see the other children from a distance. Even if we get close to them, we don't have the chance to see if they are injured under their clothes." Shang Fifan smiled. This adventure team is not wrong. They are not specifically doing charity. They took away those cubs to train them into useful tools. It is natural to adopt military management. So what do you want to tell me? Or to be more specific, what do you want me to do? The village chief and the 3 village elders looked at each other. The only old woman spoke. "If they just train the children to be members of the adventure team, or even cannon fodder members, although we are sad, we will not blame the adventure team. After all, those children can at least grow up. As for whether they can survive the mission, it depends on their own personal abilities." But, so far, the so-called adventure team has taken away no less than 500 children, spanning a period of 23 years. But in all these years, we haven't seen a single adult child. If we ask them, they will say that the grown-up children have moved to a new training location and follow the team to do missions. We hope to see the adult children, but they said that it is their freedom to decide whether to return to Tionkin village or not, and they cannot force them. The old woman took a deep breath. We eventually became suspicious and did not want to hand over the cubs to them because a half-grown cub escaped back, but he died just after he escaped to the border of the woods at the entrance of the valley. The giant insect informed us, and we checked the body of the half-grown child and found that he was covered with scars and had a round wound on the back of his neck. Another old orc. That circular wound is not a new wound. It is a recurrent injury. I know a little bit about medicine. It is obvious that there is something inserted into the back of the head for a long time. Shang Fifan subconsciously thought of the scene of his resurrection. He pulled out a tube from the back of his head with his own hands. Could it be that those disabled cubs who were taken away were also related to Loren Milton? "Did you carry the bodies to question the adventure team?" Shang Fifan asked. The village chief rubbed his face hard and said forcefully, "No. I wanted to take the villagers and the child's body to question them, but I stopped everyone." The old woman interrupted the village chief and said calmly, "First, carrying the body to question will alert the enemy and make the remaining children's life more difficult. At least we can't get those children back. What if we anger those people and kill the cubs to silence them? Second, even if we carry the body over, they can deny it. There are too many reasons. For example, this half-grown cub couldn't stand the hardship of training and ran away long ago. What harm he suffered outside naturally has nothing to do with their adventure team." The old woman clenched her hands. "We have no evidence. There is nothing left on the child, and he didn't leave any words before he died." "When did this happen?" Shang Fifan asked. The village chief replied, 4 years ago. Shang Fifan thought, no wonder Dai hid from that group of people and refused to participate in this election, and the villagers did not force him. Later, when Dai wanted to go with him, the villagers did not stop him. So the root of the problem was here. So for the past 4 years, you still pretended to know nothing and let those people choose the cubs? 3 years, and it's not time yet this year. The village chief said painfully. We don't want to, but we are afraid of the consequences. They sent people to test us and concealed it from us. We are afraid that if we refuse those people, they will disappear with the cubs who are still in training. We are even more afraid that they will simply attack our village and snatch our cubs." The village chief looked at Dai. "So if there are cubs who don't want to be selected by those people, we won't force them, and we will help hide them. Those people think that there are few cubs, so we say that the children are naughty and run out to play by themselves, and we can't find them for a while." Dai, like a farmer, nestled in his father Shang's arms, with a stupid look on his face, as if he didn't know what the adults were discussing. He felt the gazes of the village chief and the village elders, and understood that they wanted him to help talk, but he pretended not to see or understand. The village chief sighed in his heart, and didn't embarrass the little guy. "Did they ask to take away the children born by your own villagers?" Shang Fifan asked. "They didn't ask." The village chief looked a little ugly. At first, some stupid villagers wanted to let their children pretend to be orphans, take advantage of the adventure team, and let the children return to the village when they grew up. But the villagers who did this did not wait for their children to come back. After that, they found the half-grown child who escaped but died of serious injuries, and everyone gave up this idea. "Then are there any missing children of villagers in your village?" Shang Fifan asked again. The village chief's face looked even uglier. "Yes." The old orc explained. "We are not sure whether the missing cubs were taken away by the adventure team, because 1 or 2 children would disappear every few years. Some of them ran out to play and encountered danger and could not come back, and some did not want to stay in the village and wanted to find their relatives, so—" Shang Fifan understood the whole story by now. He pinched Dai's little paw and asked, "You want me to check whether the adventure team is really training team members, and check what they did to the cubs they took away, right?" The village chief and the 3 village elders nodded in unison. The old woman sighed. "We know that it is shameless for us to entrust you with this matter, but we can't find a more suitable and capable person. If you refuse, we can understand. But if it is possible, we still hope that you can help us, help the many cubs who have been taken away over the years. Of course, we will not let you go in vain. Our village once dug up something in the back mountain." The village chief immediately stood up, took out a box from the haystack behind, and brought it over. The old woman pointed at the box with her chin. "We can't use the things inside, and we don't know who to find to exchange for food and supplies. We are despised country bumpkins, and we will only be robbed and cheated if we take the things out." The village chief opened the box and showed the items stored inside. Shang Fifan glanced over, and the intermediate identification technique took effect. His mind directly gave the names, origins and functions of these items. Now Shang Fifan has realized that most of the skills and knowledge he learned in the Orc continent were directly instilled into him by the game system, including the rich knowledge required for identification. It is very likely that his identification technique is connected to the database of the game system, and he can identify all items within a certain level when he reaches a certain level. Light ball likes, you guessed it right. The knowledge required for identification is too huge, and I can't give it all to you. I can only connect it to the main brain database. As long as you don't disconnect from me, your identification technique can always be used." Shang Fifan found that the things in the box looked old, but they were all neat and clean, and didn't look broken. The village chief smiled. "These are all dug out from the cemetery in the back mountain. We didn't dig them specifically, but one year there was an earthquake, and some underground tombs were turned up. The bones and burial objects inside saw the light of day, so we reburied those bones, and picked up some of the burial objects that were still intact." Shang Fifan was interested. "Are the bodies buried in the cemetery in the back mountain ordinary? Not undead bodies?" The village chief's face darkened. "If they were all undead bodies, how could we dare to live here?" Shang Fifan thought, "That's not necessarily the case. You said yourself that there were undead corpses in this area. If the priest hadn't sacrificed his youngest son, those undead corpses wouldn't have disappeared. And 99% of the raw materials of the players' bodies used by that scumbag are undead corpses. Maybe those undead corpses didn't disappear, but just found a place to hide, like the undead corpses in Puncture City." Thinking of this, Shang Fifan was tempted. He used to think that there were too many undead corpses, and they were difficult to deal with and too annoying, but after discovering the many good advantages of undead corpses, such as being willing to work and not asking for wages, he wanted more of them. If he could find the undead corpses hidden in this land. And this is not a difficult task for him. Shang Fifan is much more interested in finding the undead corpses than looking for that adventure team. There is an external brain-assisted processing calculator, also called an external brain chip, which can assist the user in thinking, calculation, storage and search, which is equivalent to giving the user several more superpowers, such as photographic memory, database search, powerful calculation, etc. Shang Feifan originally looked down on the things in the box. Although they were all things from the Great Prosperity era, they basically had the same functions on Earth. He really didn't think anything special about them. Some jewelry and other things were even less attractive to him. At most, they were sold as antiques to auction houses in the Orc continent. But when he heard the light ball remind him that there was actually a good thing called a brain chip inside, his interest immediately came. External brain chip? Because people at that time were afraid of built-in chips, they developed external ones, including in-ear and scalp-mounted ones. Some people also say that this is the original prototype of the optical computer, but unfortunately the Orcs' technological civilization was destroyed by war before it could develop to the point of the optical computer. Aren't you the optical computer? The light ball refused to answer this question. Shang Feifan didn't dwell on this. He took out the external brain chip. The shape of this thing is still very childish. It looks like a hairpin in the shape of a kitten. If this thing can be taken to Earth, it should be useful, right? And there shouldn't be too much gap in technology, and there aren't many traces of alchemy. It's a pure technological item, just right? I take this job, but I can't guarantee the result. I can only say that whatever we find is what we find. Shang Feifan said irresponsibly. The village chief and the 3 village elders smiled at the same time. It's fine as long as we can find it. The village chief then said, then please ask the Norman brothers to stay in our village for a few more days. The people from the adventure team should arrive in these few days. At that time, you can avoid meeting them and follow them secretly. Adai looked up at his father Shang, with worry in his eyes and a complicated expression. But his mouth was tightly closed from beginning to end, not wanting to affect his father Shang. Shang Feifan smiled, thinking that if Amu was here, he would take on this task without any reward. Immediately rubbed Adai's square head and pinned a kitten hairpin on his hair. Then it's settled. This is just a deposit. The village chief and the 3 village elders naturally said nothing. They also felt that Shang Feifan's deposit was too little and wanted to give him more. Shang Feifan waved his hand, indicating that the deposit didn't need to be so much, and it would all be as in the end anyway. If I find that there is indeed something wrong with that adventure team, and those cubs you sent out are indeed suffering, what are you going to do? Shang Feifan turned around and asked before leaving. The village chief did not hesitate. Our village will send people to find ways to bring back all the adult and underage cubs. If they dare to come again, we will fight them. Shang Feifan was about to ask how the villagers' fighting power compared to that adventure team. The village chief rubbed his hands and said shamelessly, if our village goes to rescue people, and a large group of undead corpses happen to wander to the lair of that adventure team, chasing those adventure team members, and biting them, and not biting us, it would be even better. Shang Feifan, So that's what you were thinking. Several old orcs, and a middle-aged village chief all looked at him with expectant eyes. Shang Feifan's eyes hurt, and he said, I wish you all the best now. This time it was the turn of the village chief and the elders to be speechless. Can't you just bless? Why do you have to curse? Chapter 238. It would take a few days for those people to come. Shang Feifan didn't want to stay in Tianqin village, so he relied on his son's teleportation ability to go back to Moyo town. Lang Mu was not in the town. He went out to survey the ground. Shang Feifan and Lang Mu had a heart-to-heart contract, and with the help of related alchemy props, it was easy to find Lang Mu. The family of 3 stayed together for 2 days. Shang Feifan told Lang Mu everything he had done and his plans. If you have the time and ability, you should take care of the affairs of Tianqin village. If the children in their village really can't be raised and are willing to be sent out, then after our base is built, we can let them send the children to us. If Lang Mu didn't have important things to do, he would definitely go with Shang Feifan to check the adventure group. Shang Feifan touched his chin. My intuition tells me that the adventure group is either related to Luo Rinshao or to the followers of the evil god. Lang Mu did not speculate, but only said, you have to be careful. If you find that the situation is not right, don't rush to eliminate them to prevent their revenge. Shang Feifan understood Lang Mu's worries and concerns, and waved his hand. At worst, I can bring back the entire Tianqin village. Lang Mu curved his lips. Old Shan was not bragging. They are now capable, and have financial resources, and enough food to feed so many people. As long as there is no threat of magma eruption in the Blackwater wasteland, with his natural affinity and natural magic, he will be able to make a large area of arable land in the Blackwater wasteland next year. By then, not to mention supporting tens of thousands of people, Even hundreds of thousands will not be a problem. Shang Fifan pushed the Edie, who came to compete for favor, aside, and lay on Lang Mu's thigh, occupying the seat. Lang Mu smiled, inserted his fingers into the male beast's hair and smoothed it, and said casually, "In addition, Loren Milton suffered such a big loss, it is impossible to just let it go. If he doesn't come out now, he must be planning something more beneficial to him." Shang Fifan didn't like Lang Mu's tone of understanding of Luo Rinjia, and said with a sour taste in his stomach, "Then what do you think he is planning? Summon more players? For summoning?" Lang Mu shook his head slowly, and a trace of self-mockery flashed in his eyes. "I think that person should repeat the same trick and look for another fool." Shang Fifan immediately reacted. "Are you saying that the scum is going to find another son of luck?" A ball of light appeared. "Congratulations." Shang Fifan slapped the light ball aside with a slap, and then took the light ball back. "Are you trying to say that I am the latest son of luck in the Orc continent?" Light ball, yes. But Loren Milton should not be able to find you, because you are not a native of this world, let alone a native life form of the Orc continent. Even if the body I am using now is made of materials from the Orc continent, that's different. Your life source and the way you were bred are different from normal life forms of the Orc continent. Will he find Lang Mu again? Lang Mu's luck value has not recovered. Shang Fifan was relieved, but not yet relieved. He certainly couldn't let Loren Milton increase his luck value. After all, no matter how powerful a person is, he can't fight against the general trend in luck. It's the kind of thing that you have gone through a lot of hardships to achieve something, and you may not even be able to do it, but the other party can easily do it with good luck. Being an opponent to such a person can really make you angry to death. Fortunately, the light ball immediately told the two people, although Shang Fifan is not the son of luck in the Orc continent, he is favored by the Tianhe Star consciousness, and even entrusted. When I chose Shang Fifan, it means that the Tianhe Star consciousness also chose him. Shang Fifan thought, so the next step is a battle of luck, right? Yes. You must completely eliminate him before Loren Milton increases your luck, and you can't give him any chance to breathe. Then you mark his hiding place for me, Shang Fifan said unhappily. The light ball turned a few times, and it seemed to have made a decision, and issued a new task to Shang Fifan. Accept the commission of the village chief of Tianquan village, and find out the truth about the adventure team taking away the cubs for training and cultivation. After completion, you will be rewarded with full use of the Sky Eye system. For days later, the first snow fell in Tianquan Valley. In the midst of the falling snow, a villager at the entrance of Tianquan Valley sent a message that the adventure team had arrived. The villagers brought the three adventurers into the village. The three orcs of different statures had a unified expression, that is, disdain for the Tianquan village. When they swept their eyes over the villagers of Tianquan, they all had a kind of superiority that could not be concealed. The leading orc had the sharp facial features of a carnivorous race, and called himself Sanya. His posture seemed gentle, and there was always a perfect smile on the corners of his mouth. But his amber vertical pupils looked at the village cubs as cold as a snake sizing its prey. The other two could not tell their race from their ears. One fat and one thin stood behind Sanya like two generals, and their eyes swept over the village buildings and villagers from time to time, as if they were calculating something. The village chief came forward. Kanjia waved his hand. "Stop being polite. Are the cubs ready this year?" The village chief was particularly upset by this. The adventurer's tone was not like he was adopting a child, but more like he was picking livestock. But Tianquan village was the one begging for help, so they could only pretend not to understand, and said with a smile, "Everything is ready." The village chief turned around and waved. Several village elders led a dozen children to the three adventurers. Kanjia frowned. "Why are there so few people this year?" The village chief forced a smile. "There are not many cubs thrown into our village this year." A trace of dissatisfaction flashed in Kanjia's eyes, but he said gently, "Then are there any villagers in your village who want to send cubs to us for training? Our adventure group has developed very well in recent years and needs a lot of manpower. It is better to train them from childhood than to recruit adult orcs from outside to join the team. They are more loyal and more suitable. Our group also provides various benefits to the members we train. If there are cubs in your village who want to sign up, we can help them send their salaries back every year, and even directly exchange the salaries for the food and living supplies you need most." The village chief's heart trembled, thinking that these guys are really not satisfied with the number of cubs decreasing year by year, and want to rob them. If there is no Shang Fifan, he and the villagers will have to worry about how to deal with the other party's good intentions. Now that Shang Fifan is here, he just needs to delay time. So the village chief said excitedly, "Really? There is such a good thing? That's great. But this is a serious matter. I still need to discuss it with the village elders and villagers. Wait until next year. You don't have to wait until next year. Sonia interrupted the village chief. Go and ask your villagers now. If they are willing to send their cubs to our adventure group for training, we will not only not charge them for training, but also give them a resettlement fee. Sonia winked at the fat orc next to him. The fat orc immediately took out a bag with a smile, opened it, and showed it to the village chief. This is our resettlement fee, insect powder. This batch of insect powder is not old stuff, but new powder made this year. It tastes delicious and nutritious. It can be made into pancakes, paste, or steamed. Shang Fifan, who was standing on the side in stealth, also looked into the bag. A bag of gray powder looks very familiar. Isn't this one of the main foods he found in the bandits' den near the abyss? After going to the royal city, he rarely saw people eating this kind of insect powder, and almost forgot that this kind of insect powder is one of the most commonly consumed foods by the lower-class people in the Orc continent. Sonia added, if your cubs are selected, each person can get a resettlement fee of 20 kilograms of insect powder. Fat Orc, our car is just outside the valley. Don't worry that we don't have enough insect powder. We are not just touring your village. The implication is that they can pick a lot of cubs, not just the few in your village. Generally, poor villagers who suffer from insufficient food in winter will become anxious when they hear this, and those who were originally hesitant will make a decisive decision. But the villagers of Tionkin village have already doubted this adventure team, and naturally they will not send their children to suffer for a little food. But it was not good to refuse like this. After all, their village was so poor that they could not feed so many abandoned foreign cubs because they did not have enough food. If they were not tempted at this time, the three orcs would definitely be suspicious. The village chief made up his mind and said happily, I will go find someone. Please wait for the three distinguished guests. The village chief turned around and went to find someone. The villagers did not like this kind of occasion. They used to watch the excitement, but later they felt that this adventure team was not right, so they had no enthusiasm for watching the excitement. Every time they came to watch, they always felt like they were sending those orphans to suffer or even die. The three village elders and several adult villagers stood there waiting with more than a dozen cubs. Candia and the other two were impatient to just stand there, and began to select from the dozen cubs. The main person to select was Candia, and the other two were only responsible for rating. A dozen ragged orphans with tattered clothes lined up in a row. Their thin bodies shivered slightly in the flying snow, but their eyes flashed with desire. Half of these cubs cannot transform, and remain in the state of pure beasts. The pure beast cubs have no clothes on their bodies, only their fur and scales. Although they are in the state of pure beasts, some of them can also be seen to be obviously defective. The other half that can transform into human form also have defects on their bodies. Two still maintain the appearance of half beast and half human. One has a rat head and rat limbs, but a human torso. The other upper limbs are fish fins, and the exposed skin and face are all scales, like amphibians. These cubs are of different ages. The youngest is still in swaddling clothes, and the oldest is only 7 or 8 years old. Some of the 7 or 8-year-old cubs are left after the previous election, and some were thrown near the valley entrance in the past year. The reason why they were abandoned at the age of 7 or 8 was that their families wanted to see the possibility of transformation. After waiting for 7 or 8 years, they still didn't see it. They thought that the cubs could not transform into orcs, and they would only slowly turn into wild beasts if they were kept, so they threw them away. Usually, most of the cubs abandoned after the age of 2 are pure beasts. If they are selected, will they be able to eat enough? A little boy from the deer tribe clenched the corner of his clothes. His left leg was shorter than his right leg, and his antlers were not developed, but his eyes were surprisingly bright. He wanted to leave here. He was just thrown here this year. He knew that he was not a child of this village, and could not integrate into this village. He wanted to leave, even if he had to suffer a little. As long as he could have a full stomach and grow up safely, he was willing to accept the so-called training and cultivation. Although the old people in the village had told all their cubs before that those orphans who were taken away never came back, they didn't know how those cubs who left the village and were taken away were doing. The rabbit-eared girl next to her was trembling all over. Her right eye was covered with a white film, her left ear was only half gone, and her mouth still had 3 lips. Don't choose me. Don't choose me. She muttered to herself, but when one of the orcs glanced over, she subconsciously straightened her back, fearing that she would not look energetic enough. The other half-snake girl secretly looked up at Kangia. She saw that the tall orc's fingers were gently lifting a child's chin, as if checking something. Kangia's movements were very gentle, but she shuddered inexplicably. Can they really leave here? Is this adventure team really willing to take them and feed them? Will they not want someone like me? A boy with no arms, but two small wings clenched his fists, curled his bare toes, and pierced his sharp toenails into the hard soil covered with a thin layer of snow. He didn't want to be hungry again, and didn't want to be laughed at by children from other villages for having no arms and no hands. But he was afraid that he would suffer a worse fate after leaving. He grew up in the village, and an old orc adopted him, but this year the old orc was in poor health, and the family didn't get much food, so he took the initiative to leave the remaining food to the old orc. Shang Fifan was watching Kanjia picking the orphans, like picking livestock. From the people selected by the other party, it seems that they don't care whether the cubs are healthy, cute and beautiful, or have fewer defects. The selected cubs were nervous and excited. Kanjia also selected a baby cub that was born less than 3 months ago, and a 5-year-old pure beast cub that couldn't walk steadily. Not to mention the baby cub that was only 3 months old. The 5-year-old pure beast cub had bone problems at first glance, and it was very likely that he had a congenital disease such as chondrodystrophy. This disease is difficult to treat, at least for ordinary orcs. Shang Fifan searched the game store and found a potion that can treat rickets. The potion requires 200 contribution points. This contribution point is not expensive for him now, but considering that he rarely gets hundreds of contribution points at a time for other tasks except the main quest and adventure quest, you can imagine how expensive this potion would be if it were put on the orc market. So why did this adventure team choose a cub with rickets, and also chose a cub that was still drinking milk? What are their criteria for selecting reserve members? Shang Fifan looked at Kanjia carefully. Kanjia seemed to sense something, and turned his head to look. Not finding anything unusual, he continued to reach out and pat and touch the cubs that he had chosen. Shang Fifan's eyes fell on Kanjia's right hand. Kanjia wore a ring on the middle finger of his right hand, and the ring face was relatively long and rectangular. Shang Fifan noticed that whenever Kanjia's hand touched a cub, the ring face would slightly change color. Oh, it's not a color change, but there is something like liquid inside the ring face, which rises and falls like mercury in a temperature column. Kanjia chooses cubs based on the reaction of the liquid column on the ring face. As long as the liquid column exceeds the middle section when testing the cub, Kanjia will label the cub as qualified and let the cub stand on the other side. Perhaps there are too few people available for selection this year, and a cub whose liquid column barely reaches the middle of the ring face was finally picked out by Kanjia. Only 4? The fat orc frowned and whispered to his companions, "This is too few. Let's go to other villages later. It would be best if we can get 10. The thin orc also whispered. Kanjia turned his head, and the fat and thin orcs immediately shut up. Kanjia was obviously in a bad mood. They did have other villages to go to, but the orcs in those villages valued their cubs very much. Unless they really couldn't make ends meet, they would never hand over their cubs. In fact, the orc continent has always attached great importance to cubs since ancient times, and only cubs with natural disabilities will be abandoned. In fact, since the Cenozoic era, there are not many cubs that can be cruelly abandoned, even if they are natural disabilities. Even if they are pure beasts that cannot transform at all, their families would rather keep them until they completely lose their humanity before driving them to the wilderness. Tiankin village is the place where they have the most and safest cubs. They can also rob, steal and kidnap cubs all over the continent, and they are indeed doing so. But because the orcs all over the continent attach great importance to cubs, their chances of success are not high, and the risks and costs are particularly high. This is also the reason why the higher-ups pay special attention to the Tiankin villages in various places. Anyway, the higher-ups do not value the physical conditions of the cubs, but have another set of selection criteria. As a selector, Kanjia has not yet figured out what the selection criteria are, and can only judge based on the rings they wear. He did not dare to ask more. He did not want to be like those cubs he brought back, disappearing inexplicably one day. There were a few villagers watching around, with complicated eyes. Several older female orcs whispered to each other, glancing at the children from time to time, and then quickly moving away, as if they could not bear it, and ashamed. The young males stood on the periphery, their expressions uncertain. They knew that the village couldn't afford to raise too many children, but seeing these children being taken away, with an unknown future, they felt particularly embarrassed. If they could be stronger, if they could be more capable, could they raise more children? Even let all the disabled cubs in the world live happily and happily in their Tiankin Valley? These young male orcs thought of what those weird orcs said to them. They said they came to change the situation of the disabled orcs, and wanted to unite the strength of all the disabled orcs in the world. In fact, although those orcs spoke a little strangely, and acted a little weird, Most of them were still pretty good. Such a big camp is near their village. It is impossible to say that the villagers have no contact with the players. Many young orcs and cubs actually have contact with the players secretly. Many cubs have learned to be cute and beg for food in the player camp without any instruction. If the village elders and the village chief had not repeatedly warned them not to have too much contact with those weird orcs, many young villagers might have become friends with the players. The village chief came back with 3 children. When the village elders and villagers saw the faces of the 3 cubs, many of them changed color, and some who could not hide their mouths widened. The village chief brought his second son and youngest son, as well as Adai. The village chief's wife followed him out, looking miserable. She didn't want her children to go with the adventure group members, even if it was only temporarily. Mothers are afraid that their children will get into trouble, let alone such a risky undercover behavior. But when the village chief went back and explained the situation to the villagers, Adai was the first to jump out and said that he alone could go, and taking others would be a burden. The village chief's eldest son was almost an adult, and could no longer go with the adventure team members. They didn't like big children, and they liked those under 12 or 13 years old the most, the younger the better. The village chief's other 2 children were stimulated by Adai, and took the initiative to jump out, and tell their parents that they were willing to go on an adventure. The village chief had no intention of letting other villagers' children go on an adventure. Before he came back, he had decided to let his second son go with him. Unexpectedly, his third child also wanted to go, and he was clamoring to go. When the other cubs saw that the elder cubs in the village had taken the initiative to go, they also started to make a fuss, and each of them was so bold that he seemed to be able to break the sky. These ignorant cubs were beaten by their parents and grandparents. Finally, the village chief made the decision to take his 2 children and Adai to make up the number. 3 volunteers to participate in the training are already quite a lot. Adai looked at his sleek fur, then looked at the cubs in the village, and immediately jumped into the bucket to get some water, then jumped out and rolled back and forth on the ground, and even burrowed into the haystack. When he came out again, he became a dirty little wild cub covered in mud and weeds. The village chief gave a thumbs up. This little Adai is really not stupid. As expected, Kanjia and the other 2 did not express any dissatisfaction with the village chief for only sending 3 cubs, and praised the village chief for doing the right thing and being forward-looking. Kanjia tested the village chief's 2 children and Adai. The village chief's 2 children were unable to make the liquid column exceed the middle of the ring face, but Kanjia decided to take the 2 cubs with him. When Kanjia measured Adai, the liquid column in the ring was almost full. Kanjia opened his eyes wide, ecstatic. How many years have passed? This is the first time he has encountered a cub that is close to full. The last time the leader of another team brought back a liquid column that reached 2/3, he received a very generous reward. Then wouldn't he be able to make a fortune with this one that is almost full? Maybe he can be promoted directly to a higher level. Kanjia was extremely excited, and his face was flushed. In order to prevent the village chief and others from noticing anything unusual, Kanjia secretly took a few deep breaths, and finally suppressed his excitement. "What's your name?" Kanjia asked Adai in a particularly amiable manner. Adai looked up at Kanjia stupidly. The village chief hurriedly explained, "Don't blame me, this child is a little stupid and slow to react, but he is not really stupid. His name is Adai." Sonya laughed. "A stupid child is good. A stupid child will be obedient and will not make trouble." Sonya bent down and wanted to pick up Adai. Adai jumped and hid aside. The village chief helped explain. Adai is a little shy and doesn't like to contact people. But if you have anything to say to him, he can understand. Sonya actually disliked Adai's dirty body. Seeing that the little cub refused to be held, he was happy not to dirty his clothes. He just said to Adai and several selected cubs, "Come with us. You will have a good life in the future, and you don't have to worry about not having enough to eat." The village chief and the village elder sent Sonya and his group and the selected cubs to the outside of the valley. Shang Fifan followed all the way. He found that when Kanjia and his companions passed through the forest at the entrance of the valley, the creatures in the forest seemed to have disappeared, and the giant insects with different personalities were all gone. Kanjia and his companions did not notice anything unusual. When they walked to the entrance of the valley, they saw the people they left outside the valley entrance, turned around and said goodbye to the village chief and others. "Do you want to go with us this time? If you want to go, we will pick you up when we come back. We will send you a signal then," the fat orc said. The village chief smiled apologetically. "Then I trouble you all?" Sonya suddenly asked. "When we came here before, we passed by a ruin and saw a collapsed castle, as well as some houses and tents. Weren't there a lot of people there originally?" Where have all these people gone now? What happened there? The village chief showed a look of fear and confusion, and said, "We don't know what happened to the small city. It seems that everyone in it disappeared overnight. That night, we all heard the sound of cannons, but we didn't dare to come out to check. When we came back the next morning, we found that the place was empty." The village elder also said with a face full of fear, "Maybe it was attacked by bandits. The bandits in this area are very powerful. I told them a long time ago that there is no land in their area to defend, and it is too dangerous to use it as a city. But those people don't listen to us old men and women." Songya asked several questions in a row, but the village chief and the village elders didn't know anything. Kanjia didn't think that Tiankin village, which was too poor to support extra children, could know anything important, so he sent them away with the promised 60 kilograms of insect powder. 60 kilograms of insect powder was not enough for a sack, and the village chief picked it up with one hand and returned to the village. Shang Fifan jumped into the car of Kanjia and his group. Chapter 239. Shang Fifan followed the team, and found that this so-called adventure team had been operating near Tiankin Valley for a long time. They had contact with the villages here. Many villages lived in remote places, but they all knew them and were familiar with them. On the contrary, when they encountered any slightly larger town with a population of more than 3,000 to 5,000, they would at most stop for a while, and never mention recruiting children for training as reserve team members. Such recruitment. It would be strange if there were no ghosts. Shang Fifan knew it well. Kanjia and his team would specifically go to remote and poor villages because there would be people in such villages who could not feed their children, and some people were so short-sighted that they would sell their children for a few bags of food, and because the villagers in such villages would not be able to find their children even if they regretted it. Instead of choosing a larger town, firstly, most of the villages and towns with large populations have a decent life and will not sell their children. Most of the Tiankin who are not wanted will be thrown to Tiankin Valley, so they don't need to ask again. Secondly, the beast men in such gathering places are more experienced, and it is difficult to be fooled by them. Thirdly, once the beast men in these medium-sized and larger gathering places regret or want to investigate the adventure group, their adventure group will be exposed and in danger of being troubled. After running around in such a long circle, in addition to the harvest in Tiankin village, Kanjia and his party only got 2 cubs. These 2 cubs were not abandoned by their families because of their physical defects, but because their families really couldn't feed them. The little boys ate their father out of money. Although these 2 little beast men are only 5 or 6 years old, they are very good at eating. It just so happens that these 2 families are particularly fertile. Sometimes it is so strange, the poorer the family, the more likely they are to have children, but some wealthy families can't even have a child. Hearing Kanjia say that they can take their children to learn skills, and they can get a salary in the future, and this time, they can get 20 kilograms of insect powder as a settlement fee, these 2 families almost rushed to push out all their children under the age of 15. If Kanjia didn't have requirements for selecting people, the 2 families would have wanted the adventure team to take away all their children, who were not yet able to do anything or hunt. In addition to these 2 families, there were a few who were interested, but the children they pushed out were not qualified, and the liquid column was still far from the middle position. The fat orc muttered all the way that there were too few cubs selected this year, and he was afraid that he would be scolded by the superiors when he returned. But Kanjia was full of joy. There were not many people this year, but the quality was good. Only one nearly full-scale die could replace hundreds of qualified cubs, or maybe even more. Kanjia and others began to return, and they gathered all the cubs in one car. At this time, they were quite friendly to the cubs, giving them food and water twice a day. Although they only ate insect powder, they could eat as much as they wanted. Shang Fifan always had the illusion that pig dealers took piglets to the market to sell, and stuffed them with food to increase their weight. In fact, it was more like a last meal. Shang Fifan thought coldly. Dai had no sense of disobedience among the 8 cubs. He ate the unpalatable brewed insect powder and raw water, although he didn't eat much. The 2 children of the village chief knew that Dai could easily take out a lot of delicious food, drinks and fun things. But the 2 children were over 10 years old, the 2 oldest among the 9 cubs, especially the second child Kong Kong, who was 13 years old and very sensible. The village chief named the 3 children in his family Zhuang Zhuang, Kong Kong, and Bao Bao, expressing his sincere wishes in a particularly simple way. The 3rd child, Bao Bao, is still a girl, but she is still young and naughty, and looks more like her father. If she is not specially dressed up, she looks like a boy. Neither of the 2 children asked Dai to secretly take out more delicious food. Kong Kong considered himself to be the older brother, and secretly protected the third child, and this little Adai. Although he had bullied Adai before, one thing is one thing. In the past, because the whole village was poor, his parents had to take out the little food at home to feed other children without parents. They were hungry, so they naturally hated Adai who came to their house to share their food. Now Adai will not snatch their food and is willing to help their village, so they naturally have to be loyal. Kong Kong actually didn't know what exactly Adai was going to do for the village. He just heard his father say that he wanted the cubs to follow the adventurers to investigate the situation, and find out how the cubs that Tiankin village sent to the adventurers in previous years were doing. Adai was the first to sign up, which made Kong Kong very impressed. Kong Kong felt that as the child of the village chief, how could he leave the village affairs to a cub who had already left the village? So he also stood up. When he and the third child were both selected, Kong Kong actually felt a little regretful and a little scared, but seeing that Adai was not afraid at all, he also straightened his chest. Kong Kong didn't know that Adai was not afraid because he knew that his father Shang was secretly following them and would always protect him, the cub, so of course he was not afraid at all. Kong Kong also secretly told the other selected cubs in the village not to tell the adventurers about Adai's affairs, and promised them that he would protect them as long as they kept their mouths shut. The cubs had different thoughts, but on the surface they all agreed. Adai showed off his father to the village without any cover-up, and he almost beat the gongs and drums. Except for the infant cub, who was still in the cradle, the other three cubs naturally knew that Adai had a rich father who treated him well. So when they saw Adai also came with him, and got himself dirty, the cubs felt very strange. But before any cub could ask, they were stopped by the boy with no arms and only a pair of small wings. He kicked the rickets cub, who wanted to ask questions on his butt. The winged boy was called Jiangsu, and it was the name given to him by the old orc who raised him. Jiangsu was already 11 years old, and probably because of insufficient nutrition, he looked about the same age as an 8 or 9-year-old boy. But Jiangsu is quite famous among the children in the village. He is quite good at fighting. Although he has no hands and can only flap his wings twice, he can jump up and scratch people with his sharp toenails, and he can also turn his mouth into a hook to peck people. He is also very fierce. The cubs younger than him in the village are a little afraid of him. Even the young boys older than him only dare to scold him with their mouths, and dare not fight him with real knives and guns. So Jiangsu kicked the rickets cub, and the cub dared to be angry but did not dare to say anything. Fortunately, it didn't hurt much, but it kicked out the words he wanted to ask. The rickets cub is young and timid. He doesn't know why he was chosen, but he knows that he won't have to go hungry in the future. As for Adai's matter, he was just curious and wanted to ask at the time, and he didn't mean to tell on the adults. The cubs who tell on the adults are not good cubs. Another selected cub, a dear boy whose left leg was shorter than his right leg, was not close to the villagers, and naturally could not play with the cubs in the village. He grew up outside, and was always discriminated against by his brothers and sisters outside. In the end, he was abandoned by his family, so his mind was a little left. He did not tell the adventure team about Adai immediately, not because he was afraid of Jiangsu and the village chief's second son, but because he felt a hint of conspiracy. Whether it was Adai or the village chief's second son or youngest son, it was not like they would follow the adventure team. But they took the initiative to follow. Why? The dear boy wanted to see if he could gain greater benefits from this matter, so he kept his mouth shut for the time being. Shang Fifan didn't care about the little cub's twists and turns, and he didn't worry that Adai's affairs would be known by the adventure team. He believed in Adai, and the little guy could definitely make up a suitable excuse. And just looking at Kanjia's satisfaction with Adai, even if he knew that Adai had problems, he would probably be determined to take Adai back. If Kanjia and the others really want to harm Adai, then he will just do it directly, and then leave one alive for interrogation. It took Kanjia and the others 4.5 days to run through all the remote villages in this circle. Shang Fifan was very bored during the journey, so bored that he could only study how to use dark energy as magic power, which is smoother and more economical than magic power, and explore the energy of the fragments of the Godhead through the ring. Your heart-to-heart contract is not good. It's fine that you can't video chat at any time, but you can't even support long-distance voice. Shang Fifan took the time to diss Guangqiu. Guangqiu. This is not how the heart-to-heart contract is used. Shang Fifan despised. Do you know how to keep up with the times? Light ball. You can do it yourself. Shang Fifan was not fooled. You should be responsible for after-sales service. The after-sales service of the products I sell is top-notch. The light ball refused to bother with this retired weapons dealer. The heart-to-heart contract it sold was already the highest level in this world. The contractors could not only sense each other's mood and well-being from a distance, but also communicate with each other's minds at close range. What else does this guy want? You are a weapons dealer, and a top student who studied for a master's and doctorate degree at the Polytechnic University. Why haven't you made a machine gun or a mobile phone so far? Shang Feifan snorted. Don't try that. Doesn't industrial development need a foundation? You have to grow wheat before you can eat a steamed bun. Besides, have you given me time to develop the industrial foundation? The players. Oh, you also know that the players are already doing it, so why should I spend that time? The light ball was choked again. This time, he really didn't want to say a word to someone again. Shang Feifan's eyes lit up. If the players don't go online anymore, the factories and workshops they built can't be wasted. After this matter is resolved, I see if I can move the steelmaking furnaces, lathes, machines and raw materials in those factories and workshops back. In the future, AMU's territory can develop half of agriculture and half of industry. Grasp both hands are strong. The light ball almost issued a task, but held back. Okay, come out, we're almost there. The fat orc jumped out of the car, opened the door, and shouted at the cubs in the car. Sonya and others also got out of the car, looking up at the sky, as if waiting for something. The cubs got off the car one after another, looking a little timid and curious. Seeing the adults looking up at the sky, they also looked up at the sky. A transparent elevator descended from the sky. Shang Feifan. Wow. The cubs stood with their necks tilted up, and the scales and hair on several people's bodies all stood up. The transparent box that was slowly descending in the sky was beyond the limits of these cubs' cognition. God! Are you dreaming? It's so beautiful. Oh my God! The cubs made all kinds of exclamations. What a magical cage it was. The whole body was crystal clear, and the upright rectangle reflected a colorful halo in the sun. The giant bird without wings, and without a card just went down rapidly in such a counterintuitive way. When the transparent cage fell to the ground, several cubs screamed and covered their eyes in fear. It was going to break. No! The transparent cage landed steadily on the ground, and a door opened. The reason why we know there is a door is because the adventure team members in the convoy have already walked in with things. Kanjia turned around and smiled at the cubs huddled together. You are lucky today, you can go directly to the main city. After saying that, Kanjia also looked at the square-headed cub squatting in the middle of the cubs. Shang Feifan, it seems that this transparent elevator is still for Dai. The village chief and the elders once described to him in detail the training location of the cubs of the adventure team. Although they were required to wear dense hoods for a section of the journey, the adventure team explained that this was to protect the cubs and avoid being found by their enemies. But the orcs' natural instincts still let them know that they have never left the ground. The place they entered later also looked like a basin-type base. There were mountains ranging from 700 to 800 meters to more than 1,000 meters around, like a giant snake encircling the adventure group base. The base was estimated to be quite large, and there was a large lake inside. The village chief and his team suspected that they saw arable land, but they were urged to leave before they could see it clearly. In short, the village chief and his team did not see the transparent elevator from beginning to end, let alone take the elevator to the Sky City. The fat and thin orcs and the orcs in the other convoys looked at Kanjia leading the cubs into the transparent elevator with envy and jealousy. Only Kanjia and the cubs were allowed, and they were not qualified to step on the elevator. The cubs followed Kanjia into the transparent elevator with endless curiosity and excitement, and a little fear. Before Dai could see clearly what Kanjia did, the elevator door closed. Then the elevator rose rapidly. Many cubs knew for the first time that they were afraid of heights, and one little cub even peed in fear. The other cubs were also more or less frightened, and lay on the ground unable to move. It was really scary to stand in this completely transparent cage and look down from above. Dai was not afraid, he could teleport, but he was anxious. Did Dad come in? A warm and dry big hand touched his square head. Dai felt relieved instantly. Shang Feifan leaned on the top of the elevator and looked down. The transparent elevator allowed him to clearly see that the vehicle below was still there, and someone suddenly emerged from the ground and talked to the fat and thin orcs. After a while, the fat and thin orcs took the remaining orcs and loaded the vehicle and left. A passage was also dug underground. No, maybe not a passage, but just a monitoring station. Shang Feifan looked into the distance again, and saw the green silhouettes of the mountains. It was really strange. If I hadn't boarded this elevator, I wouldn't have seen any shadows of the mountains when I looked into the distance just now from the ground. The mountains were so close to the convoy. Some kind of trick, or other scientific or non-scientific forces? With this transparent elevator, the cables were completely invisible. Maybe it was magnetic levitation, or further use of repulsion? After a while, the transparent elevator reached the top. When the cubs were dragged out of the elevator, they were all shocked and couldn't see it. Shang Fifan floated to the air to observe this city in the sky. From a distance, this city suspended in the clouds was like the back garden of a god, but this garden was not planted with colorful flowers and trees, but with various crops. This city has no towering metal towers, no noisy mechanical roars, only single-family buildings surrounded by various crops, with white crystal tiles on the roofs, glowing softly in the sun. The crops that are about to mature or are still being cultivated are scattered all over the streets and gaps of the city. The farmland of different colors, and the silver-white buildings are interwoven into regular geometric figures. The overall layout of the city is like a perfect hexagon, and each street extends at a precise angle, dividing neat blocks. Flying cars. No, it's better to say that they are some kind of floating boats than cars. Flying cars silently pass through the air and glide gracefully along invisible tracks. They have no jets of flames, no noisy engine sounds, and seem to be fallen leaves lifted by the wind, light and quiet. Most of the orcs living here wear plain silver-gray robes, walk calmly, and look indifferent. Their temperament is completely different from the orcs on the ground. Whether it is the crystal decoration on the forehead or the alchemical ring on the finger, they all show a sense of superiority beyond the mundane. There is no noise of the market on the street, no children's laughter, only occasional whispers, and the slight sound of the passing cars. This place seems to be separated from the entire current orc world, as if it is still in the Great Prosperity era, beautiful and magical to the point of being unreal. There was even a pleasant, faint scent of grass in the air, similar to the scent of grass after it was cut, mixed with some indescribable energy fluctuations. Shang Fifan suddenly looked somewhere, and he felt the power of the insect mother. There must be a fragment of the insect mother's heart here. And it's a big piece. Adventure mission, you followed the unknown adventure team to a mysterious city in the sky, and found that the energy core of this city is suspected to be the power of the insect mother. Please investigate what the energy core of this city in the sky is, and find a way to recover it. The reward depends on your choice. The light ball jumped out. Originally, it had planned not to talk to someone for at least one day, but now, special circumstances require special treatment. Sonya was also very excited. He did not hide this point, and there was no doubt that he would hide it. It was a supreme honor to be able to come to this city in the sky. He never thought that just by reporting Adai's test results to the higher-ups, he would get the treatment of being able to go to the city in the sky. A flying car stopped in front of Sonya and the cubs. The car door opened, and a young orc in a silver-gray robe walked out. Shang Fifan noticed that the collar and cuffs of this orc were embroidered with 2 green patterns. Most of the orcs in this city wore silver-gray robes, with no other complicated patterns on them, only a few on the collar and cuffs. I think this should be the mark used by the orcs in the Sky City to distinguish between classes and occupations. Chapter 240. Shang Fifan has absorbed 2 pieces of the heart of the insect mother and gained great benefits. Of course, this is also related to his own strong mental power and outstanding talent, plus the help of the system and the god of curse. Even if the insect mother wants to let her consciousness descend and occupy Shang Fifan's original consciousness, she can't do it. Now that he senses that there is a piece of the heart of the insect mother that has shocked the system in this Sky City, it can be seen that this heart fragment contains a lot of power. But before exploring the heart fragment of the insect mother, he must first protect Adai and the group of cubs. Shang Fifan hid behind Adai and followed into the flying car. The interior space of the flying car was not expanded, nor was it luxurious. There were only 2 rows of seats facing each other, and there was a driver's seat at the front of the car. But it was the first time for the cubs to ride a flying car, and the village where they usually lived was too poor, so they were amazed at the interior of the flying car, which was not luxurious. In short, when they came to this Sky City, the cubs felt that they couldn't take it all in. All of this was a strange scene that they had never heard of or seen before. The silver-gray robed man driving the flying car didn't know whether he looked down on Kangia and the cubs or he didn't like to talk. He only hummed when Kangia saluted, and then didn't say a word. Kangia was also very respectful to this man, and he strictly ordered the cubs to be quiet. The cubs didn't dare to be presumptuous when they first arrived at a strange place, and they all sat in their seats obediently. The speed of the flying car was not fast, and it took about 10 minutes to reach the destination. After getting off the car, what I saw looked like a manor. The front was a large 3-story building in the shape of a concave character, and there were farmlands and orchards around it. The farmland and orchard were very well managed, and there were almost no weeds in them. Shang Fifan saw a dozen orcs working in the farmland and orchard. In the middle of the concave building, the double doors were open, and people in silver-gray robes came in and out from time to time. It didn't look like a private residence, but more like a school or church organization. The orc driving the flying car waved to Kanjia, signaling him to take the cubs with him. Kanjia first ordered the cubs to be obedient and follow him, and then they followed the orc respectfully into the building. There were 2 corridors on the left and right of the first-floor hall. There were many rooms in the corridors, and orcs walked out from time to time. Those orcs acted as if they didn't see the cubs Kanjia brought, and some even avoided them with disgust. No one asked any questions, and no one showed any concern for these little cubs. The orc leading the way led the way to the left, walked all the way to the end, and reached out and gently knocked on the dark door. The dark door quietly opened, and a complex smell of herbs, alchemical solvents, engine oil and animal skin paper hit us. The orc who led the way did not go in, but motioned Kanjia to bring the cubs in. Kanjia was a little nervous and wanted to ask something, but he saw that the orc who led the way had his lips tightly closed and his expression was stern, so he immediately swallowed the words he wanted to ask. Kanjia swallowed his saliva and waved to the cubs to follow. The cubs were ignorant and didn't know how to be afraid, so they just followed Kanjia into the room. The door closed quietly. Kanjia, who was walking in the front, subconsciously stopped. The scene that came to him was not the blood and decay he had imagined, but a kind of almost morbid neatness. This is a laboratory. The light inside the laboratory is bright, but it does not come from candlelight or magic lamps, but from the fluorescent magic patterns etched on the wall. They outline perfect geometric figures in dim blue, which reflect soft white light, making the entire laboratory almost free of shadows. The laboratory is circular, with a towering dome inlaid with automatically changing star maps. The floor is paved with dark blue slate, with layers of nested magic patterns etched on it, glowing with dim blue light. The size of this laboratory is abnormal at first glance, and it is obvious that space magic is used here. There are 5 curved workbenches in the middle of the laboratory, guarding an operating position. The workbenches have different divisions of labor. Some workbenches are placed with crucibles and flasks, while others are placed with carving knives and seal materials. There is also a workbench for biological research, with biological tissues floating in a transparent tank. In the center of the room, a fist-sized stone emitting blue-black light is suspended and slowly rotates. Shang Fifan's eyes stayed on the stone for a moment. He was a little suspicious whether his luck was too good, as he saw what he was looking for so quickly. Could this laboratory be the core area of this sky city? How could he get in so easily? Was the owner of this sky city too careless? Or was the owner of this laboratory so powerful that he didn't care about the enemies who might invade? Shang Fifan's mind turned quickly, and his eyes turned to the surrounding walls. 2 of the 4 walls were bookshelves, with various books placed on them. One side was filled with various experimental items and boxes of different sizes. There is another side. The most eye-catching thing is this wall. It has been transformed into a huge display cabinet, with dozens of orc cub dolls inlaid on the wall. Each doll is lifelike. The hair, scales, and even the subtle expressions are frozen in the last moment. Some of these dolls are curled up, as if they are asleep, some are open-eyed, with fear flashing in their pupils, and there is a little cub with wolf ears, even maintaining the posture of stretching out his hands to struggle, with his fingertips slightly curled. And on the wall behind these dolls, there are densely painted complex dark golden magic patterns. They are like blood vessels winding and intertwining, and finally converge on a thumb-sized doll in the center of the wall. If Lang Mu were here, he would instantly recognize that these magic patterns are exactly the same as the protective magic circle drawn by Loren Milton in the bedroom of the wooden house where he lived. Shang Fifan's expression was frozen, and his face was extremely ugly. He and Lang Mu had a marriage contract, and he saw some memories that Lang Mu was willing to show him, including the wooden house where he lived with Loren Milton. Shang Fifan was very concerned about the first night experience that Lang Mu had told him. He didn't care that Lang Mu had had it with other people, but that night was probably when Lang Mu's luck was plundered. Lang Mu roughly shared his memories of that night. In fact, he was basically unconscious all night and didn't remember anything, but Lang Mu clearly showed Shang Fifan the appearance and furnishings of the whole room. So when Shang Fifan saw the magic pattern carved on the wall, he felt familiar. Following the magic pattern all the way to the center, he saw the thumb-sized puppet. Shang Fifan's mind automatically changed to the bed where Lang Mu slept. Now he roughly understood what the criteria for selecting cubs were for this adventure group. The ring Kanjia wore on his hand was an alchemical magic ring used to test the cubs' luck value. No wonder they didn't care about physical fitness, appearance, or talent when selecting cubs, because the owner of this laboratory only wanted one thing, that is, luck. Shang Fifen's anger reached its peak. He used to look down on those who developed themselves by plundering others' luck, but after Lang Mu's personal experience, he hated such existence that plundered others' luck to the extreme, and wanted to get rid of them as soon as he saw them. He thought there was only one such person, Loren Milton, but he didn't expect there was another one here. Shang Fifen didn't think the owner here was Luo Renjia. It was just his intuition. Judging from the layout of this laboratory, the owner here is more inclined to research and paranoid personality, while Luo Renjia is more inclined to disguise and enjoyment personality. However, Shang Fifen can be sure of one thing, that is, the owner here is 99% from the Fardel continent and is a magician. It is also very likely that he is a magic saint. It is just unknown whether it is Ludwig the magic saint or the dark magic saint Dexter. Kanjia dared not even breathe in this laboratory. The cubs were even more frightened. They all saw the dolls on the wall. Except for the cubs who were too young and ignorant, people like Kong Kong, and the dear boy felt something was wrong in fear. They were all afraid of becoming one of the dolls on the wall. The dear tribe boy cursed the liar in his heart. He thought that he could have a better new life after leaving Tiankin village. He was not afraid of hardship, fatigue or pain. As long as he could eat, and wear warm clothes and have room for advancement, he would be satisfied even if he had to train every day and work hard for the adventure group in the future. Who would have thought that this shitty adventure group would bring them to die? The dear tribe boy wanted to run, but his legs were weak. He didn't even dare to ask questions. Adai looked up at the wall of dolls, and said well softly, "Leave this one, take the others." A voice came, and a person emerged from the ground in the center of the 5 workbenches. This person was not wearing a silver-gray robe, but a universal magician robe of the Fardel continent. The background color was as dark as the night, but it was not deadly dark, but like a flowing void, with a faint silver glimmer like star sand. The surface of the robe is embroidered with complex magic patterns with dark gold threads, and staring at it for a little longer will make you dizzy. When the wearer is still, the robe is like a painting woven in the night. When the magic power surges, the whole robe comes alive. Thousands of magic patterns pour down like stars, and each pattern sings the ancient spell. Ludwig, the magic saint. This name popped up in Shang Fifen's mind subconsciously. Why not the dark magic saint? Because Shang Fifen takes the path of dark energy. The person who came out also has a lot of dark energy wrapped around him, but he is not manipulating these dark energies, but he is contaminated by them because of doing bad things. He is obviously not a dark magic saint, but what he does is darker than the dark magic saint. Shang Fifen sneered in his heart. This might be the first time Kanjia saw this person. Although he didn't know him, he still saluted with fear and didn't dare to look up. He kept his head down since the other person appeared. The other person asked him to leave Adai behind and take the others away. Kanjia didn't say a word, leaving Adai alone and calling the other cubs to follow him. The deer cubs and others were relieved immediately. They didn't want to stay here at all, they just wanted to leave quickly. That scary person. Obviously the other person looked good and dressed well, but the cubs didn't see the other person's face clearly, they just thought he was scary. Now that the man let them go, it was obvious that he would not turn them into one of the wall dolls, so why not run away quickly? Kong Kong and Bao Bao looked at Adai worriedly before leaving. Kong Kong wanted to say that he wanted to stay too. Adai stepped on him, shook his head at him, and made a "don't worry" mouth shape. Kong Kong held back, held his sister's hand tightly, and followed Sonya to leave the room that would give him nightmares. No matter how magical and magnificent the facilities inside the room looked, Shang Fifen stayed. He didn't have to worry about the safety of Kong Kong and other cubs for the time being. The owner here chose Adai, and there was a 99% chance that he would not attack other cubs again. There were only 20 or 30 dolls on the wall, but over the years, no one knew how many cubs had been taken away from Tiankin village, which meant that most of the cubs might still be alive, but just became members of this organization. Why do these magic saints choose to take the evil path of plundering other people's luck? Shang Fifen didn't understand what those people were thinking, he just wanted to say it. Light ball. Because this path is simpler, it is easier for them to see the hope of becoming a god. If the gods need to plunder the luck of others to achieve the position of god, then what good will such gods do to the world? Because the world consciousness does not care about the creatures living on him. So what if those creatures are plundered of their luck? It has no effect on the world itself. Unless the existence whose luck is plundered is the son of the luck of the real world that is connected to the luck of the entire world. You don't care if it doesn't involve yourself, right? Would you care if one of the bacteria on your body plundered the luck of other bacteria? Sean Pfeiffer. Ludwig walked out from behind the workbench, and didn't mind Dai's dirtiness, and picked up the little guy. Dai resisted the urge to teleport away. Ludwig didn't notice the bracelet hidden in Dai's hair. Dai made the space bracelet invisible, and he was so cunning that he secretly put all his alchemical accessories into the space bracelet on the flying car. Ludwig had never thought that a young cub from the poor Tiankin village would have a treasure like a space bracelet. Without checking it, he put Dai on a workbench and took a crystal ball. He gestured to Dai to touch the crystal ball. Come, touch this crystal ball. Be obedient, I will give you meat. Ludwig flipped his palm and took out a wooden box full of dried meat. This was a great temptation for a young cub who usually didn't have enough to eat. But Dai had never been hungry since he had been with his business father. After his great-grandmother came, he had a delicate meal every day. There were a lot of delicious food and drinks in his space bracelet. The dried meat had no temptation for him, so he pretended not to understand. Ludwig was not angry either. He just grabbed Dai's little paw and put it on the crystal ball. But his hand quickly left Dai's little paw. Dai's little paw seemed to be sucked by the crystal ball, and he couldn't pull it off. Dai was not panicked. He could teleport with the crystal ball, and his father was here. If this weird guy dared to do anything to him, his father Shang would definitely beat him up. Shang Pfeiffer, who was highly expected by his son, was humbly asking the light ball, "Can I beat this guy?" You ask this, which means you know in your heart that you are not sure. Is he the lost Saint Ludwig? In Lang Mu's original Fate line, did he also appear in the Orc continent? It is inevitable that the lost Saint of Fidel continent breaks through the space barrier and sneaks into the Orc continent. In the original Fate line, Ludwig and Dexter both passed through the space barrier and entered the Orc continent in their original bodies. But Dexter was seriously injured while protecting his men, so Ludwig took the opportunity to sneak attack Dexter and try to take the magic crystal and space storage tools from him. The strong dark attribute of Dexter attracted the evil god, so he assigned senior believers among the evil god's followers to come and check and contact him. Ludwig sensed the huge energy of the evil god and was bewitched by the evil god. He firmly believed that following the evil god could make him enter the realm of gods, so he presented the dark Saint Dexter to the evil god as a gift. The evil god devoured Dexter and accepted Ludwig. Ludwig joined the True God Church because he had no shortage of magic crystals and soon became a high-level member of the True God Church. Later, he drew magic circles for the evil god's followers to help them stimulate their blood talents. The evil god Shadowman also became more powerful because of his research. Ludwig, who had become the leader of the True God Church at that time, was Lang Mu's biggest enemy before he came into contact with the evil god. Was he also plundering the luck of the Orc cubs at that time? In the original Fate line, Lang Mu did not discover this in time, but only felt that Ludwig was extremely difficult to beat and had particularly good luck. Later, Lang Mu relied on countless players to use the human sea-wheel tactics to grind Ludwig to death. The light ball also sighed. That was really a big battle. Lang Mu spent all his strength just to trap Ludwig and prevent him from escaping. Then I can find Ludwig now, because my luck is stronger than his? Shang Pfeiffer asked complacently. Light ball. No, it's because of Dai. Of course, your luck also plays a certain role. But Dai's bonus effect is greater. Dai is also a son of luck. Not all lucky beings are sons of luck. Being a son of luck does not mean good luck. On the contrary, many sons of luck have a rough life. They often have to go through hardships before they can get certain benefits. If they are not careful, they will fall. The son of luck means that this person's luck is connected to the luck of an era or even the entire planet at that time, similar to the emergence of heroes in troubled times. Shang Pfeiffer understood. Dai is the son of the god of luck. Is that what you mean? Not really. Beings like Dai are very special. They need to meet the son of luck to stimulate their own luck, become lucky people blessed by great luck, and then feed back to the son of luck. If Dai had not met you, he would probably become a very ordinary orc, or he might starve to death, die of illness, or be killed before he grew up. To put it simply, Dai and I multiplied our luck, which exposed Ludwig earlier than the original Fate line, right? The light ball reluctantly agreed with this statement and suggested, it is difficult for you to defeat Ludwig now, even with Lang Mu. Ludwig is a veteran magic saint. You, a newcomer, are nothing compared to him in magic and energy use. If Lang Mu can enter the realm of magic saint, or you reach level 8, maybe you can fight. It is best if both of you reach level 8, and then bring Dai to plunder the formation. The light ball added, if Lang Mu can regain his lost luck before that, the chances of winning will be greater. Shang Fifan was distressed. The problem is that if I don't fight him now, my son will be made into a wall doll whose luck is extracted. The light ball replied very straightforwardly, grab the insect mother heart, take Dai, and run away. Chapter 241. Shang Fifan was about to reply when he saw the crystal ball burst into dazzling light. Ludwig's eyes were full of light. This was the first time he saw an orc with such a strong luck. The light bursting from the crystal ball disappeared. Ludwig looked at Dai as if he had seen a rare treasure. But plundering luck is not that simple. The best thing is to make the plundered willing to transfer their luck. Don't be afraid, you are lucky to be here. Ludwig showed Dai a relatively gentle smile. Dai looked at the wall of dolls. Ludwig chuckled, those are all disobedient and naughty kids, but you will be an obedient and good child, right? Dai nodded stupidly. He is a good kid. Ludwig was satisfied. The cubs at this time not only have amazing luck, but also look silly and easy to scare. Ludwig was so happy that he pressed another crystal ball and gave an order to the other side. The low-level believer who sent the cub this time, promote him to a candidate bishop, and let him go to preside over the work of the church if there is a vacant bishop. Not to mention how happy Kanjia was to be promoted, Ludwig was about to take Dai out of the laboratory after giving the order. It takes some preparation to plunder the luck, and first of all, it is necessary to establish a close relationship with this cub. In the past, Ludwig established a temporary master-disciple relationship with qualified cubs. This time, he decided to make the relationship between the two closer. Maybe he could take this cub as his adopted son. It is also possible to plunder the luck by force, but the effect is too poor. He has already reached the level of a magic saint, and a little luck is not very useful to him. What he needs is a complete transfer. This is also the reason why he chooses cubs, because cubs are easier to coax and have a longer future. Their luck has not yet begun to play a role, that is, a huge treasure. He plundered the luck of these cubs, which is equivalent to his future having unlimited possibilities. If it were an adult, it would be much more troublesome. It is said that in order to plunder the luck of a child of luck, someone spent nearly 10 years cultivating feelings with the other party, and even tempted the other party to fall in love with him. But doing so would cause too much trouble, and was not suitable for a conservative person like him. In fact, Ludwig originally looked down on this evil way to become a god by plundering other people's luck. But he really spent too much time breaking through the realm of Magic Saint. He was willing to take the risk of breaking through the space barrier and coming to a strange world because he felt that his vitality was no longer abundant. Even a Dharma Saint cannot live for long, at least 700 or 800 years, at most 1,000 years, and those who cannot break through to the realm of a Dharma god will disappear into thin air. Some Dharma Saints fear death, and for the possibility of becoming a god in the future, they will choose to transfer their souls before death. Of course, the conditions for transferring souls are very harsh, not only requiring extremely high container talents, but also requiring the container to be compatible with one's own soul. Generally speaking, direct blood relatives are the best soul transfer containers. But if it is not yours, it is not yours. There are Dharma Saints who can successfully transfer souls, but he has never heard of anyone who truly entered the realm of a Dharma god after transferring souls. As far as he knew, the person first transferred his soul to his direct blood descendant, and then relied on plundering the luck of the Son of Luck to cultivate to the realm of the Sage again, and let the container truly merge with his soul. As for the road to godhood on the other side of the space barrier, no one knew who spread this statement at the beginning. But when he saw that person also appeared in the Orc continent, and seemed to be more prepared than them, he knew that the words were probably spread by that person. The purpose was just to concentrate the power of several sages to pass the level together, and tear through the space barrier. That guy must have been hiding on the side, secretly taking advantage of their ride, and he might even have changed his face and mixed in with their followers. And the reason why that person knew that the road to godhood was on the other side of the space barrier was related to the true god Ermaclasso. That person should have received a little divine thought from Ermaclasso. That person was also attracted to the true god Ermaclasso at the beginning, and he also spent some time in their true god church. Unfortunately, that person had his own plans, and it is possible that the development of the true god church conflicted with his personal development. In the end, that person left the true god church and started a new one. In short, the reason why he chose to plunder the luck of the Orc cubs was because he was inspired by that person. The most important thing is, after passing through the space barrier, he still can't see the slightest hope of becoming a god. even if he joins the True God Church and really comes into contact with the true God. The true God promised him that if he can control the entire Tianhe and become the only main god of Tianhe, he will grant him the way to become a subordinate god. Ludwig does not believe in the true God, although he is now loyal to him. And who knows when that true God will become the only main god of Tianhe, but his remaining life is very limited. When other roads are not easy to take, and he doesn't know how to take them, the road of plundering others' luck to achieve his own success has become the most dazzling road in his eyes. He just wanted to try it at first, but when he plundered others' luck for the first time and got rich rewards and saw obvious changes in himself, he could no longer quit. It's a pity that he has never met a real son of luck. He can only say that there are some cubs who are related to the lucky ones, or of good luck. If those cubs are really lucky, how could they be sent to him? Doesn't this prove that his original luck is stronger than these cubs? So the luck of those cubs can't satisfy his real desire at all, and he can only keep asking for it. One after another, the more he invests, the more unwilling he is to let go. Maybe the next one will make him successful. Somewhere in his mind, he knew that he was wrong, but he had no way back. He just needs to wait for a true son of luck to appear. He kept telling himself this. Now he finally found a being whose luck value was close to full. Maybe this time, he can really touch the threshold of becoming a god, or at least let him see the possibility of becoming a god, right? Come with me. Ludwig reached out to Dai, wanting to pick him up again. Dai was considering whether he should teleport now, or continue to act. His Shang father did not come out to stop him. Did he mean to let him continue to follow this old man? Dai raised his head and tried to delay time. Grandpa, where are you taking me? Ludwig's face twitched. Is he that old? I don't know if this dead kid did it intentionally or unintentionally, but he poked the spot that hurt him the most. You must be hungry. I take you to eat delicious food. I guarantee that you have never eaten it before. Evil. What's that smell? Ludwig hadn't played the role of a loving elder for a long time, which made his expression a little stiff. As a result, before he finished speaking, an extremely strong and indescribable stench entered his nostrils. Ludwig was immediately blacked out by the sudden stench. This is a stench beyond common sense, like 1,000 pounds of rotten eggs that have been rotting for 3 months mixed with 10,000 pounds of stinky salted fish, mixed with sulfur mud at the bottom of the swamp, and the foot odor of 10,000 rotten-footed men, stimulating to tears. What's more terrifying is that this smell seems to have a physical body, passing through the taste nerves and hitting him hard on the brain. What's wrong with the mage saint? The mage saint can't stand this strong stench from another dimension. Ludwig immediately covered his nose. Dai cried out awe. Just as Ludwig covered his nose and retreated, a small fruit as big as a longan was stuffed into his hind paw. The fruit was crushed, and the juice inside overflowed with a super stinky smell that made people nauseous and unable to stop running. Ludwig held his breath and looked at the square-headed little guy. If he smelled it right, the super irritating odor came from this kid. Dai pushed the stinky fruit hidden in his hind paw forward, with a dull face. He was stunned by the smell. Grandpa, I'm giving you fruit. Ludwig's soul was screaming, and he couldn't help but scolding. Is this the fruit you brought? Why is it so smelly? Wait, this is a stinky fruit? Why do you carry a stinky fruit with you? Before you come, didn't anyone check your belongings first? Ludwig knew that he was just venting his anger. How much could these poor kids from the remote countryside carry? It was a sign of love that their families were willing to give them some food to take with them. Dai couldn't stand the stench. He couldn't hold his breath, but he could endure it. He could still say stupidly, I'm hungry, eat fruit. Grandpa, you eat too. Ludwig found that it was useless to block his sense of smell. The strong stench seemed to invade his soul. He saw Fontu grab the stinky fruit and try to put it in his mouth. He couldn't help but shout, Stop! Don't eat it. Dai was frightened and trembled. The stinky fruit rolled out of his paws. Dai panicked and accidentally stepped on it with his hind paws. Puff! The stinky fruit was crushed. Ludwig wanted to take a deep breath, but he held it back. It's over. This kid is stained with the smell of stinky fruit. If he gets close, he will definitely be infected. Think about it, when he goes out, he will smell 10 miles away. Ludwig pointed at Dai. Dai didn't even have time to react. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Ludwig took out his wand and pointed it at Dai and the entire laboratory, constantly performing deodorizing and cleaning magic. But these magics didn't work much in the face of the powerful power of the stinky fruit. Shang Fifan, at least 3 days, then at least 3 days. My stinky fruit is almost unstoppable in terms of smell. Ludwig had no choice but to leave Dai in the laboratory temporarily, and called the servants to clean the laboratory and wash Dai by the way. The servants received the order to come in, and were knocked over by the stench as soon as they entered the door. Ludwig didn't care whether these servants could stand the stench of the stinky fruit. He left the laboratory first. He had to take a shower and deodorize quickly, and change his clothes from head to toe. He really couldn't stand walking around with such a terrible stench. Ludwig was not afraid of Dai escaping. Not to mention that his sleeping technique could make Dai fall into a deep sleep, and he couldn't wake up without his command. Even if someone wanted to take Dai away, they had to avoid the surveillance and attack of this laboratory. When Shang Fifan saw Ludwig leaving, he immediately put Dai into the statue square. The blue light circle specially divided by the light ball. The servants who came in to clean were stunned. Where is the square-headed kid? Why did he suddenly disappear? Quick! Go and report to the adults. The little kid is missing. A servant shouted anxiously. The other 3 servants looked at each other, and no one dared to convey the news to that person. The 4 servants passed the buck to each other, and then someone said that there must be surveillance cameras here, and they all hurried to report to their superiors. Shang Fifan ignored the cleaning servants, turned around and left the laboratory, and said to the light ball as he walked, "Give me 5,000 stinky fruits. In addition, can Dai wake up with the potion? Are you sure? 1 contribution point for 1, that's 5,000 contribution points. What do you want so many stinky fruits for?" The light ball quickly reacted. "You don't want to repeat the same trick?" Shang Fifan smiled slightly. "The area of this sky city is not small, and the number of stinky fruits is small. I'm afraid the effect is not enough." Dai was only controlled by the mental magic. With your current mental power, you can wake him up without any harm. Shang Fifan knew what was going on. It would be more convenient to have Dai with me in the next activity, but if Dai really can't wake up, it's okay, it's just a little troublesome. Can I learn to teleport? There is magic. You can easily refine space storage tools, which means that your understanding of space science is far beyond that of ordinary people. Teleportation, in addition to speed, space can also be used. Very good. Shang Fifan now only hates that he doesn't have enough time. He needs to improve too much. There is no way, he can only do it 1 by 1. The system can't take out 5,000 stinky fruits. Stinky fruits are wild fruits that no one wants even if they rot on the branches, and no animals or insects will touch them. Because they are not liked by people, few people will collect a lot of them. The system can take out 2,000 at a time, which is considered to be a rich reserve. Shang Fifan took 2,000 stinky fruits and started throwing them all the way. When throwing, they must be crushed. The first victims were the patrol guards of the Sky City. They were marching in the city in a uniform formation, their silver armor gleaming in the sun. But when the invisible stench came like a wave, the first few guards, who smelled the smell, suddenly froze, their pupils searching fiercely. What's that smell? Before they finished speaking, their faces turned green. It was a shock at the soul level. The smell of the stinky fruit was like a rotten giant hand, roughly grasping their olfactory nerves and then stabbing deep into their brains. It was no longer an ordinary stench, but a kind of blasphemous existence. Like the smell of old corpse oil mixed with fermented swamp mud, mixed with rotten fish entrails and sulfur, and finally wrapped in stinky socks, pickled in a cesspool in midsummer for 3 years, and then opened. Fuck. Who spilled all the strong insect repellent? Get ready to die. Ugh. A young orc guard knelt down on the spot, retching violently, even vomiting bile. He let out a dying gurgling sound in his throat. His eyes rolled back, as if his soul was trying to escape from his nostrils. Panic spread. Gas attack. The orc guard screamed at the top of his voice responsibly. But it was too late. The stench spread like a plague, and the residents of the Sky City were infected one after another. The upper echelons of the True God Church were busy in their rooms, and suddenly they covered their noses and staggered with pale faces. The middle and lower church members had no way to escape, and they felt that in just a short while, they had been marinated and could be cooked and served at any time. The vendors in the market were even more frothing at the mouth, and some beasts and giant insects staggered and rushed towards the elevator frantically. They wanted to leave this Sky City filled with terrible stench. The worst were the nobles who were having dinner. The nominal governor of the Sky City and several high-ranking members of the True God Association were enjoying afternoon tea in the Sky Garden, with soft pastries and fresh fruits on exquisite porcelain plates. Then, a wave of stench hit them. Run! Escape from the smell of stinky fruit. Otherwise, we will be stinking for 3 whole days. An orc shouted. The peace of the whole city was destroyed in an instant. Many people rushed out from their homes and offices, and were stimulated by the stronger smell outside and wanted to hide back. People ran around like headless flies. Some tried to purify the air with magic, but found that the stench could even corrode the purification spell. Some rushed into the room and locked the doors and windows, but found that the smell had already penetrated the wall. Some people jumped into the puddles in despair, only to find that the water was stinking. Run away from the city. Chapter 242. Shang Fifan took advantage of the chaos to walk around, looking for the cubs and checking the Sky City. In order to take care of the whole city with the stinky fruit, he naturally crossed the whole city and ran in 4 directions. He put a tracker on Kong Kong, the second son of the village chief, so he didn't have to worry about losing the cubs. Many orcs ran past him in a panic. Shang Fifan discovered a strange situation. None of the orcs who ran out brought cubs with them, including the citizens who ran out from their homes. The orcs running on the road in a panic were only adults, and no cubs were seen, not even sub-adults. Shang Fifan had a guess. He didn't continue to explore the city in depth, but ran in the direction where the tracker signal came from. The place where the cubs were taken away seemed to be quite far from the center of the city. The concave-shaped house just now happened to be in the center of the Sky City. At first glance, this city really feels a bit like a paradise. But if you look closely, you will find that there are statues of evil gods everywhere in the city. Almost every block is one. Some families even have small shrines in their yards. The citizens of this city openly worship the evil gods without any cover. Shang Fifan passed by a house and happened to see a family worshipping the evil gods. The other party was also disgusted by the smell of the stinky fruit, so his first reaction was to drag out the slaves in the house, cut the slaves in front of the evil god statue, put the blood in a jar, and then cut out the slaves' hearts and respectfully place them in front of the statue. This devout believer actually thought that the smell of the stinky fruit was a warning from the evil god, thinking that his sacrifice was not enough. It was not until someone nearby shouted that it was the smell of stinky fruit and someone attacked the Sky City that he realized that he had misunderstood God's meaning. But the other party obviously did not regret his actions. Instead, he told his family, "We have to go to the market to buy more slaves. There is no slave left at home." Yes, the price of slaves has risen a lot during this period. The merchants who sell slaves said that it is difficult to catch slaves outside now. His wife said gently, "I will deal with the body of the slave with you later. Last time, you did not ferment enough and almost burned the roots of the seedlings. This time, you can't do it." "I know. It was just that time. Look how many times you have said that to me." The couple covered their mouths and noses while talking. They did not flee outside the city, but tried to close the doors and windows. Shang Fifan looked at the couple who were accustomed to killing slaves for sacrifice. Their expressions and actions are just like the orcs outside. They also live a seemingly ordinary life in this city, and live happier than many ordinary orcs, because the soil in the front and backyards of their homes can be cultivated, and the fields belonging to their homes are full of crops. The whole city is really like a paradise. People live a well-fed life relying on a large number of cultivated fields. Everything looks so comfortable and peaceful. Those citizens also look simple, hardworking and capable. Yet there is no strong resentment in the sky. In this beautiful pastoral city like a paradise, every bit of soil has a strong smell of blood. A large number of corpses are buried under the fertile soil. None of these corpses are intact. They are all made into fertilizer. In the eyes and hearts of these citizens, it seems that they believe that except for their gods and their own people, other orcs and creatures are low-level beings, and they are sacrifices that can give everything for their good life. It takes years of brainwashing to develop this kind of consciousness. And it is basically impossible for people who have been brainwashed by these ideas for years to restore the moral sense and common sense of ordinary people. The power of the cult is so terrible. Shang Fifan does not think that his character is so good. He does not think that there is a difference between high and low life, but he is indifferent to life. To be honest, he is not much better than these citizens. So, let him fight evil with evil. Kindness will only be deceived and oppressed here, so it is better to let him, the evil man, solve this problem. If there is a sin, he will bear it alone. Now Shang Fifan is very glad that he did not let Lang Mu come with him. Ludwig did not need his subordinates to report that he already knew that the stinky fruit was not an accident, but someone was attacking this Sky City. The square-headed cub was not as innocent and stupid as he looked, but was working with the person who sneaked in. Look, the cub is gone. Ludwig speculated that the person who took the cub away was probably the one who sneaked in when the servants came in. He checked the crystal ball surveillance and didn't see anyone. The other party either had a talent for invisibility or used related props. Ludwig didn't doubt that the other party followed the cubs into the laboratory, because he was confident that no one could use the talent for invisibility or use invisibility props to escape his eyes and perception. However, why did those sneak attackers use stinky fruits? Ludwig Dimension couldn't figure this out. If the other party used the stinky fruit for the things in the laboratory, he wanted to force him to leave. But why did the other party only take away the square head and didn't touch any items in the laboratory? Ludwig is not bragging. There are many valuable things in his laboratory. Not to mention, the energy core of the entire Sky City is suspended in the center of the laboratory. It's just that many people don't know that the fist-sized stone is so important. Even his own people who have been in and out of his laboratory don't know. They just think it is part of the laboratory array. If the attacker really steals the energy core, he won't have to do it at that time, and the attacker himself will be wiped out. So why didn't the other party take anything and only take away the square head? Is the other party's purpose just to rescue the square head? But the other party was able to sneak into the Sky City without anyone noticing. He is fully capable of taking the square head away on the way. That is, the other party wanted to see who the so-called mercenary team was, and what was the purpose of taking away the cubs. So they used Fong Neatu as bait, until Fong Neatu felt that he was in danger. He crushed the stinky fruit, and the attacker waiting outside smelled the stinky fruit and rushed to rescue Fong Neatu. Ludwig felt that he had guessed the truth. He even guessed that the attacker's ability should not be very strong, only his concealment ability was okay. So the other party carried so many stinky fruits. Because the other party did not want to attack the Sky City, but just wanted to make the Sky City chaotic, so he could take Fong Neatu away in the chaos. It's a pity that even magic can't dispel the extreme stench of the stinky fruit. He can't seal or isolate a small area, because the smell follows the air. He can't even isolate the air. Will the person still be able to breathe? This is also the reason why he didn't isolate Dai and take him away. Unless he is very good at space magic, he can create an independent space for living creatures. That space has its own independent circulation system, without the help of external air and sunlight. Wait! Why didn't he isolate the stinky fruit alone? Ludwig's face darkened. He didn't want to admit that he was confused by the smell of the stinky fruit at that time. He just wanted to get away quickly, and he forgot that he could use magic to seal the stinky fruit directly. It was because he usually used magic crystals sparingly, and didn't use magic for trivial matters, which made him fail to react in time. How many stinky fruits are there in the city? Let someone find a way to collect them all and pile them together, and then I will deal with them, Ludwig ordered. The subordinates were in a bad mood. The smell of one stinky fruit was unbearable, and they had to collect all the stinky fruits? Who could bear the power of the concentrated poison gas? Ludwig guessed what the subordinates were thinking as soon as he saw their expressions, and immediately took out a small box. Use this. Put the stinky fruits in this box when you find them, which can isolate the smell of the stinky fruits. The subordinates were overjoyed, and quickly took the box and retreated as if they had found a treasure. The Sky City was in chaos for a while, because of the sudden smell of stinky fruits, but the True God Church usually managed its believers very strictly, and everyone was used to obeying the orders of their superiors. When the superiors began to deal with this emergency calmly, all the orders were passed down in an orderly manner, and soon everyone in the Sky City began to execute the orders from above meticulously. The people who had fled to the elevator were dispersed and forced to retreat. The guards guarding the elevator mercilessly stopped everyone and said, "The leader has ordered. Anyone who leaves the Sky City at this time will be killed without mercy." The citizens who couldn't stand the stench finally calmed down after hearing this order. When the citizens calmed down, they also had spare energy to deal with the rioting beasts and giant insects. The entire Sky City was about to settle down quickly under efficient operation. At this time, a mist suddenly floated from nowhere. The Sky City has many fields and pays great attention to the environment. It is a common sight to see fog in the morning and evening, and no one should be surprised. But the problem is that it is afternoon now. The fog has never appeared at this time. The first person who discovered the fog didn't think much at first, but when the fog gradually spread around him, he asked the people around him in surprise, "Why is there fog?" The person being asked also showed a surprised look at the fog and sniffed, "Do you smell a fishy smell?" "What fishy smell?" "Bloody." Before he finished speaking, the orc exploded silently into a ball of blood mist. The first person who discovered the fog opened his mouth wide, but he didn't have time to make a comment, and he also turned into a ball of blood mist, and was absorbed by the fog. Shang Feifan found the cubs. This place is close to the edge of the city. The border of the Sky City is a circle of mountains, each of which is a cliff. When you climb to the top of the mountain and look down, you can only see clouds and mist. The cub training base is at the foot of a mountain. The defense here is extremely strict, like a military stronghold. Shang Fifan not only found several cubs that were taken away here, but also saw a large number of other underage orcs. These underage orcs were divided into several different training camps according to age and strength. Like a school, but more like a military training base. Everything here is managed by the military. The cubs have been trained to obey orders since they were a little old, and they are instilled with the greatness, nobility, and uniqueness of the evil god every day. Year after year, these cubs are all determined to believe that Armukuleso is the supreme god and the only god, that all orcs should give everything for the true god, and that all orcs, including all lives on Tianhastar, are insignificant. They need to be recognized by Armukuleso to enter the kingdom of God and gain eternal peace and happiness. And these trained orcs are the warriors of the true God, the vanguard of the true God to conquer the blasphemers and the insignificant and lowly people in this world. Their duty is to unify the insignificant existence of this world for the true God, because the battlefield of the true God is in another realm, and the true God needs to fight the false gods of Tianhastar. The true God may not listen to the prayers of each of them. Firstly, because their military exploits are not enough. If they want to let the superiors know their existence, they must of course make enough contributions, not to mention the existence that the gods know. Secondly, they are not strong enough, and the superiors will naturally only pay attention to the powerful and special existence. Thirdly, they are not pious enough, which is why only the high-level members of the church can communicate with the true God. But the true God will give them power, give them protection, and recognize their achievements. As long as they are pious enough, they really believe in the true God Armukuleso, and are willing to give everything for the true God. Shang Fifan walked around the training base, and threw stinky fruits outside the training base. After the stench spread into the training base, and caused some chaos, Lao Shang took advantage of the chaos to collect the latest group of cubs into the statue square. These cubs were not only those brought by Kanjia, but also cubs from other places brought by other believers. These cubs had not yet received brainwashing training, and were the easiest to place. Then, Shang Fifan went to collect some young cubs, who were still drinking milk into the statue square. The light ball thoughtfully divided a safe place for Lao Shang to place those cubs. Lao Shang also learned it by himself. Referring to Ludwig's spiritual magic, using the power of darkness to make all the cubs fall asleep. Darkness is suitable for sleeping. Shang Fifan felt that using this skill was like an innate instinct, and it was particularly easy. After that, Lao Shang collected those who were still in kindergarten, who were too young to understand what the true God was, and those ignorant cubs into the statue square. The rest were all minors over 10 years old, who had been brainwashed for a long time. Even Shang Fifan, who was as cruel as he was, didn't know how to deal with these minor orcs. If I leave them alone and let them be taken away by the servants of the God of Fear, I'm afraid you will beat me up after knowing it. Old Shang said to himself. A ball of light appeared and solved the problems for the player he chose. Forget magic, you deserve it. Memory confusion magic, you can refer to it. You still need to further master the understanding and use of dark energy. Otherwise, you will definitely not be embarrassed by this. Shang Fifan was awakened, and his eyes gradually brightened. Yes, he is narrow-minded. These underage orcs have not yet stained their hands with blood, and the wrong cognition they have been indoctrinated with has not yet formed their subconscious. As long as some of their memories are eliminated and confused, their cognition can be completely changed. He can even reverse the indoctrination and let these cubs realize the horror of the evil god and the evil god's believers, so that they stand on the opposite side of the evil god's believers. Although most of these cubs are the children of the citizens of this sky city, that is, the descendants of the evil god's believers, there is no need to extend the faults of their parents to them. These cubs who have been separated from their parents shortly after birth will not have much affection for their parents. Just like their parents did not think there was anything wrong with dedicating their offspring to the sect as warriors. Shang Fifan had come into contact with the cult because of a mission, and separating parents and children was not the original creation of the True God Church. This is just to better control the believers, and to try to avoid the believers from having selfish thoughts because of their offspring. Because adults may treat themselves badly and allow themselves to be brainwashed. But when they have offspring, their ideas may change. If children stay with their parents all the time without strict and unified education, they are ignorant and can easily be taught the wrong way, but they are also likely to become curious and explorers, as well as difficult to discipline troublemakers. In the end, Shang Fifan took all the underage orcs in the training base into the statue square. Shang Fifan was not in a good mood for the adult orcs in the base, especially when he saw that some adult orcs gave their cubs 2 cruel lessons because they were disobedient. After The instructors at the training base naturally discovered the strange phenomenon of the cubs disappearing, and they reported the news as soon as they found something wrong. But at this time, the entire Sky City was dealing with the chaos caused by the stinky fruit. Even if some people were able to free up their hands, they had no time to take care of the cub training base for the time being, because the strange fog spread, almost permeating the entire Sky City. Ludwig noticed something strange and immediately appeared in the fog. He was looking for the attacker. He thought the other party was just here to make trouble, but he didn't expect that they would really attack the citizens. "Get out, you sneaky guy." Ludwig cast a large-scale magic, wind and tide. He wanted to use the wind to blow away the fog. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound in the fog, like countless slippery tentacles dragging on the ground, and like some kind of giant breathing slowly. The air became sticky, and every breath was like swallowing rancid mud. Ludwig stood in the middle of the field, holding the staff tightly in his right hand, the magic crystal on the top emitting a little light, his pupils constricted, staring at the front. "Playing tricks," he shouted sharply, and a dazzling holy light burst out from the top of the staff. "What is it? Get out." Holy light shines. The mist suddenly surged. It appeared. No one could really see the appearance of the servant of the god of fear, because its existence itself distorted cognition. Its shape kept changing in the mist. In the previous second, it looked like a giant entangled by countless pale arms, and in the next second it turned into a black shadow covered with eyeballs. In another blink of an eye, it turned into a skeleton in a ragged robe, and the empty eye sockets were filled with sticky darkness. The only clear thing was the fear it exuded. Ludwig's skin stung as if being bitten by millions of ants, his heart beat violently, and a sharp buzzing sounded in his ears. It was the most primitive instinct of living things screaming, "Run! Run!" Holy light. His spell stopped abruptly, because the mist had wrapped around his legs. The seemingly soft gray mist was now as cold and solid as steel, climbing up along his body, and every inch of contact brought a piercing chill. What was even more terrifying was that countless blurred human faces emerged in the mist, their mouths wide open, screaming silently. They were the souls of the cubs whose luck he had plundered and the people he had killed. Ludwig wanted to struggle, but found that his muscles were no longer obedient. Fear, pure fear, paralyzed his nerves like venom. "No, Ormu!" The voice calling for God was stuck in his throat. The servant of the god of fear slowly leaned over, and the ever-changing face approached Ludwig. Then, Ludwig disappeared. He was not swallowed up, nor torn apart, but like a pencil mark being erased by an eraser, he was dragged into a different dimension without any room for resistance. Chapter 243. Shang Fifan slipped back to the center of the Sky City in the thick fog, the concave-shaped building. This building was also shrouded in thick fog at this time. The building that was originally crowded with people was now terribly silent. Everyone disappeared. Shang Fifan's target was clearly pointed at the laboratory. Suddenly, Shang Fifan felt a palpitation. He felt something was staring at him in the thick fog. The dark god ring worn by Shang Fifan glowed faintly, and the breath of a living person on his body quickly disappeared. The heart-pounding sweep swept over his body, and it seemed that nothing was unusual. Shang Fifan slowly exhaled in his heart. This time he finally didn't have to be taken into the other dimension. Although he had escaped from those giant orcs, he always felt that those giant orcs seemed to have remembered him. Last time, a bunch of them came out to hunt him down. Fortunately, he had established a relationship with the god of nature, so the process of running to the statue square of the god of nature was much faster than the first time, and he always felt that there was some force preventing the giant orcs from chasing him. If the giant orcs found him again this time, Shang Fifan had a hunch that the master of the giant orcs, that is, the god of the strange city, might attack him. Even if the god was likely to have only a little bit of chaotic consciousness left, it was more terrifying because of the chaotic consciousness. The fog was gradually dissipating. The servant of the god of fear left. "Who is the master of the giant orcs?" Shang Fifan asked the system. "God of knowledge." If it were in the past, the system would never answer this question. Is that the god of knowledge? Shang Fifan was surprised. How could the territory of the god of knowledge become so strange? In addition to devouring the god of darkness, what Ermacrosso wanted to devour most was the god of nature, the god of knowledge, and the god of rules. In order to protect the god of war was broken into pieces by Ermacrosso after the god of darkness. The god of knowledge and the god of nature wanted to gather the power of all gods to deal with Ermacrosso, but you saw the result. The god of nature can still retain his complete consciousness, but his power was beaten to pieces. But the god of knowledge was even shattered, and now only the largest fragment of the godhood is left, and his consciousness is obviously confused. If it is not necessary, it is better not to contact him. Shang Fifan asked subconsciously. The righteous gods either fall or become confused. Will they recover in the future? As long as Ermacrosso disappears, and the energy of heaven and earth returns to normal, the gods can also be reborn. Or new gods replace old gods. What about the god of rules? Shang Fifan instinctively determined that this god was very important. The system revealed a secret to him. The god of rules is the overall consciousness of this world. He exists and does not exist. You can understand that he does not usually take care of things, but when tide hexing disappears, he will disappear with it. What about the god of fear? Does he still exist? And what are the servants of the god of fear? There has never been a god of fear. The so-called servants of the god of fear are just devout believers of the god of darkness. He had reached the realm of the god of law before he died. Before he died? After he found that the god of darkness no longer responded to him, he sacrificed himself to find out the reason why the god of darkness disappeared. Originally, he should have turned into a god of death, replacing some of the duties of the god of darkness. He was originally a follower god favored by the god of darkness. But Ermacrosso separated some of his power and attacked him, causing him to fail to successfully receive the scattered power of the god of darkness, and finally transformed into an immortal monster with a confused consciousness. Shang Fifan had a headache. Why did you become confused? This is the toxicity of Ermacrosso. He originally represents chaos and disorder. Being attacked by his energy is likely to cause confusion. What about the legend about the servants of the god of fear? His mother is indeed the high priest, and the head of the priests of the Holy Mountain Priest Palace. And this high priest is also a disabled orc. Legend has it that this high priest sacrificed his beloved youngest son to solve the chaos of the undead corpses? That's just a legend. In fact, the high priest only summoned his youngest son. Although he had become an undead monster and his consciousness was confused, he still responded to his mother's call. That was the first time he appeared in the world after his death. Shili's appearance did take away a large number of undead corpses, but the real reason for the disappearance of the undead corpses was not him. It was the disappearance of the poisonous fog. The ecological environment at that time was not suitable for the survival of the undead corpses. They chose to sleep on their own. Yes, Shang Fifan said to himself. They are called undead corpses, but they are more like a group of new fungi. When the living environment is not suitable, they will hide underground like spores, and wait for the moment of resurrection again. That's right. Undead corpses have become one of the biological groups in this world. Shang Fifan noticed that the system used biological. This word. Why do I feel that the process of those corpses being buried in the ground, and then becoming Zerd and leaving behind the so-called Zerd curse is like the process of undead corpses turning into new fungi? In response, the system only answered one sentence. The insect poison contained in the earth and the residual chaotic power caused all this to happen. I have a very bold guess. Shang Fifan murmured. The system waited for a while, but found that Shang Fifan did not say what the bold guess was. It couldn't help but ask, what guess? Shang Fifan answered straightforwardly. I suspect that the body of the evil god Ermacrosso is likely to be a big mushroom. System, it's not impossible. Putting aside the guess about the body of the evil god, Shang Fifan did not forget the purpose of coming here. The door of the laboratory was closed. Shang Fifan tapped his eyes, and used pupil technique and identification technique. Countless complex energy lines appeared in his eyes. Shang Fifan did not ask for a way to open the door, he just wanted to destroy it violently. So he found an energy node similar to a door lock, and used dark energy to blast it open. Bang! The invisible door lock was blown up, and the door of the laboratory opened silently. The process of opening the door is simple to say, but in fact, if Shang Fifan's pupil technique and identification technique have reached the intermediate level, and he also knows some alchemy and magic circles, even if he can see the energy lines and energy nodes, he can't avoid the trap. If the trap is accidentally exploded, not only will the violent unlocker be backfired by the power, but the door will be locked. In fact, if there is no alchemical ring made from the fragments of the god of darkness, Shang Fifan will not be able to break the door so easily. Ludwig would never have thought that someone could use the power of the gods to break his magic circle. Shang Fifan walked into the laboratory. For safety reasons, he did not close his pupil technique and identification technique. This made him see countless lights when he looked at the laboratory again. These lights almost blinded his eyes. At the same time, more than a dozen attacks fell on him. Shang Fifan's body flashed quickly to avoid. Inspired by the light ball, he now developed his own teleportation ability. That is, to flexibly use the statue square, go in and out. Maybe this should not be called teleportation, but should be called instant in and out. During the evasion process, Shang Fifan did not close his pupil technique, but increased his mental power output. After a while, he adapted to the energy light brought by countless energy lines. After he stood there for 5 minutes, he could already find the pattern from countless energy lines. Fortunately, all the people in this building, including the owner of this laboratory, disappeared, otherwise his movement in would be noticed, and he would not have time to slowly look at this laboratory and find its weaknesses. Shang Fifan was very sure that this laboratory could not be as harmless as it looked. Especially when the owner was not around, its defense and attack functions were likely to be fully activated. This was indeed the case. Shang Fifan dodged the attacks while approaching the center of the laboratory. The fragment of the mother insect heart suspended in the center of the room was only the size of a fist, but it emitted a frightening energy fluctuation. The floor, walls, ceiling, and even the airflow trajectory were all engraved with fine energy-eating magic patterns. These magic patterns formed a huge energy circulation system with a purple crystal core suspended in the center. The fragment of the mother insect heart as the center. Heh! Shang Fifan sneered. He could see clearly. This was not an ordinary energy core storage point, but a carefully arranged sacrifice array. He was very good at playing sacrificial arrays. He could tell at a glance that this kind of array was not the same thing. With such a sacrificial array, anyone who did not know how to crack it would be drained of vitality and turned into a mummy. The god of curse hopes that you can sacrifice this fragment of the heart of the worm mother to him. He can help you solve all the arrays in the laboratory, so that you can get all the items except the heart of the worm mother. Interestingly, the system did not directly issue him a task, but told him about it in a negotiating tone. Shang Fifan said, I can sacrifice the luck dolls on the wall to him, as long as he can curse the guys who plundered the luck of these dolls to be extremely unlucky regardless of life or death, and how much benefit they have enjoyed from the luck of others. Now they have to spit it all out. The system seemed to convey it. Shang Fifan sensed that the system seemed to be gloating. The system came back and said seriously, the god of curse said that this deal can be done. Shang Fifan found that the god of curse was a very flexible god. No wonder he was able to survive relatively intact until now after all other gods were dead. Generally speaking, believers and gods would never negotiate terms, but the god of fear was very generous and easy to talk to. Shang Fifan did not just take something to get rid of the god of curse. He followed the energy line radiating from the fragment of the insect mother's heart, and saw a main line connected to the luck doll in the center of the doll wall. In other words, both the lucky doll and the fragment of the mother worm's heart constitute part of the sacrificial array. If he sacrificed this lucky doll to the god of curse, it would be equivalent to directly breaking the complete array of this laboratory. Shang Fifan did not say anything and immediately cast a curse sacrifice on the lucky doll on that wall. A burst of black light flashed. The lucky doll in the center of the doll wall turned into a puff of smoke, and the smoke seemed to be absorbed by something and disappeared into an unknown place. The moment the lucky doll disappeared, the front doll wall suddenly fell apart. Black flames appeared on all the dolls. The huge resentment rushed madly towards the space where the object of resentment was. When this resentment broke out, the whole laboratory exploded in succession. Shang Fifan slowly turned the black ring on his index finger. His eyes were fixed on the nodes of countless energy lines. Found it. Shang Fifan raised his hand. The ring suddenly exuded a sticky black mist, spreading along the ground like a living thing. When the black mist touched the array pattern, it immediately made a tooth-grinding corrosion sound. The floor of the laboratory began to shake violently, and all the array patterns on the walls and the floor burst one after another. Crack. With a crisp sound, the core node of the array was completely destroyed. The protective force field around the fragment of the mother worm's heart flashed a few times, and then suddenly disappeared. Shang Fifan reached out and grabbed the fist-sized stone. At the same time, the ring surged with a dark wave, tightly wrapping the fragment of the mother worm's heart. At the moment when the fingertips touched, a sudden change occurred. The heart fragment that was supposed to resist outsiders suddenly trembled violently and made a pleasant hum. The blue light surged, illuminating the entire laboratory like the deep sea. Is this resonating? This is not surprising, as he has absorbed 2 pieces of the mother insect's heart. Before he could think about it, the heart fragment suddenly softened, turning into a liquid energy stream that climbed up his arm and penetrated into his skin, blood vessels, tendons, and even bones. Pain. Unimaginable pain. Every nerve was screaming, and every muscle was twitching. Those blue energies were like countless tiny insects traveling through the blood vessels, and finally all converged to his heart. Shang Fifan knelt on the ground, with veins on his forehead bulging. He saw strange blue lines appear under his skin, and then quickly disappeared. A ball of light appeared, as if shouting, "You are turning into an insect. Control your instincts." Think about Lang Mu. Would he be willing to be with a big insect? Or a mutant one? Maybe your consciousness will be replaced by the insect mother's consciousness. Do you want the insect mother and Lang Mu to be together? Fuck. This possibility is unbearable for Lao Shang. He will never allow it to happen. AMU is his. AMU likes the little tiger he turned into. If he turns into a bug, how can he act like a spoiled child to please his AMU? No antennae. No insect wings. No limbs. He doesn't want anything extra. He is who he is. He is satisfied with his little tiger body. And he will definitely become a giant tiger in the future. What he can't stand the most is that he will never let other consciousnesses take over his body. No matter what you are, get out of here. Shang Fifen's spiritual sea was like a volcanic eruption or a nuclear bomb explosion, and the entire spiritual sea was blown into a piece of black light. The faint consciousness that had just slipped in was blown into nothingness by the black light before it had time to hide, becoming the nourishment of the spiritual sea. The powerful and domineering dark energy extended from the ring and sank into Shang Fifen's body. Under Shang Fifen's intentional control, it chased and intercepted the energy of the insect mother's heart fragment. Enter my body, dare not listen to me, then disappear. Shang Fifen didn't know how hideous and terrible his expression was at this time. He kept driving the energy of the fragments of the godhead of the dark god, and kept merging with the energy of the fragments of the insect mother's heart. The two forces pulled at his body, and Shang Fifen's spiritual power rushed up more domineeringly and swallowed it. Mine. All mine. All mine must submit to me. If you don't obey, I will beat you. More and more dark energy poured into Shang Fifen's body. The fragments of the insect mother's heart also squeezed out more and more energy to compete with the dark energy. Shang Fifen's consciousness was like a hunter lurking in the darkness, waiting for both to be defeated, and then going forward to hunt them together. Shang Fifen's own energy continued to increase. As one grew, the other fell, and the dark energy and the insect mother power continued to fight under Shang Fifen's mental control. They could not unite or deal with Shang Fifen's own power separately. In the end, the power of Lao Shang prevailed. Shang Fifen finally showed his fangs at this time, slowly walked out of the darkness, and showed his whole body. A huge tiger with black and gold intertwined pounced on the dark energy and the insect mother power, devouring these two forces like a whale. Crack! A crack appeared on the surface of the alchemy ring. The light ball floated in the air, and its color turned bright red. This time it was not anger, but surprise. Shang Fifen had actually fused a fragment of the godhood of the god of darkness. Even if this fragment of godhood was small, it was still a fragment of the godhood of a main god after all. The light ball saw that the energy on Shang Fifen was rising wildly, and it was forcibly suppressed, and it continued to press down. What does this mean? Doesn't this mean that in this battle of power and consciousness involving the god of darkness, the Worm Mother, and Lao Shang himself, Lao Shang, the weakest mortal, had the absolute upper hand in the end? As expected of a guy who dared to name himself Shang Huang, he was so terrifying. This guy was just okay with Lang Mu. The light ball circled around Shang Fifen and sank into his body again. Boom! A huge explosion sounded. The entire laboratory, including the building above, was blown up into the sky. A large hole was revealed at the bottom. Shang Fifen closed his eyes and fell into the big hole. In less than a moment, the laboratory floor grew flesh buds like a living thing. These flesh buds continued to wriggle and quickly grew together, filling the big hole tightly. When the dust settled, the laboratory floor looked like it had never been damaged, but it looked much older. The magic circle was destroyed, and even the floor tiles were not so bright. Chapter 244. Lang Mu was walking in the wilderness, checking the terrain nearby, when he suddenly stopped. Just now, he suddenly felt a panic. Lao Shang? Lang Mu subconsciously called out his lover's name. A very vague response came from a distant place. Lang Mu immediately sat on the ground, closed his eyes, entangled his mental power with the vague response, and followed forward. Continued to move forward until he hugged the man. The man's spiritual sea was surging, like a stormy night. There seemed to be something terrible hidden in the wind and waves, hitting Shang Fifen, causing scars every time. But now, Lang Mu's embrace turned into countless vines, blocking the overwhelming waves for Shang Fifen. Shang Fifen sensed Lang Mu's embrace. A smile appeared on his face, and he sank into the battle with confidence. The husband and wife's mental power condensed into a sharp sword, which was held in Shang Fifen's hand, and took the initiative to rush into a dark shadow above the waves. The shadow kept changing, but it was still clear that it was a giant bug. The sword formed by the two people's spiritual power was sharp beyond imagination, and chopped the giant bug like a cake. Piece by piece, the broken insect body turned into the purest energy and flowed into Shang Fifen's body. Finally, the sword pierced into the heart of the giant bug. The giant bug let out a scream that pierced the soul, and the rest of its body exploded, along with countless bugs hidden in the waves. Shang Fifen stood with his eyes closed, holding the sword. The huge energy enveloped him. The sword turned into water waves, gently encircling him, softening the huge energy bit by bit, making the violent energy become stable and gentle. Shang Fifen's spiritual sea that had stirred up huge waves gradually calmed down, and the energy flowed back and forth between him and Lang Mu. I don't know how long it took. Shang Fifen opened his eyes, hugged Lang Mu, and rolled into the waves. The two of them sank and floated in the waves, trying their best to enjoy the wonderful feeling brought to them by the buoyancy and tolerance of the ocean. It was like sinking into the mother's womb. Without a physical body, Shang Fifen completely let go, and many wild things that Lang Mu couldn't imagine in the past were fully displayed. It was dark and bright again. When Shang Fifen finally fell into a sweet sleep with his baby in his arms, Lang Mu opened his eyes in the distant wilderness. Lang Mu's face was flushed, and he didn't do anything, but his body was weak. He sat there for at least half a quarter of an hour before he slowly stood up. Even so, his legs were still shaking a little. It was really crazy. But his mental power was full of a strange sense of fullness. What made him laugh and cry was that his mental power had been upgraded without him noticing. The most difficult mental power to upgrade was upgraded just like that, and he didn't even know how to break the upgrade barrier. Lang Mu covered his face and felt his cheeks burning. Shang Fifen called Mu and reached out to feel around him. He didn't find what he wanted, so he paused and opened his eyes. It was pitch black. It was not the bottom of the sea. There were no waves, and naturally there was no Mu, his big baby. Shang Fifen stared at the dark space for a long time. When his eyes adapted to the darkness, the surrounding scene gradually became clear. This turned out to be a very futuristic control room. A ball of light floated out. I don't know if it was Shang Fifen's illusion. He always felt that the ball of light seemed to be more radiant. This sky city is not the masterpiece of the True God Church, but the highest technology of the Great Prosperity Era, a floating city. There were originally 4 such cities, which were specially expanded to cope with the explosive population. They were originally settled in the air above the offshore. The initial floating cities were not large, covering only 3,000 square kilometers. The 4 floating cities were just tests. The original plan was to gradually increase the number or area if they ran well. Unfortunately, the war is coming. The floating city you see now is the first attempt. Its foundation is an aircraft carrier, also known as a base-type spacecraft. The main research here is the anti-gravity suspension technology. So what I am seeing now is the cockpit of the original spacecraft. Yes. Shang Fifen raised his eyebrows. So I will have a flying fortress? Unfortunately, this flying fortress has only a frame left. It can't even move anymore, and only has the most basic suspension ability. After the True God cult got it, they repaired and rebuilt it. Unfortunately, they lacked the high-tech knowledge of the Great Prosperity Era. Not to mention repairing it, they also destroyed many of the original functions and dismantled some important facilities, leaving only the parts they could understand and control. After Ludwig took control of this sky city, he used magic to make some modifications to it, making it even more weird. The light ball paused and reminded. Ludwig abandoned the original energy system and used the fragment of the Worm Mother's heart as the energy core. Now you have absorbed the fragment of the Worm Mother's heart. In other words, this floating city no longer has the energy to float, and it will soon crash. Shang Fifen, Although there is only a frame left here, the soil here is good. You can use it to enrich Lang Mu's portable garden, or put it in his territory as farmland. The light ball doesn't care how many ore corpses are buried under the soil. It only knows that the soil is fertile. Shang Fifen suddenly said, "What benefits did you get?" The light ball was very honest. "I found the parts they dismantled, and an abandoned main brain, so I recycled them." Shang Fifen, no wonder you look like you had a SPA. Can I put such a big floating city into the statue square? The statue square is not as big as you see. It is the other dimension of the gods. Shang Fifen understood that it means that it can be accommodated. I go out and take a look. Shang Fifen flew out of the empty cockpit that was dismantled and toured the entire sky city. This time, the servant of the god of fear. That Lord Zhili was very powerful. He actually took away all the orcs in the entire Sky City, leaving only the ownerless giant insects and domestic animals wandering around anxiously. Why did Zhili serve the god of knowledge? Shang Fifan asked suddenly. The light ball followed him, and answered casually. Zhili did not serve the god of knowledge. It was the chaotic consciousness of the god of knowledge that targeted him and took advantage of him. Shang Fifan became a little interested. Can you elaborate? The light ball did not realize that it was sliding towards the path of the Bagua system. The god of knowledge needs wisdom and reason to maintain his consciousness. What he thinks is consciousness. You can also understand that the god of knowledge needs human souls to survive. You seem to have a lot of opinions about the god of knowledge? No, I have no opinion on the god of knowledge. I just hate the current chaotic consciousness. He is not the god of knowledge at all. He is just an incomplete consciousness produced by a fragment of the godhead. The light ball rarely clearly stated his preferences. Shang Fifan wanted to say to the light ball, "You are becoming more and more like a living being," but after thinking about it, he didn't say it. So the chaotic consciousness found that Zhili could devour orcs as food reserves, so it deliberately followed him and secretly stole his food reserves? Guessed correctly. Zhili also fell into a state of confusion. He couldn't remember where he put his food reserves, and he wouldn't care if he lost them. Why does Zhili like stinky fruits? Why do you like to eat meat? Shang Fifan, well, it's just a matter of preference. There should be a place to grow stinky fruit on the Orc continent, right? Aren't you afraid of attracting Zhili? Why do you think only Tiger Country has the legend of the servants of the god of fear? Before Shang Fifan could answer this question, the light ball told him, Zhili is in the territory of Tiger Country. At that time, this place was not Tiger Country. He became an immortal monster here, and subconsciously did not want to leave here. I understand. Zhili is equivalent to becoming a kind of earthbound spirit, but this earthbound range is larger. The light ball did not know the earthbound spirit, but he could understand what it meant from the literal understanding, and thought the word was very appropriate. Shang Fifan could not help but sigh. A lot of things happened in the territory of Tiger Country. You see, the scattered power of the god of nature, and the heart fragments of the insect mother were found here. The light ball said something very philosophical. That's why you were born here and appeared here. This is where the story begins. Even if you go out, you will eventually come back here. Shang Fifan didn't want to talk about such a profound topic with the light ball, so he asked, You said there are 4 floating cities. Where are the other 3? Do they still exist? This one is the only one that survived. The other 3 were knocked into the ocean during the war. If Tianhe Star can still survive in the future, perhaps in a few thousand years, the 3 floating cities that fell into the ocean will become magical ancient relics. Suddenly, the light ball emitted a blood-red light all over. Warning! Warning! The evil god is eyeing you. Be careful. The light ball plunged into Shang Fifan's body. Shang Fifan's hair stood on end instantly. He felt it, as if he was being stared at by some extremely terrifying existence. It was an indescribable fear and palpitations even more than being stared at by Zhili. The dust in the air stopped floating. Time became sticky at this moment. Shang Fifan found that he couldn't move even a finger, and even his eyeballs couldn't move. A primitive fear rushed up from the bottom of his spine, like a poisonous snake wrapped around his heart. Something was looking at him. That was not looking in the physical sense. There was no sight, no gaze, but Shang Fifan could clearly feel that a certain existence was paying attention to this. Just like humans occasionally notice ants crawling by their feet, that kind of careless, but absolutely overwhelming attention. He should be able to imagine it. He wiped out an important den of the evil god's believers. People like Ludwig must be the top leaders of the True God Church, maybe an important figure like the Archbishop. At this time, Shang Fifan didn't know that Ludwig was the leader of the True God Church, let alone that this floating city was the most important granary of the True God Church. He just came to save a few cubs, and took a piece of the heart of the Worm Mother. He really didn't plan to confront the True God Church, or even the evil god now. He really thought that he just destroyed a small nest of evil god believers. That existence beyond the scope of human understanding is peeping through the cracks of reality, and he just extended a little bit of power. Shang Fifan's temples throbbed, and hallucinations automatically appeared on his retina, countless images of himself dying in different timelines. Crushed, dissolved, growing in reverse, conceptually erased. These images did not come from the visual nerves, but some higher energy information was directly imprinted in the consciousness. He felt something brushing against his soul. It was not a touch, but more like the change in water pressure caused by a blue whale swimming by in the deep sea. Some kind of unimaginable will gently scrape the shell of his hidden consciousness during the search. His mental power instantly built dozens of great walls, forcibly blocking the prying consciousness. The frozen blood began to boil. Every cell in his body was screaming for warning. His skin began to ooze fine blood beads. Lang Mu's mental power rushed over. AMU sensed his danger, regardless of his own safety, and just hugged him tightly, wanting to bear all the suffering and danger for him. No, no one can hurt his AMU. Shang Fifen's eyes instantly turned red like blood. He hugged AMU in turn, and pressed his spiritual power deeply into, hidden in, his spiritual sea, preventing him from actually contacting the power of the evil god. The countless resentments in the Sky City gathered toward Shang Fifen frantically. The air around began to distort. The gravel on the ground was suspended against gravity, and decomposed into finer dust 3 feet above the ground. The horizon in the distance showed an unnatural bend, gradually melting like an oil painting soaked in water. The resentment as sticky as crude oil seeped out from every pore of his body, forming a rolling black fog around him. Countless distorted human faces emerged in the fog, wailing silently. These imprisoned resentful souls were spinning wildly, forming a spiritual barrier to resist the erosion of the evil god. Shang Fifen was covered in blood and half knelt in the middle of the broken field. His body had been eroded by the power of the evil god and was shattered. His skin was covered with black cracks, his left arm was twisted into an inhuman shape, and a faint light that did not belong to this world oozed from the depths of his pupils. But at this moment, he was laughing. "You want to crush me to death with this little power?" He coughed up a mouthful of black blood, his voice hoarse but crazy. "Dream on." The next second, he raised his head suddenly, and the resentment in his body suddenly burst out. Countless black mists gushed out from Shang Fifen. It was not ordinary darkness, but a power condensed from the purest hatred, anger, and unwillingness. The embodiment of the extreme evil in the world. The black mist rolled, turning into thousands of twisted ghost faces, emitting a shrill scream, and then condensed into a huge black blade in an instant, breaking through the sky. At the moment when the two forces collided, there was no earth-shattering explosion, no gorgeous energy burst. There was only pure annihilation. The resentment and the power of the evil god devoured each other, and the space was like being erased by an eraser. Large tracts of wheat fields disappeared silently, revealing the darkness below. Shang Fifen's skin was disintegrating, and his flesh and blood were evaporating, but he was still laughing wildly, and the black blade in his hand was madly tearing the evil god's erosion. "Go back!" he roared, and the black blade surged again, forcibly forcing the evil god's power back an inch. The evil gods will seem to be stupefied by this weak resistance. For a moment, ants dared to resist, then, more terrifying oppression came. Shang Fifen's bones made a sound of breaking under the heavy load, and his consciousness was almost crushed, but at the moment of collapse, unknown forces intertwined in the clouds, turning into a law net covering the world, and suddenly covered the trace of evil god's power that escaped. The evil god's power began to struggle violently. The purple-black mist in the void condensed into countless tentacle-like energy beams, whipping the surrounding space crazily. Each whipping would leave spiderweb-like cracks on the reality barrier, and strange colors that did not belong to this world would seep out from the cracks. But the light of the divine power network composed of all the divine powers of Tien Hastar became more and more blazing, and those cracks were repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye. Shang Fifen covered his bleeding eyes, and saw the purple-black energy twisted and deformed in the light network, sometimes turning into a giant snake with hundreds of heads, and sometimes turning into a piece of meat covered with eyeballs, constantly switching various indescribable forms of existence. But every time it deformed, the light network tightened a little. Suddenly, all the light disappeared, together with the power of the evil god. Maybe the evil god felt that there was still a chance to break free, or maybe the evil god felt that it was not worth fighting with the remaining power of the gods for a small orc. The sky became clear again. The sound of nature returned to Shang Fifen's ears. Shang Fifen's left eye suddenly exploded. It was not a physical explosion, but the eyeball suddenly turned into a miniature black hole, and returned to normal in the next second. When he opened his eyes again, there was a little purple starlight in his originally dark pupil that could not be eliminated. This was the mark of the evil god. It meant that the evil god noticed him, and was also staring at him. From then on, the reality seen by Shang Fifen's left eye had an additional superimposed layer. There, an invisible purple thread extended from the pupil and disappeared at the end of the void. Damn it! Why do these so-called gods like to get into his eyes? However, this mark is not one-sided. Shang Fifen sneered. This damn evil god still underestimated him. At the same time as the evil god marked him, he attached his own energy to it. The evil god marked him. He also marked the evil god. Chapter 245. Shang Fifan sent the huge floating city into the statue square. Fortunately, the city was rootless, otherwise it would not be so easy for him to take over a city with a large piece of land. Shang Fifan noticed that the size of the statue square did not seem to change at all. The floating city that was taken in seemed to have become much smaller, and was just attached to the edge of the square, as if there was an extra piece of farmland on the edge of the square. After taking the floating city, Shang Fifan floated in the air, and looked at the basin surrounded by mountains not far away. The terrain there is very much like the second Sky City, and it is like a mirror image of the Sky City. So far, the evil god believers there seem to have not discovered that the Sky City has any trouble. The Sky City has its own concealment method. From below, you can't see a city floating in the sky. It is also possible that the status of the Sky City is relatively high, and the base below is not qualified to know about the Sky City. Of course, it is more likely that the Sky City changed too quickly, and the speed at which Shili devoured the population of a city was beyond the imagination of the evil god believers, leaving them no time to pass on the news. Shang Fifan thought that if he did not take the Sky City away, when the True God Church came up to check, they would find a strange empty city. Just like some ancient ruins on the Earth star, people left obvious traces of life. The food was still on the table, the clothes and luggage were not packed, the livestock and mounts were still in the fence, but everyone disappeared. Out of curiosity and vigilance, Shang Fifan ran over to check the ground base in stealth. But when he got there, he saw another empty city. However, this empty city showed obvious signs of cleaning, and all the items in the public warehouse had been moved away. Many of the houses inside showed signs of hasty cleaning, and many people did not even have time to close the open drawers and cabinet doors. Perhaps they knew that something happened in the Sky City above. Did they feel that they could not deal with it, so they just hid away? Such a hasty departure left a lot of things in this city, and the traces left behind can show what the people living in this city usually do. If the Sky City above is more like a large base integrating agriculture and scientific research, then this ground city is a proper military camp. Shang Fifan also found a metal processing plant in this military camp. The people who left took away all the equipment that could be taken away, leaving only the steelmaking furnace and related additional facilities that could not be taken away, but they could not get any good things later because these facilities had been blown up. Shang Fifan strolled around this military camp and did not find anything good. There were a lot of odds and ends. He saw something useful. He and AMU would have to support many people in the future. Although these odds and ends were not worth much if bought individually, if they were bought in large quantities, it would be a huge expense. He just threw them into the statue square. He originally thought that there were not many things, but when he looked back, he actually threw out a huge garbage dump in a corner of the square. The most of them were furniture and daily necessities. Shang Fifan also felt the underground through energy perception. The underground part was divided into several large functional areas. Here, Shang Fifan found an area similar to biological research. Similarly, all the important things that could be taken away were taken away. Shang Fifan finally only collected some furniture, tools and consumables. Dad. Adai woke up in the statue square. Shang Fifan sensed it, and fished Adai out. Wake up, get ready to go home. Adai missed the most exciting part, and his round eyes showed a trace of confusion. Has the old man been solved? Temporarily solved. Shang Fifan answered simply. He did not enter the God of Knowledge's alternate dimension, so he naturally did not know whether Ludwig was strung on the rope or had been digested by Shili. But according to Ludwig's strength, he should be about the same as Luo Renjia. Since even Luo Renjia can only escape from the God of Knowledge's alternate dimension by losing a clone, then Ludwig should be about the same. But I don't know if Ludwig has a clone or a life-saving technique, like a life-replacing technique. No matter whether Ludwig can escape or not, at least he can't run to him and cause trouble for him for the time being. Even if the other party really escaped and faced him directly, Shang Fifan was confident that he could deal with the other party instead of relying on the stinky fruit to divert the trouble like before. After absorbing and fusing the fragment of the insect mother's heart, and accidentally absorbing and digesting the ring made of the fragment of the god of darkness, and fighting with the trace of power that escaped from Ermacraso, his current strength has more than doubled. Shang Fifan had a strong feeling that as long as he was given some time to digest the huge energy that he had just forced to contain, his strength would make another leap forward, and he might be able to impact the realm of the god of law that no one had been able to impact for a long time. However, Shang Fifan forcibly suppressed this impulse. His improvement was too fast. His body and mind needed to adapt to the huge power he had just obtained. Rather than using this energy to impact a higher level, he would rather absorb and digest all this huge energy steadily and thoroughly, truly become his own, and polish his body before impacting a higher level. Dai looked around and couldn't figure out where he was, but he didn't ask too much. As long as his two fathers were there, he was fearless and not afraid of anywhere. With Dai here, the next action can be accelerated. Dai teleported back to Tianqin village with his father Shang. Lao Shang deliberately avoided the eyes of other villagers in Tianqin village and secretly sent the two cubs of Tianqin village chief to the village chief's home, and told the village chief and the village elders, who came quietly, that the other rescued cubs were no longer suitable to return to Tianqin village to live, and he would make other arrangements. The village chief and the village elders were relieved when they heard that all the cubs at this time were safe and sound. They had no hope that Shang Fifan could rescue the cubs they had sent out in the previous years, but from what Shang Fifan said, he had rescued all the cubs that could be found in the mercenary team's base. This was enough to comfort them. As for Shang Fifan's plan to take the cubs away and make other arrangements, this was even better for them. Even if they wanted to settle the cubs, they were powerless, so they might as well hand them over to Shang Fifan. I think he should give those children a way to live. If someone comes to ask you in the future, you should pretend that you know nothing and keep your village cubs' mouths shut. Shang Fifan reminded. The village chief felt something was wrong and immediately asked, "What is the background of the mercenary team?" Shang Fifan replied calmly, "Evil god believers." "Oh, it turns out to be evil. What?" The village chief and the elders all stood up in shock. The village chief looked at his two children. Bao Bao was still a little confused, and the older Kong Kong said, "We just went there, and the mercenary group took us to eat, but before eating, they asked us to praise a god named Ermakraso." Kong Kong said this somewhat difficult name without trembling. Bao Bao also complained when he heard it. "Those people are so fierce, they asked us to recite the name of this god, and we were not allowed to eat if we couldn't recite it. I asked what god this god was. They said it was the supreme god, and the only god in our world, and even the entire universe." Kong Kong added. The village chief almost spit, but he didn't dare to, and only whispered, "He is not our god, he is an evil god from outside. You must forget that name in the future, never think about that name again, and never call it." Kong Kong already understood what an evil god is. But Bao Bao didn't quite understand, and pulled his brother's arm. Kong Kong said to his sister, "It's a bad evil god who will harm people." Bao Bao was scared. He covered his mouth, afraid that he would bring bad luck by saying the name of the evil god so many times. The village chief and the elders exchanged glances with each other, and soon the village chief made a decision. "Sir, I have an unwelcome request." The village chief wanted to give his two children to Shang Fifan to take away together. He was heartbroken and reluctant. But the evil god believers already knew their point, and if they found that one of their bases was gone, they would definitely come to inquire. He can ensure that the adults in the village will not talk nonsense, but he can't guarantee that he can control the children's mouths. At that time, many people saw him handing Kong Kong and Bao Bao to Kanjia and others to take away. Now the two children are back, saying that they had no knowledge. They believe it, but the evil god believers will not believe it. If those evil god believers use some evil methods to manipulate the children's minds, the children are likely to say something that they shouldn't say. Whether it is for the good of the two children or for their entire village, the best way the village chief can think of is to pretend that the two children have not returned. The village chief's request did not surprise Shang Fifan. If he had just come to this world, he would definitely not bother to take care of this trivial matter. He came to this game world to relax, not to find things to do for himself. But it's not that he met his Amu, and the meaning of his coming to this world has completely changed. Lang Mu's territory needs manpower to develop, and he has already brought so many cubs. Adding 2 is not a big deal at all. I still need to say something ugly in advance. I can take the two children away, but they need to be willing. In addition, I cannot guarantee that they will live a happy life or be absolutely safe. I can only say that they will be like other cubs. They will be allowed to go to class and do things within their ability. They should have no problem eating and dressing warmly. And you can visit them at any time. Shang Fifan said proudly, "My wife is the new lord of the Blackwater Wasteland region. We plan to build a city there and set up a school in the city. The cubs we bring over will be arranged to study there. When we find the exact location, I will arrange someone to send you a letter. If you can't find the exact location, you can find Moyo Town first and ask from there." Shang Fifan didn't mention tuition and living expenses. He would consider it as sponsoring poor students. At that time, he would sign a contract with the two kids to work for the Blackwater Wasteland region for a certain number of years after graduation, just like other sponsored students. The village chief certainly didn't expect his 2 children to be as lucky as Dai and get the same treatment as Dai. He only hoped that the 2 children could have food to eat and grow up safely. At this time, he heard that the 2 children could still go to class and their parents could visit them at any time. The village chief was happy and said hurriedly, thank you. This is very good. Don't worry, Kong Kong and the others are not young anymore. They can do a lot of things at home. It will definitely not cause you a lot of trouble if you take them there. Shang Feifan said indifferently, just think about it for your family. I give you 15 minutes to say goodbye. If you want to bring something, just bring your child's favorite things. You don't need to bring other daily necessities such as clothes and food. We will make unified arrangements at that time. The old female orc suddenly asked, does the school have disabled cubs and normal cubs in class together? Shang Feifan, of course. The village chief was stunned, and the old orcs looked worried. Shang Feifan sneered, what are you worried about? Are you worried that non-disabled cubs will discriminate against and bully disabled cubs? The village chief and the elders did not speak, but their expressions said it all. Shang Feifan shook his head, you think too much. Children's attitude towards others is taught. In our Blackwater wasteland, in the school under the jurisdiction of Lang Mu and me, no matter what the appearance of the children is, they are the same. In our Blackwater wasteland, there is no distinction between disabled and non-disabled children. The village chief was speechless. He wanted to believe Shang's words, but it was hard for him to believe them. Shang Feifan was too lazy to explain too much. How could the beastman's deep-rooted perception that Tianquan was born inferior to others be eradicated with just a few words? Even the beastmen of Tianquan believed that they were inferior to normal beastmen in both status and ability. Just hearing them call other beastmen normal orcs, we knew that they had already subconsciously classified themselves as abnormal. But this deep-rooted belief is not unshakable. On the contrary, as long as there is proper management and education, from top to bottom, Tianquan can even become what people call Tianqing, and become the object of everyone's envy. Sometimes, the change of human consciousness really depends on the preferences of the superiors. I am also Tianquan. Shang Feifan still gave the village chief and others a reassurance. The village chief and the elders were shocked. How could you be a disabled person? It's totally unrecognizable. I'm the same as Dai in some ways. My beast form has always been a juvenile form. Shang Feifan smiled, remembering the happiness of turning into a little brain axe and rolling in Amu's arms. There was a hint of tenderness in his eyes that he didn't even know about. But do you think my human form is weak? Dai looked up at his father Shang, and was also surprised and pleasantly surprised. It turns out that Shang's father is the same as him. Great! The village chief and the elders were a little embarrassed to hear Shang Feifan exposing his shortcomings, but they were really relieved. They knew in their hearts that Shang Feifan was probably comforting them. His beast form is in the state of a cub, maybe he just grows slowly, and there is no problem with the human form. As far as they know, there are some special kinds of beast men whose beast forms grow very slowly. That's because their childhood is long, but if they grow up, they will be more powerful than even giant beasts. After Kong Kong and Bao Bao had a deep talk with their parents. Actually, the conversation between the adults just now has made the 2 children understand that it is not safe for them to stay in the village. They did not make a fuss and agreed to leave with Shang Feifan. The village chief's eldest son Zhuang heard the conversation between his parents and his younger siblings, and immediately made a decision that he would also follow his younger siblings to the Blackwater Wasteland City that has not been built yet. The village chief understood what the eldest son was thinking. He just wanted to protect his younger siblings. In addition, he was at an age where he was curious about the outside world and wanted to go out and see. The life in Tianquan village can be seen at a glance. In the past, when the children in the village grew up, they did not dare to leave the village to develop because of their fear of the outside world, the contempt and rejection of Tianquan. Very few children who have just reached adulthood can go out. In addition, the wilderness is dangerous. Even if they want to leave the village and go out, they dare not go alone or in small groups. They can only wait for the caravan and see if the caravan is willing to take them. But not every caravan is a good person. No one knows what happened to the villagers who left and never came back. Now this repairman has at least won the trust of the villagers of Tianquan. He is also willing to bear the life and education of the cubs who have nothing to do with him, and he has great skills. For the eldest son of the village chief, this is a great opportunity to go out. Not to mention that this time, he can take care of his younger siblings and other cubs in the village. 1 sheep is also a sheep to drive 3 sheep. Anyway, they are all stuffed into the square to let them sleep. Shang Feifan doesn't mind taking 1 more sheep. On the contrary, with Zhuang, a big cub who is close to adulthood, he can also help him take care of other cubs, which is good. Before Shang Fifan left, he smiled at the village chief and the elders. There is one more thing. I need to give you a mental hint, not because I am afraid that you will tell my affairs, but to prevent you from being implicated. Don't worry, there will be no harm to you, and you can be protected from being hurt by other people's mental power. As long as the other party's mental power is not stronger than mine. The village chief and his wife, and the elders agreed without hesitation. The next day, the villagers of Tianqin didn't know that Shang Fifan had come back again, but they found that the eldest son of the village chief's family was also missing. The village chief looked worried and sad, and said to the villagers with a wry smile, Zhuang was worried about his younger brother and sister, and ran out to find them. The villagers comforted the village chief, and they were scolding the village chief's eldest son for being ignorant. How could he sneak out like this? And he was not afraid of getting into trouble outside. In Tianqin village, people still lived a dull and poor life, working from sunrise to sunset. A few days later, someone came to the village to inquire about the situation. The villagers explained clearly that Kanjia took the cubs away, but they knew nothing about other things. Some of those people had the talent of mental control on the villagers, and found out about the strange cub Ah Dai. But the villagers only knew that Ah Dai was adopted by an outsider, and for some reason, he took the initiative to go with Kanjia and the others. According to the villagers' thinking, Ah Dai was just superficial, and he was afraid of being abandoned again, so he chose to leave the outsider first, and would rather follow Kanjia and the others to learn skills, and become a mercenary. Those people repeatedly asked the villagers what the adoptive father of Ah Dai looked like, what he did, and where he came from. The one they asked the most was the village chief. The village chief, under control, told everything he knew. Those people saw that the village chief knew no more than the villagers, and they kept saying that they were just worried about their 3 children, so they finally let the village chief go. On the other side, Shang Fifan and Ah Dai teleported back to Moyo town. There, Lang Mu had been waiting for them. Ah Dai just raised his little paw. His father threw him away and rushed over. AMU. Shang Fifan saw Lang Mu standing at the entrance of the town and rushed up to hug him. How did you know I was back today? Old Shan was extremely happy. Lang Mu chuckled and touched his lover's short hair. I felt it. Tell me, what have you done these days? It really made him nervous. In addition, he could clearly feel that Shang Fifan's strength had improved a lot. Shang Fifan pulled his hand. Come on, I tell you slowly. This time I've gained a lot. Oh, by the way, the system hasn't given me the reward for completing the task yet. Wait for me to urge it. The cold winter wind blew through Ah Dai's hair, and Ah Dai, who was left at the entrance of the town. Dads, have you forgotten something? Puff. Lady Lang, who would go to the entrance of the town for a walk every day, walked over quickly and picked up the pitiful little Ah Dai. My little baby, you have been forgotten by the dads. Grandma will help you beat them later. The 2 older ones not only forgot their sons, but also forgot about their grandmother and other people in the town. When the 2 met, they only had each other in their eyes, and everyone else became the background. Grandma. Ah Dai felt wronged and buried his head in the arms of the old lady. She even forgot to correct the fact that the address of the old man was different in generation. But within a short while, the little guy became excited and said with his unique cute expression, Grandma, let me tell you about my adventures in the past few days. They were very thrilling. Chapter 246. When Ludwig regained consciousness, he found himself tied to a rope and driven into a strange city. The people who drove him and guarded the captives were strange-looking giant orcs, each of whom looked ferocious and extremely vigilant. When they found someone regained consciousness, several giant orcs rushed forward and poked him with their spears. If it weren't for the magic robe he was wearing, these giant orcs could have poked a few holes in his body. It didn't hurt, but it was extremely humiliating. While poking, the giant orcs cursed, another one. I won't let you run away this time. This old guy doesn't seem to be afraid of our spears. Whip him. Whip him until he can't move. The spears stopped stabbing him, and whipped him hard, and they whipped Ludwig's head and face. Ludwig was going crazy. He wanted to use magic, but found that his limbs were weak, and his magic power was more like being sealed. Without magic power, he was just a weak old man with a not-so-strong body. Now he relied on the magic robe and other alchemical accessories on his body to protect him. The giant orcs whipped for a while, and found that there was not even a mark on Ludwig's face, and their faces suddenly changed. It's bad. This old guy is likely to be like the young orc who escaped twice before. Be careful that he breaks the rope and escapes. Ludwig was desperately trying to use his storage ring to take out the treasure that could solve his current predicament. But the giant orc suddenly rushed up, grabbed his hair and punched and kicked him, and during the beating, they even took away all the alchemical accessories on his body. What was even more outrageous was that the giant orcs were still forcibly taking off his magic robe and magic boots on his feet. Ludwig had never been insulted like this before, and he couldn't help but scold him. But the giant orcs not only did not stop their excessive behavior, but shouted loudly and reminded each other, "This old guy is really sane, beat him into mud, as long as he can keep his breath. Don't let him run away." The magic robe, magic boots and all other items that could protect him were all stripped off, and Ludwig suddenly became a real weak old man, with magic power, but unable to use it. The giant orcs took out all their hatred for the young orcs, who escaped from them twice in a row on Ludwig. The unprotected old mage was beaten to death by several giant orcs. The giant orcs were afraid that he would run away, not only swollen his head and face, knocked out all his teeth, but also broke his arms and legs, and several ribs. Now, except for a spine and skull, Ludwig had few intact bones. Ludwig couldn't walk like this, and was dragged by the other prisoners tied to the rope. Ludwig wanted to scream in pain, but he had been a prisoner for so many years, and he couldn't lose face until now, so he just endured the painful gasps. Seeing how tenacious he was, the giant orcs were even more afraid that he would escape at the city gate, so they beat him harder. Ludwig's eye sockets collapsed, and he vomited mouthfuls of black blood, and he felt that his internal organs were rotten. These giant orcs really only left him with one breath. He was a great sage of magic, and was about to reach the realm of the god of magic. How could he fall into this situation? How did that terrifying existence that could not be described in words come out? And why did it target him, and the Sky City? Ludwig had a guess in his mind, suspecting that the terrifying existence was the remnant of the power of the ancient gods in this world. He was now on the side of the foreign gods, and the ancient gods of this world would naturally target him. But he thought that the power of the ancient gods had been restrained by Ermakraso. He knew that Ermakraso was sealed by the power of the gods, but because of this, the gods had no way to free their hands. And with his strength, not to mention being able to run rampant in the Orc continent without gods, at least he would have no problem protecting himself. And he was already careful enough. After coming to the Orc continent for so many years, he had been trying to improve his strength. Even if he became the leader of the True God Church, he did not develop or expose his identity. He just asked the magicians who came with him, and were still alive to help him train the True God Church believers, and pull a grassroots team into a behemoth that could compete with the priest palace. He also personally drew up a plan to infiltrate the top leaders of Tiger Country. Originally, everything was going smoothly. According to his idea, they would soon be able to take over the entire Tiger Country, and make it the base for the development of the True God Church. But no one knew what went wrong. The top leaders of Tiger Country, especially the Tiger King, suddenly became smart and dug out the nails they had buried deep inside Tiger Country one after another, and removed them one by one. They seemed to know the True God Church very well. They could capture their believers almost without fail, no matter how the believers tried to evade. There were also various measures they arranged in the Tiger Kingdom, from letting the power of Ermaklaso descend to using the undead corpse to harm the entire city, and even the Tiger Kingdom, and then the True God Church came forward to clean up the mess. And a series of plans all failed inexplicably. There are not many people who can do this, and still make him wonder where the real enemy is. His subordinates reported a few names to him, saying that it was after these people appeared in the king's city that their True God Church began to become particularly unsuccessful. Among them, there are 3 names that he cares about the most: Tianquan Valley Master, Raphael Lungmu, and an alchemist named Ari Shang. Ari Shang is said to be able to refine space props. For such a technical talent, and a young man with a playboy temperament, Ludwig didn't take it seriously. But that Raphael Lungmu is said to be a special investigator of the Special Investigation Bureau, specializing in arresting and investigating True God Church believers. In addition, it is said that this person is the Tiger King's illegitimate son, although it is a fake one. This Raphael Longmu was also a pawn in their True God Church's plan to seize Tiger Country. But this pawn somehow escaped their control. Ludwig has ordered his men to focus on investigating this person, and keep an eye on his every move. But if we talk about the person he suspects the most, it is the last one, the Lord of Tianquan Valley. Ludwig knows that the Lord of Tianquan Valley is Loren Milton. He also knows that Loren Milton contacted Ermicaleso earlier than him, and joined the True God Church earlier. But maybe Loren's path to becoming a god is different from Ermicaleso's guidance, or it may be because Loren Milton is more ambitious. Of course, it is more likely that after Ludwig showed up with a group of magicians, Loren Milton felt that he was alone and weak. He also had a few magicians following him, but the overall number was much smaller than his side, and he could not compete with them, so he voluntarily withdrew from the True God Church that he had just started, and turned to run a new organization that belonged to him. They did not tear each other apart, and it was also a friendly breakup. He has been paying attention to Loren Milton. Although he despises the various despicable means used by this guy, he has to admit that the other party has relied on these means to successfully get to where he is now, and he, an old-fashioned magic saint, finally had to choose the same path as the other party to continue his future. So now that the Sky City is in trouble, the first person he suspects is Loren Milton. He suspects that the other party's power has developed to the point where it can annex the True God Church. Loren Milton wants more resources, wants a larger territory, and wants to feed more believers, so he needs a large area of arable land. The Sky City with a large amount of farmland will naturally make the other party covetous. Speaking of which, the Tianquan Valley force created by Loren Milton, the Tianquan orcs in it seem to be a little strange. Not only can everyone awaken their bloodline talents, but their numbers are also growing at an unreasonable rate. Tens of thousands of orcs may not seem like a lot, but how could a small closed village train tens of thousands of young and strong orcs in just a few years? It's not like he doesn't know the situation of the Tianquan village. In short, he has been wary of Loren Milton. But he thought Loren Milton would not be stupid enough to confront their True God Church from the beginning. Just as he knew Loren Milton's background, Loren Milton also understood their abilities. For this reason, there is still a lot of cooperation between them. Now that the two sides are facing each other, it means that they will consume each other, which will not benefit either side, and will only allow others to benefit. But if it is not Loren Milton, who else could it be? Who has such power to manipulate such a terrible existence to deal with him? And where exactly is this place? Ludwig kept thinking about these questions. He could only let these questions separate his perception of pain, and he had to keep his brain busy. For this reason, he didn't even think about the loss of the little cub whose luck value was almost full. It made him feel extremely heartbroken when he thought about it, so he didn't think about it. If he could get the square-headed little cub earlier, if he could plunder the other party's luck earlier, maybe he would have stepped into the realm of the God of Law now. He wouldn't have been unable to fight back when facing that terrible existence. Ludwig still held hope. He hoped that the terrible existence had not discovered the secret of his laboratory, and hoped that the other party had not destroyed the entire Sky City. As long as the lucky doll is still there, he may still have a chance to escape from this desperate situation. Look, he didn't die at the hands of that terrible existence, which shows that his luck is not too bad. Thinking this way, Ludwig didn't see a huge resentment rushing into his body, and there was a strange black light mixed in the resentment. If he hadn't lost his magic power, he might be able to detect these. But now his eyes, his perception, his mental power, are all as weak as ordinary orcs, and his physical fitness is even worse than that of ordinary orcs. Even if his body reacted to the resentment and curses at this time, he only thought it was the pain caused by the beating of the giant orcs. Hold on. He must survive this. As long as he can have the opportunity to use magic, he will definitely be able to solve the current dilemma. He will not let any of these hateful and lowly giant orcs go, and he will make them all pay the price they deserve, and he will definitely find out the conspirators hiding behind and manipulating all this. Ludwig swore secretly in his heart, with swollen eyes, watching himself being dragged into the strange city. This is a city that should not exist. Looking closely, its wall bricks are actually all made of huge books stacked together, and the city wall is distorted into a weird arc. The books are full of incomprehensible ancient characters, perhaps divine texts. Those characters are not static, they slowly crawl like maggots, sometimes reorganized, sometimes twisted, as if screaming silently. The city gate is composed of countless characters. These words kept changing. Sometimes they were hymns, sometimes they were curses, and more often they were illogical combinations of characters. Occasionally, a certain sentence would suddenly ooze out dark red liquid, winding down the wall and gathering into a small pool of blood at the city gate. A huge plaque was hung on the tower, and the words on it were sometimes clear and sometimes blurry. City of Knowledge? Ludwig murmured the name of the city in his heart. He seemed to hear someone say in his ear, "Welcome to the Hall of Knowledge." Or hell. Entering the city, you can hear the rattling sound of chains dragging on the ground, which makes people feel terrified. The stone slabs under your feet are not fixed. They are roads paved with floating words, and every step will cause the characters to distort into form, as if stepping on living things. The buildings on both sides of the street are not ordinary houses, but towering bookshelves. Each layer is filled with books that seem to be alive. The covers of those books have festering eyes, and thin black tentacles extend from the edges of the pages. Whenever someone passes by, they will whisper, "Read me. Read me." The air is filled with cognitive pollution. Even if you just take a breath, fragments of memories that do not belong to you will emerge in your mind. The dying screams of an orc warrior, the crazy mumbling of a scholar, and even some taboo knowledge that is completely incomprehensible and comes from nowhere. Ludwig's body trembled, and he barely raised his head and looked straight at the center of the city of knowledge. There, 12 twisted ivory-white towers pierced the lead-gray sky, and the tower bodies were covered with hollow carvings in the shape of eyes. These eyes were emitting light like a ghost fire version. Countless eyes blinked at different frequencies, projecting unpredictable geometric figures and various signs, shrouding the entire city in crazy light and shadow. Countless voices poured into his ears, as if countless people were repeating fragmented pieces of knowledge. Blood flowed from the ears of Ludwig and other unconscious orcs. Ludwig screamed. There were too many and too loud voices, and countless knowledge was forced into his brain. Bang! Ludwig's head exploded. It was a real physical explosion. But Ludwig didn't die. Those who entered the city will not die until their knowledge is fully mined. Ludwig didn't see that the skin and flesh on the surface of the unconscious people who entered the city were squirming and turning into words. And his physical condition was even worse. Those unconscious people could not feel the pain of being sucked dry, deprived of everything, and transformed into pure knowledge. Perhaps this was the last kindness of the god of knowledge, but Ludwig was conscious, so he felt the whole process of being hollowed out. He wanted to escape. He wanted to escape. He was unwilling to die like this. It was a pity that the god of knowledge had fallen, and now the only thing that ruled the city was a wisp of chaotic consciousness formed by fragments of his godhead. It had no form, no reason, and only a twisted desire for knowledge. It devoured souls, not because of hunger, but because it needed to maintain its own existence. Every living thing that entered the city would become its nutrition. As an old-fashioned magic saint, Ludwig had enough knowledge to make him proud. Even so, Ludwig could not attract the attention of the owner of this city of knowledge, the chaotic consciousness. But he carried a huge grudge and a curse from the god of curse. The chaotic consciousness sensed the power of the same god, and subconsciously paid a little attention to Ludwig. Really? I haven't seen such a rich knowledge reserve for a long time. Wait! This nutrient actually carries the power of the god of curse that it hates? Even the god of knowledge doesn't want to offend the god of curse. The chaotic consciousness can see that the consciousness is chaotic, but its fear of the god of curse is deeply rooted in the deepest part of its consciousness. Since it is a toy that the god of curse has taken a fancy to, let the god of curse have fun first. The chaotic consciousness flicked Ludwig, who had turned into a ball of rotten meat, into the knowledge extraction pool. The last scene Ludwig saw was countless huge gears. He lay on the gears, being transported and crushed again and again. Invisible light penetrated his body, and every time he was squeezed, an ink-like thread was extracted from him. Ludwig kept wailing and begging. He thought he was begging with a loud voice, but in fact, only he could hear his voice. Click, click, the gears kept rolling. Ludwig repeatedly felt himself being crushed, squeezed, and his soul was sucked out. Pain has become the only melody of his remaining life. In the end, Ludwig thought, if there is a hell, this must be hell. He hated so much that he didn't know who to seek revenge on. He was unwilling to die like this, or die without knowing who his enemy was. He wanted revenge. He must do something. Loren Milton. It must be you. You must have wanted to snatch the cub whose luck value was almost full, so you secretly attacked him and harmed him to this extent. Ludwig painfully gathered his last soul power, and all his resentment, and cursed the despicable Loren Milton with the most vicious curse. The vicious curse that condensed all Ludwig's hatred and unwillingness turned into a black arrow and shot straight into the distance. Puff! The only rotten meat left by Ludwig was completely ground into black ink, dripping from the gears bit by bit. Chaotic consciousness noticed the black arrow that condensed endless hatred and curse, but it didn't care. Shang Fifan, who was far away in Moyo town, suddenly raised his head and looked at the transparent and high sky. Just at that moment, he seemed to sense an indescribable joy transmitted to his soul. It was like the tender paws of little cubs, touching him intimately, thanking him and saying goodbye. Lang Mu also felt the incomparable comfort and happiness through the heart-to-heart contract. He looked up at the sky like Shang Fifan. The souls of those cubs have been liberated, and they have returned to the origin of heaven and earth. Shang Fifan said subconsciously. Lang Mu grabbed his arm and said softly, Ludwig? Lang Mu was also scared when Shang Fifan mentioned that he might have met the magic Saint Ludwig. Shang Fifan lowered his head to look at his lover, just now. It should be related to him. Do you think the other party is alive or dead now? Lang Mu asked again. Shang Fifan understood Lang Mu's worries very well. For an old magic saint of level 8, it is not too careful. I can't sense the situation of the God of Knowledge, but I have a strong feeling that even if he is not dead, the situation will be extremely bad. The backlash of luck is no joke, not to mention the curse bestowed by the God of Curse himself. Since the souls of those cubs have been liberated, at least Ludwig is now too weak to trap them. Ludwig is not a problem. If he shows up, we will find a way to deal with him. Shang Fifan saw that he had also reached the top level of level 8, so he dared to say such a big thing. Okay. Lang Mu also felt relieved. So what if he's a mage? They've even faced the evil god, so why would they care about a mage? We have to focus on solving the magma eruption problem in the Blackwater Wasteland. After my investigations over the past few days, the underground magma has become more and more active, and we must quickly drain it. Have you planned the flood discharge channel? It's almost ready, and now we're waiting for you, the construction team leader, to command the undead army to dig the channel. Shang Fifan smiled. Okay, leave it to me next. Lang Mu hesitated for a moment, and finally said, Puncture City has a special terrain and is very close to the magma eruption point. It is very suitable to be a huge flood discharge lake. Of course, Puncture City, located halfway up the mountain, will be fine. But if we want the magma to concentrate there, the underground pressure may cause the mountain where Puncture City is located to become a volcano. Chapter 247. The mayor, Lang Shou, looked behind Shang Fifan and Lang Mu with his mouth wide open. The nearby townspeople were also extremely surprised and all gathered around. There were a huge number of orc cubs standing in the only small square in the town. According to what Shang Fifan told him, there were more than 3,000 orc cubs. The youngest of these cubs was only a few months old, held in the arms of the older cubs, and nuzzled around looking for milk. The slightly older cubs, aged 3 or 5, held the corners of their companions' clothes in a daze, their tails curled nervously. The older teenagers and subadults stood on the periphery with stern faces, their eyes alert and helpless. Most of these cubs maintained their animal form, and some maintained their human form, and the human forms all wore a uniform school uniform. In the current cognition of these cubs, they were either born with disabilities, and their families could not support them or did not want to support them, so they were taken away by an evil organization. Or they were forcibly snatched away by that evil organization. As for the children of the True God Church, they believed that they were abandoned since childhood and were brought up by an evil organization, which wanted to cultivate them into evil beings in an extremely cruel way of education, so that they could be used by the evil organization in the future. Fortunately, Shang Fifan went to save his children and other cubs, found them, and rescued them all. And this evil organization is the True God Church. Shang Fifan tampered with the memories of these cubs, but did not completely erase them. It was okay to fool the young ones, but the subadults might be curious and look for their own memories, which might bury some hidden dangers. Instead of doing this, it is better to leave the truth to them, and just make some slight modifications and indoctrination in their cognition. For those cubs who have been brainwashed by the True God Church for many years, Shang Fifan has given them deep spiritual hints, letting them know the evil of the True God Church and making them understand that what the True God Church teaches is wrong. And instilled in these cubs a strong cognition that I know that these educational contents are not good, I just pretend to accept them in order to survive. But in fact I know in my heart that this is all wrong. In fact, many cubs do think so in their hearts. And those cubs who have been taught not to know what is right and wrong will also learn to compare and think with Shang Fifan's forced division and indoctrination. Shang Fifan does not expect these cubs to grow up to be good children with good character in the future. Good bamboo shoots can grow out of bad bamboos, and a good educational environment can also raise animals. What a person will become in the future depends not only on education and growth environment, but also on himself. As long as Shang Fifan has a clear conscience, provides these cubs with a good education and growth environment he can provide, and tries to minimize the hidden dangers, what these children will grow up to be depends entirely on themselves. In the past, he would leave such troublesome matters to the organization behind him. He only needed to bring people there, and then he didn't have to worry about anything. It's really nice to have an excellent and large logistics organization behind him. Now, he seems to have changed from a sharp knife to a person holding a sharp knife. Fortunately, he still has a capable uncle and a grandmother who looks weak but actually has superb logistics ability, Mrs. Lang used to be ill because of family misfortunes, and her mood dragged down her body, making her unable to do anything. But since she recognized Lang Mu, figured out the root cause of the Lang family's misfortune, and retaliated against the enemy, Mrs. Lang's spirit has returned. Then the appearance of Ah Dai completely cheered up old lady Lang. Lang Mu and Shang Fifan didn't want to bother her, but Ah Dai was still young, and the two older ones were obviously going to do great things, so they had no time to educate Ah Dai. As a great-grandmother, she naturally had to create a better living and educational environment for the fourth generation of the family. Old man Lang was out investigating where to build a base, and old lady Lang was doing the logistics work in Moyo Town. Unknowingly, old lady Lang had taken care of the things in the rear smoothly, and got along very well with the people of Moyo Town from top to bottom. Not to mention the mayor of Moyo Town, who was a man who attached great importance to feelings and family loyalty. He recognized Lang Mu as a relative, and Lang Mu was willing to continue to recognize him as his uncle, so he really regarded Lang Mu and the Lang family as his own people. Now facing the huge trouble brought by Shang Fifan, he was just shocked by the number of cubs, but he didn't mean to shirk it at all. The mayor slapped Shang Fifan on the shoulder. "You kid. Which orphanage did you empty?" "Temporary foster care." Shang Fifan emphasized this point. "After Lang Mu and I solve the problem of the magma eruption, we will take them to the new city. 3 months at most. Moyo Town really can't raise so many cubs for a long time. Not to mention that there is not enough space to accommodate so many cubs. Just feeding the cubs is a big problem." The mayor is a practical person, and didn't force himself to promise something he couldn't do. "Have you decided on the location of the new city?" the mayor asked casually. "Almost. The old man has already rushed over there to investigate, and will send back a message when he is sure it is suitable. Can you and Lang Mu solve the problem of lava eruption?" The mayor's eyes were filled with worry. He wanted to ask whether their Moyo Town was within the range of the lava eruption, and whether they should relocate. Shang Fifan was about to answer. The townspeople who were watching woke up from their shock and started shouting, "So many cubs? Oh my god, how old is that kitten? It hasn't even grown all its milk teeth. Look at that wolf kid. His eyes are fierce. I'm afraid he can already fight. Oh, I think the cub looks very much like the one I accidentally lost 10 years ago. I go take a look. Shit! You old man can't have children anymore. Where did the cubs come from? Wait, I suddenly think the one next to you looks like the one my daughter whom I haven't met yet." Well, not only did they shout, they also took action. The old and middle-aged beast men in the town had already gathered around spontaneously. Some took out the snacks they brought with them and shared them with the cubs, while others squatted down to check their injuries. The subadult cubs retreated subconsciously. Many of them were not used to the care and love from adults. But more cubs, especially the younger ones, had already begun to crawl into the arms of the townspeople, calling out grandparents, "Daddy, Mommy." Anyway, as long as they thought the taste was right and they were willing to hold them, they would hug them first. Lang Mu saw this scene and pressed his forehead. Okay, he knew that the beast men cherished the cubs. There were many middle-aged and elderly beast men in Moyo Town who were either unmarried or childless. Seeing so many children, and many cubs of the same race as themselves, how could they not be tempted? If there were really a few who were attracted to each other, that would be a good thing. In short, the enthusiasm of the Moyo townspeople and their heartfelt concern for the cubs can at least make these anxious cubs feel a little relieved. Shang Fifan didn't want to make things difficult for the mayor, so he waved his hand and released a pile of supplies in front of the townspeople. The supplies were classified and packed in boxes and bags, occupying a large area of the small square. The mayor and the curious townspeople walked over to see that the pile of supplies was divided into food and daily necessities. The food ranged from common insect powder to more valuable wheat flour, dried meat, fresh meat, fruits and vegetables. There was everything, and even a few boxes of precious milk powder for the cubs. Daily necessities included batches of cloth, fur, ready-made clothes, shoes and socks, as well as bedding, pots and pans, toothbrushes, soap and other daily necessities. The townspeople also saw a lot of toys and training equipment. Shang Fifan gave the medicines to the mayor alone, all of which were common medicines. With such thorough preparations, and such a large quantity, not to mention the use of more than 3,000 cubs within 3 months, even if it is doubled, it is enough. Some townspeople who were unwilling to raise so many cubs did not say anything at this time. The materials for raising them did not need to be paid by their town. Looking at this quantity, maybe their town can make a little money. Why not? It's just that we need to clean up a place for the cubs to live. It just so happens that there are so many empty caves on the Fondong Mountain. It's okay to let the cubs live there temporarily. Just arrange for manpower to manage and take care of them. Shang Fifan was generous. In addition to these living materials for the cubs, he also sent an additional amount of materials to Moyo Town as the cost of taking care of these cubs. Now the townspeople had no objections, and many people signed up to take care of the cubs. It was winter, the time when people were most short of food and clothing. Although the situation in Moyo Town was better than other villages and towns in difficulty, they had been living a tight life due to the limited arable land. They were not starving to death, but it was impossible to say that they had good food. Now that Shang Fifan had provided so many supplies, many townspeople with ordinary families could get extra survival supplies by taking care of the cubs and have a relatively rich winter. After Shang Fifan brought so many cubs, Mrs. Lang held a die and watched from the side. At this time, the Mayor Lang Shou took the initiative to find her and asked her to help take care of the supplies for the cubs. Mrs. Lang agreed without hesitation. After all, the cubs were just fostered, and it was better to manage the living supplies for the cubs and the reward materials for Moyo Town separately. The mayor found Old Lady Lang to show the townspeople and Shang Fifan that their town had no intention of embezzling the cubs' supplies. The townspeople also thought it would be better to let Old Lady Lang manage the cubs' supplies, so they wouldn't have to worry about the cubs coming to their town to settle accounts if they were short of supplies. The mayor took out 1/5 of the supplies that Shang Fifan gave them for public use, and the remaining 4/5 were agreed to be used as wages for taking care of the cubs. The townspeople all thought there was nothing wrong with the mayor's distribution, but there were more people who signed up to take care of the cubs. These people were not all for the reward, anyway. There was nothing to do in winter, so they were just idle. How to arrange accommodation, and who to take care of the cubs, how to arrange their classes and training, these are the responsibilities of the mayor. Madame Lang took over the temporary principal position, responsible for overall coordination and the specific life matters of the cubs. Lang Mu whispered something to the old lady. Madame Lang nodded, told her grandson not to worry, and said that everything would be left to her. The old lady was very efficient, and immediately took some of the Lang family's staff and the people dispatched by the mayor to check the cubs' bodies to see if there were any sick or weak ones. The older subadults were fine, but those who were still breastfeeding needed to be more careful, as diarrhea could make them sick. Then people were arranged to prepare food for the cubs according to their different ages, races, and preferences. Food is the most reassuring thing. As long as they are full, the cubs will be less uneasy. Shang Fifan only took out these cubs and brainwashed them, and really didn't pay much attention to the physical and mental conditions of these cubs. All I can say is, every profession has its own specialty. Lang Mu is careful, but he is not able to take care of more than 3,000 cubs, so he can only ask the old lady for help. Fortunately, the old lady is very reliable, and has the strong support of the people of Moyo Town. So far, the settlement of the cubs has been temporarily settled. Shang Fifan took Ah Dai out of the old lady's arms. Let's go to work with your father. The old lady was about to say Ah Dai is so young, what can you do with him? Ah Dai jumped excitedly in his father's hand. Go, I want to help the father's work, I'm very good. Yes, you are the best in the world. Shang Fifan laughed. Ah Dai was so happy that he jumped from his father Shang's arms into his father Lang Mu's arms, looking up, hoping that his father Lang Mu would praise him too. Lang Mu smiled, touched Ah Dai's soft hair, and praised, our Ah Dai is the best. With you, your father Shang and I can save a lot of trouble. Hee hee. The mayor had been paying attention to the movements of Shang and Lang, and saw that they were rushing to leave with Ah Dai, so he immediately went to find them. Well, I know your business is very urgent. If you can spare a few minutes. The mayor didn't know how to continue. Shang Fifan didn't speak. He saw that the mayor was mainly asking Lang Mu. Lang Mu understood and showed an embarrassed expression. Uncle, it's my fault. I should have visited my aunt as soon as I came back, but I don't know how to face her, so I have been avoiding her. It's all my fault. No. When the mayor heard Lang Mu calling him uncle, he smiled unconsciously. Then he heard Lang Mu blaming himself and waved his hands. It has nothing to do with you. Your aunt's temper. You know, she is a bit awkward. In fact, she also cares about you very much, but she is the same as you. She doesn't know how to face you. If you are willing to take the initiative to see her, she may say something unpleasant, but she will be very happy in her heart. Oh, sorry. Lang Mu grabbed the mayor's arm with one hand. Uncle, I am lucky that you still recognize me. I will go to see her, and wait for me to get the magma. Before he finished speaking, Lang Mu's mouth was suddenly covered by Shang Fifan. Shang Feifan said coldly. Don't say such flag-raising words. If you want to see your aunt, then go now. If there is anything, just say it now, so that you two don't have to worry about it all the time. We don't need these 10 minutes or half an hour. The mayor looked at Lang Mu with expectant eyes. Lang Mu gritted his teeth and said, okay, we go now. Mrs. Delia looked very calm when she saw Lang Mu and Shang Feifan. You are here. Sorry, I came to visit you only now. Lang Mu said with an apologetic look. Mrs. Delia snorted. Why, you won't even call me aunt? I know that you are unhappy with me as a fake aunt, and you may even regard me as an enemy. What are you talking about? Lang Mu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'm just worried that you have something against me. Mrs. Delia brushed her hair and snorted coldly. What can I have against you? From the beginning to the end, it was my sister who wronged you. It was she who made your life miserable for the first 20 years. No matter how much you resent her, and the people related to her, it's all right. How should Lang Mu respond? The facts are indeed as Mrs. Delia said, but the elders. In his heart, he still recognized the mayor and Mrs. Delia as elders. For the sake of these two people, he would not say bad things about Anita. Mrs. Delia saw Lang Mu's silence and her eyes softened. This child is soft-hearted. Anita hurt him like that, but he was willing to believe his aunt and sent his dearest grandmother to their Moyo town. Not to mention that during this period, Lang Mu sent them valuable storage tools, food, and supplies. The mayor was right. She was too ashamed to see this fake nephew. She didn't know what to say when she saw him. Ask her to apologize for her sister? Is Anita worthy? This child Lang Mu probably doesn't want her fake aunt to apologize for Anita. Mrs. Anita has nothing to do with you. You? Lang Mu could only say this. Mrs. Delia's eyes became softer, but her mouth was still very hard. We are each our own. Anita and I have been separated for a long time. I am even happier that you are not Anita's child. Delia was telling the truth. She had always seen Lang Mu's temperament and personality. Her husband didn't like everyone. If Lang Mu himself was not good, Lang Shou would not look down on her nephew, let alone her own son. His husband liked him so much and was willing to protect him. Even if Lang Mu had no relatives with him. Lang Mu had no blood relationship with Lang Shou. It meant that her husband was attracted to Lang Mu himself. She was the same. She was attracted to Lang Mu himself. Call me aunt, Delia demanded forcefully. Lang Mu smiled and said willingly, Aunt. Lang Mu also gestured to Ah Dai in his arms. Ah Dai, call me Aunt Grandma. Ah Dai raised his little paw and said stupidly, Hello, Aunt Grandma. Shang Feifan laughed. Mrs. Delia's face darkened. Aunt is enough. What does adult mean? Shang Feifan said meanly, It means that you are very powerful, Aunt. Get lost. Mrs. Delia was so angry. The two of them got lost with their children. When Lang Mu left, he didn't forget to be naughty. Aunt and uncle, I will come to see you after I finish my work. Mrs. Delia was angry. Get lost. Who asked you to come to see me? The mayor looked at his wife helplessly, and saw his wife curled up in the bench and cursed politely. The mayor also laughed. Chapter 248. The candles around suddenly went out, leaving only the cold blue light. The sound of iron chains dragging on the ground came from afar. Clatter, clatter. Getting closer and closer. Ebenezer turned his head suddenly, and saw his wife, Sherhoiwe, standing in the shadows. She still looked as alive as she was, but her face was pale and her eyes were filled with blood and tears. She seemed to be holding a newborn cub in her arms, and she was humming softly. The humming suddenly stopped, and the pair of eyes with blood and tears turned to him. Sherhoiwe asked him softly, We are gone, leaving you alone, can you sleep well? Ebenezer subconsciously wanted to escape, but found that his legs had been locked by iron chains without knowing when. Sherhoiwe walked over slowly, raised one hand, and pinched his throat with cold fingers. I curse you with my blood and my soul. I curse you to have no peace in your life, and no peace in your death. You will be entangled by resentful souls, and betrayed by everyone. You will worry every day that the water you drink, and the food you eat are poisonous. You? Go to hell. Go to hell. Ebenezer roared suddenly. His dead wife laughed happily. You can't kill me, you can't kill me. Ha ha, Ebenezer, I want to watch you die, I want you to pay the price. I kill you. Ebenezer opened his eyes suddenly, but found that he was not in bed, but standing in a dark wilderness. In the distance, a disheveled female orc slowly walked towards him, her neck twisted into a weird angle, and every step left bloody footprints on the ground. Ebenezer, my beloved. Her voice was like a knife scraping against bone. Why do you want to hurt me? Is it just for my family's bloodline talent? If you want it so much, I'd give it to you. Ebenezer wanted to escape, but his legs felt like they were filled with lead. It was like this every time, and every time he couldn't move his feet when he should have escaped. The female orc suddenly pounced on him, and her sharp nails pierced his eyeballs. Ebenezer woke up with a scream, sweating all over. When he woke up, he found himself standing on the wall of Puncture City. Looking down, the faces of the citizens had all turned into rotten skeletons. They looked up, staring at him with empty eye sockets, and kept repeating in their mouths, "It's all your fault. It's all your fault." He was still in a nightmare. Ebenezer's heart contracted, and his whole body was cold. He had been in this situation for a long time. At first, he would wake up because of nightmares, and be truly awake. But as time passed, he entered a dream within a dream state, and waking up from a nightmare would only lead to another nightmare. When he thought 2 nightmares were the limit, the 3rd nightmare, the 4th nightmare. He was like trapped in a nesting doll of nightmares, one after another, seemingly endless. The most terrifying thing is that these dreams are extremely real. He dreamed that he was buried alive by the former city lord. The air in the coffin was getting less and less, and his nails scratched the wooden board until it was bloody and fleshy, until the soil fell and covered his mouth and nose. The feeling of suffocation was so real that when he woke up, the smell of soil still remained in his throat. He dreamed that he strangled his most trusted confidant with his own hands. But when he let go of his hand, the confidant's face turned into his own. That face grinned and shouted at him, "Are you finally crazy?" He dreamed that he was torn into pieces by the city residents who were dissatisfied with his actions, dreamed that he was judged, hanged, and burned to death, and dreamed that the missing cub came back to seek revenge on him, digging out his eyes, digging out his heart, and crushing every bone of him. Every nightmare was extremely real, and his soul was torn, burned, and cut into pieces again and again. Every time he woke up, cold sweat soaked his whole body. Gradually, he couldn't even tell whether he was really awake and back to reality, or still in a nightmare. At first, Ebenezer could barely maintain his sanity. He tried to numb himself with the strongest wine, force himself to sleep with incense and sedatives, and even order the priests in the city to pray for him day and night. These priests did not belong to the priest's palace, but were cultivated by Pingshacheng himself, just like some wild priests in villages and towns, who were not recognized by the priest's palace. All actions were useless. The curse from the resentful soul. He believed that it was the resentment left by his wife and father-in-law, who were killed by him, that tortured him. Like a thorn in the flesh, his brain became a paradise of nightmares, and every time he closed his eyes, it was like jumping into hell on his own. Gradually, his eye sockets sunken, his eyeballs were bloodshot, and his face was as haggard as a ghost. He began to have hallucinations. Sometimes, he would see his wife standing in the corner of the meeting room, staring at him coldly, so real. But when he asked his men to confirm, no one could see it. Sometimes, he would hear his heartbeat turn into a strange whisper, cursing his stupidity and failure. If he treated his wife well, and didn't murder his father-in-law, would he have a particularly happy family now? He wouldn't have to suffer this day and night? And he didn't get what he wanted most except the position of city lord. The most terrifying thing is that he even began to doubt everyone around him. Will they kill me? Will they poison his daily diet like Shermangwa said? Will they suddenly rush out and stab him? Will they secretly betray him, and want to judge him with the citizens? Ebenezer began to summon exorcists, cursors, necromancers, and all other professionals related to the evil deeds of resentful souls. He no longer cared about rumors, or whether it would become a scandal. He was extremely crazy, and wanted to completely eliminate the resentful souls of his wife and father-in-law. He just wanted to have a good sleep. For this, he would do anything. It was a pity that no matter which profession the talented people were, they seemed to have no way to deal with the resentful souls of Shermangwa and the former city lord. Even the most powerful exorcists could only see that he was entangled in a strong resentment, but could not get rid of it. The cursor he found saw that he was cursed, but could not find the source of the curse, let alone eliminate it. He used a precious treasure to ask the curse master to help him no matter what. The other party attacked, but was seriously injured and retreated. In the end, he even confiscated the precious treasure, as if he was afraid of being implicated by him. He looked at him, as if he was looking at a dead person. In the end, he left him a message, saying that he told him, because of their past friendship, "You are finished. You are targeted by the god of curse. Think about who you have offended to be able to summon the curse." Divine curse? Ebenezer was stunned, and even more depressed. He couldn't figure out how his dead wife could summon the god of curse to curse him. Could this family have secrets that he didn't know? Yes. It must be like this. He lived with them for too short a time, and he acted too early, and didn't have time to fully understand the secrets of this family. Ebenezer regretted it very much. He didn't regret attacking his wife, Shermalwe, and he didn't care about a father-in-law and a cub with Shermal family blood. He regretted that he didn't keep his temper and acted too early. He wanted to ask the priests of the priest palace to eliminate the resentful spirits for him. He knew some priests with whom he had a good relationship. But for some reason, the priests of the priest palace began to return to the priest palace. It seemed that the priest palace was recalling all the priests. Helplessly, he found a bishop of the true God Church through many connections. They were all the power of the gods. He hoped that the power of the evil god could be useful in dealing with the resentful spirits. If possible, Ebenezer didn't want to contact the evil god believers at all, but he had no choice, didn't he? In order to have a good sleep, he would cooperate with the devil, but the bishop who seemed to have eyes on his head was not as good as the cursor he invited. He had a nightmare like him and blamed him for hiding it. He yelled at him, "This is not the power of the resentful spirit. This is more terrible. The power from the gods of the past. You cheated me." The other party fled Puncture City at the fastest speed and retaliated against him before leaving. That damn true god bishop actually used the evil god statue to pollute the water source of Puncture City. He heard the strange sound of worshipping the evil god in the city and ordered his men to find the source. But looking at the evil god statue placed in the water source, none of the people in the city dared to take it out, let alone destroy it. All those who approached the statue would be polluted by the power of the evil god and become evil god believers. In order to deal with these evil god believers who suddenly appeared, he had to kill them. Ebenezer would not admit that he just borrowed the excuse of evil god believers to eliminate dissidents. All those who he thought might betray him secretly spoke bad about him as the city lord and disobeyed his orders. He took the opportunity to label them as evil god believers and did not listen to their arguments or their cries of injustice, and just executed a large number of city residents and his men. More and more people died in the city lord's mansion. At first, only servants were punished, but later the punishment became heavier. When the city lord accidentally killed a maid in anger, there were no fewer deaths in the city lord's mansion. Servants, guards, stewards, trusted subordinates, and then the city's wealthy merchants, nobles, officials, and even ordinary citizens. More and more people died at the hands of the city lord because of false charges. In Puncture City, panic was spreading. The city lord's orders had become more and more extreme. The person who spoke looked uneasy. An official sitting near him also looked anxious. Is the city lord crazy? He just ordered the collection of the sedative tax and forced the city residents to hand in the medicinal herbs and alchemical items that can help sleep, and if they don't have them, they have to pay money, causing many civilians to be unable to afford even the most basic food. He also summoned all the city residents with the talent of helping sleep to the city lord's mansion, but none of those people went home. Some people said that they were killed by the angry city lord because they couldn't help the city lord sleep. Another official stood up and walked around. Now the city lord wants us to set up a loyalty review. He suspects that there are remnants of the former city lord's forces in the city, and suspects that the former city lord's forces are secretly plotting to murder him. He wants us to arrest and torture any city residents who show dissatisfaction with him, and force out the people behind them. But we all know, where did the former city lord's forces come from? Those people are either dead or have escaped long ago. The city lord is crazy. The last person closed his eyes. If you don't do bad things, you don't have to worry about ghosts knocking on your door at night. City lord he is. Heh. Okay, just think about it, and keep your mouth shut. If the city lord hears it, and we are also labeled as the former city lord's faction, I'm afraid we won't survive for long. We can't let the city lord go on like this, or we all be finished. If I had known this. Don't regret the past, we've already made our choice. Now we just need to make another choice. But the bloodline of the original city lord of Puncture City has disappeared. Where can we find another city lord recognized by the royal city? It's strange that the city lord hasn't given birth to a child in all these years. Hush, they all say this is a curse from that person. Including the current situation of the city lord? What do you think? The oldest old orc in the room stood up. The bloodline of the original city lord of Puncture City still has blood left. As far as I know, that person gave birth to a child, and was afraid that he would be murdered by the city lord, so he asked his confidant to risk his life to send the cub away. Oh! Everyone was excited. Where is the child? Everyone asked hurriedly. Old orc, I don't know. Everyone was speechless. If we don't know where the cub is, how can we push the young lord to the throne? The old orc was not in a hurry. That is a young stone macaque. As long as we find a young cub of the same age, as long as all of us admit that the cub is the only son of the city lord, as long as the royal city is willing to admit it, the cub we pushed out will be the next city lord of Puncture City. All the orcs in the room were silent. The old orc looked around at everyone's expressions. Think about it carefully. Is it more dangerous to keep the current city lord going crazy, or to find a cub to let the royal city recognize his inheritance rights? Not only is there danger, there are also huge benefits behind it. As long as they thought that the next city lord was a cub selected and nominated by them, they could control how many things this cub could do. Everyone present was tempted. It's easy to nominate a new city lord, but the problem now is how to deal with the current city lord. Similar secret gatherings were held more than once, and the person responsible for connecting these secret gatherings was the old orc. After the old orc returned home, he entered the secret room and saw a stone macaque cub learning the inherited secret skills. He walked over and touched his head kindly. The cub looked up and looked at the old orc with admiration. The old orc gently stroked the soft hair on his head and whispered, "The future of our family depends on you. He Ebenezer, an outsider, can be the city lord. Why can't our real Puncture City stone macaque lineage sit on the position of city lord?" The cub blinked and said obediently, "I listened to Grandpa." The old orc smiled with relief. Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. He just had to wait, waiting for the person the city lord had desperately been looking for to come to him. The city lord would not know that the lifesaver he had spent a lot of money to find would be the one who wanted him dead. Shang Fifan, hiding in the dark, had already listened to several secret meetings. Yes, they arrived 2 days earlier. Because Shang Fifan was curious about the current situation of the city lord, he went around to the city lord's mansion to observe. And by the way, he discovered the secret plans of these nobles and officials of Puncture City. Hearing what the old orc said to his grandson, and looking at the stone macaque cub, who was much older than Ah Dai, Shang Fifan reached out and patted Ah Dai's head. "Look, others have paved the way for you. Next, you just need to wait for these people to get rid of that scumbag Ebenezer, and you can naturally take the position of city lord." Ah Dai's dull face. Is it so easy to get the position of city lord? This matter is really simple in Shang Fifan's eyes. Not to mention that he can defeat 10 people with one force, directly solve Ebenezer, and force everyone in Puncture City to agree to Ah Dai's position. Even if he takes the normal way, he can find the eldest prince or even the Tiger King and directly submit Ah Dai's identity. Ah Dai is the direct bloodline of the former city lord. He is more qualified than anyone else to take over the position of Puncture City lord. But Ah Dai is not very interested in being a city lord. He is still a little baby who needs to be coaxed by his fathers. Why should he be a miserable city lord? Isn't it delicious to nestle in the arms of his father and great-grandmother and drink milk? Shang Fifan saw that Ah Dai was not interested in the position of city lord at all, so he sighed to Lang Mu, "You are still a little cub, you don't know the taste of power." Lang Mu smiled and said, "What's a small position of Puncture City lord? Our Ah Dai will inherit the position of the great lord of the Blackwater Wasteland in the future." Shang Fifan's heart moved, and he looked at Ah Dai with shining eyes. "What is the Blackwater Wasteland?" The child he and Ah Mu raised must be the Beast Emperor, or something to rule the entire Tien Hastar. Ah Dai's body trembled, and he dived into the arms of Lang Mu's father. He always felt that his father Shang seemed to be planning something bad, and he might be 007 in the future. The term 007 was said by Shang's father and Lang Mu's father as a joke, and he understood it, that is, he has to work day and night. He won't do it. Chapter 249. Lang Mu has drawn lines one after another in the places he thinks are suitable according to his perception, and finally converged to the huge sunken basin of Puncture City. The terrain of Puncture City is the best terrain Lang Mu has explored in a short period of time. There are many rock layers and natural depressions. It is surrounded by mountains and isolated from other places. Except for Puncture City and a few villages, there are almost no people and very few lives. If there is no Puncture City, they can also guide the underground pressure and concentrate the pressure on the mountainous area where Puncture City is located, so that the magma will erupt here, which will greatly reduce the underground pressure. In addition to the deliberately excavated flood discharge channels, most of the magma in the Blackwater Wasteland will flow to the basin where Puncture City is located. The estimated time is half a month. It is best to complete it within 12 days. This is the data obtained by Lang Mu based on his perception. 12 days is almost enough. Shang Fifan nodded and chopped down with his palm. Let's get started. Tens of thousands of undead corpses, who had been waiting for orders, all turned around, and as long as the undead corpses could grab tools, They all held a stone pickaxe that was issued. Shang Fifan gathered the manpower of Moyo town and nearby towns and villages to make these stone pickaxes in just 3 days. If he hadn't collected a lot of metal in the Royal City and Sky City before, he would probably have to let the undead corpses dig hard stones with their hands. In addition to the basic tool of the stone pickaxe, Shang Fifan also exchanged a lot of special potions from the game mall, such as those that can soften the rock layer, those that can blast rocks, and those that can temporarily keep the undead corpses from being burned by high heat. Lang Mu did more than just draw pictures. He would also follow the large group of undead corpses and use magic to help these workers at important nodes. The clanging sound instantly broke the silence of dawn. The collision between the stone pick and the rock produced dazzling sparks, which looked like falling stars in the dim morning light. The undead worked tirelessly. Their flesh and bones were damaged all the time under the high temperature, but they didn't feel it at all. Shang Fifan sighed that these undead were just like workers sent by this continent for him. Otherwise, he really didn't know how to solve the magma eruption problem in the Blackwater Wasteland. This is a large-scale natural disaster, which cannot be interfered with by human power. Unless his strength has reached the level of a god of law, he can move mountains and seas, directly relieve underground pressure, avoid continental shelf shock, or reinforce unstable terrain or directly transfer danger. But now he and Lang Mu are still a little short of the realm of a god of law, and time waits for no one. He and Lang Mu have come up with a solution, but this solution requires a lot of manpower and countless tools. These people and tools must be extremely heat-resistant and not afraid of injury and sacrifice. But how is this possible? There are people in this world who are willing to sacrifice themselves for others with a sense of justice, but want to gather tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of such people in a short period of time. Dream on. But if they just conceal or use violence to oppress, use workers as slaves, and ignore their lives, Shang Fifan and Lang Mu can't bear such a huge sin, even if they are in the name of justice. So these undead corpses that have been sleeping since the poisonous fog era are the best. Not only can they give full play to their super excellent characteristics of not fearing hardship and fatigue, not fearing heat and pain, not fearing death, not wanting wages, and not wanting food, but also can solve this group that is bound to cause great harm to all the creatures on the Orc continent. It couldn't be more perfect. If there were no undead, I'm afraid we could only trick the players into helping. Cough. Well, it would be even better if we could get the evil god believers to dig the channel. Shang Fifan thought greedily. The undead dig much faster than ordinary workers. They don't need to rest, won't get heat stroke, and won't retreat because of fear. In just one morning, the 3,000 or 4,000 meter long flood discharge channel has taken shape. At this rate, the main channel leading to the abyss of Puncture City can be completed in 3 days. Lang Mu stood beside Shang Fifan and reported, "For the first project, the undead will dig along the channel you found and lead the magma flow to the abyss outside Puncture City. The magma pool you found will be the first to erupt, and it must be solved first. The bottomless rift was once a scar left by the war between gods in ancient times, but now it will become a giant mouth that swallows the catastrophic magma." Then we divided the undead into 5 teams and started working at the same time. We dug 5 channels to connect the 5 least stable vents. After the channels were dug, we finally dug the area near the vents to transfer the pressure and let the magma flow along the channels we dug. We tried not to let the magma flow to the ground. This is an ancient underground river. Now it has been diverted and can be used. This can greatly reduce the time of digging channels. Lang Mu finally concluded, "At present, the loss rate of undead is within the expected range, and the spare corpse source is still sufficient." Then he paused. "When will the people from the Royal City arrive?" Lang Mu was a little worried. Shang Fifan patted his lover's shoulder. "Don't worry, they will definitely come. If the eldest prince and others don't even take the news they sent seriously, then Tiger Country is done for. Just go to bed and wait for his Dai to grow up and take over." The Royal City received the news sent by Shang Fifan and Lang Mu, and no one dared to ignore it. In the meeting hall of the Royal City, an urgent secret report was presented. This is an urgent letter from Raphael Lang Mu. The letter said that Puncture City Lord Ebenezer was resentful and mentally collapsed, slaughtered his subjects and deprived the city residents at will, and was no longer suitable to continue to govern Puncture City. Lang Mu is still a special investigator. He originally had the power to check the direct transmission of the king in the world. Now he has been promoted from the first level to the special level by the eldest prince. The letters he sent are directly delivered to the eldest prince without any delay. After reading the letter, the eldest prince summoned the ministers. The matter of the Lord of Puncture City is secondary. The more important thing is the eruption of magma. The letter said that magma is about to flow into the puncture basin. If we don't evacuate, the whole city will be destroyed. In addition, the direct bloodline of the former lord of Puncture City is still alive, and was occasionally saved by the alchemy master Aries Shang. But the people of Puncture City seem to want to confuse the bloodline of the lord of the city. You can ask the court priests to verify their identities to prevent Puncture City from being occupied by villains. Puncture City is not important. If it really becomes a volcano as the letter says, it is hard to say whether Puncture City will still exist in the future. Yes. The key point now is to quickly send people to notify the local people and order them to move immediately. But where should so many people move to? Is there any territory nearby that is willing to take over so many people? Have you forgotten that Lang Mu is now the new lord of the Blackwater Wasteland? He said that the new city he is about to build can accept these refugees. That's good. Although some people don't want Lang Mu, the new lord, to have so many people so quickly, but both Lang Mu and Aries Shang have shown their fangs. Those who want to go against them, or secretly make trouble for them, have to weigh their own weight. Besides, accepting refugees is not just taking advantage. On the contrary, too much material needs to be paid in the early stage. Some people who can't stand Lang Mu's good fortune hope that they will become short of materials because of this group of refugees. Don't dream. Lang Mu will not lack money no matter what he lacks. Don't forget who is standing behind him. Some people sneered. Everyone suddenly realized, yes, there is an alchemist who can refine space storage tools. How could Lang Mu be short of money and materials? As long as Aries Shang said that he wanted to auction a few storage tools, I don't know how many people would take the initiative to send money and materials to him. The eldest prince waited calmly for everyone to finish arguing, and finally made the decision, who is willing to go to Puncture City to deliver the message? I will dispatch the Royal Cavalry Regiment to support. Me. And Manchester stood up. The court priest Duo Hai Chao, who was listening on the side, also stood up. I will go there too. I have heard some rumors about the resentment of the Lord of Puncture City. I heard that he asked many people to see, but they couldn't solve it. As long as the court priests of various countries confirmed that there was no problem, they basically stayed in the courts of various countries to continue their original duties. The undead corpses are extremely efficient. In just 3 days, a deep channel more than 10 kilometers long has been formed. In the end, as long as the eruption vent is dug, the magma will flow along the gully. The level 8 undead corpse stood beside Shang Fifan, waiting for his order. Shang Fifan is waiting for Lang Mu's notification. Lang Mu is now equivalent to the chief engineer. He has to ensure that the excavated channel is safe to a certain extent, so that the magma will not flow to places outside the channel or cause other unnecessary changes. It's okay. Lang Mu sent a clear message. Shang Fifan raised his mouth slightly, and nodded to the level 8 undead corpse. The level 8 undead corpse flashed and left quickly. Soon, the eruption vent was dug open, and Lang Mu carefully cast magic there, causing the underground magma to erupt in the direction he set, and then tilted down along the flood discharge channel. The red fire dragon rolled in. Shang Fifan stood near the abyss. He was responsible for supervision and overall control, not only supervising the work of the undead corpse, but also supervising the transfer of the population and creatures of Puncture City and nearby villages and towns. The transfer began long before the undead corpse took action. Lang Mu is a magician favored by the power of nature. As long as he warns the creatures here and tells them that a great disaster is about to happen here, and it is no longer suitable for them to live, the creatures here will spontaneously and quickly leave their homes. The orcs have always had very close exchanges with the creatures in nature, especially the giant insect mounts and war beasts around them. When the creatures in the wilderness began to flee, the giant insect mounts and war beasts also became restless, constantly trying to escape and nudging their companions to urge them to escape. The orcs naturally noticed the changes in nature. Earthquake? Or other terrible disasters? The experienced orcs gathered and began to discuss. The elders in the village arranged for people to go to Puncture City to inquire and ask what to do. But before the inquirers came back, someone brought accurate news. The royal city has sent troops to notify us that a major disaster is about to happen in our area, including an earthquake and a volcanic eruption. What? Is this true? Did the royal city really send people to notify us? Why hasn't there been any news from Puncture City yet? It's absolutely true. How could it be false? If you don't believe me, go out and see. An army has come from the royal city. Those soldiers are divided into small teams and are notifying villages and towns like ours. Their main team is also rushing to Puncture City at this time, and may have arrived by now. Quick! Pack up and go. But where are we going? The orcs in the villages and towns just looked confused, and the orc who just ran back to tell them said proudly, I heard that the soldiers in the royal city are shouting, asking us to migrate. The people followed the Lord of Blackwater Wasteland, saying that a new lord had come to Blackwater Wasteland, and they were going to build a new city on the plain at the mouth of Blackwater River. Now they welcome orcs of any race and identity from any place to settle down. They also said that the first batch of people who went there would have preferential policies for settlement. What preferential policies? Do you know? I didn't hear it. I just heard that we were going to be finished here, so I ran back to inform everyone. Hey! Why do you only listen to half of what I say? Okay, everyone go back and pack up first. Aren't those soldiers notifying villages and towns? They will definitely come to our village. Then everyone can go with the village chief and the elders to ask for details. When everyone heard it, they all went home to prepare for the large-scale migration. Some people were reluctant to leave their homes, but this was a major disaster. When the orc soldiers who notified them came, they told them very clearly that if they stayed, they would die. The orc soldiers in charge of the communication also told about the settlement policy of the new lord of the Blackwater Wasteland regarding the new city, and many old orcs who did not want to leave their homeland were also tempted. That is half an acre of arable land for each head. No matter whether it is a cub or an old man, half an acre of land is really little for the labor of the orcs, but it is arable land. Let's ask, apart from those nobles, how many civilians can own arable land now? Although the land allocated to them does not belong to them completely, they are not qualified to transfer or sell it, but as long as they are alive, they can contract it for free, and they only need to pay 1/20th of the annual output as a head tax. Such a preferential policy, where can you find it in the current orc continent? If there are many people in the family, including children and the elderly, 10 people in the family can have a full 5 acres of arable land. Such a preferential policy, without other preferential policies, is enough to attract orcs. What's more, the new lord also promised that except for the head tax, other agricultural taxes will not be collected at all. Businessmen and craftsmen don't have to worry, as they have their own preferential policies, which are much more relaxed than other places. What most excites the orcs in the villages and towns near Puncture City, and even in the Blackwater Wasteland, is that the new lord will publicly recruit managers at all levels and industries, and decide who will be officials through examinations. In other words, the management class that was originally monopolized by the nobles now has the opportunity for ordinary orcs like them to join. The orcs who want to have cubs heard that the new city will open a school, and all underage orcs can enjoy free education. Shang Fifan and Lang Mu are rich, and they can't afford the free education of a country, but they can still afford a cub in the Blackwater Wasteland. So many preferential policies simply dazzle the orcs in the Blackwater Wasteland. Many orcs who could not make a living, including those who lived well, were looking for the office of the Blackwater Territory. They either followed the guide of the Blackwater Territory or took the map and went there with the whole village or the whole family. Not to mention the residents of the villages and towns near Puncture City. Earthquakes and magma are about to erupt. Are they waiting to die if they don't leave? At the same time, a huge team from the royal city arrived in Puncture City. 500 royal cavalry guards rode their war beast companions and ran out of the posture of 5,000 people. Before they arrived in Puncture City, the roar of the beasts had already shaken the sky. Everyone in Puncture City heard it. Besides, how could such a large and obvious team not be seen by anyone? The Lord of Puncture City also got the news early. Without saying all kinds of speculations and fears in his heart, he dressed neatly and led the nobles and officials in the city out of the city to greet them. And Manchester was very impressive. He was traveling with the court priests. In order to respond to the word big fanfare mentioned in the letter, the flags were flying and the beasts were roaring. The vehicle he was riding was the best vehicle in the Duke's palace. The beasts pulling the vehicle were all huge trained beasts with uniform fur. The only thing missing was the sound of gongs and drums to announce the arrival of the imperial envoy and the court priest. Such an exaggerated scene not only let the orcs in Puncture City and nearby know that the matter was not small and dared not take it lightly. It was also to prevent Ebenezer from resisting. The madman might not be afraid of death, but he must be afraid of the majesty of the king's power. Sure enough, when Manchester said with a stern face that he came with the king's order, Ebenezer, although his eyes were bloodshot, could not openly disobey the king's order. According to the king's order, a disaster is imminent in the Puncture City basin, and all the city residents and nearby people are ordered to relocate immediately. The city lord Ebenezer is mentally ill, and will be taken to the royal city for trial. What? Ebenezer's face changed. Chapter 250. Ebenezer certainly didn't want to surrender, but Manchester didn't give him a chance to resist. With a wave of his hand, a small team of royal guards surrounded Ebenezer. Ebenezer wanted his men to rebel with him, but when he looked over, he saw that everyone, including his confidants, avoided his gaze. Ebenezer felt cold in his heart. How could this happen? But he also knew why it became like this, because of his madness during this period. No! He is not crazy. Ebenezer didn't know he shouted, and he tried to break out of the encirclement of the guards. Now, those who were still doubting whether he had mental problems are now sure that the city lord must have mental problems. In their opinion, if you feel you were wronged, shouldn't you explain first? But the city lord yelled with red eyes, ignoring the royal cavalry that surrounded him, and wanted to escape. Escape also requires strategy, and what is the difference between what Ebenezer is doing now and seeking death? And Manchester really shouted in a cold voice. Those who disobey the king's order will be killed on the spot. Roar! The cavalry roared in unison, no longer scruples, and all their moves were killing moves. Ebenezer used killing moves to attack the cavalry while shouting wildly, even shouting, I know all this is fake. This is a nightmare. This is a dream within a dream. I must not have woken up yet. Shurhowe. Shurhokuin. Come out. Don't think you can force me to death like this. I won't die. If I can kill you once, I can kill you again. Get out of here. Ebenezer screamed and cursed wildly. The people from the royal city and many citizens. Is this considered confession? Manchester looked at the court priest. Duo Haichao nodded gently, indicating that he saw and heard everything. Manchester raised his finger, and the other royal city knights, who had not moved again, separated into a small team. This time all of them were long-range attackers, and they were all bloodline talents without exception, wearing alchemical ornaments on their hands that could amplify their talents. In just half a minute, maybe less than half a minute, Ebenezer's head was blown to pieces by an attack. When Ebenezer fell, his confidants and officials of Puncture City all lowered their heads, not because they felt pity and sympathy for their city lord, but because they were terrified by the power of the royal city. And Manchester glanced at these officials and nobles, sneered in his heart, and now he had no time to deal with these guys. He immediately ordered these people to convey the royal city's instructions to all citizens of Puncture City, saying that the volcano is about to erupt and the earthquake is about to come. Those who want to live should quickly pack up and evacuate Puncture City. Of course, if there are those who are not afraid of death and want to stay, then they can do it. No need to force it. There are 2 evacuation points. One is to Black Forest City, and the other is to the new city built by the new Lord of Blackwater Wasteland. However, the former has no preferential policies, and you can only be a refugee there. The latter is accepting newcomers. Even if you don't have any skills, you don't have to worry about having no food to eat in the new city. The new city has not been built yet, and there are many jobs to do there. And Manchester has only one request, that is, his order must be conveyed to every place in Puncture City within half an hour to ensure that every citizen hears the news of evacuation. The officials of Puncture City were afraid of the power of the Royal City Knights, and they dared not say anything, not even to flatter them. Those who dared to flatter them were all turned away, and they all ran out quickly to convey the Royal City's instructions. And Manchester ordered the Royal City Knights to enter Puncture City, and post evacuation notices on major roads. On a high ground not far away, Dai stood on his father Shang's shoulder, and rubbed his father Shang's ear with his forehead. Shang Fifan lifted him down with one hand. Do you want to meet them? You can give a drop of blood to the royal court priest, and he will verify your identity as the direct bloodline of the previous city lord in front of the city residents. After your identity is registered in the royal city, you can become the new city lord of Puncture City. It is naturally not that easy to become the lord of a city. Even if the royal city recognizes the identity of the heir, if a young man wants to be the city lord, he must at least have capable people around him who can assist him, and he must have a certain reputation in Puncture City and be able to suppress the local dignitaries. If he can still sit on the position of city lord without him, then he is probably a puppet created by the royal city. Dai shook his head quickly and refused 3 times. No meeting, no identity verification, no city lord. Shang Fifan teased his son. Really? That's the city lord, with a luxurious house to live in, a lot of money to spend, and many servants to obey your orders. Dai's eyes suddenly lit up, and he was a little excited. Dad, will you have a lot of money and supplies when you become the city lord? Then we will get them, and give them to you and Dad Mu. Shang Fifan was full of relief. Not bad, you have grown up. How can so many good things be given to others for nothing? Son, remember, your father Lang Mu is good in everything, But sometimes he is a little stupid and pushes away the benefits. You can't learn this from him. Adai's life opened another window. His thoughts were completely different from before. He urged, "Then Dad, let's go find that priest and take back all the things from the city lord's house." "No, my grandfather and mother." "Oh, the dead city lord is my father, so his things are all mine." Shang Fifan was very relieved, and went to ask for his son's property with his son in his arms. I Manchester and Duo Haichao were not surprised to see Shang Fifan appear. Duo Haichao didn't even ask Shang Fifan to say more, and took the initiative to verify Adai's identity. He found several old nobles, and the city lord's housekeepers in the city, and verified Adai's identity in front of them, confirming that he was the most legitimate heir to all the property of the Puncture City Lord's mansion. Adai is both the grandson of the former City Lord Shermankuan, and the son of the current City Lord Ebenezer. There is really no one with a more legitimate identity than him. The old noble who had prepared had no chance to refute, let alone push his grandson out. The assassin they had found had already come to Puncture City, but when he was introduced to Ebenezer, the imperial envoy from the royal city had already arrived. All of this caught some people off guard, and they didn't react, let alone who had spread the news that Ebenezer had mental problems. When they saw a tall adult orc holding a stone macaque cub and wanted to verify its identity, those who wanted to rebel were still thinking in their hearts, "The mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole is behind." It seems that the royal city has long set its sights on Puncture City. Look, even the heir is ready. If this hadn't been planned for a long time, they would have taken their eyes off. Shang Fifan met the old noble's resentful eyes and smiled at him. That smile seemed meaningful to the old noble. The old noble was angry and mad, and even more afraid. He was afraid that the king's city had already known his plan, and that after dealing with the city lord Ebenezer, the king's city would still take action against them, the old forces of Puncture City. With this worry, the old noble dared not say a word, and only hoped that the people from the king's city would not notice him. If there were no night corps sent by the king's city, and if the court priest had not come in person to verify Adai's identity, these old nobles of Puncture City could still struggle a bit, at least delay time, so that they could have the opportunity to transfer the property of the city lord's mansion and the supplies of the entire city, but now everything has become empty. After confirming Adai's identity, I Manchester Chester immediately ordered the city lord's mansion butler to hand over the list of all the property of the city lord's mansion. In order to prevent the butler from concealing anything, I Manchester Chester also asked the city lord's trusted subordinates for additional questioning, interrogation. After the confessions of several people were combined, the property of the city lord's mansion was roughly determined. The first order Adai issued after becoming the heir to the city lord's mansion was, the public materials belonging to Puncture City should be handed over to the recipients who are willing to settle the citizens of Puncture City, and these materials can only be used for the relocated citizens of Puncture City. Now, the nobles and officials of Puncture City have no chance to take advantage of the opportunity to embezzle the public materials of Puncture City. And Manchester directly sent the knights of the royal city to take over the public warehouse in the city, check the accounts and seal them. Fortunately, Ebenezer still cares about the public materials of Puncture City. In his opinion, these things are all his, and whoever dares to embezzle them is embezzling his things, and being caught is a capital crime. As a result, no one in Puncture City who manages public resources dared to embezzle, especially after Ebenezer went crazy recently. So this huge batch of materials is in place, and it is relatively easy to take over. There are also officials who specialize in accepting refugees from Black Forest City. He will share a certain proportion of materials according to the number of refugees going to Black Forest City. Public materials are taken care of by a Manchester, so Adai doesn't have to worry about it. As long as someone is willing to go to the Blackwater Wasteland New City, the things there must also be a share of his father. Why is he in a hurry? Adai is anxious to receive all the property of the city lord's mansion. The Shermau family has been operating Puncture City for more than 200 years, from the Great Prosperity era to the present. It's just that the entire Puncture City shrank greatly during the Great War era, and the Shermau family had to hide. After that, in the Poison Mist era, they relied on powerful force and luck to protect their property. Puncture City is lucky because the undead corpses were rampant everywhere during the Poison Mist era. But the strange thing is that there are not many undead corpses near Puncture City. The people of Puncture City have lived to this day, without knowing that hundreds of thousands of undead corpses are sleeping underground not far from their city. After Ebenezer killed Sherhoyue and became the city lord, there was naturally no need to transfer the property, so the property of the city lord's mansion was preserved very well. Adai grabbed his father's Shang and took the property lists provided by several parties, and counted them one by one. The housekeeper was loyal to Ebenezer, and the people in the city lord's mansion were also afraid of Ebenezer's methods, so no one dared to steal the property of the city lord's mansion. Of course, if Ebenezer continues to go crazy, it's hard to say. The housekeeper originally wanted to conceal part of the property. I don't know what he was thinking, but after comparing it with the confession of Ebenezer's confidant, the small warehouse he concealed and some secret materials that Ebenezer used as risk reserves were exposed. The housekeeper naturally did not get any benefits, and was directly dealt with by a Manchester. Shang Fifan and his son happily plundered all the wealth accumulated by the entire city lord's mansion for many years into their own pockets. Money, materials, medicinal materials, food, clothing, antiques and rare treasures. The father and son could not help but admire the ability of the Shermau family to accumulate wealth. There are also minerals, real estate, shops in the royal city, and other places that are completely under the name of the Shermau family. These things cannot be collected for the time being, but Adai has obtained the documents and can go to pick them up later. After searching for a long time, even Adai couldn't help but sigh, "Dad, luckily I was smart for a while." Shang Fifan was amused and touched his square head and said, "Yes, yes, otherwise you would have missed such a huge fortune." Adai's eyes sparkled. "Dad, do you think I have another scumbag father in another city? Or a scumbag grandfather?" Shang Fifan, Ha ha ha. There was a loud laugh behind him. It was I Manchester who came. I Manchester gave a thumbs up when he saw the father and son. "Your son is amazing. He is a talent. He is worthy of being your and Lang Mu's son." Shang Fifan proudly, "That's right." I Manchester chuckled and winked at Shang Fifan. "You and the priest?" After Shang Fifan appeared, the court priest obviously wanted to talk to Shang Fifan several times, but Shang Fifan ignored him. Shang Fifan held his son in one hand and waved his free hand. "Don't worry about it." I Manchester confirmed that there was no one around, but lowered his voice. According to the priest, it seems that natural disasters would not occur here. Well, he was right. The natural disasters here are man-made, because AMU and I have concentrated all the magma from the Blackwater wasteland here. Shang Fifan's tone was like he was talking about digging a small fish pond in his yard. "A Manchester, do you need help?" He is a magician after all, and with magic crystals in his hands, he can exert his strength. Shang Fifan shook his head. "No, we have already found craftsmen. Please arrange the relocation of the whole city." A Manchester was also worried that his reckless intervention would disrupt Shang Fifan's arrangements, so he just nodded and said, "Okay. How many people do you want?" That means if you want the whole city, he can also arrange for them. Shang Fifan shook his head again. "The new city does need manpower, but we need people who can work there. Let the nobles, the wealthy businessmen and officials who want to enjoy and show off, and the ambitious people who want to seize the power of the new city roll as far away as possible." I Manchester understood, but he still confirmed, "Do you really not want those people with assets? Although those people are annoying, they can also help the new city to be built quickly." Shang Fifan sneered. "If someone really wants to go to the new city, ask them if they are worried that the new city owner will only want materials and not people." I Manchester understood that Shang Fifan and his people are not short of materials, but only people who can work seriously. Those who have materials and property can go there quickly to build the new city to a certain extent, but these people can also complete extremely fast primitive accumulation with the assets they bring over and become the new nobles of the new city. This is obviously not what Shang Fifan and Lang Mu want. Don't worry, except for ordinary citizens, I guarantee that none of the nobles and officials who can't do anything will be mixed in with the migrant population heading to the new city. I Manchester grew up among nobles, and he really knows what those people want and what they fear the most. Shang Fifan immediately took out a bag and handed it over, and urged, "Hurry up and get all the people in Puncher City away, preferably today." I Manchester took it, and opened it on the spot without any hesitation. Then, this new noble in the royal city smiled. Shang really knew what he wanted most. With this bag of magic crystals, he can do more. The people of Puncture City didn't know that someone had completed a dirty PY deal behind their backs. When most of the nobles and officials chose to go to Black Forest City, and most of the ordinary citizens chose to go to the new city to try their luck, they thought it was all their personal choices, but they didn't know that their thoughts had long been deliberately guided by someone. The reason why it is called the majority, and the vast majority, is that some people chose to go to other places, and a few people chose to stay. For example, the old noble who planned to promote his grandson as the successor of Puncture City Lord, He, and a few smart people and diehards firmly believed that the so-called volcanic eruption and earthquake were all conspiracies of the royal city to force them to leave Puncture City. As for why the royal city wanted to take over an empty city, those people naturally thought, it is easier to arrange manpower in an empty city, and there may be secrets under Puncture City that they don't know, and this secret must involve a huge amount of wealth. Maybe the so-called migration is a deal made by the new lord of the Blackwater Wasteland and the royal city. Because they can't find the population, they directly transfer the people of a city. In order not to give way to the latecomers, and to find this huge secret wealth. These people are naturally unwilling to leave Puncture City. They even laughed at the dignitaries and wealthy businessmen who were fooled away, thinking that they were all big fools. In Manchester, and the priests seemed to be indifferent to the choices of these people, and let them stay or not. This made those who stayed behind feel a little uneasy, but they believed that this was a trick by the royal city to cut off the roots of the old nobles in the city, so they insisted on staying in the city. Shang Fifan could only sigh, "Son, what do you think about us robbing them before the volcano erupts?" Ah Dai, whose mind had grown wings, nodded vigorously, "Yes. Otherwise, all the supplies will be wasted after the volcano erupts." Chapter 251. The remaining people stood on the city wall and watched the last group of people walk away. As the figures of these people became smaller and smaller, someone couldn't help but say, "I heard that the royal city also seemed to have sent people to nearby villages and towns to migrate all the works in this basin." "Oh, are you worried now? If you are afraid, you can still catch up with those people now." Someone laughed. The person who spoke turned his head to look at the silent city, and the feeling of uneasiness in his heart became stronger and stronger. "But do you really want to leave? He has led the family to support until now, and even caused the family to split because of this." The brothers who had a competitive relationship with him left with another part of the people who wanted to leave. He finally drove away the competitors, and this huge family will be all his in the future. His brothers were unable to take away the family's wealth due to his insistence. "No one forced you." The old noble had a cold face, and didn't want to stand on the city wall anymore, and was about to turn around and leave. The worried people looked at the rest of the people, and their violently shaking minds stabilized again. The smart ones are always in the minority. He did nothing wrong. The people in the royal city must have deceived him. This is a game, and he will be the winner. Look what that is. Someone suddenly screamed. Everyone turned around subconsciously. At the foot of the mountain where Puncture City is located, many figures suddenly appeared from nowhere. These figures were lining up and walking away. That is... What? That's not a living person. The voice of the person with good eyesight trembled. The old noble suddenly grabbed the city wall, his expression heavy, his face full of disbelief. That is an undead corpse. How could so many undead suddenly appear? I had heard before that a group of monsters seemed to appear in the underground sewers in the city, which looked like undead, but they were controlled by the people arranged by the city lord. Isn't that a rumor? The city lord said that it was a rumor, and ordered that no one should spread the rumor. I thought, so there have always been so many undead under our Puncture City? My God, look at the number, it's simply endless. Everyone. Aren't you surprised that the undead didn't attack us, but instead moved away from Puncture City? There was a dead silence. Soon, several people turned around and ran madly into the city. Something was wrong, they had to pack up and leave, now. Immediately, even the most persistent people began to waver. Maybe we should temporarily leave the city to take shelter, and come back after a while, if there is really no problem. Yes. This is a good idea. I go pack some things first and call my family. The last word was sparse, and the speaker had already run far away. Instantly, only the old nobleman and his trusted subordinates were left on the city wall. Sir? The old nobleman's face changed, and finally he said, "You go and arrange for the younger generation of the family to leave quickly in the opposite direction of those undead corpses. Don't pack too much things, let them leave first. If nothing happens, you can come back to pack things in time." The confidant quickly received the order and ran away. The old nobleman, who was originally going to leave and go home, became the last one to leave this time. Before leaving the city wall, he kept looking at the direction where the undead corpses left, looking at the large number of undead corpses that seemed to be pouring out from the ground. Shang Fifan stood at the highest point of the city, watching the last group of people hurriedly leaving Puncture City. These people were not as well prepared as those who migrated before, and most of them only took the most important items. This was also the last chance he gave to the remaining people. If there were any stubborn people, they could only let them go. Ah Dai blinked his eyes, and they could go to plunder again, No, it was picking up leaks. No, it should be waste utilization. Shang Fifen's figure disappeared from the highest tower in Puncture City, and he was going to take his son to get the double overtime pay. When the backs of the last group of undead corpses became trance, the deep night came. Shang Fifen, who earned a considerable amount of overtime pay, hugged Ah Dai and appeared beside Lang Mu. Ah Dai's eyes were bit with laughter, and he smiled at his father Mu. Lang Mu looked at the two father and son who seemed to be full, and doubt flashed across his eyes. He was ready to go, so he didn't ask in detail, just asked, "Is it okay?" Shang Fifen nodded. "Let's do it." Lang Mu raised his bone staff, pointed to the specially left plug mouth, and quickly chanted a spell. Boom! The plug mouth was blown open, and the magma that had been gathered for a long time poured down. This was not enough. The two adults and one child flew up. Lang Mu pointed the bone staff at the boiling magma pool again. He wanted to stimulate the pressure under the ground and let the magma erupt from under Puncture City. At first, it was just a slight tremor. There was a thunderous roar from deep underground, like an ancient giant beast waking up from a long sleep. On the stone slab road of Puncture City, small gravel began to jump, and the wind chimes hanging under the eaves made a rapid and uneasy crisp sound without wind. The remaining sensitive orcs raised their heads suddenly. Suddenly, boom, the top of the mountain exploded, and a dark column of smoke with red flames rose into the sky, piercing the clouds. The whole mountain trembled violently, the rock wall collapsed, and countless boulders were blown away by the blast, smashing into the deserted city below the mountain like a hammer of heavenly punishment. No! Really? The volcano really erupted. The burning volcanic bombs poured down like a rainstorm. The bell tower was hit by a lava bomb with a diameter of several meters. In an instant, the top of the tower was shattered, the copper bell melted, and the red metal liquid flowed along the stone wall like blood. A huge pit was smashed out of the fountain in the square, and the pool water instantly vaporized. The steam mixed with volcanic ash to form a rolling gray-white fog. The roofs of the houses were pierced, and the burning debris ignited the wooden structure. The flames wandered between the buildings like a venomous snake. The sky was dyed dark red, and the thick volcanic ash cloud surged like huge waves, blocking the sun. The hot volcanic debris fell like black snow, covering the streets, houses, and courtyards. The tremors on the surface became more and more intense, and the mountain cracked with several huge wounds. Red magma gushed out and flowed down along the ridge. The lava flow engulfed the orchard on the mountainside. The fruit trees were instantly carbonized in the high temperature, and the dry branches stretched towards the sky like charred ghost hands. The lava flow rushed to the city gate. The iron gate bent and melted like wax. The guard tower slowly tilted in the lava and finally collapsed with a loud bang, splashing a wave of fire. The hot lava overflowed the stone steps and poured into the central square, engulfing the fountain, statues, and benches. The stone sculpture softened and twisted in the lava, like a human figure struggling in pain. Wherever the magma passed, the ground twisted and deformed, the bricks melted and solidified, forming hideous wrinkles. The air was filled with a pungent smell of sulfur, the heat wave distorted the vision, and even breathing became painful. The ancient stone tower in the center of the city was the last building to collapse. The magma surrounded its base, flames spewed out of the window, and the rocks of the tower gradually cracked in the high temperature. Finally, with a loud bang, the tower broke in half, the upper half of the tower slowly tilted, and finally smashed into the magma river, splashing a red wave. This was like the last signal, and the ground collapsed as if it was burned and melted, and the entire Pengshecheng basin turned into a huge fiery red magma lake in an instant. Pengshecheng disappeared, and the mountain where Pengshecheng was located also disappeared completely. It was as if this mountain, this city, had never existed. In the distance, Manchester and the priest Do Haichao saw this scene happen with their own eyes. In addition to them, there were also some people who were paying attention to the changes in Pengshecheng. When the volcano really erupted and magma spurted out, these people retreated again and again. Now all these people, without exception, were pale and extremely frightened. It turned out that what Wang Chung said was true. The volcano really erupted, and the earthquake also occurred. The power of natural disasters is so terrible that such a large basin has become a magma lake. Fortunately, the terrain of Pengshecheng Basin is special, surrounded by tall mountains. These mountains blocked the magma from flowing in all directions, and even blocked most of the volcanic ash. I don't know where the strong wind came from. The direction of this strong wind was particularly strange, and it actually blew from all directions to Pengshecheng Basin, forcing the volcanic ash that splashed out to gather only above the basin. Many people did not notice the strangeness of this mighty gust of wind. Only a few people, such as Duo Haichao and Manchester, noticed this strangeness. This gust of wind did not seem to be naturally generated, but more like a human hand. Except for Manchester who knew it, other people who noticed it were thinking in their hearts, which wind talent has such great power? No matter who it is, everyone is very grateful to the wind talent, thanking him for successfully blocking the spread of volcanic ash to the surroundings and confining all the disasters in the Pengchaching Basin, preventing the disaster from spreading further. Those who stood in the distance and observed did not find the last group of undead corpses to leave. After those undead corpses walked out of the underground of Pengchaching, they entered the river channel and evacuated from the bottom of the Blackwater River. Shangfifan still needs them. The Pengchaching Basin is just the first flood discharge lake. To completely solve the underground pressure of the Blackwater wasteland, and even the entire Tiger country, they need another eruption point. Shangfifan and Lang Mu had already chosen the second eruption point, which was the Abyss Chasm near Tianquan Valley. The two Abyss Chasms separated the entire Blackwater wasteland, just like the retreat route that the gods had prepared long ago. It all depended on whether the orcs could find and use it. With the experience of Puncture City Basin this time, Shangfifan and Lang Mu were more confident in the second operation. However, it was easy to transfer the population of Puncture City, but it was more difficult to transfer the population of Tianquan Valley to the Abyss Chasm. Of course, Shangfifan and his team did not intend to do this troublesome thing by themselves. They contacted Wancheng not only to deal with the Lord of Puncture City, but most importantly, they wanted them to see the scene of the magma eruption with their own eyes. Only by telling them with facts that artificial means can solve natural disasters will they really move. And Manchester sent the news back to the royal city. Duo Haichao sent the news, the scene and his personal opinion back to the priest palace. The priest palace is also trying to solve the natural disaster problem in the prophecy. Now someone has given them a model, and they can try it. For this reason, when Shangfifan notified the royal city to transfer the population near Tianquan Valley, the people who came to watch the scene were not only the people from the Tiger King's capital, but also the priests, specially sent by the priest palace, and the bigwigs of various countries and tribes. Shangfifan returned to Tianquan village again, and this time he transferred all the orcs in the village to the new city of Blackwater Wasteland. Coincidentally, one of the points where the magma flood discharge channel surveyed by Lang Mu passed was in Tianquan Valley. In addition to the orcs, Shangfifan and Lang Mu also tried their best to transfer all the creatures nearby, even plants. They took away everything they could dig out and take away. At this time, Lang Mu's portable flower garden played a big role. His flower garden can actually automatically collect a large amount of land, and also the plants and animals on the land. Before, Lang Mu's flower garden did not have such a useful function when he first got it, but after Lang Mu upgraded the flower garden again and again, he added a lot of useful functions. The flower garden has completely changed now. Except for the well in the center that is still surrounded by thick fog, this originally small flower garden has expanded to the extent that you can't see where the edge of the flower garden is when standing by the well. Lang Mu just used the portable flower garden as a mobile tool to help the creatures move, but he didn't intend to keep all these creatures in the flower garden. The biggest role of his flower garden for a long time in the future is to cultivate arable land. If it weren't for the changes in this portable flower garden and his own mastery of natural magic, he wouldn't dare to provide the huge welfare of half an acre of land per person to the immigrants in the new city. Shangfifan manipulated the undead to dig the flood discharge channel, while Mr. Lang had already arrived in the new city and began to arrange the migrated orcs to build a new city according to the plan drawings. Shangfifan and Lang Mu were discussing one thing, that is, whether to expose their invincible labor undead. With the hard work of these undead, the natural disaster problem in Tiger Country will soon be completely solved. But what about other places on the orc continent? Even if the orcs in other places want to emulate them, where can they find so many useful people to quickly dig flood discharge channels for them? Maybe we all have to help. Lang Mu said helplessly, maybe the correct prophecy is not for me to lead the way, but for me to use my perception of nature to help survey the crustal changes under the orc continent, so as to find the most suitable flood discharge channel. Shangfifan was unhappy. You are not the only one who has this ability. We just need to make a sample. But according to my perception and survey results, the crustal changes of the entire continent are becoming more intense time. We are racing against time. And once there is something that is not done well, even if the magma over there will not flow to us, the huge amount of volcanic ash can cause extreme weather, which will inevitably affect us. Lang Mu pursed his lips. If I help them, I am also saving myself. Shangfifan had to admit that his big baby was right, emphasizing, "It's not me, it's us." Let him expose his ability to control the undead. It just happened to be the strongest backing for his AMU. He would rather let people fear him than admire him. Shang Fifan suddenly asked dissatisfiedly, "Hey, Brother Tong, when will you give me the reward you promised me?" The light ball floated out, "After you digest and absorb the energy of the last insect mother heart fragment." "So what is the reward for my mission?" "The last insect mother heart fragment." Shang Fifan smiled slightly. He guessed it. The light ball had collected a piece of insect mother heart fragment before, and he had always been eyeing that fragment. "The last one?" "The insect mother heart fragment you got in the Sky City is a fusion of other fragments collected by the evil god believers. That's why it is so powerful." The light ball paused. "But are you ready? Once you absorb the last fragment of the insect mother's heart, the insect mother will definitely target you, and may even tear the space to find you." "What realm is the insect mother now?" "God of Law." Shang Fifan is not arrogant enough to think that he can deal with a god of law now, especially when the other party has lived for who knows how many years, and can survive even if his heart is broken. Then don't rush to absorb the last heart fragment. Let's get rid of this scumbag Loren Milton first. The system fully agrees. Loren Milton, who stole Lang Mu's luck value, is the biggest destabilizing factor and their biggest enemy. Although the evil god seems to be the final boss, if Loren Milton is not dealt with, the two of them will not be able to do things smoothly, and the other party may cause trouble for them anytime and anywhere. Shang Fifan also learned about Loren Milton's new movements from the Earth. The other party is unwilling to give up such a useful tool for players, and seems to be planning to change its appearance and appear as a friendly alien who helps the Earthlings improve their technological level in order to induce the humans on the Earth to continue to enter the Orc world as players. Of course, the people on the Earth are not stupid enough to let their own people take risks when they know that this so-called holographic game has problems. But not every country and region's rulers are clear-headed. Even if they are clear-headed, once people become greedy. More advanced scientific and technological knowledge, weapons that are stronger than the strongest weapons on the Earth, protective shields that can resist the strongest weapons, more productive and insect-resistant and extreme temperature-resistant grain seeds, medicines that can prolong life and treat terminal illnesses, and help develop legendary superpowers. Just ask how many people can resist these benefits when they are in front of them, and these benefits are all visible to the naked eye and can be really obtained. As long as they agree to let the people of their country play a game. Chapter 252. Players began to appear one after another. However, these were just novice players. Although Loren Milton wanted them to reach the maximum level overnight, the game system had its own operating rules. He could use them, but he couldn't change the most central rules. In fact, Loren Milton didn't know how to change those operating rules. He was a magician, not a programmer. Those computer programs were another knowledge system for him. He tried to learn them. He originally thought that relying on his strong comprehension and strong mental power, he could learn this academic discipline created by the Warcraftless orcs. Wouldn't that be easy? But maybe it's true that different trades are like different mountains. No matter how smart someone's brain is, he can't even cook instant noodles. Loren Milton's self-esteem was hit hard by the seemingly complex and dense program codes. Finally, he could only comfort himself that he was studying magic, and he was a magician of the level of a magician who was almost able to enter the realm of a magician. He was disdainful of learning the academic knowledge created by the magicless people, so he could not learn it. In short, it would take some time for these new players to grow up. They were still in the process of exploring the game and their own bloodline talents, and they could not form combat effectiveness for the time being. In the past, some of the old players also ran back fearlessly. These people were not afraid of death, but they thought they were the legendary children of destiny. Being able to discover this holographic game and be selected as a player proved that their luck was much better than that of most people on Earth. Fortune and wealth are sought in danger. Others are timid and controlled, and their mental power is extracted. They dare not enter the game again. Although it seems that they have saved their health and lives, they may also lose the opportunity to soar into the sky and become supermen. The old players who dare to enter the game again want to find the 1 in 10 million chance in the endless risks, find the possibility of evolution, or making a fortune. Danger? The probability of success is too low? Oh, that danger must be others, and the success rate will only appear in oneself. For sure, Shang Fifan and Lang Mu, who went to survey the terrain near Tianquan Valley, discovered these players. But they did not alarm the snakes, but pretended not to know, and first moved the villagers of Tianquan Village and all the plants and creatures that could be moved nearby. This time, Loren Milton protected the player birth pool tightly. Shang Fifan called out the light ball. Come, update your game system and change my name to arrange me among the new players. By the way, issue another task, asking me to blend in with the new players and find out where the new birth pool is. He didn't even ask if the light ball could do this. Light ball, eh? Shang Fifan said very dissatisfiedly. You are not willing to actively issue tasks now, so I can only do it myself. The light ball satisfied him. Task 87, please disguise yourself as a new player, blend into the Tianquan Valley player camp, and try to find the location of the new birth pool. Successful reward 50 contribution points. Shang Fifan quickly clicked to accept the task. It must be done. Why not take advantage of this to get more system hair? If you don't take it, you lose it. Suddenly, the system issued a new task again. Task 88, Tianquan Valley Master has calculated a Son of Luck with strong luck. Please try to find the other party's calculated Son of Luck and protect his luck from being plundered by Tianquan Valley Master. Success rewards 100 contribution points, 10 space stones, and an 8th level full energy magic crystal. Shang Fifan only thought about it and guessed. The Son of Destiny deduced by Luo Renjia is not me. If it was him, the system would not give him the task of protecting the other party. No. Who is it? Unknown. You need to find it yourself. Shang Fifan sneered on the spot. Your system is only capable of this? The light ball thinks that it is powerful enough to find out that Loren Milton deduced the Son of Destiny, and it is not Shang Fifan. After you complete Task 85, you have obtained full use of the Sky Eye system. Please make good use of the Sky Eye system. The light ball added in time. The Sky Eye system has not yet discovered who Loren Milton's deduction is. Shang Fifan. So you got the information through the Sky Eye system. The light ball did not deny it. Shang Fifan decided to make good use of this Sky Eye system. Although it is disabled, it still has certain value. Shang Fifan turned around and told Lang Mu that the system asked him to blend in with the new players. He also shamelessly complained that the system was not a good person, urging him to do things every day, and the reward was particularly stingy. The light ball was blood red, and the light of anger formed a middle finger on the top of the head. Lang Mu kissed this big spoiled child. First solve the magma eruption problem in the Blackwater Wasteland. I know. The flood discharge channel has been dug almost. I just don't want Luo Ren scum to show up and mess up at this time. Lang Mu was also a little afraid of Loren Milton. This guy was lucky. Maybe he could find out their movements and arrangements, and then find an opportunity to destroy them. The other party would not care whether digging the flood discharge channel was beneficial to the entire Tiger Country. He would only think that he and Shang Fifan were in charge of this matter, so he must destroy it. At the same time that Shang Fifan and Lang Mu were discussing how to deal with Laurenmeyer, Dai, who was riding on Masterja, encountered a strange bug. Dai didn't admit that he was walking around. He was obviously practicing his natural ability. He brought Masterja with him just because he was worried that he would be exhausted and couldn't walk. Masterja could carry him home. Masterja, it was obviously because Lao Shang and Lang Mu were worried about you, a little kid, and they were afraid that you would be swallowed by the beasts and giant bugs outside, so they let me catch up. The winter wind was cold, and the square-headed little Dai was riding on Masterja's back, practicing his teleportation ability. Masterja was watching the child on the side, tapping his claws on the stones out of boredom, making a tapping sound. Masterja, look. Dai excitedly patted the giant bug's hard carapace, and disappeared from the spot with a whoosh sound, and appeared on a huge bluestone 300 meters away the next second. Unfortunately, the little guy stumbled and almost fell down, and quickly used his claws to hold the stone to stabilize his body. Junyi made a worried sound, and quickly crawled over to catch Dai, who was about to fall with his long legs. A faint and elegant fragrance came. Dai twitched his round nose, and saw a bunch of bluebell flowers not far away that were moving without wind. This is a rare flower that can bloom in the cold winter. The emerald green petals stretched out from the flowers. Wow! It turned out to be a beautiful insect he had never seen before. Dai teleported over curiously. The flower insect turned its head and looked at him curiously. This little guy seems to have its own power. What did it come here for this time? Oh right, it is to find its lost power. Before, it felt a very strong force that belonged to it burst out, and it came here. Unfortunately, the force only burst out for a moment and disappeared quickly. It has been circling in this wilderness for a while. Not far away, Shi suddenly tensed up and became nervous. It seemed to want to rush over, but it seemed to be extremely afraid of something, and its long legs were weak and unable to exert force. Dai stretched out his little claws. He either wanted to hurt this beautiful flower insect, or wanted to touch it out of curiosity. The flower insect was not afraid of Odd Die's little claws, and flew over and landed in front of Odd Die. Oh, this little thing does not have its power, but only some of it. Hello. The flower insect's voice was crisp and pleasant, and its layers of emerald green body glowed with pearly luster in the sun, more beautiful than real flowers. Hello, Odd Die stared blankly and said, "You can talk? Are you a worm race? Insect man? No, I should be a bug." The flower worm seemed a little unhappy, but soon it asked again crisply, "Are you playing hide and seek just now?" Master Zheng tried his best to make a clatter, urging Odd Die to come back. But Odd Die squatted in front of the flower insects and said blankly, "It's not a hide and seek. I am practicing teleportation, and my father said this is a very important ability. Once I practice it, I can escape at any time. Yes, it's important to run fast, otherwise you will be besieged and beaten to death." Huazhe admired Odd Die's approach very much and looked at him. "Are you a worm?" "No, I feel you are not a worm, you should be." Odd Die felt that this beautiful flower worm was even more stupid than him, so he took the initiative to tell him the answer. "I am the Shitzi clan." "Oh, I know the Stone Mantle tribe." Hua Chong happily flew around Odd Die, its wings reflecting a very clear and beautiful luster in the sun. "Your tribe is very good at manipulating stones. I remember that I once met a very special Stone Mantle tribe. He was like you, and he could, what's that word? Oh, teleport, just like you, he could suddenly disappear and reappear. I suffered a lot from him, but it doesn't matter. Hua Chong tried hard to recall, but after thinking for a while, he seemed to be unable to remember, and shook his pretty head. "Anyway, I met someone who looked very similar to you. I remember his name was, oh, it's been a long time, I can't remember it either." Odd Die sincerely comforted the pretty bug. "My memory is not very good, I often forget things. My father Shang said it was because my brain was square, not as round as a round one, and could only store the most important things. Little Hua, your head is not very round, so it is normal to miss some things." The flower insect felt that it made sense, and raised its long limbs like stamens to touch its head. "It is not very round indeed." Jinyi made a warning buzz, and it felt that it was very brave, and its sharp forelimbs kept stretching forward. "Odd Die, you idiot, come back." "No, take your grandfather, Jin, with you." It's a pity that Odd Die's communication ability with Jinyi is far inferior to his father Shang, and he didn't even turn his head back. Little Odd Die especially likes this beautiful flower insect. This is really the most beautiful insect he has ever seen, and the most beautiful thing is that it can talk. Odd Die follows his heart. He wants to show off to his new friends, so he happily teleports to a distance, picks a strong little flower that blooms in winter, and teleports back again, pushing the little flower to the beautiful flower insect. "For you. There is nectar in it, I licked it, it's sweet." The compound eyes of the flower bug flashed with surprise. "Is this for me?" "Thank you, you are such a good manta. I can promise that I will not eat you when I see you next time." Odd Die laughed silly, thinking that this new friend was as humorous as his business father. "I also promise not to eat you. By the way, what's your name, Xiao Hua?" "My name is Odd Die." Odd Die stretched out his eager little claws, and wanted to touch the flower bug. He really liked this bug, it was so beautiful. It was completely in his aesthetic point. "My name is..." "What was my name?" The flower bug turned around in confusion, and suddenly became happy again. "Don't you call me Xiao Hua? I'm Xiao Hua. Hello, Xiao Hua, my name is Odd Die. I have two fathers, they are so nice." A Die stretched out his paw and introduced himself again. "Hua Chong, my name is Xiao Hua now. I don't remember if I have a father or not." Hua Chong's mind suddenly flashed with the image of himself lying on a huge insect and eating non-stop. That big insect is really delicious. Its memory told it so. "Aw, you don't have a father?" A Die's face was full of sympathy, and his mind was bright. "Then do you want to go home with me? My father's now taken a lot of cubs. Many of them have no fathers and mothers, and some are even thrown away by their parents. No normal person can say such words to a child without parents. Isn't this deliberately rubbing salt into the wound?" But Hua Chong is obviously not a normal insect. It actually happily flew to A Die's little paw. "Really? Are you inviting me to go home with you? Maybe following this cub can help him find his lost power, since he has nothing to do anyway." "Really?" A Die thinks he can totally accept this flower bug as a brother. Such a small bug shouldn't eat much, and the fathers will not have any objections. If the fathers don't have time, he can go out to pick flowers to feed this little bug. Shi suddenly opened his elytra, making a harsh friction sound, and his thick antennae swung violently. He gathered all his courage and turned to run. This silly cub is hopeless, so he should run back to find Lao Shan to rescue him. But Adai misunderstood his meaning. Shi Yi, don't be anxious, Xiao Huahua hasn't agreed to me yet. Adai turned around and asked Hua Chong, do you want to go to my house to play? I treat you to sweet nectar, my fathers give me a lot. My great-grandmother can also make a lot of delicious and beautiful snacks. Adai is not a stingy person. The flower bug seemed to think seriously for a moment. Okay, if you insist. It was sure that it was very free, and had enough time to go to his home to play with the little cub. Jingye's eyes were red with anger. No. We don't insist. Adai nodded vigorously. Insist, very insistent. Jingye, The long legs all collapsed and fell to the ground. It's dead. The flower bug landed on the top of Adai's head with reserve and lightness. But I don't like to eat nectar, I like to eat meat. Adai said, no problem, we have a lot of meat at home. How much meat can a little bug eat? Don't be afraid. Adai Fong, with the little flower bug on his head, happily jumped on the back of Jingye and urged, Jingye, we can go home now. Hey Master Zhe, what's wrong with you? Why don't you want to stand up? Didn't you want to go home quickly just now? Master Zhe, get lost. The flower bug saw Master Zhe's long legs trembling constantly, flew up and landed on Master Zhe's forehead, and gently tapped him with its flower-like thin long legs. Swoosh! Master Zhe jumped out like a fly. Run, run, run! As long as you don't die, run to death. Lao Shang. Help! The flower bug flew back to Adai's head. Adai raised his head, wanting to see the flower bug. The flower bug flew to the tip of his nose again. Adai's eyes looked hard, and soon they became cross-eyed. The flower bug laughed crisply, and flew around Adai. Adai was a little embarrassed, so he took out his favorite braised meat, and asked the flower bug to eat it together. The flower bug sniffed the braised meat, and showed a disgusted expression. I like to eat raw meat, the kind with blood. This kind is already smelly. Adai was a little angry. It's not stinky, it's braised, it's delicious. My father Shang made it especially for me. Hua Chong took a bite reluctantly. Okay, it's not that bad. It's only a little better than rotten meat. It still prefers fresh raw meat, preferably meat grown on living creatures. However, the flower bug didn't explain this. It liked this square-headed little guy very much, and didn't want him to quarrel with it for a little meat. Adai was happy. It was a pity that he didn't carry raw meat with him, so he took out his favorite snacks to share with the flower bug. This time, the flower bug didn't say anything more. It tasted everything lightly, and said that it tasted good. Adai saw that it ate so little, and he was more and more convinced that this little flower bug was easy to raise. The running Zhiyi was in tears, if it could cry. Duh, why haven't we reached home yet? Help! Not too far away, Loren Milton was holding a delicate magic device in his hand, and was calculating the direction. A red dot appeared on the delicate silver magic device. Found. You? Loren Milton smiled, holding the magic weapon, and flew in the direction indicated by the red dot. He spent 100 years of his life, a lot of rare materials, and the price of blood sacrifice to finally calculate where the most powerful son of luck in this generation is. His luck is really good. This son of luck is actually in Tiger Country, not far away from him. If this is not the help of heaven, what is it? He will succeed, he is not on the wrong path. A general success is the result of the sacrifice of thousands of people, and he has not killed tens of thousands of people. To become a god, you must pay a very high price. What does it mean to just plunder the luck of a few people? If those so-called sons of luck know that they can become a stepping stone for a god, they should also feel honored. Maybe this should be the fate of those sons of luck. Their existence is to create a god. Chapter 253. The sun sets in the west, and the snow in the forest reflects the last ray of orange light. Adai rides on the back of Master Zheng, with a green flower insect lying on his head, and keeps talking to the flower insect all the way. Even though the two of them often talk about irrelevant things, they are still very happy. Master Zheng keeps running towards home. Oh, I wonder what delicious food Mr. Shang will make today. Adai shook his square head, his eyes full of expectation. The flower insect shook its petal-shaped wings, and said casually, Meat? But can you ask your father Shang not to make braised meat? I am not picky, just give me some raw meat of level 8 and level 9. Adai didn't know how powerful level 8 and level 9 were, and nodded stupidly. Okay, I ask my father. Zhenyi, If I were Lao Shang, I would throw you, the unfilial son, away now. Xinye's 8 long legs suddenly stiffened, and his elytra opened slightly, which was a warning posture. On the snow in front, a man in a silver-blue robe stood there at some point. A pair of purple eyes that were so gorgeous glowed strangely in the twilight, and a gentle smile hung at the corners of his mouth. Loren Milton seemed to be walking slowly, but in fact, he walked quickly towards the 3 in the row. The powerful person with good luck he was looking for was among these 3. The giant insect mount, that was definitely not it. The incredibly beautiful flower insect should not be it either. The only one who looks like an orc is the little square-headed kid. I didn't expect it to be a baby, but it's better this way. It's easier for him to coax him. Babies are much easier to coax than adults. They don't know what luck is, let alone the importance of luck. If you give them a few candies, they might willingly agree to transfer all their luck to him. There were no adult orcs around the cub, and he was just a small one. This was simply an opportunity that came to him. Loren Milton felt more and more that he was blessed by fate. His previous development in the royal city was not smooth, but it was just a test for him, the child of destiny. Yes, that's it. Hello, little guy. Loren Milton was very confident in his appearance. He believed that even the cub would subconsciously have a good impression of him when he saw him. Loren Milton's voice was gentle and full of kindness, with a gentle smile on his face. It's so late, why are you still outside alone? After the sun goes down, it's very dangerous in the wild. It's fate to meet. Where is your home? I take you back. Who are you? Dai blinked his round eyes, and instinctively shrank back on the back of Master Xia. Although this person smiled very friendly, Dai felt that he was very much like the villains in his own business father's story, who specialized in deceiving children. My name is Milton, a Tiankin orc. I live in Tiankin Valley. I came out to look for herbs that are only available in winter. I didn't expect to meet you in this wilderness. Why did you run out alone? There are no houses nearby. Loren Milton said gently. I'm not alone. I have Master Xia and Xiao Huahua to accompany me. Dai answered vigilantly. Loren Milton narrowed his eyes slightly, and released his mental power secretly. Hua Cheng suddenly stared at this extremely handsome male orc. Loren Milton's voice became softer and full of temptation. Little guy, what's your name? You are so cute. Uncle likes you very much when he sees you. Uncle's house is not far from here. There are many interesting toys and delicious food there. Do you want to go to Uncle's house to play for a while? I can ask someone to notify your parents, and ask them to pick you up at my house. If it were an ordinary child, he would have been attracted by his hypnotic words, and followed him obediently. However, Adai's square head tilted, and his little brows wrinkled. My father said that strangers who want to take me home, take me to catch goldfish and give me candy, and toys are all old crooks. Or they are perverts. Loren Milton's smile almost froze. Why is this little cub so alert? No. His mental induction has failed? How is this possible? Little guy, you misunderstood. Loren Milton suppressed his anger, his tone became gentler, and at the same time increased the injection of mental power. Uncle is not a bad person, but I feel particularly compatible with you when I see you, and I am worried that you will encounter danger in the wilderness, so I want you to go to my house to rest, play, and have a delicious meal, and then notify your parents to pick you up. You're lying. Adai suddenly covered his ears. Your voice makes my head buzz. It's so uncomfortable. Master Xia, let's go! Master Xia had wanted to run for a long time, and he turned around immediately after hearing the words, and his 8 legs clattered so fast that he almost ran out of his shadow. Their luck was a bit bad today, and they met big guys who were not easy to mess with. Adai was about to use teleportation to take Xiao Huahua and Master Xia home directly. Loren Milton felt the energy fluctuations, and subconsciously cast a space sealing magic, causing Adai's teleportation to fail. Adai was stunned. His teleportation failed. Adai's teleportation involves the power of space, and ordinary sealing spells cannot seal him, but the level difference between him and Loren Milton is too big. Hua Cheng flew up, angrily, the power of sealing space. One of the powers it hates the most. Loren Milton looked at Adai with envy, jealousy and greed. He actually has a talent for space. In magic, space and time are the 2 most difficult types of magic to control. If he can have the space talent of this cub. Loren Milton's heart is hot. His mind has begun to quickly search for magic or magic arrays that can transfer talents. He wants the luck of this cub and his space talent. Loren Milton saw that the mental coaxing magic didn't work on the other party's head cub, so he didn't pay much attention. As a child of luck, he must have 1 or 2 abilities to protect himself. If deception is useless, he can change to another magic, just stun the cub and take it away by force. Loren Milton took out his staff and silently chanted a spell. A dark golden magic circle appeared above Odd Die's head, emitting a sleepy energy wave. However, just when the magic circle was about to cover Odd Die, where did the idiot come from to bully Odd Die? The voice of the flower insect suddenly rose, and the originally clear voice, like a child, seemed to be mixed with some extremely terrible pressure. Its emerald green body suddenly expanded, and the petals unfolded layer by layer, revealing the sharp mouth parts hidden under the soft appearance. Before Loren Milton could react, the flower insect had turned into an emerald green stream of light and pounced in front of him in an instant. Ding! Puff! Ah! Loren Milton's right wrist suddenly lost a piece of flesh, and blood gushed out. Loren Milton looked at his wound in astonishment, and then at the little flower insect floating in the air. It was chewing his flesh and blood slowly, with a happy light flashing in its compound eyes. How is this possible? Loren Milton exclaimed in disbelief for the second time. He is using his real body now. There is no way his clone has been used up. His own strength has not yet recovered to the level of a magic saint, but his body's defense is not weak among magicians, especially since he is wearing a lot of protective alchemical ornaments. Those alchemical ornaments were brought by him from the Fardel continent, and the highest level reached level 9. Level 9 defense, the defense of the magic saint level. How did this inconspicuous little insect, which is just a little beautiful, break through? Loren Milton finally began to look at this little insect that he thought was inconspicuous at first. He didn't say anything, while thinking about why a little insect could easily break through his magic shield, and quickly condensed a super high temperature fireball and blasted it over. At the moment the fireball exploded, the figure of the flower insect disappeared strangely. Wait! Another spatial energy fluctuation? This insect can also use spatial energy. When did mastering spatial power become so common? The next second, Loren Milton felt a sharp pain in his left shoulder. Another piece of flesh disappeared. Damn it! Loren Milton couldn't believe it, but the facts told him that this beautiful flower insect could break his defense as easily as breaking paper. The flower insect disappeared. Where did it go? Loren Milton felt a chill behind him, and his mental power at the level of a magic saint made him alert quickly and turned around suddenly. The flower insect was actually floating behind him, with his blood on its mouthparts. What was even more terrifying was that Loren Milton found that the wound he was bitten by could not be stopped by magic, and it was useless even if he drank the hemostatic potion. This is impossible. Loren Milton finally panicked. What on earth are you? The flower insect tilted its head, seeming to be very disdainful. Are you blind? Of course I am a bug. Am I still one of you orcs? Wait, your flesh and blood don't taste like orcs, but more like those. The flower insect seemed to be recalling. It felt that it should have memories of this kind of flesh and blood, and then thought of the magic that this piece of living flesh and blood performed just now. I remember that you are the descendants of the first group of wastes, who left the orc continent without awakening the divine blood talent. You even lost the ability to transform, only pursuing external forces, but losing the strength from yourself. After the flower insect finished this paragraph, it felt that this sentence seemed to be a bit stinging to it. Doesn't it also have the ability to transform? No, it's just a bug. Why does it need to transform? Loren Milton laughed in anger. This bug actually thinks the magician is trash? The flower bug thinks that the defeated are trash. But your flesh and blood are delicious and full of energy. Don't move. Let me take a few more bites. The flower bug pounced on the delicious living meat before he finished speaking. Loren Milton raised his staff and cast a spell instantly, trying to stop the flower bug. But the flower bug was too fast, and it was also teleporting. But its level is much higher than Odd Die, and its application of spatial power is even more handy, completely turning into instinct. Loren Milton, whose strength has not yet recovered to the level of a magic saint. He thought his strength was enough to crush a bunch of orcs, but he encountered such a powerful flower bug just after he recovered from his injury. Was he unlucky, or was he backfired by his luck? It was all the fault of Aries Shang. There must be something wrong with the strange flame he used. The following battle was completely one-sided. Adai had almost no chance to perform. When he saw the flower bug fighting with the kidnapper who deceived the children, he wanted to rush over to help. But the energy fluctuations formed by the fight between the two were like invisible huge waves, making it impossible for Adai to rush in, and he could only retreat further and further. Jinyi even wanted to drag Adai with his claws and take the opportunity to escape. But this stupid little fool refused to leave, saying that his new friend was helping him, and he would be disloyal if he ran away. Jinyi was going to be mad at this little fool. Little flower, good job. Bite his ear. Bite his nose. Adai couldn't join the battle, but he could cheer and shout especially loudly standing on Zhengya's back. Loren Milton felt like he had stepped into a trap designed specifically for him. How could there be such a powerful insect? The opponent's strength seemed to be more than one level higher than his. He felt that even if he recovered to the level of a magic saint, he would probably not be the opponent of the opponent. Don't think that this insect only bit his flesh and didn't use any other innate skills. But it was fast, and the direction it rushed from was unpredictable. All his defensive measures could not stop the opponent's sharp mouthparts, and his dodging speed was not as fast as the opponent, so the result became the magic he released was either in vain or easily avoided by the flower insect. Whenever he relaxed, the flower insect would pounce on him and tear off a piece of flesh from his body. My ear. You actually bit my face? Why? Why doesn't my magic work on you? What on earth are you? In a short moment, the originally elegant and handsome magician had become ragged and bloodstained. What's worse is that Loren Milton's appearance, which he cared about very much, was also disfigured. He had a missing corner of his left ear, a large piece of flesh missing from his right cheek, a bloody hole on his forehead, and a piece of his nose was torn off, looking extremely miserable. The Elytra trembled when he saw this, fearing the cruelty of the flower insect, but also feeling relieved for some reason. Dai opened his eyes wide and whispered, Xiao Hua Hua is so powerful. So awesome. Finally, when Hua Chong Chong pounced on Loren Milton's neck, tore off a large piece of flesh from his neck, causing him to bleed profusely, Loren Milton immediately tore open a precious space scroll that was getting less and less, and disappeared on the spot when Hua Chong Chong pounced again. It actually ran away, what a coward. It hasn't eaten enough yet. Hua Chong Chong coiled around, and landed on Dai's head disappointedly, scratching Dai's hair, and asking for credit. Dai, I be away the bad guy who wanted to deceive you. Dai was delighted and praised loudly. Xiao Hua Hua, you are so good. You are awesome. You are the third most powerful in the world. Hua Chong Chong was confused. Why am I only the third most powerful? Dai said, as a matter of course. The first most powerful is of course my Shang dad. The second most powerful is my Amu dad. You could only be ranked third. Hua Chong Chong wanted to say that it was more powerful. Dai said, but you are the most beautiful in my heart. You are really beautiful. I have never seen a prettier insect or orc than you. You are the most beautiful insect in the world. Hua Chong Chong grabbed Dai's hair again. Okay, the most beautiful bug is the most beautiful bug. It won't compete with the cub's father. In the memory it is preserved, it seems that the cubs all think that their parents are the most powerful in the world. It is so powerful. How can it care about a cub? What is so powerful? Hua Chong Chong can't remember its own identity, but subconsciously knows that it should be very powerful, and many orcs combined can't beat it. Hua Chong Chong flew to Dai's little paw. Dai leaned over and kissed Hua Chong Chong. He wanted to tell the fathers that Ziawawa protected him, and drove away the bad guys. Hua Chong Chong gently patted Dai with his wings. Don't kiss me randomly. Jinya, who was shivering like he had cold legs, stopped shivering. He stood up straight and raised his head. His intuition told him that their old Shang family was going to have a great baby. Dai played with Hua Chong Chong for a while, patted Jinya's carapace, and said happily, Jinya, go home quickly. I want to tell Mr. Shan that Ziawawa is super powerful. At this time, thousands of meters away in the snow, Loren Milton, covered in blood, fell out of the space crack. Until now, he couldn't believe that he was made like this by a little bug that looked just good. What kind of bug is that? What level of strength has it reached? Is it a bodyguard assigned by the Orc continent to the son of fortune of this continent? Loren Milton couldn't figure it out. Chapter 254. In order to dig a flood discharge channel, Shang Fifan placed a tortoiseshell fortress with superb defense and good use in the nearby wasteland as a temporary residence. Such a round house that looks like a giant tortoise lying on the ground in the wilderness is very eye-catching. Fortunately, there are almost no people around here. Even if someone sees it, Shang Fifan doesn't mind what others think. Seeing that the sky is getting dark and the last sunset is sinking into the ground, Shang Fifan, who is cooking in the kitchen, can't help but look up and look out the window. Dai came back a little late today. Did that kid forget the coordinates again, while teleporting and get lost? Old Shang muttered, slapping garlic cloves with the back of a knife. Lang Mu was boiling soup on the side, and couldn't help laughing when he heard it. He will never forget where we are. If it doesn't work, he can teleport back home directly. Then he probably lost Master Zhu again, and is returning to find Master Zhe. Shang Feifan shook his head. Lang Mu smiled. Don't worry, Master Zhe knows the way. I told Ah Dai last time that if he loses Master Zhe again, he should come back by himself and Master Zhe will find him by himself. That kid has to be proud. He probably feels embarrassed to come back alone without his friends. As Shang Feifan was talking, he heard a rapid click sound from a distance. The husband and wife looked out the window together and saw Master Zhe sprinting in the endless wilderness like a black lightning. His 8 legs almost left an afterimage, and his target was directly towards Turtle Shell Castle. Oh, he's back. Shang Feifan raised his eyebrows. Lang Mu was puzzled. Something's wrong. Why is Master Zhe running so fast? It's like there's a ghost chasing him from behind. Shang Feifan naturally released his mental power to perceive, and used his eyesight to the utmost. The next second, his smile froze. A green flower lay on Ah Dai's head, and the night couldn't cover its luster. The point is not how beautiful this flower is. The point is, Shang Feifan clenched his fingers suddenly, and the garlic juice splashed all over his hands. Insect Mother? Insect Mother came to the door? The light ball was scared out. Shang Feifan swallowed his saliva. Should he take Amu away now and throw away Ah Dai's cheap son first? Shang Dad, Amu Dad, I'm back. Ah Dai saw the 2 fathers reflected in the window, and jumped excitedly on the back of Master Zhe. He had a lot of things to tell the fathers today. Shang Feifan's conscience emerged, and he didn't give up this cheap son after all, and didn't take Lang Mu and run away without a trace in front of Ah Dai. He raised his hand, and waved to Master Zhe, who ran up to him. Master Zhe's 8 legs softened and fell in front of the kitchen window. Shang Feifan felt endless sympathy for Master Zhe. Master Zhe, you have worked hard. Lang Mu also noticed something strange at this time. He could not sense the power of the Insect Mother, but when he released his perception to sense the flower on Ah Dai's head, he found that the other party's energy seemed to be bottomless. This is not a flower, it's a bug. Lang Mu just felt worried, but when he saw Ah Dai holding the flower bug, he looked carefree, not afraid or shrinking at all, and was very happy. He slowly let go of his worry. Lang Mu and Ah Dai have been together for such a long time, and know that this kid seems to be born with the ability to sense the good and evil of creatures, and can even sense the kindness and malice towards him. If the flower bug wants to harm Ah Dai, even if Ah Dai brings it back, he will never have this expression now. Shang Feifan glanced at Lang Mu. Lang Mu understood immediately, and nodded to him. The light ball also decided to remain unchanged in the face of change. Shang Feifan tried hard to suppress the power of the Insect Mother that was about to boil in his body, to prevent the energy that was not fully absorbed and digested by him from resonating with the power of the same source. Although he forcibly suppressed the restlessness in his body, Shang Feifan's heart still beat faster and faster uncontrollably. His cheap son is really awesome. He actually brought the Insect Mother home. Dad, what are you doing? It smells so good. Ah Dai jumped up from the back of Master Zhe and jumped directly in through the open kitchen window. Master Zhe exhaled, climbed to the roof and flattened it. It can finally rest. As for Ah Dai bringing back a terrible insect, let his 2 fathers worry about it. It is just a contracted mount. Why worry so much? Master Zhe knocked on the space bracelet on his long legs, and a pile of food suddenly appeared on the roof, and he began to eat it. The treatment of the old merchant is first rate. If they really can't hold on, then we talk. Shang Feifan really wanted to slap this silly son with the Insect Mother on his head, but he suppressed the impulse with his outstretched hand and took the slap. Ah Dai jumped into Shang Feifan's arms and introduced him. Dad, I met a new friend today. It's called Xiaohuahua. It's a beautiful insect that can talk. Look. The flower insect sneezed several times. This Shang Dad is so smelly, a garlic smell. It was so smelly that it forgot the slightest strangeness it felt just now. However, considering that the other party was Ah Dai's father, the flower insect still spread its petals and waved its stamens to greet Shang Feifan. Shang Feifan forced out a business smile. At this moment, he was the most amiable old father in the world. He used all his strength to praise. Oh my God, Ah Dai, where did you bring back such a cute and dazzling friend? It is really a beautiful little flower. There is no creature in the world that is more beautiful, dazzling, intelligent, and powerful than it. It is an honor for our whole family to see it. Ah Dai tilted his head. Is his business father so enthusiastic? He thought his business father would slap him first, then casually say hello to his new friend, and then tell him to take his new friend to wash his paws and face, and prepare for dinner. Hua Chong was praised and felt comfortable all over. He felt that the father of his new friend was indeed worthy of being the father of the friend he liked. He was very discerning. "Hello, Dad. I am Xiao Hua." The flower bug also greeted enthusiastically. Instantly, Shang Fifan smiled the most sincere smile. His mouth was about to be crooked. The flower bug, suspected to be the mother of the worm, actually called him Daddy. His life has reached a new height, and he can die peacefully. Bah! Whoever dies, their family will not die. They will definitely live well. Hello, Xiao Hua, right? You can call me Shang Daddy with Ah Dai, and this is his Mu Daddy. Shang Fifan introduced Lang Mu enthusiastically. Lang Mu suppressed his shock. Old Shang took advantage of the bug suspected to be the mother of the worm. Okay, but if this flower bug is really the mother of the worm, it is impossible to call them like this and act like a child. Lang Mu also smiled at the flower bug, not as exaggerated as old Shang, but very gentle. Hello, Xiao Hua, nice to meet you, welcome to our house to play. Come on, I take you to the living room to rest. This is the kitchen, it's a bit messy. The flower bug suddenly flew to Lang Mu's shoulder, and got close to him. Lang Mu's heart skipped a beat in fear. Shang Fifan wanted to attack at that time, but he held back. Hua Chong took a deep breath next to Lang Mu and announced, Am you Dad? I like your spiritual power, it makes me feel comfortable. Lang Mu, my honor. Shang Fifan wanted to pull the flower bug off Lang Mu's shoulder, but he didn't dare. The other party was too close to Lang Mu and moved too fast, and he didn't react before the flower bug ran to Lang Mu's shoulder. Is that also teleportation? Shang Fifan felt a slight fluctuation in space, and couldn't help but look at Ah Dai, who jumped from his arms to the cooking table again. Ah Dai also doesn't like the strong garlic smell on his father's hands. It's choking. Am you Dad? Wait a minute. Ah Dai called Lang Mu and complained loudly to the two fathers. Dad, I met an old cripple today. The two fathers looked at their cheap sons together. Cripple? Ah Dai said angrily. As soon as he saw me, he asked me to go to his house, saying that there were many delicious and fun things at home. It sounded like the old cripple that Shang Dad said. If I don't go, he will buzz at my head. Shang Fifan frowned. Mental force induction? Lang Mu also frowned. He helped Ah Dai make a mental force protection layer, and Lao Shan also helped to strengthen it. When Ah Dai was chosen by Ludwig as a target for Lut Plunder, Shang Fifan strengthened it again, because he was worried that Ah Dai's mental force was not stable enough, and would be invaded by others. So people whose mental force is not as strong as Lao Shan can hardly invade Ah Dai's mental sea. Although Ah Dai only felt a buzzing in his head, and was not invaded by the opponent's mental power, the fact that it gave Ah Dai a headache was enough to show that the opponent's mental power was not weak. Ah Dai was angry just now, but he became happy again. But Xiao Hua helped me. It's so powerful. Xiao Hua rushed up and bit the bad guy kidnapper until he was covered in blood, and the bad guy was scared away. Shang Fifan and Lang Mu looked at each other. Shang Fifan immediately asked, What does the bad guy look like? Ah Dai recalled and described with gestures. It was a male orc, with a look of cheating cubs, wearing a blue glowing robe. Oh, by the way, his eyes are purple, weird. Loren Milton. The eyes of Shang Fifan and Lang Mu turned cold instantly. That bastard. He actually targeted our Ah Dai again. I'm going to chop him up. Shang Fifan's eyes were red in the black. The flower bug suddenly looked at Shang Fifan. It felt it. Was that its power? No, it didn't seem to be completely like its power. It felt deeper and darker. Ah Shang! Lang Mu suddenly shouted. Shang Fifan took a deep breath, restrained his anger, and all the power leaking out of his body was restrained. Shang Fifan grabbed Ah Dai and began to check him, asking, Are you injured? Did that scum do anything to you? Ah Dai let his father Shang check him, and said obediently, I'm not injured, Xiao Hua protected me. Lang Mu immediately said to Hua Chong gratefully, Thank you. Whether Hua Chong is a mother insect or not, the fact that it saved Ah Dai is enough for him, and Lao Shang to be grateful. Hua Chong flew up again at this time, landed on Ah Dai's head, and tilted his head to look at Shang Fifan. I just felt. Hua Chong's voice was still crisp and pleasant, with a little confusion. Well, you seem to have my power, but I just looked for it, and didn't find it. Do you know what's going on? Shang Fifan's heart sank, but he remained calm on the surface. It may be related to a profession I learned, Zerg researcher. I met the Zerg King some time ago, and spent some time with him. It is inevitable that I will be stained with some Zerg aura. Really? Hua Chong shook his head, and felt something was wrong. Zerg aura and Zerg Queen power are not the same thing. But it flew around Shang Feifan, and did not sense any Zerg Queen power, so it thought it might be a wrong perception. It had sensed it wrong several times before. Hua Chong did not investigate it, and simply gave up. Forget it, it's not important. Do you have meat at home? Fresh, bloody kind. Before Shang Feifan answered, Dai had already pulled his sleeve and acted coquettishly. Shang Dad, Xiao Hua likes to eat raw meat. Can we prepare some for it? It is so brave and powerful today. Shang Feifan's mouth twitched. Let the Zerg Queen eat raw meat. Very good. How much should he prepare? If this guy really wants to eat as much as he wants, the creatures in the entire Blackwater wasteland may not be enough to fill his teeth. But Lao Shang smiled enthusiastically. Of course. Hua Chong said casually, if there is no fresh blood and flesh, you can let me take a few bites. I think you are more delicious than the purple-eyed one before. Shang Feifan, Hua Chong slowly flew towards Lang Mu, who was turning off the fire. Hua Chong approached Lang Mu and took a deep breath in ecstasy. Your mental power is so comfortable. Dai's two fathers look delicious, he likes it. Lang Mu smiled slightly. I can help you with mental power. Okay. Hua Chongzi is looking forward to it. Let's eat first, everyone is hungry. You take the soup pot and the cooked dishes to the dining room. I have one last dish to cook, and we'll come over. Shang Feifan said with a smile. Dai said he could help, and walked to the dining room with a plate on his square head. Hua Chong flew around Lang Mu, and finally landed on the tip of his hair, lying down comfortably. I like you are mine. Hua Chong announced. Damn! Shang Feifan turned his back, his face was ferocious, chopping vegetables like killing insects. The meal was quite enjoyable. At the dinner table, Dai kept describing the battle between Hua Chong and Zi Yinjing. He was particularly excited when he talked about Zi Yinjing's ears and nose being bitten off, and several blood holes on his face. Shang Feifan was also very happy to hear this, and made fresh meat sashimi for Hua Chong on the spot. The fresh meat was cut into thin slices, and flowers were arranged on the plate. Although Hua Chong thought that the meat was not high grade, it ate a lot of it for its good looks. It just looked up at Shang Feifan every time it ate, as if it was eating with him, which made Shang Feifan feel uneasy. After the meal, Lang Mu kept his promise and gave Hua Chong a spiritual power guidance. Hua Chong didn't know whether it was because of its skill and courage, or because it really believed in him, but it actually let Lang Mu's spiritual power enter its spiritual sea. Shang Feifan was holding Dai and watching from the side. He looked like he was being intimate with Dai and his son, but in fact he was secretly keeping a close eye on Lang Mu and Hua Chong, for fear that Hua Chong would suddenly change and swallow Lang Mu in one bite. Fortunately, Hua Chong was very satisfied with Lang Mu's service. After a spiritual power guidance, the whole insect was so comfortable that it blossomed. The flower bug flew crookedly to the top of Dai's head, its petals folded into a small bud, and then it fell asleep quietly. Dai also yawned. Lang Mu picked up Dai and sent the two little ones back to the room, letting them sleep well. After closing the door, Lang Mu came out and looked at Shang Feifan. What's wrong? Shang Feifan stretched out his hand. Lang Mu knew what he was asking, and sat down next to Shang Feifan. I don't know if it is the mother insect, but there seems to be a problem with its spiritual sea. Tell me in detail. Lang Mu lowered his voice. Although he just used the native language of Erstar, even if the flower bug heard it, he would not know what they were saying. The spiritual sea of the flower bug seems to have been invaded. It seems that a very powerful existence has forcibly invaded its spiritual sea, perhaps wanting to take over the body. I can't tell for the time being, I can only speculate that the spiritual sea of the flower bug has been greatly damaged. Although it is slowly recovering, the speed is really very slow. Is there any remnant of the powerful spiritual power that wants to take over the body? Yes. When I was helping the flower insect with the drainage, that spiritual power sensed me and wanted to pounce on me to devour my spiritual power, but the flower insect's spiritual power seemed to be accustomed to fighting with the opponent. When that spiritual power pounced on me, the flower insect's spiritual power also fought back. Then did you notice the original form of that spiritual power? Lang Mu was silent for a moment, and said uncertainly, I seem to have seen an extremely huge insect. Even if that spiritual power is only a remnant, it poses a great threat to me. If it weren't for the flower insect's own spiritual power, I might have been seriously injured in this spiritual drainage. Shang Feifan immediately held his hand tightly. Don't give that bug spiritual power guidance in the future. Lang Mu did not agree. AMU. Lang Mu looked up. I have a guess. What guess? You said you sensed the power of the bug mother in that bug, right? Shang Feifan nodded. Lang Mu asked again, then do you think it is the mother worm? Shang Feifan was silent for a moment this time, and then answered, it doesn't seem like it. It's not about the power it has, but its immaturity, just like a child. Lang Mu, have you noticed that there seems to be something wrong with its memory? Shang Feifan nodded again, but even if there is a problem with the memory, the performance of adults and cubs is still different. Do you think the flower worm is still a cub? It should be a subadult. Its body shape does not look like an adult. Shang Feifan reacted, so what is your guess? Lang Mu added, I suspect that the huge worm in the flower worm's spiritual sea is the real mother worm. The mother worm was seriously injured during the war era, and her heart was broken. Do you think it can really survive until now? The flower worm is the new mother worm. Shang Feifan easily came to this answer. Lang Mu nodded, 9 out of 10. I was not very sure before, but after guiding its spiritual power, and seeing the huge insect in its spiritual sea, I guess the insect mother may have given birth to new insect mother eggs before death, and used her own power to hatch them, or even transferred all her power to the new insect mother. But the old insect mother was unwilling to die like this, and it may have wanted to take over the body of the new insect mother, but she didn't expect that the new insect mother's spiritual power was also weak, and killed it instead. The old insect mother is likely dead, and the new insect mother is not yet fully mature. It is likely to be looking for the power lost by the old insect mother everywhere, trying to enter the mature stage. Because its spiritual sea was once injured, it has incomplete memories and is a little silly. Shang Feifan finished Lang Mu's guess. Lang Mu pursed his lips. This speculation is very likely, isn't it? Shang Feifan looked at the light ball that emerged. Tong Tong, what do you think? Light ball, sometimes you call me Brother Tong, sometimes you call me Tong Tong, next time you will call me Little Tongzi? That flower insect is a subadult. The light ball still gave a positive answer. Shang Feifan was happy. Subadult is good, silly is better. At least, he doesn't have to worry about the other party killing their whole family if they disagree. The light ball reminded him. The other party is very powerful, not much weaker than the original insect mother. If I am not mistaken, it will soon enter the realm of the God of Law. You'd better hide the power of the mother insect heart fragment. If the other party finds out, do you think the flower insect will let you go? Shang Feifan would not underestimate the flower insect. I will pay attention. It seems that the flower insect will stick to Dai, probably because Dai has a trace of the mother insect heart fragment on him. In addition, what else? Lang Mu was not as open-minded as Shang Feifan, and was a little anxious. Shang Feifan replied, in addition, it should be related to the space teleportation mastered by Dai. The flower insect also has the power of space. The little flower probably regards Dai as the same kind. Both of them are space-based, and they are both a little silly. Lang Mu patted Shang Feifan. Don't talk nonsense. It is easier to invite a god than to send him away. What should we do next? You have to practice. You can't just keep holding back the power of the insect mother's heart fragment and not absorb it. Shang Feifan has thought about this problem. Compared to getting rid of Xiao Huahua, he is more inclined to. Loren Milton has set his sights on Dai. He is 99% like Ludwig, wanting to plunder Dai's luck. Lang Mu didn't know why Shang Feifan suddenly jumped the topic, and subconsciously asked, why didn't he find you, but Dai? The light ball answered the question instead, because Shang Feifan happened to absorb a fragment of the godhead of the god of darkness not long ago. Although he is not a god yet, it is basically impossible for ordinary people to detect his luck through divination, stargazing, blood sacrifice and other means. Both of them understood. Loren Milton couldn't detect Shang Feifan, the real son of luck, so he found Dai, who was also very lucky and followed Shang Feifan. That scum was hiding too secretly before, but now he has appeared again, so it's easy to find him. Shang Feifan suddenly raised his lips. Dai has done a great job this time. What do you want to do? Lang Mu saw Shang Feifan's expression and understood his intention. You want to use Xiao Huahua's power to completely eliminate Loren Milton? The super fighters have come to us by themselves. Isn't it a waste if we don't use them? Shang Feifan touched his plump thigh muscles with heartache and made up his mind. At worst, I can give it some rewards. Shang Feifan stared at the light ball. Publish the task. It's time to make that scum completely die. Light ball, In the dead of night, the flower bug quietly flew out of Dai's quilt, easily passed through Shang Feifan and Lang Mu's bedroom door, and slipped in. Under the moonlight, its emerald green body glowed faintly. The flower bug fell on Lang Mu's pillow, close to him, feeling Lang Mu's gentle mental power, and closed his eyes comfortably. It could feel that when it stayed by Lang Mu's side, its damaged mental power would recover faster. Shang Feifan opened his eyes, put his arm around Lang Mu, and quietly submerged his mental power into Lang Mu's spiritual sea. "Don't worry, I'm fine, the flower bug has no ill towards me." Lang Mu leaned over, kissed his lover's cheek, and closed his eyes in relaxation. Flower bugs are very sensitive, and they must relax themselves so that the flower bugs can also relax. Chapter 255. Early in the morning, Shang Feifan stood on the roof of Turtle Shell Castle and closed his eyes to sense the remaining flames of the cursed fire. Before, he didn't know where Loren Milton had hidden. It seemed that something was covering him, making it impossible for him to clearly sense the other party's position. But now that the other party has come out of his hiding place, he can find him with the mark left by the cursed fire. The position is still very vague, as if the other party is hidden back in his hiding place. But Loren Milton should have just been hiding for a short time. The places he passed by were like fireflies flying all the way with small lanterns in the dark night, leaving Shang Feifan a clear route. If another day or two passes, these traces will be washed away by other energies. But who told Loren Milton to go to Adai yesterday? Shang Feifan didn't want to delay any longer. Lang Mu jumped up. Shang Feifan seemed to have sensed something and opened his eyes. "Lang Mu, how?" Shang Feifan raised his hand and pointed to the southwest. "There." "Let's go!" Lang Mu was shocked. "Let's go now." Shang Feifan, "There's no time to lose. Let's do it now, while the traces haven't faded." And didn't Adai say that the scumbag was injured, and the wound bitten by Xiaohua couldn't stop bleeding, so he had to tear the space scroll to escape? Take his life while he's sick, don't let him escape again this time. At the very least, we have to take back the scumbag's support. Lang Mu had no objection, they all carried their things with them, and there was nothing special to prepare. "Adai!" Shang Feifan called his son loudly. Adai ran out with a bun in his mouth, twisting his little butt, and swallowed the bun in one gulp, and then he freed his mouth to shout here. Shang Feifan, eh? Jumping down from the roof, Lao Shang picked up Adai. "I take you to get revenge. Do you want to go?" Adai was stunned for a moment. "To get revenge? Who should I go to?" Then he reacted and shouted loudly, "Let's go! Dad, let's go beat that old cripple and beat him so hard that he crawls on the ground, so that he won't cheat other cubs again." "Then let's go!" Shang Feifan called out to Master Zhu again, telling him to stay nearby, as he and Lang Mu were going to do something, so it was inconvenient to take him with them. Master Zhu saw Shang Feifan's undisguised murderous aura, and guessed that he was going to take his whole family to fight. Master Zhu knew his own strength, so he didn't insist on joining in the fun. He just tapped the ground with his long legs, making a tapping sound, telling them to be careful. He said that if they died, he would go and collect their bodies if he could find them. Shang Feifan flicked Master Zhu's long legs. "Please go." Master Zhu ran away without any reluctance. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that the Shang family was nice to him, he would have abandoned Adai and run out of the Blackwater wasteland when he met that flower bug yesterday. Wat Chong Chong flew out of the window and landed on Lang Mu's shoulder. "You want to go find the purple-eyed one yesterday?" "I go too." The flesh and blood of the purple-eyed one yesterday tasted good and was rich in energy, but it was a pity that it ran away before it was full. Shang Feifan was secretly happy and said indifferently, "Okay, let's go together." Putting away the tortoiseshell, the family set off. Shang Feifan walked in front, and his eyes seemed to glow slightly. The traces left by the cursed fire that others could not see were as clear as sparks in his eyes. The flower bug flew up and circled around Shang Feifan, as if looking at him. After a night of adjustment, Shang Feifan could face the flower bug without changing his expression or beating his heart. The flower bug always felt that this person's energy was a bit strange, as if it was of the same family as it, and also dark. Its intuition told it that this person's flesh and blood was very likely to be more delicious than the purple eyes it met yesterday. But isn't this the father of its good friend Adai? If Adai eats his flesh and blood, won't he be sad? The flower bug looked at Lang Mu, who was walking beside Shang Feifan. This person's spiritual power was also what it liked. But it didn't intend to devour this person's spiritual power. It instinctively knew that if it kept this person, his spiritual power could help it alleviate a lot of pain, or even completely eliminate those pains. Pain? The flower bug showed a puzzled look in its eyes. Where was it in pain? Oh, maybe it was more painful to often not remember things. Or it might be more painful to have a headache occasionally. That is, every time it had a headache, it would not remember what happened during the headache when it woke up. The flower bug flew to Lang Mu's shoulder and sprinkled a little insect powder on him. indicating that it was raised in captivity. Then it flew to Ah Dai's head and sat down. Ah Dai saw the flower bug strolling around before coming to favor him, but he didn't care and happily chatted with Xiao Huahua. The two silly little guys talked about food, toys, nearby scenery and plants they saw, etc., and there seemed to be endless topics to talk about, although it sounded very childish. Shang Feifan looked around. It snowed here earlier and this morning. It stopped now, but according to the experience of the past few days, some creatures can still be seen in this wasteland, including some insects that are not afraid of the cold. But now, let alone insects, even the wild animals and birds that were common in the past are all gone. Shang Feifan reached out and held Lang Mu's hand, whispering, "They are all scared away." Lang Mu smiled. "I can feel that it is very happy today." "Oh, that's what I feel." Lang Mu thinks that Xiao Huahua is so happy, it should be related to the mental power he gave it last night. It's just that this flower insect suspected to be the new insect mother seems to be too happy, and didn't restrain her breath. Ah Dai's reaction was a little slower, or it may be that for Xiao Huahua, Ah Dai is more special, and the power he exuded undoubtedly bypassed Ah Dai, making Ah Dai have no reaction at all. He and Shang Feifan may also be counted in their own insect circle, and they didn't feel too much pressure. But the creatures around are different, they ran away without a trace. Xiao Huahua, you have to restrain your breath and power. Otherwise, if that scum senses your power, he will probably run away in advance. Shang Feifan said to Hua Chengzi, who was lying on Ah Dai's head, with a smile. Hua Chengzi was a person who listened to advice. When he heard that he was the enemy, he immediately restrained his own power and breath. The group walked all the way to the edge of the Rift Valley. When they were approaching here, Shang Feifan asked everyone to become invisible. Shang Feifan also gave Xiao Huahua an invisible prop and taught it how to use it. Xiao Huahua liked it very much. He didn't say that it could use space to become invisible. Shang Feifan saw Mars going down and said, "It's hiding here." Lang Mu was also a little surprised. This is the second magma outflow site they have set their sights on. The final location of the flood discharge channel that Lao Shang asked the undead to dig is here. Fortunately, they came here in advance, otherwise when the undead excavation project approaches here, it will definitely alert Loren Milton below. At the same time, the treasure appraisal compass is also showing its presence, pointing out that the missing part of the statue of the god of nature is right below, less than 1 meter away from them in a straight line, and less than 150 meters vertically. The flower bug flew up and asked excitedly, "The purple eye is below?" Shang Feifan nodded, "Yes. But we still need to find out where it is hidden. There should be a big cave below." The flower bug said that it is the best at finding caves. Without waiting for Shang Feifan's instructions, it flapped its wings and flew down. "Bring that scum out. Take him to an open place." Shang Feifan only had time to shout this sentence, and he didn't know if the flower bug heard it. Shang Feifan didn't expect the flower bug to be so active. It saved him the work of mobilization. Ah Dai lay on his father Shang's arm, tilted his head and looked down, only to see a dark patch. "Dad, we've been here before. Go past this rift, and there's the robber's den in front." "Yes." Shang Feifan poked his sons, but "Son, wait here. If you see Xiao Huahua coming up with that scumbag from yesterday, don't rush over. Safety first, teleport away when you encounter danger, and don't worry about us. If we separate, follow Xiao Huahua when you see her. If Xiao Huahua isn't with you either, teleport back to your great-grandparents. Remember?" Adai nodded vigorously to show that he remembered. Shang Feifan put his son on a big rock beside the rift and told him to hide. He and Lang Mu found a crack to go down and groped their way down little by little. When they got to the bottom, Shang Feifan and the others met the flying flower bug again. "Can't find the purple eye?" Shang Feifan called out to the flower bug. Little flower flew over a little angrily. "I feel a huge energy here, but I can't find the way in." Shang Feifan and Lang Mu were also sensing carefully. "Don't worry, let's look for it too." Lang Mu was the first to react, faster than Shang Feifan, who had the treasure appraisal compass. His natural perception allowed him to see a hazy light through the mountain wall. He followed the light, and found a mountain wall that seemed to be perfectly sealed. "Here." Lang Mu tapped the mountain wall lightly. "This should be the door." "Let me see." Shang Feifan used all his eyesight to try to find a way to get in, with the help of pupil technique and appraisal technique. He saw a giant egg that was densely packed, and seemed to be wrapped in countless golden threads. This is a magic circle that needs to be identified with blood and mental power to open. It has extremely strong defense, and is one of the few level 9 magic circles in the Fey continent. Lang Mu pressed his palm on the mountain wall, sensing and speaking. Maybe the people inside know that we have found this place now. Shang Feifan sneered. Breakthrough by force, and we don't know how long it will take to crack it slowly. Lang Mu stepped back 2 steps. Shang Feifan turned around and said to Hua Chongzi standing on Lang Mu's shoulder, I'm going to trouble you. Hua Chong stood up and asked with great interest, What is it? I blow up the door later, and the purple-eyed man will either escape again or rush out to fight. If it is the latter, please entangle him. If possible, lead him as far as possible, the better. Hold him back. Don't let him come back. Shang Feifan gritted his teeth. I can give you a reward. The flower bug's compound eyes lit up instantly. What reward? Shang Feifan stretched out his arm and said painfully, How about letting you bite me? Just don't bite me into a cripple. Deal. The flower bug, who had long wanted to taste the flesh and blood of Ah Dai's father, agreed without saying a word. Lang Mu secretly reminded Shang Feifan, worried that when the door opened later, the flower bug would sense the power of the god of nature in the cave, and would have other thoughts. Shang Feifan also knew how risky this action was, but if he wanted to use the flower bug as a super thug, he had to be mentally prepared to pay a huge price. Rather than letting Loren Milton continue to target his family, and continue to jump around like a stink bug in front of him and Lang Mu, he would rather take the risk of completely killing the stink bug. Shang Feifan nodded to Lang Mu. Lang Mu stepped back again. Step. Shang Feifan flipped his palm. A flame that looked like a faint blue and black danced in his palm, reflecting the golden array pattern flowing inside the mountain wall. It was a 9-level defense magic array set up using the power of the god of nature, which wrapped the entire breeding palace tightly. What Shang Feifan and Lang Mu didn't know was that the defense of the breeding palace was not ordinary magic, but a barrier built with the remaining power of the god of nature. Ordinary power could not break through it at all. Even Loren Milton at his peak could only control this defense array with the help of system authority. The power of the god of nature and the power of the god of darkness collided lightly, as if they were saying hello. Shang Feifan felt the dark power surging in his body. He slowly raised his palm, and the cursed fire in his palm suddenly surged and turned into a dark blue long sword. At the same time, the dark power in his body surged like a tide, and gathered on the sword along the meridians. Shang Feifan took a deep breath, and stabbed the sword at the center of the defense array. That was where the energy of the array was most concentrated, and it was also the core fulcrum of the entire magic array. Boom! The moment the sword and the barrier collided, the dazzling golden light and dark flames intertwined and exploded. The defensive power of the Palace of Pregnancy was surging towards the gate, trying to resist the erosion of the dark power. Lang Mu's hand suddenly rested lightly on the mountain wall, using his own natural power to communicate with the natural power inside. The natural power inside suddenly paused. Shang Feifan and Lang Mu, with different bodies, had the same heart and found the best time. The dark divine power in their bodies suddenly burst out. In an instant, Shang's pupils turned as dark as the abyss, and dark golden divine patterns appeared on the surface of his skin. That was the embodiment of the law of the god of darkness, representing the pure destructive power. Break! With a low shout, the dark blue on the long sword formed by the dark fire suddenly turned into dark black. Wherever the sword passed, dense golden lines broke from one point like fragile eggshells. Crack! The crisp sound of breaking resounded through the Rift Valley. The defensive array completely collapsed, and the golden array pattern dissipated in the air like snowflakes. The door of the Palace of Pregnancy was opened. Loren Milton had been a little uneasy since dawn in the morning. He didn't think much about it, just thought it was because of the injury. It was unknown what kind of insect it was, and the wounded bit could not be healed by any medicine. Helplessly, Loren Milton could only operate on himself, digging a circle around the wound that was not big to begin with. Worried that there was still some kind of venom left in the wound, he burned the wound with holy light. Pain. It made his soul howl. But this just shows how poisonous the insect's saliva is. When Loren Milton treated all the wounds, big and small, he felt that half of his life was gone. After that, he had to rest for a while because he was too tired. Originally, he planned to figure out how to deal with the flower insect after waking up, and then catch the square-headed cub. Fortunately, he already knew what the cub looked like. If it didn't work, he could issue orders to the players, let some players lead away the flower insect and the adult orcs that might be around the cub, and then secretly kidnap the cub. Anyway, the players can be resurrected after death, which is just right for dealing with the powerful flower insect. Who would have thought that before dawn in the morning, he suddenly woke up from his sleep, as if he was awakened by something. Loren Milton pressed his hand on his heart, and after a long while, he could still feel a strong palpitation. What kind of premonition is this? Is something bad going to happen? Loren Milton stood up and thought of countless possibilities in his mind. For this, he also made some preparations. But he was not particularly worried. This is the palace of breeding, which is protected by the power of the god of nature. Not to mention that ordinary people can't get in. Even if they encounter real gods, they can resist for a while. Because there is only the palace of breeding, and there is no birth pool, Loren Milton has to cultivate the player's body in the palace of breeding, and at the same time let the player be born from here. However, he did not want the secret of the palace of fertility to be revealed. So he did some tricks on the players to ensure that they would be unconscious for a period of time when they were born. He took advantage of the time when the players were unconscious to use the teleportation array to send them outside, which was also a new player camp. A temple was also rebuilt in the new player camp, and the fake birth pool was there. The players did not know whether it was a real birth pool or a fake birth pool, and found that they woke up in a pool. They did not think much about it at all. They climbed out of the pool, and walked out of the temple to see the player camp. Loren Milton was dealing with a new batch of players at this time. These were the players he exchanged for a rejuvenation potion that could maintain youth for 10 years. These players did not think as much as the previous batch. They just thought that this holographic game was developed by their country's intelligent company, and was now in trial operation, so they could try it for free. All the new players who came in praised this realistic game. Loren Milton learned from the previous lesson and stopped being so arrogant. Instead, he personally issued tasks to these players, personally issued special rewards to them, and gave them medals, so that these new players would regard him as a member of their own camp and be willing to live and die for him. Loren Milton also found a few players with good talents among this group of players, and planned to refine them into his own clones. Although he didn't want to admit it, he felt something was wrong. He thought that he should have made preparations earlier. In order to prevent possible failure, he left himself at least one way out. He chose the Earthstar player as his clone to ensure that he could transfer his soul to one of them anytime and anywhere. If he encountered a last resort, or Tianhe Star was destroyed, he could still enter Blue Star and fight for the future with a new identity. Of course, it would be better if he used the body of his offspring, which he had done before. In fact, his current real body is the body of his offspring that he had taken over. But it's strange, ever since he got together with Lang Mu. After plundering his luck, he always couldn't get excited when he was with other people, and he didn't give birth to a child. Loren Milton didn't want to admit that he really loved Lang Mu, and he didn't want to admit that he regretted plundering Lang Mu's luck. No, he didn't regret plundering Lang Mu's luck. He regretted that he shouldn't have let Lang Mu die, but should have kept Lang Mu to continue to recycle. If he knew that after Lang Mu died, he would lose interest in other people. No! He just eliminated the low-level interests. His goal is to become a god. Becoming a god is his greatest hope. He lost those low-level desires because of this. It must be like this. Loren Milton couldn't help frowning. What happened to him today? Why did he always think about such messy things? Just then. Crack! He seemed to feel the fertility palace shaking? No. Loren Milton stood up suddenly and rushed to somewhere quickly. Chapter 256. Central Monitoring Array. The image reflected in the crystal ball made his pupils shrink suddenly. A green flower insect was flying into the broken hole in the mountain wall. It's that damn insect. Loren Milton's wounds began to ache again, especially his face. He had clearly burned it with holy light, but his flesh and blood seemed to be corroded by some force, and could not heal. He didn't expect that the other party could track him here. What frightened him even more was the flower insect could destroy the defense built by natural divine power. This is the power of God. This is impossible. Loren Milton's face turned pale, and his fingers unconsciously clenched the staff. The defense of the Palace of Pregnancy is enough to withstand the full-strength attack of the Mage Saint, unless... Mother Insect? His pupils shrank suddenly. The flower insect flew into the palace hall gracefully, and its green body glowed like pearls under the magic light. Its compound eyes locked onto Loren Milton, and it gently shook its petal-shaped wings. I found you. It was a clear and pleasant voice, but it made Loren Milton shudder. He quickly raised his staff, and the dark gold chain twisted towards the flower insect like a venomous snake. Swish! The flower insect flashed and disappeared out of thin air. The next second, Loren Milton's right shoulder suddenly hurt. Ah! He staggered back. His shoulder was already a bloody mess. The flower insect was suspended in front of him, with a piece of bloody meat hanging on its mouthparts. You can't escape. The flower insect's voice was naive and cruel. Loren Milton's face was ashen, and he suddenly took out a silver scroll. A space teleportation scroll. If the other party was really the insect mother, it would be meaningless for him to fight with the other party. It would be better to leave first, and then think about how to deal with this insect. But what about the Palace of Fertility? Loren Milton was very afraid that the flower bug would destroy the Palace of Fertility, and even more afraid that the other party would discover the secret of the Palace of Fertility. But now, he couldn't care so much. He could only try to attract the bug away first. Maybe if he left, the bug would leave with him. Since the other party could find this place, maybe there was a way to track him. Loren Milton didn't plan to run too far. He planned to escape into the player camp and rely on the fearless players to hold the flower bug. In short, leave here first. Want to run? The flower bug's compound eyes suddenly lit up with a strange light. Just when Loren Milton was about to tear the scroll, the flower bug rushed to the scroll at an extremely fast speed. In a flash, it pierced a big hole in the scroll. The scroll was torn open, but Loren Milton was still in place. How is it possible? Loren Milton was horrified. You can actually interfere with space magic? Who are you? Are you the Worm Mother? Why did you target me? Worm Mother? The flower insect tilted its head, as if someone had called it that. For this reason, the flower insect did not deny it, but just spun around Loren Milton quickly. Why did I target you? Of course, your flesh and blood are delicious. Come on, let me eat a few more bites. This time, I want to eat your heart. Bring it over. Before the voice fell, it suddenly pounced on Loren Milton's chest. Get out of here. Loren Milton's staff burst out with extreme white light, but the flower insect did not dodge, and the emerald green body absorbed all the white light. The taste is SOSO, but it is rich in energy. Give me some more. The flower insect shook its wings excitedly, and then rushed over again like lightning, biting Loren Milton's thigh. Screaming, the magician rolled to the corner in a panic. This flower insect is definitely the Worm Mother. It is said that the Worm Mother not only has the power of space travel, but also can absorb various energies as food. If you want to hurt the Worm Mother, unless your energy is much stronger than it, only in this way can it absorb saturated energy to the point where it can no longer absorb, and then it is possible to hurt the Worm Mother. But he was only a magic saint before his realm fell, and the Worm Mother. She had reached the level of magic god 1,000 years ago. Although this Worm Mother looks a little strange, her strength is unquestionable. What to do? The Worm Mother is eyeing him and wants to eat him. How could he be so unlucky? Why is his luck no longer working? Loren Milton hated him so much that he felt that the entire Orc continent was against him. No, he can't just die here. He is unwilling. There is no other way. He still has one last trick. Even if he can't kill the Worm Mother, he can seriously injure her. It's a pity for his gestation palace. Loren Milton was furious and made a quick decision. Nothing was more important than his life now. Loren Milton trembled as he took out a bottle of healing potion, but was knocked away by the flower bug's wing. Don't waste your energy, the flower bug said happily. My venom will prevent any healing magic. The flower bug slowly approached, and Loren Milton's desperate face was reflected in its compound eyes. Now, it's time to eat dinner. Loren Milton suddenly threw out a 9th level magic crystal. This 9th level magic crystal was engraved with dense array patterns. The 9th level magic crystal burst out with dazzling light, attracting the flower bug's attention. Such a rich space energy. It likes. When Loren Milton saw that the flower bug was attracted, he immediately disappeared. This time he did not use space magic, but earth magic. He sank his body deep into the rift, where he had a secret safe room. The exploding magic crystal was not only a 9th level magic crystal, but also a 9th level space magic crystal. He did not expect that a space magic crystal of the level of a magic saint could seriously injure the insect mother, who is also a magic god of the space system. He only wanted the chain reaction caused by the explosion. This gestation palace was made of divine power. If it exploded, Loren Milton smiled grimly. He had done a lot of things in this gestation palace. When the explosion occurred, all the living things inside would be destroyed by the divine power. But he could guarantee that the gestation palace and the main brain of the game system would not be in trouble. That was the divine power of the god of nature. The god of nature originally represented the cycle of life and death. As long as nature existed, the god of nature could not disappear. Similarly, its power could not really be blown up. Shang Fifan and Lang Mu took advantage of Loren Milton being entangled by the flower bugs and quietly slipped into the palace of pregnancy. When they entered the palace, the scene they saw made them both hold their breath. The entire inner palace was like the bulging belly of a female orc, and the amber translucent palace walls flowed with golden blood-like lines. The atmosphere that should have been sacred was completely overturned by the scene inside the palace. Tens of thousands of human-shaped cocoons hung on the dome, and translucent membranes wrapped around the bodies that were taking shape. These, Lang Mu's fingertips trembled slightly, are all the players' bodies? Through the membrane, the growth process of the body can be clearly seen. Some have just outlined the skeleton, some have grown complete muscle fibers, and those that are closest to completion can even see the eyelashes trembling slightly. A dark red catheter extended from the back of each body, connecting to the incompatible mechanical creation in the center like an umbilical cord. In the center of the palace stood a futuristic cylindrical machine, with blue data flowing on the surface of the silver-gray alloy plate. 5 layers of concentric rings rotated at different speeds, displaying the neural data of tens of thousands of players in real time. The piles of corpses in the corner made Lang Mu's stomach churn. Those incomplete and shrunken bodies were constantly grabbed by mechanical clamps and put into the processing warehouse to mix with other materials. Use undead corpses to make player bodies, and then stuff the mental power of Earth players into them to let players be born? What a genius and disgusting invention. Shang Fifan sneered. A ball of light suddenly appeared, found the game mastermind. Please separate and recycle it immediately. I don't know if the light ball was too excited, and even forgot to say the task number, and directly asked Shang Fifan to quickly separate the game mastermind. Separate? Shang Fifan narrowed his eyes. Please separate the optical brain of the game main brain and the divine power of the god of nature. Shang Fifan nodded. But his eyes were involuntarily attracted to another object, which was the crystal ball suspended at the end of the machine. In the transparent container, with a diameter of 2 meters, the liquid energy rotated slowly like a nebula. Thousands of nerve conduits extended from the sphere, connecting the player's cocoon. As the machine operated, crystal clear liquid was precipitating drop by drop from the bottom of the container and falling into the potion bottle. Lang Mu's expression changed. Is this mental power extraction liquid? What? What's wrong with this mental power extraction liquid? Shang Fifan has not yet discovered the seriousness of the matter. Lang Mu's chest rose and fell, his eyes full of anger. Loren Milton is stealing the player's mental power. This method of mental power extraction is regarded as black magic in the Fidel continent. Even black magicians dare not do such a big thing of stealing the mental power of other creatures. Once this kind of plundering of other people's spiritual power is discovered, everyone in the Fidel continent will shout and kill him. Shang Fifan snorted. Is it strange for a scumbag to do scumbag things? He even wants to take away other people's luck, let alone their spiritual power. Shang Fifan observed the spiritual power extraction instrument and asked, will this kind of spiritual power extraction cause great harm to the player? Lang Mu shook his head and nodded. If Loren Milton wants to use the player, he will not perform destructive spiritual power extraction. In the short term, no major damage will be seen, but over time, the player's spiritual power will not grow anymore, and demotion is certain. Shang Fifan's eyes turned cold. This is probably one of the means by which the scumbag controls the player. He will not allow the player to really grow up. All he wants is cannon fodder tools and low-end thugs, not to help Earthstar cultivate a group of potential talents with strong spiritual power. This mental power extractor must be destroyed. Lang Mu quickly instructed Shang Fifan, telling him how to safely separate the mental power extractor from the players. Shang Fifan was also glad that Lang Mu came today. He understood this, otherwise he would be confused and might unconsciously hurt the players who were playing the game online. After quickly separating the mental power extractor, Shang Fifan put it in the statue square. The next step is to separate the optical brain and the power of the god of nature. Shang Fifan stood in front of the huge game main brain, looking up and gazing at the huge mechanical structure. This is the brain of the god of nature, but it is perfectly integrated with the most advanced optical brain technology in the Orc continent. What an idea, and he succeeded. Shang Fifan had to admit that Loren Milton still had some skills, but he just didn't use them in the right way. Shang Fifan's fingertips glowed with a dark divine light, and he gently touched the surface of the sphere. Buzz! A powerful force of resistance erupted from the inside of the machine. The huge mechanical structure trembled violently, and the blue data stream moved like an electric snake, trying to resist the invasion of outsiders. The metal shell of the entire host made a harsh roar. The 5 concentric rings rotated faster, and the warning red light flashed wildly on the console. Warning! The core system has been invaded. Force defense program started. Loren Milton, who had just fallen into the secret safe room at the bottom of the rift, suddenly looked up. What's wrong? He and the game master brain were bound to each other. At this moment, he was very sure that something had happened to the game master brain, and it seemed to be out of his control. What happened? Is this a chain reaction caused by the explosion? Loren Milton wanted to go back to check, but he was afraid of being entangled by the suspected mother insect again. Wait a little longer. Loren Milton restrained himself and waited anxiously. Inside the Palace of Pregnancy. Trouble. Shang Fifan sneered, and a dark flame suddenly ignited in his right hand. That was the authority of the god of darkness, pure destructive power. He suddenly inserted his hand into the connection between the crystal ball and the host. Sizzle. The dazzling electric light exploded, and the data flow and the dark power collided wildly. The defense system of the optical computer manifested countless blue chains, trying to strangle the invader. And the black flames gushing out of Shang Fifan's palm bit those blue light chains, like a living thing, melting them inch by inch. At the same time, the treasure-hunting compass suddenly rushed into the mechanical structure, and the originally violent energy suddenly became tamed. The nebula-like substance inside the main brain began to gradually separate from the blue data stream, as if two colors of liquid were slowly layering. With a crisp click sound, the last connecting tube between the crystal ball and the host was broken. A semicircular glimmering object was actively thrown into the statue square by Shang Fifan's hand, and thrown onto the statue of the god of nature. The missing part of the head of the statue of the god of nature was quickly generated like fast forward, and in a blink of an eye, the head of the statue of the god of nature became complete. The whole statue suddenly emitted a hazy light, making it impossible to peek at the whole picture. In the Palace of Breeding, the main brain that lost its core made a dying hum, and the metal shell rusted and disintegrated at a speed visible to the naked eye. The light ball system took the opportunity to pounce on the wreckage, drilled into the metal shell, and madly devoured the blue light inside. The 9th level magic crystal burst out with a dazzling white light, and the space began to twist and collapse. The flower bug cried out excitedly, and pounced on the 9th level magic crystal, and began to absorb the space energy overflowing from the 9th level magic crystal frantically. The surrounding space began to distort. Over there, Shang Fifan and Lang Mu knew nothing. The golden lines of the entire gestation palace began to glow, and the natural divine power and space energy intertwined and confronted each other. The whole palace trembled violently. Old Shang. Lang Mu noticed something was wrong and shouted sharply. Fuck. Immediately, Shang Fifan also saw that the gestation palace began to distort from the edge, and this distortion was spreading rapidly. The amber palace wall began to peel off, and the golden lines twitched violently like dying blood vessels. Lang Mu drew out his staff, quickly chanted a spell, and tried to stabilize the palace. Shang Fifan saw that Lang Mu's forehead was bulging with veins, and he was furious. Damn it, let's fight. He suddenly pressed the treasure-hunting compass on the ground of the palace. The compass needle spun wildly, bursting with dazzling golden light. The entire gestation palace made a painful humming sound, as if it was about to collapse. The hanging player cocoon suddenly burst at the same time, and thousands of unfinished bodies fell like raindrops. This was the gestation palace actively stripping off impurities. The dark red catheters broke one after another, and turned into a smelly blood mist. At the same time, all the players in the game were disconnected, and they died one by one without knowing how they died. It is self-purifying? Lang Mu looked at this scene in amazement. The golden light emitted by the treasure-hunting compass formed ancient divine texts, resonating with the golden lines on the palace wall. The entire egg-shaped palace began to shrink, and the amber material gradually became transparent. Collect it for me. Shang Fifan's mental power burst out wildly. Swoosh. The Palace of Pregnancy turned into a dazzling golden stream of light, following the guidance of the treasure-hunting compass, and sinking directly into the statue square. The outline of the miniature palace could be vaguely seen in the stream of light, curled up like an embryo, and fell into the abdomen of the statue of the god of nature. Shang Fifan hugged Lang Mu, and his body flashed and disappeared from the spot. Puff! Deep underground, Loren Milton spit out a mouthful of blood. After that, his blood seemed to be unstoppable, and kept flowing out of his mouth. His head hurt so much that it was about to explode. The gay main brain and the Palace of Pregnancy that were bound to his soul were all disconnected from him. His soul was also greatly damaged by this. Loren Milton screamed, and the pain of the injured soul made him unbearable, and he rolled on the ground in pain. In the cave where the original Palace of Pregnancy was now, the 9th level magic crystal exploded with a bang. The flower bug collected all the space energy that burst out and arrived in an instant, trying to roll up Shang Fifan and Lang Mu to leave the cave that was about to collapse, but found that both of them disappeared. Huh? Where did Ah Dai's two fathers go? It's terrible. Did it lose Ah Dai's fathers? Boom. Boom. The rift began to collapse from top to bottom. The flower bug ran away instantly. Chapter 257. When Shang Fifan and Lang Mu fled into the statue square, they suddenly felt something changed. The noise that had always existed seemed to have disappeared. Shang Fifan had asked the system to help block the countless sharp noises that could kill people. Although his ears could not hear them, he always knew in his mind that the noises still existed, but he just ignored them deliberately. This is also one of the reasons why Shang Fifan was not very willing to come to the statue square, not just because entering here requires mental energy. But now, his mental energy tells him that all the noises have disappeared. Not only that, the space where the entire statue square is located seems to have come alive. It's like it was originally just a storage space, but now it seems to have become part of a nearly complete world. Lang Mu sniffed his nose gently, and he also showed a surprised expression. The air in the square was filled with the moist fragrance of a forest after rain. There seemed to be stars in the sky flashing, and it was hard to tell whether it was day or night here, just like the dawn when the sun first emerged. Green grass grows underfoot, vines meander, as if the earth is awakening, and the whole square is covered with lush grass. This is... Lang Mu held his breath. In the center of the square, the statue of the god of nature stood quietly, closer to complete than the last time he saw it. If it was just like this, it would be fine, but the statue they saw was now surrounded by fine golden green light dust. The face of the statue was still blurry, neither male nor female, but the towering body was no longer obviously damaged. The head of the statue was complete, and the long hair that was originally lifeless was like silk and feathers, as if it was blowing in the wind, and flowers and vines were entangled in the hair, forming a natural crown. Those flowers are not static, but slowly blooming, withering, and reborn over and over again. The statue's ears are delicate, as if listening to the whispers of all things in the world, with a small bell but hanging on the earlobe. Its left arm is stretched and drooping, with flexible and powerful lines. The right wrist is wrapped with emerald green vines, and the vines are full of blood-red flowers, exuding a refreshing breath. The statue's lower abdomen is strong and powerful. Shang Fifan counted and found that he actually has 8 abdominal muscles. A jade belt dotted with star stones is wrapped around the waist, and each gem seems to have a galaxy rotating in it. The jade feet with intact toes step on the ground, and flowers and thorns grow together. The statue's fingertips are slightly curled, as if it will wake up from sleep at any time and touch this world. There are still 3 places to go. Shang Fifan whispered. Lang Mu subconsciously pressed his chest, where the heart of the god of nature beats. There is also the scepter in the right eye. Shang Fifan narrowed his eyes and murmured, I don't know where these 2 fell. The orc world is so big, how can I find them? As if responding to his words, the statue suddenly burst into a stronger light. The repaired parts echoed each other, forming an energy circuit. And the missing right eye actually projected a picture in the air. It was a wooden scepter that seemed plain and unpretentious, but contained a magnificent vitality. The body of the staff was not straight, but maintained the most natural winding posture of the ancient wood, like a dragon awakening from the earth. The dark brown surface was covered with textures left by the years, and each gully flowed with a light golden divine brilliance. But if you look closely, you can see that the dark brown body of the staff is actually inlaid with gradient color patterns. The bottom is deep winter snow, gradually turning into the tender green of new buds, then to the verdant green of midsummer, and the top is precipitated into the bright gold of autumn. The 4 seasons cycle eternally between the wood texture. The head of the staff is not deliberately carved, but retains the most original forked shape of the branches. The spring branches seem to be blooming buds. The summer branches are bright with green leaves. The autumn branches are hung with fruits. The winter branches are condensed with ice crystals. The 4 main branches form a support, and a chaotic halo is slowly rotating in the air. There seems to be an endless cycle of life and death in the halo. Wow, it looks very valuable. Shang Fifan touched his chin and exclaimed. Lang Mu pinched him lightly. Shang Fifan shrugged, believing that the god of nature would not care about his evaluation, not to mention that he praised sincerely. But it's useless to just show me the appearance of the scepter. Can you tell me where the scepter is? As soon as the voice fell, the picture projected in the air by the statue's right eye changed again. It's not a change, but it makes the projection range larger. Shang Fifan and Lang Mu both saw that the scepter, which looked very precious, magical and sacred, was inserted on a pedestal. Perhaps it should be called an altar. The pedestal was surrounded by flowers and candles. The pedestal was located in a gorgeous and solemn palace. Someone in the palace bowed his head as if praying, or as if praying. Judging from the clothes of these few people, they should belong to the same organization. Shang Fifan blinked and turned to look at Lang Mu. Lang Mu also saw it. That is the priest's uniform, or a priest of high status. Is this the priest's palace? Shang Fifan guessed. Lang Mu carefully examined the palace and the priests inside, and nodded after a while. It is very likely. Many temples on the Orc continent have disappeared. It can gather so many high-ranking priests, and the palace is so gorgeously decorated and clean, and the flowers, fabrics and other items used also look new, which means that this temple should be maintained by someone every day. A place like this, where the scepter of the god of nature is stored, is most likely the priest's palace. Shang Fifan raised his eyebrows. Okay, it seems that their next adventure point has been determined, which is the priest's palace. What about the right eye? If you have the energy to spare, tell me all of it. I go to whichever side is closer and easier to get. Shang Fifan discussed with the god of nature carelessly. The god of nature actually responded. A clear picture was projected in his right eye again. In the dark cave, the moisture on the stone wall condensed into beads, and slowly slid down along the ancient carvings. It was a relief that occupied the entire rock wall, and in the center of the relief was a huge eye. The eyes were dark green and almost black, and it looked like a living thing staring at the creature in front of the rock wall. 3 Zerg priests knelt in front of the mural, and their folded limbs looked like withered ferns. The leading priest's shell was covered with cracks, and those cracks strangely formed the same leaf vein pattern as the god's eye. Its raised forelimbs held a still-beating beast heart, and the sticky blood plasma flowed down along the relief lines, and was greedily absorbed by the rock wall relief. Every time a drop of blood seeped into the pupil, the entire mural would glow with a brief green light. Hundreds of empty Zerg shells were piled up under the rock wall, and their skulls were all neatly opened, revealing the honeycomb-shaped brain cavity inside. In some of the fresher empty shells, you can still see young buds coming out of the eye sockets, with white flowers the size of rice grains. The most horrifying thing is that these long-dead Zerg forelimbs still maintain a praying posture, with their knuckles deeply inserted into the cracks of the rock, growing together with the roots of the mural. There were tiny gnawing sounds coming from the shadows. Several worker insects were using their mouthparts to repair the peeling parts of the edge of the mural. They spit out saliva mixed with mineral powder, and the liquid solidified into a seemingly soft transparent film as soon as it touched the rock wall. When the blood of the third beast heart was absorbed by the mural, the entire rock wall suddenly shrank violently. The huge eye slowly closed. Shang and Lang were confused by the whole scene, and couldn't understand what the Zerg were doing. So the last remaining right eye is in the hands of the Zerg? I still have to go to the Zerg continent. Shang Fifan frowned. This time, the god of nature did not respond again. Shang Fifan waited for a while, and saw that the projected image disappeared, and no new one appeared, so he could only accept this fact helplessly. It seems that the scepter from the priest's palace is easier to get. Shang Fifan muttered. But before that, we should completely deal with Luo the scum. Now that they have recovered Loren Milton's plugin, it is impossible for the other party to use the Earthstar players as thugs again. In addition, they have a ready-made helper who is suspected to be the insect mother. If they don't take advantage of the fact that Luo Renjaw is being torn apart by the flower insects and has no power to fight back, what are they waiting for? Shang Fifan did not carefully observe the changes in the statue square. As long as this place can continue to serve as a shelter for him and store his items for him, it will be fine. He can feel that the statue seems to be more friendly to him. Lang Mu feels the same way. He even feels that the god of nature is comforting him, and it seems that he is not in a hurry to take back the missing heart. The two of them suddenly felt their hair stand on end and turned around together. Just outside the statue square, just outside the newly grown grass, stood a monster that could not be described in words. The monster seemed to be observing them. The monster's body was made up of dense insects. It did not have human facial features, but the eyes of those insects were its eyes, and the perceptions of those insects were also its perceptions. Insects? The thing you saw was made up of countless insects. Shang Fifan asked Lang Mu in surprise. Just now, Lang Mu told Shang Fifan what the monster he saw looked like, and asked him if he knew what it was. Lang Mu was also surprised. Why, isn't the thing you saw made up of countless insects? Shang Fifan shook his head. What I saw. How should I put it? It looked like a rotten human being that had been strongly irradiated. Are there two? But I only saw one. I only saw one too. The two looked at each other. Shang Fifan's mind moved, and he guessed. Do you think that thing is the embodiment of the servant of the god of fear? It has no specific image, and it shows the image that people fear the most, which means that its embodiment is imagined by the creature itself. Lang Mu suddenly realized, this can explain why we see two images of the same thing. You said it is the servant of the god of fear? What is it doing here? Can you sense its strength? Shang Fifan said expressionlessly, stronger than us? Why do they always encounter terrifying beings stronger than them during this period? No, if this thing is really the servant of the god of fear, then he has dealt with it more than once or twice. Brother Tong, system, are you there? Come out for a moment. I want to buy some stinky fruit. Shang Fifan wanted to open the game store, but found that he couldn't open it no matter what. Helplessly, he could only call the light ball. But the light ball that usually popped up when he called was nowhere to be seen, and there was no response. Shang Fifan suddenly remembered that the light ball had plunged into the blue light that was suspected to be the main brain of the game system, and he didn't see the light ball much afterwards. Is this guy overfed and digesting, or is he integrating the damaged light brain with the highest technology in the Great Prosperity era, and is updating and upgrading? What an unreliable guy, he disappeared when I needed it the most. Shang Fifan cursed. Lang Mu silently took out two stinky fruits. Shang Fifan's eyes widened in surprise. How did you get the stinky fruit? Lang Mu laughed. You forgot, the last time you summoned that person in the royal city, you also stuffed two stinky fruits into my mouth, saying that I should use them in case of emergency. You also told me not to use them unless it was a life and death situation. Shang Fifan was overjoyed, and looked up at the monster standing outside the square. After Lang Mu took out the stinky fruit, the monster didn't know if it smelled the smell, and its attention was indeed transferred to the two stinky fruits. Shang Fifan took the stinky fruit and walked towards the monster. Brother, we are all neighbors. Please take care of me in the future. This is a small gift. Please accept it. Shang Fifan handed the two stinky fruits to the monster with a business smile on his face. The monster didn't hesitate, and stretched out his rotten hand to grab the two stinky fruits. I don't know what it did, but the shell of the stinky fruit was opened. A strong pungent odor rushed straight to the two people's heads. Shang Fifan and Lang Mu were both pushed back a few steps. Fortunately, the monster ate very quickly. In the blink of an eye, the two stinky fruits and their shells disappeared. Only a strong stench remained in the air. The two held their breath. The monster still stared at them, and its position did not change. Shang Fifan spread his hands. Brother, it's useless for you to look at me like this. Look, the butler is not at home, and the warehouse at home cannot be opened. Even if I want to send you stinky fruits, I can't get the goods. The monster stared. Shang Fifan turned around and pointed to the supplies placed in a corner of the square. Big brother, take a look and see if there is anything you like over there. If there is, just ask. I will give you as much as you want, just as if we are making friends. The monster followed Shang Fifan's finger, and shifted its gaze to the pile of supplies, as if looking for something. After a while, it seemed to have finished its sweep, and turned its head to stare at the two people again. Shang Fifan was scratching his head. The stinky fruit is really out of stock for the time being. How about you come again, when the butler comes back, and the warehouse can be opened? The monster stared. Lang Mu took a step forward. Do you have something to ask us? Why don't you tell us? If we can help, we will definitely help. The monster's eyes shifted again, this time to the statue of the god of nature in the center of the square. Shang Fifan couldn't guess the other party's purpose, so he could only ask, Brother, what do you want? If you don't tell us, we can't understand. The monster suddenly raised his hand. In Lang Mu's eyes, a group of insects flew up and turned into an arrow. The arrow pointed directly at the right arm of the statue of the god of nature. Shang Fifan walked towards the statue of the god of nature, trying to figure out what the monster wanted. As a result, when he was still 10 meters away from the statue, Lao Shan was pushed away by a gentle but strong force. Shang Fifan, The monster still insisted on holding up his hands, as if he would not leave until he achieved his goal. Lang Mu tentatively approached the statue of the god of nature slowly, and when he reached the 10-meter range, he did not feel any repulsion, so he took another step forward. Still no repulsion. Lang Mu approached the statue step by step, little by little, until he stood at the feet of the statue. Shang Fifan narrowed his eyes, feeling happy and a little jealous. This god of nature really likes Ah Mu. What do you want? Lang Mu asked the monster. The monster did not speak, but pointed at the statue. At this moment, a bright red flower fell from the branches wrapped around the statue's arms. Lang Mu subconsciously caught it. Shang Fifan saw that the monster suddenly became excited, but just as it was about to step into the edge of the square and stepped on the grass, it jumped up as if its feet were burned, and retreated rapidly. But the monster was reluctant to leave, so it stood outside the square. Inexplicably, Shang Feifan and Lang Mu both felt that the monster was a little pitiful. Lang Mu walked to the edge of the square with a fallen bright red flower. Shang Feifan stared at the monster closely to prevent it from hurting Lang Mu. It was not that he didn't want to take the flower to the monster on behalf of Lang Mu, but he always felt that this might be Lang Mu's chance, so he didn't say anything. Lang Mu stretched out his hand, and his hand had already stretched out to the edge of the square. The monster walked forward gently, stretched out his hand to take the new red flower, raised his hand suddenly, and stuffed it into his mouth. In Lang Mu's eyes, it was a mouth made up of countless insects inside and outside, swallowing the flower. Lang Mu got goosebumps. He had intensive phobia, and seeing this scene, he felt as if his body was crawling with insects. The monster that ate the red flower didn't seem to have any obvious changes. But before leaving, the monster stuffed a bug into Lang Mu's pocket. Lang Mu didn't want it at first, but the monster kept his hand raised. Shang Feifan poked his waist from behind and told him to take it quickly. Lang Mu then stepped forward and took the bug that looked like a longhorn beetle. Fortunately, the longhorn beetle's appearance was not scary, nor would it make people subconsciously disgusted. Lang Mu took the bug and found that it seemed to be a dead bug. Shang Feifan took out a small box, put the dead longhorn beetle into the box, and first used the pupil technique to identify it, and then gave it to Lang Mu. With this interruption, the two came to their senses, and found that the monster had left silently just like when it came. What is this bug? What is its use? Lang Mu couldn't help asking. Shang Feifan's eyes showed a strange look. He didn't know whether the monster knew what Lang Mu needed most, so he gave him this bug, or whether there was a plan in the dark. This is a fortune-stealing bug. Ah! Chapter 258. The luck-stealing worm has become a legendary worm. If Shang Feifan had not seen the introduction in the library's collection of ancient strange objects, and with the addition of pupil skills and identification skills, he might not have recognized it. The first person to discover the use of the luck-stealing worm was Qiuwu, a priest among the wizards known as the demon bloodline in the Orc continent. Legend has it that this priest Qiuwu advanced to the realm of the god of law with the help of the luck-stealing worm, but he suddenly died tragically when he was about to become a god. It is said that this person plundered too much luck from others, causing his luck to backfire when he condensed his godhood. After that, anyone who used the luck-stealing worm to plunder the luck of others in the hope of achieving his own existence may develop smoothly in the early stage, but the highest realm can only reach the god of law. Once he wants to condense the godhood, he will inevitably suffer from the backfire of luck. Even if there are such dangers, there are not many orcs who can expect to become gods. In their opinion, being able to advance to the realm of the god of law and live for 3,000 to 5,000 years is already the peak of life, not to mention that plundering the luck of others can make their life smooth. So everyone who knew about the existence of the luck-stealing worm began to look for it. As wizards with magic blood talents began to look for luck-stealing worms, orcs with divine blood talents also heard about it, and began to look for luck-stealing worms. As luck-stealing worms were used more and more, orcs became more and more aware of the various advantages and side effects of this worm. Before the god's cage appeared, an orc named he discovered that using luck-stealing worms could not only take away other people's luck and transfer it to himself, but also take back the luck that was taken away by others. As a result, people became more and more crazy in looking for luck-stealing worms. Unfortunately, luck-stealing worms are difficult to reproduce, and every time they are used, they will die. As time went by, the number of luck-stealing worms became fewer and fewer until they became extinct. By the time of the Old Orc Empire, the luck-stealing worms had completely become a legend, and no one could find a living luck-stealing worm. The luck-stealing worm that was traded to Lang Mu by the person suspected to be the servant of the god of fear seemed dead, but it was actually just in deep sleep. But how to use this luck-stealing worm? Perhaps the person thought that the orcs knew how to use the luck-stealing worm, so he didn't leave a single word. Lang Mu thought, "You said you saw relevant records in the library? Maybe the library also records the use of the luck-stealing worm." For the priest palace, recording various inheritances is their task, and they don't ask whether this inheritance is good or bad. In the eyes of the recorder, there is no good or bad in inheritance, it only depends on the user's intention. So as long as the use of the luck-stealing worm is passed down, there is a 99% chance that there will be records in the library. Shang Feifan immediately took Lang Mu away from the statue square, and went to find Ah Dai, who was hiding nearby. Ah Dai was so frightened when he saw the rift suddenly collapse that he teleported away immediately. When the collapse stopped, he came back to check. The flower bug flew up and bumped into Ah Dai. The two little ones stayed nearby waiting for their fathers to find them. Fortunately, They didn't have to wait long before the two fathers came. Ah Dai, take us to Black Forest City. Shang Fifan shouted when he saw Ah Dai. Ah Dai asked stupidly, where is Black Forest City? Shang Fifan then remembered that Ah Dai had never been to Black Forest City, so it was impossible for them to take a shortcut. They could only let Ah Dai teleport them to Moyo Town first, and then find a way to go to Black Forest City from Moyo Town. You want to go to Black Forest City? I've been there. I came from there before. I can take you there. Xiao Huahua flew up and took the initiative to say. Shang Fifan's eyes lit up. Can you take us there by teleporting? Not teleporting, I can tear the space and take you there directly. Xiao Huahua said casually. Shang Fifan, no matter whether it's a black cat or a white cat, a cat that can catch mice is a good cat. Let's go! Lang Mu turned his head and looked down at the rift. He had a strong intuition. Loren Milton was hiding down there. Shang Fifan turned his head and blinked at Lang Mu. Lang Mu understood instantly. Old Shang must have sensed that Loren Milton was down there, but they didn't know how to use the luck-stealing bugs now, and they could only kill him at most. For Shang Fifan, who wanted to maximize his benefits and had a strong desire for revenge, he was not willing to let Loren Milton die happily. Just now, Lao Shan deliberately called Ah Dai loudly and told them where they were going, just to let Loren Milton hear them and think that they were leaving and would not come back in a short time. But in fact, they just went to the library to find out how to use the luck-stealing bugs. When they learned it, they would come back to kill Loren Milton and completely eliminate him. Loren Milton, who was completely unaware of this, thought he was safe at this time, and how shocked he would be when he saw them coming back. Not to mention that they would beat Loren Milton back to his original form after they came back. Just imagine how Loren Milton would feel when he saw them and found that the stolen luck disappeared. Not to mention the revengeful Lao Shang, even he couldn't help but feel a little excited and expectant. Xiao Huahua's pistol-like long legs casually drew a black line in the air. Xiao Huahua stretched her legs to tear open the black line. Follow me, quickly. Shang Fifan picked up Ah Dai and then grabbed Lang Mu's arm. The whole family followed Hua Chozi and drilled into the torn black line. The eyes blurred, and the few people stepped on the ground again and found that they had arrived in the Black Forest City. It was still in the market. The people around were surprised to see the sudden appearance of 3 people and 1 bug, and those who passed by turned their heads to look at them. Although they had various talents and abilities, it was still very surprising that a few people suddenly appeared in the downtown area. Shang Fifan's face was thicker than the bend of the city wall. He only regarded the surprised eyes of passers-by as a greeting. He didn't stay for long after he stepped on the ground, and took Lang Mu and others to find the entrance to the underground city. There is only one entrance to the underground city now, which is jointly governed by people sent by the royal city and the priest palace. Now the underground city has been destroyed by magma, and those who want to enter the underground city have only one destination, which is the library. But without a guide, people who enter the underground city can't find the library no matter how hard they look. The library was like hidden in a different space. Shang Fifan himself owned the statue square, so he was not surprised that the library was hidden in a different space. He even speculated that the reason why the library could be hidden in a different space was probably related to the God of Knowledge. And the shuttle bus that only the destined people could ride on was like the servant of the God of Terror, and only the truly destined people could meet it, or summon it with special methods. The person guarding the entrance to the dungeon was stunned when he saw that the visitors were Lang Mu and Shang Fifan, but he just politely asked the two to make a record without stopping them at all. The people from the priest palace asked enthusiastically if he could also enter the library, as he had some information to look up. The people sent by the royal city also prepared their copying tools with hesitation. They had been ordered long ago that if they saw Lang Mu bringing people over, they did not need to stop him, as long as they could follow him in. Lang Mu naturally did not care how many people he brought, as the library had its own rules, and he was not afraid that bringing people over would cause damage to the library. Although the librarian only had his brain left, the old man could manipulate all kinds of pre-installed mechanisms and alchemy supplies in the library, and anyone who made him unhappy or violated the library rules would be kicked out. Someone had tried to secretly carry items out of the library before, but was immediately discovered by the old man, and was beaten half to death and almost thrown into the magma. As soon as Lang Mu appeared, he only waited for a short while at the intersection, and a pirate ship flew over. Shang Fifan looked at Lang Mu with a smile in his eyes. Lang Mu coughed lightly and puffed up his chest. Since the means of transportation can be as he imagined, why doesn't he try each one? Adai's eyes widened when he saw the pirate ship. Cool. Even the flower insects flew over and circled around. Others were also amazed when they saw this old sailing ship flying over, which was tattered and still hung a skull flag. They were not curious about the appearance of the pirate ship, but how it flew over. The pirate ship opened a fence and lowered the gangplank. Lang Mu and Shang Fifan, who was holding a die, walked in front and boarded the pirate ship. Others followed. The pirate ship flew all the way. Lang Mu and Shang Fifan took the opportunity to observe the changes in the underground city. The magma erupted here has solidified, and most of it has turned into rocks, almost submerging the underground city, and the appearance of the city can no longer be seen. Continue to go down. Only 2 people feel that the pirate ship is flying down. The 2 saw the bubbling magma pool. Lang Mu used natural force to sense it, and felt relieved. He whispered to Shang Fifan, "The underground pressure here has been balanced, and there is no need to release additional pressure. The magma pool that appeared here is a normal geographical phenomenon. In fact, it is already far away from the ground." Shang Fifan raised his eyebrows. "Then, there will be geothermal resources in this area that can be used in the future, and maybe hot springs can be excavated." Lang Mu was stunned and smiled. "It is possible." Shang Fifan thought that he had no intention of being a landlord here, otherwise he would have to buy all the nearby plots of land. Whether it is developed into a hot spring hotel or a geothermal residence in the future, it can make money. A few orcs behind heard it, and the smart one showed a thoughtful expression. The priest from the priest palace smiled at the 2 of them. Lang Mu nodded to the young priest, quite friendly. But Shang Fifan ignored him. Ah Dai and Xiao Huahua ran around on the boat to see the strange things. Xiao Huahua even tried to fly out of the pirate ship to see the distance, but when it flew to the edge of the ship, it sensed something and flew back, not trying to fly away from the pirate ship again. When others saw Ah Dai and Xiao Huahua, they just thought they were children and pets raised by Lang Mu and Aries Shang, and didn't think much about it at all. At most, they thought that the insect that looked like a flower was pretty, and they didn't know where it was found from. Only the young priest from the priest palace kept staring at Wachongzi, with doubt and a little fear in his eyes. He seemed to want to ask Lang Mu something, but he seemed to have reservations, so he didn't ask anything. The pirate ship sent all the people to the door of the library. Lang Mu opened the door of the library. The old man flashed in front of him. "Hey, rare guests. Why are you 2 here again? Why did you bring a little cub this time?" And The old man's eyes fell on Wachongzi, his mouth slightly opened, and froze. He only had 1 brain left now, but he could still sense the power and extraordinariness of this insect. And he also felt a familiar breath from this Wachongzi that made his legs tremble. Fortunately, his 2 legs were gone long ago. "How did you bring? This is... Even though the old man was knowledgeable and had an extraordinary background, he was a little stuttering at this moment. How could he not stutter? In their time, the Worm Mother was the biggest imaginary enemy of their orc continent, and also the most terrifying enemy. Now he saw the living Worm Mother appear in front of him. It was really like a local librarian suddenly saw the world's most powerful emperor suddenly visit their small library. Not to mention that the Worm Mother was the super boss, who almost destroyed the entire orc continent, almost wiped out the civilization of the orc continent with her own strength, and left behind the worm poison that has not been eliminated to this day, becoming a scourge to the entire orc continent. Later, although everyone knew that it was also a conspiracy of the evil god, as long as the Worm Mother was mentioned, fear would surge up first rather than hatred. The old man subconsciously took a deep breath, forced a smile on his face, and bowed to Wachongzi. Ziawawa ignored him, stayed on Lang Mu's shoulder, and asked curiously, "Is this the library you mentioned? Can I play here? I seem to smell something delicious." The old man's heart, which had long been lost, stabbed. What would be the thing that would make the insect mother feel delicious? Shang Fifan quickly reached out and grabbed the brain covered by the transparent ball. "Don't eat it. You can't eat that. That's the central control system of this library. If you bite it, all of us will be lost in the other dimension." Wachongzi's hind legs were pulled, and he kicked them unhappily. Where did this bold guy come from, who dared to pull its hind legs? Turning his head, he saw, "Oh, it's Ah Dai's father, forget it." The old man was sweating, shouting in his heart that he had escaped. But is this unusually beautiful flower bug really a mother bug? Why is the mother bug, who is said to have a violent temper and often has a volatile mood, and who kills and eats people at will, so tolerant of Shang Fifan? Shang Fifan put the flower bug he caught on his son's head and told it not to eat anything in the library. If it encounters something it wants to eat, it must ask him and Lang Mu first. The flower bug was annoyed, but when it heard Ah Dai's silly agreement, it also agreed. If it doesn't want to eat, then don't eat. At worst, it can go back and find the delicious meat and blood it has hidden and eat it. It hasn't eaten the other party's heart yet. The old man ignored the people who followed in, and only followed Shang Fifan and Lang Mu, peeking at the flower bug and asking them what they were doing. Others wanted to follow, but were waved away by the old man. The scribes in the royal city, who had tasks, had already run to their target locations to continue copying tasks. The priests in the priest palace weighed the pros and cons, and finally walked into the depths of the library. Let's find some information. Shang Fifan gestured to Lang Mu, and took out the small box containing the fortune-stealing insect. The old man stretched his head to take a look, but didn't recognize it at first glance, and asked, "What kind of insect is this?" The flower insect also flew over curiously, and took a look, and felt that it looked a little familiar. However, it received too many and too chaotic inherited memories, and it couldn't remember what this thing was for a while. Fortune-stealing insect. Shang Fifan gave the answer directly. The old man was stunned, and then he was shocked. Is this a fortune-stealing worm? How is it possible? This thing has long been extinct. Where did you get it from? The other dimension of the gods? Do you know about the fortune-stealing worm? Shang Fifan nodded. I know a little bit. The old man's expression became serious. I suggest you don't use this thing. Although it has extremely magical effects. But taking other people's luck to make up for yourself and make yourself smooth, although this also conforms to the most basic rule of the jungle in our orc world, but it is said that any orc who has used the fortune-stealing worm will have a bad end. We know. We just want to take back the luck that was taken away by others. Shang Fifan said frankly. The old man frowned and looked at the two of them carefully. Who of you has had your luck taken away? Impossible. People with insufficient luck can't reach and discover this library at all. Lang Mu smiled embarrassedly and pointed to his nose. It's me. The old man squinted his eyes and looked at him for a long time, then shook his head. I'm not good at observing this, but your luck seems to be stable, and you even waited for the shuttle bus. How do you know that your luck was taken away by someone? The god of nature told us. Shang Fifan rushed to say. When the old man heard this answer, he didn't say it was absurd, but nodded in acceptance. No wonder. He could sense the strong natural power on Lang Mu, and thought that this should be the one favored by the god of nature. In addition, he knew that the two seemed to be looking for the lost power of the god of nature, so it was normal for the god of nature to communicate with them. The old man was a little jealous. He was from the priest palace, but he didn't know since when even the high priest of their priest palace could no longer listen to the divine voice. If there were no miracles that proved that the power of the gods had not completely disappeared, they would not know how to persist in the inheritance. By the way, the last time I told you about the possibility that the evil god has invaded the priest palace and polluted the minds of some priests. Have you checked it yourself? Shang Fifan asked as if he had suddenly remembered. The old man sighed softly. I am checking it myself, but... You can't find it, right? Shang Fifan was not surprised. The old man was helpless and sighed again. Shang Fifan waved his hand. Forget it, we have known each other for a long time. Your priest palace has been responsible for recording, keeping and passing on the inheritance of the Orc continent for so many years. Even if there is no credit, there is hard work. When AMU and I have time, we will go to the priest palace and help you take a look. The old man was not angry because of Shang Fifan's arrogant tone, but was very happy. Although I don't care about the priest palace anymore, I heard that they wanted to invite you and Lang Mu to go over, but you refused. Now that you are willing to go to the priest palace, they will be very happy to know. The old man asked the two about how they handled the magma eruption. I heard that you, in conjunction with the Tiger Kingdom City, seem to have been trying to relieve the pressure underground in the Blackwater Wasteland and guide the erupting magma back underground. Your idea is very good, but how did you do it? How did you dig the magma drainage channel? It is said that you don't seem to have recruited many workers. Shang Fifan turned his head. Old man, are they embarrassed to ask? So they asked you to come and inquire with us? The old man hummed. I'm dead. What does it have to do with me? I'm just curious. Shang Fifan smiled strangely. Are they surprised that we dug a flood discharge channel in a short time without recruiting workers? In fact, if the reward they offer is enough to make me tempted, it's not impossible for me to bring my workers to help them. The old man understood. This little bastard wanted to tell others through his mouth that he would accept employment as long as the price was high. But if he wanted to eat for free and take advantage of others, that was impossible. Old man, please help me find where the books about the luck-stealing insects are. We have urgent matters to do. Are you in a hurry to take back the stolen luck? Yes. The old man pondered in his heart and looked at the two people again, feeling a little worried, but even if he didn't say it, wouldn't the two people be able to find those records? It just takes some time. Take a look at the flower insect that seems to be the mother insect. The old man lowered his voice. Do you know where that insect came from? Shang Feifan said without blinking. I know, we picked it up on the way. My son likes it, so I keep it. Old man, The flower bug deliberately flew up, and flew around the old man's light and shadow. It didn't speak, just pretending to be an ordinary bug and having a lot of fun. Completely forgetting that it had just spoken, it thought it was fun. The old man was frightened and always felt that the flower bug seemed to warn him not to talk too much. But the old man was cruel and gritted his teeth and whispered, You two should be careful. This bug has a strong smell of the mother bug. Ha ha ha. Shang Feifan suddenly laughed. Old man, what are you talking about? Our little flower is just an ordinary beautiful little bug. Don't tell the truth, you scare the child. Old man, Do these two know or not? The old man turned his head to look at the honest Lang Mu. Lang Mu smiled at him, and reached out to catch the flying flower bug. The flower bug rubbed against him affectionately. Lang Mu took out a plate of thinly sliced fresh raw meat to feed it. The flower bug immediately buried its head in eating snacks. The old man was in a state of internal struggle, and finally decided to trust the two people, including the fact that the two people pretended to be confused and brought the insect mother with them. There must be some reason for it. He took the two people directly to the book room, where the fortune-stealing insects were recorded. There were indeed detailed records of how to use the fortune-stealing insects. When the old man left, Lang Mu said to Shang Feifan in his native language, Are you here not just to find the records of the use of the fortune-stealing insects? Do you want to use that big guy's mouth to tell the priest palace about the existence of the fortune-stealing insects and the insect mothers? The luck-stealing worm is secondary. We have a big backer, why don't we tell others? Shang Feifan smiled slightly. Lang Mu was a little worried. Aren't you afraid that the priest palace will also regard us as enemies? Think we want to surrender to the worm mother? If they really think so, we will be safe. And who says that the worm mother must be the enemy of the orcs? Shang Feifan is planning to show the undead corpse. If there is no big backer, many things will be inconvenient to operate. But will the insect mother be willing to be our backer? It doesn't matter if it doesn't want to, as long as we can pull the banner. Shang Feifan held Lang Mu's hand. You can think so, or you can let them think so. We are not surrendering to the insect mother, but we have become the brave pioneers who have friendly contact with the insect mother and have begun to ease the relationship between the mutant insects and the orcs. We will be an important bridge for the two tribes to re-establish diplomatic relations. Lang Mu was silent for a moment, looking at Wachongzi, who was sharing snacks with Ah Dai. Actually, that bridge is our son, right? Shang Feifan said, as a matter of course. Ah Dai and we are one family, and the bridge he built can certainly let his two fathers walk. Ah Dai, don't you think so? Ah Dai heard his name, didn't understand anything else, raised his head, his eyes were confused and innocent. Chapter 259. Loren Milton curled up in the stone room at the bottom of the Rift Valley, clenching his teeth tightly, but still couldn't stop trembling. The wounds of his soul were like thousands of red-hot needles, piercing into his spiritual sea again and again, and the entire spiritual sea became like a rag. His eyes were black, and his ears were full of sharp buzzing, as if something was gnawing at his brain and his skull. Cold sweat soaked his black robe and stuck to his back stickily. He hated this kind of embarrassment. He should have been high above, turning his hand to make clouds and rain, instead of hiding in the dark like a sick dog and panting like now. He kept taking out medicines to treat mental damage, and poured them into his mouth one bottle after another, as if they were free. It's time to go. Something seemed to be warning him. But now, as long as he moved, the physical pain could still be endured, but the damage to his soul made it impossible for him to even get up. As long as he moved slightly, his soul was like being stabbed by countless sharp thorns. Bear with it for a while, he said to himself, his knuckles clenched white. As long as he could bear it for another half a day, and wait for his soul to stabilize a little, he would leave this hellhole immediately. But he didn't know that since he was targeted by the god of curse, his fate became unpredictable. Even if he had the powerful luck plundered from the son of luck Lang Mu, what was not his was not his. Not to mention that the owner of this luck was still alive. If there was no son of luck Shang Feifan with the same powerful luck to oppose him, perhaps he could continue to be successful with Lang Mu's luck. But one thing goes up, the other goes down. A building that was originally pieced together with an unstable foundation, how can it compare with a complete building with deep roots, solid construction, and reasonable design when comparing earthquake resistance, The magic circle barrier outside the stone chamber suddenly trembled. Loren Milton raised his head carefully, and this action alone made his brain tingle. His pupils shrank suddenly. Someone came and broke the concealment formation he carefully arranged. Who was it? He arranged a 9th-level magic circle. Could it be the flower bug that reached the realm of the god of magic again, or another magician? Loren Milton couldn't help but wonder, besides him and the 2 magic saints, which other magic saints had sneaked into the Orc continent. The stone wall collapsed with a sharp cracking sound. The smoke and dust dissipated, and 2 figures stood at the entrance of the cave. The expressions and facial features could not be seen clearly in the backlight, but he was familiar with the outline of the body to his bones. Aries Shang! Raphael Longmu! It turned out to be you? Loren Milton's voice was stuck in his throat, and he was shocked and angry. It turned out that these 2 people broke into the Palace of Breeding. But didn't these 2 say they were going to Black Forest City? He saw it through the monitoring array. He didn't expect them to come back so quickly, and find him so quickly. But before he could ask, his peripheral vision caught sight of something on Lang Mu's shoulder, a beautiful green flower. No, it wasn't a flower, it was a bug that looked like a flower. The more beautiful this flower bug looked, the more terrifying its strength was. Loren Milton's blood froze instantly. He was about to develop a stress phobia for this flower bug. Motherworm. His voice was almost distorted, and he stepped back subconsciously, his back hitting the stone wall hard. Ugh! The intense pain in his soul made him groan with his head in his hands. Escape! Now was not the time to show off, let alone revenge. He had to escape quickly. As long as the Green Mountains remained, there is no need to worry about firewood. He moved his body slightly. He retreated just now on purpose, just to step into the teleportation array he prepared. He recited the formula silently, and the teleportation array started. Loren Milton spit out another mouthful of blood for this, and his soul, which had just been repaired a little bit, was injured even more seriously. But as long as he could escape from these 2 people and 1 insect, what was this price? A flash of light passed by. Shang Fifan and Lang Mu did not move. The 2 were appreciating Loren Milton's new appearance. The wound bitten by the insect mother was not so easy to heal. Even if Loren Milton had eliminated a lot of toxins, the wound was not so easy to heal. The bumpy scars, especially the large missing piece on the nose, made Loren Milton's face no longer attractive. Lang Mu had to admit that he was attracted by Loren Milton's face at first, and then he began to pay attention to this person, and then slowly fell into the gentle trap deliberately woven by the other party. TSK, who said that appearance is determined by the heart. In many cases, the more beautiful a person is, the less good-looking he is. Just like the brighter the mushrooms in the wild, the more poisonous they are. When Lang Mu thought of this, he couldn't help but look at Shang Fifan. Then he whispered in his heart, this guy is also very good-looking, but he is a completely different type from Loren Milton's handsomeness. He is completely cool and domineering. So by the same logic, this guy is also a ruthless bad guy, Shang Fifan, who can sense the same heart. What dangerous things is my wife thinking about? It seems that I have to have a good talk with him tonight. Lang Mu suddenly kicked Shang Fifan. Shang Fifan, honey, don't peek into my fantasy. Lang Mu, get lost. Old pervert, watch Hongzi, what are these 2 doing? Why do I feel like their attention is not on the person opposite? Sure enough, this family cannot do without me. Loren Milton clasped his hands to the ground. How is it possible? Why didn't the teleportation array start? A crisp laugh sounded. Watch Hongzi deliberately flew up, and flapped his wings gently. A force belonging to space spread in the cave. Space seal? Loren Milton couldn't believe it. He knew that Watch Hongzi could destroy his space teleportation scroll, but why could the other party even seal the teleportation array? Watch Hongzi just lost a lot of inherited memories, otherwise he would have told Loren Milton enthusiastically. In the past, the boss of the insect mother used this trick to trick countless big guys in the orc world, and dragged the masters of the orc world to death one after another on the battlefield, and couldn't even go back to rescue their own race. Those who wanted to come to rescue couldn't get in either. Teleportation array? It seems that you are really well prepared. Shang Fifan, whose mind was distracted, finally spoke slowly. Unfortunately, this space has been locked by our little Hua. The flower bug flapped its wings again to show off. Of course, it had to participate in such fun things. Otherwise, should it be handed over to that little odd-eye who has not yet mastered teleportation? Or to these 2 unreliable parents, who will lose their focus even when fighting and hunting? Odd-eye didn't come because he was too young and was left in a safe place. Loren Milton's face changed completely. He had never realized so clearly how bad his situation was. His soul was seriously injured, his magic power was stagnant, and even the last retreat was blocked. Embarrassment, anger, and unwillingness gnawed at his sanity like a poisonous snake. What made him most unbearable was Shang Fifen's condescending look, as if he was looking at a dying wild dog. You really think you can control me like this? Loren Milton laughed hoarsely. He wanted to stand up and confront the two men decently. But he had just activated the teleportation array and hurt his already seriously injured soul again. At this time, he couldn't even stand up. Why? Why do you two have to go against me? I have already left the royal city and gave that piece to you. Give? Shang Fifen laughed. Just because of you. Loren Milton was hurt by Shang Fifen's disdainful smile. He looked at Lang Mu. Is it because of him? Just because I expressed my intention to pursue him, you want to chase me relentlessly? I didn't expect that you, Aries Shang, are such a narrow-minded person. Raphael, you follow him, aren't you afraid of him? Adai. Shang Fifen didn't want him to talk about Lang Mu, even though the other party didn't recognize Lang Mu at all, and interrupted impatiently. Loren Milton thought he was scolding. You. Adai is the child of Amu and me, but you tried to hurt him and wanted to take him away. If it weren't for Xiaowawa, what would Adai be like now, you know in your heart? You deserve to be unlucky now, because of your own evil deeds. Shang Fifen's face was full of disgust. Loren Milton was stunned, looked at Wachangzi, and then at the two of them. Damn it! He should have thought of it earlier. This is all a misunderstanding. Loren Milton tried his best to suppress his hatred and wanted to escape this disaster first. I just thought the cub was cute and teased him. I didn't mean to hurt him at all. You said this, do you believe it yourself? Shang Fifen was too lazy to talk nonsense with this man, and turned his hand to show a small box. A strong alarm sounded wildly in Loren Milton's mind. Not good. Something extremely unfavorable to him is about to happen. He has to escape quickly. But how can he escape? Loren Milton's brain was spinning wildly, trying to find a ray of hope. His eyes fell on Lang Mu again. This person looked like a soft-hearted person, and he couldn't help but feel good when he saw this person. In fact, when he was in the royal city, it was not entirely for revenge on Ares that Shang expressed his affection for Raphael. If Raphael really had feelings for him, he wouldn't mind having a fleeting relationship with this person. Shang Fifen was stung by Loren Milton's gaze. Damn! You dare to look at his AMU like this in front of him? Do you think he is dead? Lang Mu only looked at Loren Milton indifferently from beginning to end, with no joy or sadness, just like looking at a stranger who makes people disgusted at first sight. Suddenly, Loren Milton rushed towards Lang Mu at a high speed. Considering the pros and cons, it would be better to capture the weakest orc and use him to threaten Aries Shan to fight for a way out than to let this person be soft-hearted. Loren Milton pointed his staff at Lang Mu and immediately cast a large instantaneous magic. The magic crystal on the top of the staff cracked because it could not withstand this large magic. A black light like a venomous snake rushed towards Lang Mu. Loren Milton no longer cared about the damage to his soul. Nothing was more important than his life. As long as he could survive, he would still have a chance to get everything back. Suddenly, a fist blocked him, and the fist was getting bigger and bigger. The speed became extremely slow in Loren Milton's eyes. But he could not avoid the fist. Boom! Loren Milton flew up, and the staff that he never let go of also flew out of his hand. The human body and the hard mountain collided at high speed. The whole cave shook because of the hit. The rubble rolled down. Loren Milton also slid down along the mountain wall. Gulp! The staff rolled to the side of the mountain wall and broke into several pieces. Loren Milton still wanted to use magic power, and the sea of spirituality felt a sharp pain like shattering. He vomited blood again, and his face turned extremely pale. He, a great generation of magic saint, had never been so embarrassed. What made him even more unbelievable was that he sent out that move, which he thought was a sure move, but was actually blocked by the weak-looking Raphael Longmu. You? Are you also a magician? A mage or a mage? He saw the other party take out a bone staff. What made him collapse was that the bone staff was originally his. Lang Mu did not answer, not because he had any other ideas about this man, but because he was too lazy to fight with this scumbag. His nails dug deep into his palms. Loren Milton stared at the two people and the insect in front of him, and the hatred in his heart almost turned into substance. He hated Ares' chicken stomach, Raphael's indifference. The flower insect that was suspected to be the insect mother was blind and did not stand on his side, and he hated himself for falling into such a situation, if he was in his prime. If he was not injured. Even if he could not crush them like crushing an ant, at least he would not be so embarrassed, shameful, and undignified as he is now. Loren Milton wanted to stand up, and struggled several times, but failed. He couldn't just die like this. How could he just die like this? What do you want? Loren Milton raised his head, his expression gloomy, and chose to retreat. You can only be discouraged if you kill me, and you will get nothing else. But if you are willing to let me go. When Loren Milton said this, he felt that his self-esteem was being trampled on. But he still forced himself to continue. I can give you a satisfactory compensation. He thought Aries Shang would first mock him and insult him after hearing this, but who would have thought? You want compensation? Sure. The man actually agreed lightly. Loren Milton was delighted. The other party was willing to talk to him, which meant he still had a chance. Just wait, as long as he escapes this disaster, he recovers from his injuries, and replenishes his luck, he will return the humiliation he suffered today tenfold or 100-fold. What do you want? Gold shield? I can give you 10,000 gold. Loren Milton made himself not show his joy, leaning against the mountain wall, and said with difficulty. Shang Feifan smiled and shook his head. 10,000 gold is too little. How could my son's life be worth only 10,000? What's more, you just wanted to hurt my lover. Lang Mu pretended not to hear anything, and just stood aside, as a background board. The flower bug smelled the blood and wanted to go over and take a bite, but Lang Mu stopped it. The flower bug didn't know what the two wanted to do, and it wasn't so anxious to eat, so it flew back to Lang Mu's head and lay down. Lang Mu looked like he had a flower on his head. Shang Feifan looked sideways. Oh, it's pretty nice. It's just that the color makes him a little unhappy. Loren Milton wanted to curse, but held back. I don't mean to hurt Mr. Raphael, I just want everyone to calm down and give me a chance to discuss with you. Heh. How much do you want? Shang Feifan shook his finger with a smile. Don't be impatient. Before talking about compensation, return the things you once owed that don't belong to you first. Loren Milton frowned. What are you talking about? I don't owe you. Shang Feifan opened the small box. A black and gold insect similar to a longhorn beetle appeared. Shang Feifan murmured a spell like the sound of insects. The long antennae of the fortune-stealing insect, which seemed to have become a dead insect, suddenly moved. Shang Feifan then took out a small bottle and handed a drop of blood to the forehead of the fortune-stealing insect. This is Lang Mu's fingertip blood. In addition to having extremely strong mental power to suppress the innate strong mental power of the fortune-stealing insect, anyone who knows the insect language can do it. But if you want the fortune-stealing insect to hand over the stolen chi to someone, you must use your fingertip blood to drip into a cavity in the fortune-stealing insect's brain. The tentacles of the fortune-stealing insect moved faster and faster. The insect chirping from Shang Feifan's mouth suddenly changed from peaceful to rapid. The black and gold fortune-stealing insect slowly crawled out of the box, and the moment its 6 legs stepped into the air, it actually spread circles of ripples in the air. Strange dark patterns appeared on its carapace, like some kind of ancient runes, flickering with its breathing. Loren Milton's pupils suddenly contracted. What is this? Why does he have an instinctive resistance and fear? What is this? What do you want to do? Loren Milton had no idea that his voice was distorted by fear. He instinctively felt scared. He had never been so scared before. He wanted to escape, and he had to escape no matter what. The only word left in his mind was escape. He had met his natural enemy. As Shang Feifan pointed, his mental power followed and pointed at Loren Milton. The fortune-stealing insect suddenly flapped its wings, drawing a black and golden stream of light in the air, and flew straight to Loren Milton's forehead. No! Loren Milton raised his hand to block it subconsciously, but his movements were slow due to the severe pain in his soul. The fortune-stealing insect was like it had no entity, and it easily penetrated his palm and sank into his forehead. In an instant, Loren Milton's whole body stiffened. He felt something being violently torn out from the depths of his soul. It was the luck he had plundered from Lang Mu that year. Ah! He screamed miserably, holding his head with his hands, and curled up into a ball. The already fragmented soul was even worse at this moment, and every nerve was screaming in protest against this peeling. What frightened him most was that he could clearly feel the luck that was taken away was flowing to Lang Mu standing beside him. You? Loren Milton raised his head with difficulty, and stared at Lang Mu's indifferent face. A terrible guess exploded in his mind. You are Lang Mu? Really Lang Mu? No, that's not right. Lang Mu died a long time ago. I know, you are not dead. You also came here. Like those magicians, your body was torn apart by the space turbulence, and only your soul traveled to the Orc continent and became Raphael Lang Mu. His voice trembled with shock. No wonder he felt inexplicably close to this young man when he first saw him. No wonder the other party was indifferent to him, and had no good face, and was not moved by his appearance at all. Xiao Mu. Loren Milton's mind turned drastically, his expression changed, became gentle, and his eyes were full of longing. Is it really you? Do you still remember me? When I went back to find you, I found that the cottage we lived in together had been burned to ashes. They all said that you. I was in pain for a long time, I regretted it. I regretted it when I told you to break up. I went back to find you soon, but I didn't expect. I have been looking for you, but I can't find you. I don't believe you are dead. I took great pains to find the foreknowledge Saint Irene Monica, and paid a huge price to let her tell me that you might have come to the Orc continent, so I gave up everything in the Fidel continent, exhausted my family wealth, and tried every means to come to the Orc continent. I miss you so much. Do you already forget me? Shang Fifan wanted to vomit. How could this guy change his face so quickly? How could he be so disgusting? He looked at Lang Mu with a little worry. But he saw that his big baby was watching Loren Milton's performance with appreciation, just like watching a skit performance. Loren Milton's expression twisted for a moment. He couldn't believe that his most skilled means of bewitching people were now useless, like a joke. Lang Mu must have lost his memory, and forgotten the 8 years they loved each other. Yes, he must have lost that precious memory. Xiao Mu. Baby, do you want to give him a tip? Shang Fifan's lips curled up. It's a good performance, but there's no need to give a tip, it's too fake. Lang Mu said lightly. Shang Fifan didn't even bother to laugh at Loren Milton. He just rubbed his lips, and uttered a spell similar to the sound of insects again. Ah! Loren Milton rolled over with his head in his hands, screaming miserably. His brain was about to be turned into sauce. Let alone questioning and bewitching, he couldn't even curse. The friction sound of insects simulated by Shang Fifan became sharp again. He was deliberately torturing this scumbag. The luck-stealing insect can steal the luck of others without knowing it. Now it is devouring Loren Milton's mental power, while stealing the luck. If you can see Loren Milton's spiritual sea, you can see that a bug is eating away at his spiritual sea bit by bit like chewing leaves, and at the same time returning the stolen luck to the original owner faster. Fast means no scruples, and no care about the damage to Loren Milton's soul. Loren Milton rolled on the ground in pain, desperately touching the space storage tools, and pouring whatever potions he found into his mouth. He doesn't want to die. He doesn't want to die. The flower bug couldn't help but fly over to join in the fun, pecking here and there. Eating a few pieces of fresh flesh and blood was not enough. Worried that this guy would lose too much energy after death, it simply bit through his chest skin and drilled in. It was going to eat the heart, liver and other organs that were hot, tender and full of energy. Ah! No! Get out! Forgive me! Forgive me! Xiao Mu, I was wrong. I shouldn't have lied to you. No, I didn't lie to you. I really liked you at that time. I just You, vicious bastards. I curse you. I will curse you with my soul and life. You will not die well, you. Curse? Very good, Shang Fifan smiled, but the smile did not reach his eyes. He drew a circle and made a rebounding motion. Those who do not owe will not be cursed. All your curses on others will fall back on you. Such childish actions and words turned into a black net, covering Loren Milton, who was writhing in pain and cursing viciously. The luck-stealing insect completed its mission and broke out of Loren Milton's head, taking away the last bit of luck that did not belong to him. After receiving his own luck, Lang Mu realized that his mental strength and internal energy had changed. Ah Shang. Lang Mu grabbed Shang Fifan's arm. Shang Fifan sensed Lang Mu's urgent changes, and immediately sent Lang Mu to the statue square. Without Lang Mu, Shang Fifan finally didn't have to pretend anymore. He showed a grim smile, and his expression was as terrible as it could be. He had wanted to beat this scumbag for a long time, but he had been holding it in until now, which made him very depressed. Old Shang's palm, wrapped in the power of thunder, blasted Loren Milton's face. Bang! Loren Milton's face was twisted, and his body hit the rock wall like a rag, and the whole cave was shaken again. Loren Milton slid to the ground, bleeding from all 7 orifices, but he was still struggling to take out the spare staff. Shang Fifan would never give him a chance, and took out a big knife to chop off his hand with the storage ring. Pick him up and beat him up, Loren Milton kept screaming. He wanted to maintain his dignity, but all he uttered were screams and pleas for mercy. He didn't want to die, he was only one step away from the god of law. How could a person like him die so easily? He had come this far. Why? Where did he go wrong? Why did he end up like this? He was unwilling. He was unwilling. He should have become a god. He should have become a high and mighty god. But no matter how unwilling he was, he would die today. This Aries Shang was simply a devil. When it came to torturing people, no one could compare to this devil. In the end, Loren Milton could no longer bear it. He just wanted to die, and die quickly. He could no longer endure the extreme pain of being torn into human fragments by hand. If a scum like you can become a god, then the world is really over. Shang Feifan left Loren Milton, who had turned into a pool of mud, and sneered. He raised his foot, and crushed his head with one foot. Loren Milton's eyeballs were squeezed out, and the last thing he saw in his eyes was his own rotten flesh and black blood. The flower bugs and the luck-stealing bugs did not waste anything. They picked and chose and ate most of the meat mud, including the hand that Shang Feifan had cut off before. Shang Feifan took the space ring away. Loren Milton died just like that. He probably never thought he would die like this after living for so long. He died so tragically, so painfully, and so humiliatingly. Shang Feifan finally set a fire, and burned all the remaining mud and debris. Not only that, he also dismantled the cave. He didn't waste any of the materials used to set up the teleportation array. In the process of dismantling the teleportation array, he also found that the energy used by this teleportation array was not magic crystal, but earth power. He could understand the arrangement of the teleportation array because he had studied more space storage tools, and he learned more about the teleportation array by analogy. And no matter what aspect of space knowledge he learned, he always felt that using earth power as the energy of the teleportation array was not a good thing. It's not that earth power can't be used, but it shouldn't be used in this way. Shang Feifan suddenly thought of the geological disaster of the magma eruption in the Orc continent. Could this disaster be related to these teleportation arrays that abused the power of the earth? When he dismantled all the teleportation arrays, the cave collapsed together with the cliff above. In the end, Shang Feifan used his pupil technique to continuously scan the collapsed area, including the surrounding area, to ensure that there would not be any trace of creatures and mental power left. He also carefully checked the space ring. As long as he felt that the items were suspicious, no matter how valuable they were, he would take them out and deal with them without leaving any residue. He never underestimated his enemies. Similarly, he would definitely treat his enemies like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves and adding garbage incineration. He would definitely deal with them cleanly to ensure that the other party would never be able to turn over. Chapter 260. Lang Mu has been promoted. He has been promoted from a junior magician to a senior magician. He even felt that he had touched the threshold of the realm of the Sage of Magic. He was not short of the understanding of magic knowledge, and now he only lacked the accumulation of magic power. When he opened his eyes, he saw Shang Feifan, who was doing manual work on the side. Shang Feifan seemed to have sensed something, looked up at him, and then smiled. Lang Mu also smiled at him. The two of them smiled foolishly for a long time. Shang Feifan subconsciously observed Lang Mu's luck value, and saw 3 asterisks. Although he didn't know what the 3 asterisks meant, Shang Feifan thought it shouldn't be a bad thing. In any case, AMU's luck value has been restored, which is definitely a good thing. He has seen Odd Dai's luck value. Oh no, Odd Dai has no luck value, only luck value, just like him and other players. Odd Dai's luck value is indeed very high, 91 points, a lucky little baby. If someone in the Orc world told Odd Dai's fortune, he might give a comment like a rough childhood, no relatives, a great disaster in life, but if he meets a noble person, he can turn misfortune into fortune and have a smooth life. It seems that only Lang Mu has luck value. Although the light ball said that he was the son of luck chosen by Tian Hestar, he always felt that Lang Mu was the most special to Tian Hestar. Maybe Lang Mu was the most important turning point, and others were just catalysts to him. After meeting Loren Milton, Lang Mu failed to grow up, and Tian Hestar fell into a deep disaster. So the consciousness of Tian Hestar tried its best to save Lang Mu's soul, and the remaining luck value, and reincarnated him to the Orc continent. Then through Loren Milton's hands, he, Shang Feifan, was extradited to this world. Thinking about it this way, Loren Milton was able to find the missing brain of the statue of the god of nature so smoothly, the lower abdomen, and the first-generation optical brain of the most advanced technology of the Orcs, and create a game system. Perhaps it was not entirely due to the cheating and plundering of Lang Mu's luck value. Maybe there was Tian Hestar's consciousness deliberately pushing it. Shang Feifan just thought about it casually, and didn't think about it further. Now Tian Hestar, and they will rise and fall together. If Tian Hestar is extinct, he and Lang Mu will not be able to escape. Lang Mu's body is here, and his relatives and friends who he cares about are also here. Lang Mu has no way to abandon all this and leave Tian Hestar with him, and he can't leave Lang Mu alone. For this reason, no matter what, they have to work hard to save Tian Hestar and solve the foreign evil god who wants to devour Tian Hestar. As for how to solve it, let's take it one step at a time. Shang Feifan always believes that there is always a way out. If it really is impossible, he will turn to cultivating evil gods. Lang Mu turned around and found that he was still in the statue square. I feel that I have a higher perception of natural forces. Lang Mu did not use magic formulas, let alone a magic wand. He flicked his fingers lightly, and a bright red rose appeared between his fingers. Shang Feifan raised his eyebrows. Did you use seeds just now? Lang Mu shook his head and smiled as he inserted the rose into Shang Feifan's ear. His natural magic has reached the level of I think it will become real. Of course, at present, he can only condense some items with relatively low energy, which he is more familiar with and simple in composition. Moreover, the condensed items are said to be natural species, but in fact they are more like magic items. For example, this rose, as long as he does not remove the magic power, this flower will never wither. Shang Feifan looked at Lang Mu's outstretched hand and thought. Amu must have sensed what he thought when he saw the flower insects landing on his head, and now he deliberately retaliated against him. Wear flowers if you want to. Only real men wear flowers. Shang Feifan pinned a bright and fresh rose to his ear and tilted his head. Does it look good? Lang Mu's heart trembled, and he nodded honestly and said hard. It looks good. Shang Feifan smiled. His smile was cool, handsome, bright, and a little tempting. Lang Mu did not expect that a man could look so good wearing flowers, and was a little dazzled. Shang Feifan could not help but lean over and kiss his big baby. Lang Mu raised his head and closed his eyes. Shang Feifan deepened the kiss. This was a kiss full of cherishment and love, without any lust. The two of them put their foreheads together and hugged quietly, enjoying the fresh breeze and the faint smell of grass in the statue square. Lang Mu felt the wonderful feeling of all his luck returning to him. He stretched out his hand, gently opened it, and held it. Shang Feifan stretched out his hand and held his fingers together. It's all over. Yes, it's all over. It doesn't seem to matter. Lang Mu muttered. He really let it go, long before Loren Milton died. Shang Feifan was happy. It's nothing. It's just a failed love, a little pain of youth. Lang Mu was a little embarrassed. According to the age of the soul, it was not the pain of youth. Maybe it's more terrible if the old house is on fire. Lang Mu laughed at himself. Who wouldn't run into a few scammers in their life? The only difference is whether they were cheated of money or of their bodies. The worst thing is that they were cheated of both money and their bodies, and even their feelings were stuck in it, and they couldn't get out. But as long as you let yourself go and look back, you will feel that it's just that. Shang Feifan held his lover and told him about his experience of being cheated. At that time, he had just debuted and thought he was very powerful. He ran into a few old foxes, old jackals, and old turtles, suffered a lot, and slowly accumulated experience to become what he is now. Lang Mu knew that Shang's work environment was complicated, but he didn't expect it to be so complicated. It was like they were good friends drinking together a minute ago, and a minute later they found that they had poisoned each other's glasses. Shang Feifan didn't talk about feelings at that time. He only had a fleeting relationship, and he was more or less afraid of falling into the trap of immortals. Lang Mu couldn't stop laughing, especially when he heard that Shang Feifan didn't dare to sleep deeply when he went to bed with someone, for fear of being injected with drugs or even being killed directly. Because living in that environment, you never know whether the person you meet is sent by the enemy. Shang Feifan glared at him. When I saw you in Italy, I should have confessed to you directly and dragged you to the hotel. Lang Mu gave him a look to get out. If you really did that, I would just think you were a hooligan. Shang Feifan laughed. His Amu was indeed a slow-moving person, and his work and status at that time would not allow him to have a lot of time to pursue Lang Mu. The two of them were destined to miss each other at that time. Shang Feifan held Amu's hand tightly. Fortunately, they met again. Fortunately, their fate was not really broken. By the way, here are some magic books and magic-related items collected by that scumbag. See if you can use them. Shang Feifan took out a space ring. Lang Mu took it naturally, and opened the space ring to check. Shang Feifan had already erased the mental blockade on the ring. Lang Mu took out several thick magic books, and found a magic mystery stone contained in an exquisite magic box. These are very useful to you and me. Lang Mu was very happy. He lived in the Fardel continent for a long time, and later entered a magic school as a teacher. He also saw a lot of magic books and had a solid foundation. However, due to the low level of the magic school, even the library dedicated to school teachers did not have much advanced magic knowledge. Almost all of the magic books collected by Loren Milton were what Lang Mu had never touched and needed the most. Not to mention the magic mystery stone that could lead the way to the realm of the Sage of Magic. Xiang Feifan had a magic book provided by the game store. Before, he had shared the magic knowledge that was directly instilled into his mind with Lang Mu through soul sharing. But magic knowledge is as vast as the ocean, and Xiang Feifan could not ignore the magic knowledge that Loren Milton had collected all his life just because he was a scumbag. Will there be any problem with this secret stone? Xiang Feifan found the secret stone and wanted to destroy it, but felt it was a pity. After careful consideration, he decided to keep it and let Lang Mu take a look. After checking it with his mental power, Lang Mu knew what Lao Shang was worried about and shook his head. This is not the experience of the Mage Saint's promotion and the magic inheritance condensed by Loren Milton. That person probably didn't expect that he would die so soon. He probably didn't want his inheritance and experience of advancing to the level of a magic saint to be passed on to others. In addition, condensing the secret stone requires a lot of energy and mental power, so he probably didn't leave behind the inheritance magic stone. Xiang Feifan had checked the secret stone before, and didn't feel that there was Loren Milton's mental power in it, so he gave it to Lang Mu. After Lang Mu checked it again, he was really relieved. It's good that it can be used. There are still some magic materials and high-level magic crystals in it. You can use them first. When we have the opportunity to go to the Fidel continent in the future, we can collect more magic materials and magic crystals. Lang Mu smiled and nodded, and transferred all the items in the space ring to his space bracelet. As for the ring, he threw it back to Xiang Feifan. I don't need this, you can sell it if you want, Lang Mu said lightly. Xiang Feifan's eyes were full of smiles. Mu really understood him. Of course, he would not waste such a space ring with a large storage capacity. He would sell it tomorrow. The light ball had not been updated yet. Xiang Feifan ignored it for the time being, nor did he care about the further changes in the statue square. It seemed to have expanded again. He took Lang Mu out of the statue square, and went out to find Hua Chongzi and Ah Dai. They still had a lot of things to do next. The first thing was to drive the undead corpses to dig the flood discharge channel, and completely solve the remaining magma eruption disaster in the Blackwater Wasteland. The population migration in Puncture City, and the subsequent volcanic eruption alarmed many people from other countries and tribes. Wei Fei ran to the vicinity of Puncture City to check it out as soon as possible. He heard that the Tiger King City had sent people to arrange the migration, so he ran to the Tiger King City to inquire about the news. They wanted to know how the Tiger people knew that Puncture City would have a volcanic eruption, and how they successfully migrated so many people so quickly. Those who went to survey the site of the volcanic eruption in Puncture City found channels that seemed to be dug by humans. Those channels extended all the way to the mountains outside Puncture City, and even further. And there were more than 1 or 2 channels. If you look closely, you will find that many channels were radiating from Puncture City to the surrounding areas. But these channels did not allow the magma erupted from Puncture City to flow out, but rather concentrated the magma from Puncture City, and even further away to the basin where Puncture City was located. Originally, these channels were not easy to see, especially many of them were buried deep underground. But the volcanic eruption caused certain earthquakes and changes in the terrain, and some of the channels that were originally hidden underground were shaken out. People who knew the business found that something was definitely wrong the more they looked, and they all ran to the King's City to ask. Ask them how they sensed the pressure changes in the underground layer, and the flow of magma, and ask them where they mobilized so many people, and when they dug so many flood diversion channels. Why didn't people from the surrounding countries and tribes know? The most surprising thing is that it is impossible for Tiger Country to be so peaceful with such a large number of people mobilized. But if you ask the Tiger Country people nearby, you will know that Tiger Country did not conscript civilians or recruit workers on a large scale. So it depends on the bloodline gifted, but are there such powerful bloodline gifted people now? How can one or a few people dig so many flood diversion channels deep underground, wide, deep and long? And in such a short time? The people of the surrounding countries and tribes couldn't figure it out, and the more they couldn't figure it out, the more they wanted to know the answer. Later, no one knew who got the news from where, saying that the digging of the flood discharge channel and the volcanic eruption in Puncture City were related to Lang Mu and Aries Shang. Look, a large number of ordinary people in Puncture City migrated to the new city in the Blackwater Wasteland. So, people said by various countries, and tribes began to look for the traces of Lang Mu and Ari Shang again. It is said that it was these two people who got the early warning of a large-scale geological disaster in the Orc continent from the prophetic murals in the library, and it was they who passed it to the Tiger Kingdom royal family and warned the Tiger King. So the Tiger King solemnly asked the eldest prince to explain this matter in the inheritance-sharing conference. It is not difficult to find these two people. The manager of the new city in the Blackwater Wasteland, the old Earl Longzhen, did not hide the whereabouts of his grandson and grandson-in-law. He told everyone who came to ask that the two had gone to the vicinity of Tianquan Valley and planned to continue digging the second magma flood discharge pool there. Shang Fifan also placed a very eye-catching tortoiseshell fort on the wasteland near the Abyss Rift. Anyone who passed by would not miss the tortoiseshell fort with a unique shape and looked extremely safe. It looked like a special residence for alchemical items, and it was 99% the work of the alchemist Ari Shing. The wind on the wasteland carried an indescribable strange smell, whistling across the rugged black rocks on the edge of the rift. This area was once a rich city and suburb, with a large number of corpses buried deep underground for hundreds of years. Now, they have poked their claws out from under the soil. The wolf orc Hito's nose wrinkled the moment he stepped into the wasteland. A low whimper came from his throat, and his thick claws unconsciously clasped the battle axe at his waist. Is this the stench of a corpse? No, this is not an ordinary stench of a corpse. Everyone be alert. Hito raised his hand and clenched it into a fist. All the members of the reconnaissance team he led became nervous. When they carefully crossed a low hill, they saw a terrible scene that they would never forget in their lives. Thousands, no, perhaps hundreds of thousands, millions. Countless corpses lined up in countless winding queues, like rotten rivers, flowing slowly in the winter wasteland. They held shovels, pickaxes, and even sharp bone fragments, silently chiseling the frozen and hard land. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal and rock colliding echoed again and again in the wasteland. It was too weird. These undead corpses were like a construction team from hell, planning to build a palace for the Lord of Hell in this wasteland. The orc team that came to investigate dropped their jaws to the ground, and their limbs trembled with fear. It's over. The undead are born again. The chaos is coming. Stop talking nonsense. Report this news quickly. Wait, what are these undead doing? When will the undead do the same thing together so uniformly? Think about who we are looking for and what we want to ask. The winged scout Ing Tian was suspended in the sky, with black wings spread out, circling in the cold wind. Ing Tian has the most sensitive eagle eyes, and can see prey thousands of meters away even in the dark. But at this moment, she would rather be blind. Gods! Her voice trembled, and she could hardly breathe. In the wasteland, dense undead creatures surged like ants. They did not roar, did not make a mess, and did not attack the creatures in the wasteland. They just dug, moved, and piled silently. The long and deep lava flood discharge channel has begun to take shape. Countless corpses and skeletons lined up in a long line, smashed the hard rocks into pieces, and then put them into the edge of the channel to form a dam that could guide the flow of lava. The most horrifying thing is, they are too orderly. These undead creatures that should have no reason seem to be controlled by some supreme will at this moment, like a well-trained undead army. Selena's wings shook violently, and she almost fell from the air. The pheromones of the insect reconnaissance team were wildly intertwined in the air. Danger! Retreat! Retreat! Their tentacles trembled at a high frequency, and their compound eyes reflected the tide of corpses crawling in the abyss. The shell of the insect warrior Kara turned slightly blue due to fear. This is the physiological reaction of their tribe when they are extremely frightened. Gods above! Are those undead corpses below? He also saw a large number of insect undead corpses. Kara stared at an undead corpse standing on a tall stone, still wearing the robe of an insect general. The other party seemed to be the commander of this army of undead corpses. Orcs, winged people, insect people. These races from various countries and tribes all fled the wasteland frantically. They wanted to pass this terrible news back. They were not sure what they saw. No one dared to look back. No one wanted to see that scene again. The scene of tens of thousands of corpses working silently. More people came to the wasteland near Tianquan Valley. Looking down from the sky, the whole wasteland was like a huge chessboard, with more than a dozen excavation armies composed of undead corpses distributed on it. The undead corpses in the front row held the iron picks tightly, and every swing landed on the same rock crack exactly. They had no muscles or tendons, but they were as mechanically precise as if they were controlled by invisible strings. When a channel was dug out, a new group of undead corpses came forward immediately, and they would smash stones into the channel with creepy movements. No conversation. No pause. No mistakes. At the edge of the flood discharge channel, there were still many undead corpses with special abilities walking back and forth. They could use their innate skills in their lifetime, or manipulate flames to burn the frozen land, or use other methods to break rocks, or use gravity to move the huge stones that were in the way. All the undead corpses were working in an orderly manner. More and more people from various countries and tribes came to the wasteland of Tionkin Valley. Even the people of Tiger Country came to watch this bizarre sight that would never be seen in legends. When they first saw so many undead corpses, everyone was really scared, and their first thought was to escape. But the undead corpses seemed to have not seen these living people, and it was more like they did not notice the breath of these living flesh and blood. Sometimes there were bold scouts who would get extremely close to the undead corpses, and the closest person had walked to a place less than 10 meters away from the undead corpses. But the undead corpses still seemed to have not discovered them. No, there were still undead corpses that showed their greed for the living people who were approaching, and they dropped their tools in excitement and rushed towards the living people. But at this time, there would often be sharp and piercing whistles. Those undead corpses who wanted to pounce on the living people became honest again, picked up their tools obediently, and returned to the team to continue working. Some undead corpses seemed to be staring at them drooling while working, as if they were eating them. It's time to talk to that person. Everyone knows who that person is. It's not that no one has tried to enter the Turtle Shell Castle, but the owner of the Turtle Shell Castle put up a sign outside that reads "Not available at the moment."